On the grounds of some abandoned factory, only the silhouettes of people could be seen amid the general chaos. A man turned to Wu Xionghe, saying that he was very important and that a large bounty had been placed on his head. Did he really want to die here? The young man had been holding the girl's lifeless body in his arms the whole time, and he laid her gently down on the ground. The young man told the strangers that they had killed his own sister and would pay for it with their blood. The stranger in the cloak said that Wu Xinhe was making very grand statements for someone who looked like an ordinary weakling. But the man didn't get to finish his sentence, because a powerful punch to the jaw cut short his monologue. Seeing what had happened to their leader, the rest of the group rushed to attack Wu Xionghe, all activating their abilities at once. The young man was furious. He told the villains to go to hell and repelled their attack, sending everyone flying in all directions at once. Then a powerful explosion rang out, and as a result, lifeless bodies now lay on the ground, showing no signs of life. Wu Xinhe sensed that something was wrong. All this time he had been trying to unleash his true qi energy to become faster, but now it seemed he had gone too far. And that meant irreversible consequences would follow, completely unexpectedly for everyone. Wu Xinhe, the youngest master of the ancient martial arts, ended his life in this manner. Somewhere far out in outer space, among the multitude of stars and planets, a bright flash appeared. It flew past Earth and began to rapidly approach. Eventually, this flash landed in the country of Baiyu. The young man had barely begun to open his eyes when he immediately saw his sister, who was weeping over Wu Xuan. With a sudden movement, the young man sat up in bed. He cried out loudly, realizing he had just seen his sister. Unable to hold back her tears, the girl rushed to embrace Wu Xuan. She had been told he had died in a duel, but she was overjoyed that her brother had woken up. The girl continued to hug the young man and told him that she had consulted countless doctors, but they all said there was no hope. The young man tried to figure out who Wu Xuan was, what duel she was talking about, who the girl was, and why his hands were so small. He also wanted to know who he was and where he actually was. Outside the window, he saw rooftops and beautiful, picturesque mountains. Suddenly, he remembered his deceased sister and began asking the girl hugging him where his sister was. But the girl couldn't understand what was happening to Wu Xuan or why he didn't recognize his sister. The young man looked closely at the girl and thought that, despite her young age, she looked almost exactly like his own sister. The young man remembered that he had been consumed by qi energy. That must have been why he died. The girl wanted to know how he was feeling. The protagonist walked over to the mirror and was very surprised when he realized he had turned into a child. The young man was very alarmed. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind. He had to figure out what was happening and where all his memories were coming from. Qing Wu Xuan came from the impoverished Qing family in Donglin City. As a member of the lowest rank of the aristocracy, he lived there with his father and sister. The young man studied at Wutong Academy. Due to the interests and intrigues of the aristocrats, he was often subjected to humiliation by the noble boys. They said that people like Wu Xuan couldn't stand up for themselves and were therefore unworthy of studying at the academy. One of them challenged the young man to a duel. His friends didn't believe that Wu Xuan would accept the challenge. They mocked the young man and humiliated him in every way possible. Finally, the protagonist realized that his soul had entered the body of this child named Qing Wu Xuan. Seeing the girl's worried expression, the young man said he was fine, though his wounds were still a little sore. The protagonist thought about how his fate had changed. Now he had a father, whereas in his past life he had grown up as an orphan. Wu Xuan asked his sister where their father was, and she replied that he had gone out to run some errands. It was clear that the man would want to avenge his son's death, so Wu Xuan wanted to find him immediately to prevent a tragedy. The girl told her brother to stop fussing and instead take care of his health, since their family was counting on Wu Xuan. He shouldn't get involved in fights, but her brother wouldn't listen. He wanted to know exactly where their father had gone. He must have gone to look for the Zhang family. The girl didn't know for sure since their father had explained that he needed to go out, but hadn't said where he was going. The young man knew that the Zhang family was prominent in the country. It possessed great power and a long history, and now the boy wanted only to find and reassure his father. At that moment, a man was walking through the city streets with a spear in his hand, and the townspeople knew that his son had been killed in a duel. After all, young Qing was the family's sole heir, which meant the man was seeking revenge. But suddenly, a loud cry rang out in the street, and Xuer caught up with her father and called out to him. The man looked very alarmed and angry. He wanted to know why Xuer hadn't listened to him and had left the house, but his daughter told him that Wu Shuang was alive. Upon hearing this news, the man handed the spear to his daughter and ran off as fast as he could. Xuer tried to stop her father, but he was gone in an instant. Wu Shuang, left alone in the house, continued to explore everything. He realized that it seemed he had indeed been reborn. The man was speechless with surprise and couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his son. At that moment, a man rushed into the house. Apparently, it was the boy's father, Mr. Qing Lanshan. In his past life, Wu Shuang had never known a father's love, that special bond between father and son, bound by blood, flesh, and heart. The man ruffled his son's hair and said that if Zhang Xian had indeed forced him to fight, he was ready to stand up for Wu Shuang. The young man reflected on the humiliation Wu Shuang had endured and resolved never to let such a situation happen again. The boy looked at his father and said that the past would remain behind them, and they needed to move forward. The young man was aware of the Zhang family's prestige and influence, and wasn't surprised that the real Wu Shuang feared them like wolves. But ever since Wu Xinghe was reborn, he no longer cared about such authority, and now he would do anything for his new body, family, and relatives. The young man knew that the former Wu Shuang had a difficult temperament and would certainly want revenge against Zhang Xian. He began telling his father that there was no point in looking back. This didn't mean he would forgive the wrongdoing, but by fighting alone, his father would never be able to help their family escape poverty. The man was surprised to hear such words from his son, but it was indeed the right thing to do to move forward. He announced that his son would no longer attend the academy and would begin practicing the family's martial arts starting today. Lan Shan was confident that the Qing family's martial arts would help him unlock his true combat prowess. Their clan was destined to be wealthy and influential, but for now, they were only halfway there. His sister also believed it would be better for her brother to stay in Dongling. After all, if he returned to the academy, he would face humiliation all over again. Wu Shuang asked his sister and father not to rush into a decision. In his past life, he had no home or family, and now he valued them even more than anyone else. Wu Shuang replied that a dragon can turn the seas and rivers backward, and if a tiger roars, even the fox in the mountains will fall silent. He really surprised his loved ones. He said he would no longer allow anyone to humiliate his family. Still realizing that his new remarks were frightening them, Wu Shuang said he was very tired and wanted to rest. Lying in bed, the young man thought about how he was completely different from the Qing Wu Shuang of the past. Furthermore, he needed to find out what conflict had arisen between the Qing and Zhang families. The origins of the conflict were also intriguing. The starting point of all the conflicts was the gathering of the heads of families for the family pact, which takes place every 4 years. If Wu Shuang, the heir, were to die, the Qing family would be cut off from the pact, which would lead to the loss of their rights under the family pact and the revocation of their noble title. If they lose their noble title, all of the Qing family's real estate will change hands. Despite the economic downturn, the loss of social status is far worse. In this world, there is a huge chasm between commoners and nobles, one that is virtually impossible to cross. And now the young man was almost certain that the duel had been provoked and was part of a conspiracy. The girl found her brother on the roof of the house. She told him he needed to go to the hall because Dean Jin Baiyu from the academy had arrived. His sister said he had come to express his condolences regarding the duel that had taken place. The young man immediately realized that this cunning fox wouldn't do something like that for no reason. He had been there during the duel and had seen everything. That scoundrel had watched the duel with interest as if it were just a game. The instructor had pandered to Zhang Xian's prestige by allowing him to kill a weaker classmate. Afterward, the man informed the head of the Qing family that a duel had taken place between the boys and that his son had been killed by his opponent. And now this scoundrel was offering his condolences, and the young man decided that they would gladly welcome such pleasant guests. The young man was determined. He had thought long and hard and had now come to a single conclusion. Xinghe, who was now Qing Wu Shuang, would starting today lift the Qing family from their knees. There was a group of strangers in the house who had come to witness the loss of the Qing family's heir. A group of teachers had gathered in the hall of the house, where they were met by the head of the Qing family. That was where the brother and sister had gone. Jin Baiyu was the dean of the academy and now wanted to know how Wu Shuang was feeling. The man was trying to appear kind and caring, The young man couldn't understand how this man dared to pretend to be kind after allowing the duel to take place and all its consequences. When the young man was being beaten, the dean stood by and watched, completely ignoring the fight, and now he was trying to show his concern. Wu Shuang was very curious to know why they had come here, but the young man didn't want to cause a scene. He thanked them for their concern and said that his wounds had completely healed. The dean looked at the young man with interest, barely recognizing him. Of course, he had been at home, but now he exuded a certain inner energy and confidence. The head of the Qing family believed that influential people like his current guests were too busy to come without a reason. He was curious to know why they had come. Gao Shen was a local lobbyist. He said he had come to offer the head of the Qing family a piece of advice. Of course, everyone knows about the family rankings, which are conducted every 4 years, as well as the Qing family's standing. Gao Shen was certain that everyone understood what would happen to the Qing family if it lost its position, and how events would unfold from there. The lobbyist said he knew how to resolve this situation. Wu Shuang asked the man to explain, and if this idea would help his family, they would reward him generously. The heavyset man pointed to his companion and introduced him. It was Mr. Xu Shihai, the younger brother of the head of the wealthy Xu family. The lobbyist explained that the man represented the Xu family and could make a promise. If the Qing family relinquished their place among the nobility in 4 years, the Xu family could guarantee their safety. Lan Shan was furious. Apparently these gentlemen believed that in 4 years his family would be nothing to speak of. Go Sheng turned to the host and asked what his family's current standing was. Of course he knows this better than anyone else. Over the past 20 years, many ruling powers have changed throughout the province, and new powerful dynasties have emerged. Does Mr. Qing really hope to retain his position despite the might of other families? Lan Shan knew that the sacred land of Zhenwu was in charge of everything, and that all officials were appointed by the emperor. Therefore, no matter how many connections one had, it was impossible to expand territory within the sacred land. However, the lobbyist was certain that the emperor had more important matters to attend to and would not bother with a minor province. Moreover, in this world, the strongest survive, and it doesn't matter what methods are used. The head of the Qing family realized that his guests had come to interfere with them and take what belonged to his family. Gao Sheng laughed in response and said that the Qing family would lose everything one way or another, and they would simply sit back and watch it all unfold. Moreover, it is unclear whether the Qing family will even survive another 4 years. The man confirmed that his family had endured many years of decline, but it would not stoop so low as to let others do whatever they pleased with it. And the scoundrels could try right now to take what belonged to the Qing family. Xu Shihai summed up what he had heard. The head of the Qing family would rather die with honor than live in disgrace. Lan Shan replied that his ancestors had established a rule. Anyone who attempts to harm the Qing family must be destroyed without exception. After that, the man turned around and left the room, asking his daughter to see the guests out. The lobbyist confirmed that the head of the Qing family wasn't interested in a peaceful resolution. When his family is thrown out onto the street, there's no need to take offense or blame anyone for it. Wu Shuang interjected into the conversation. He told the fat man that he hadn't come here to throw stones. The lobbyist had come to demonstrate his power and diplomatic skills, yet he was behaving like a barking dog. Everyone realized that the son was just like his father, and if the head of the Qing family had nothing more to say, then they would leave the house. Before leaving, the dean addressed the boy. He said that Wu Shuang must enroll at the academy. Among the children of the nobility, there is no one who would not want to study at the academy. The young man confirmed that he would definitely do so and thanked the dean for the reminder, while the teacher reiterated that he needed to focus on his studies. After that, the uninvited guests left the house, and Wu Shuang said that the road was long and no one knew what might happen. He wouldn't see the guests off, but advised them to be careful. His father couldn't believe his ears. Did his son really want to return to the academy no matter what? His father knew that Jin Baiyu was a notorious hypocrite, and now that he had personally invited the young man to the academy, it surely didn't bode well. Wu Shuang didn't seem to be listening to his father very closely. He said that this trio was clearly no ordinary group. That's why he needed to return to the academy. It was a matter of honor. The boy told his father that he remembered their previous duel and was almost certain that it had been a conspiracy not specifically against him, but against their entire Qing family. His father couldn't believe his ears. Could it really be that despite all this, his son wanted to return to the academy? But the boy was certain of his desire. His father said that 100 years ago, the Qing family had been one of the wealthiest and had flourished throughout the entire province. Only a handful of people would have dared to raise their voices in the presence of the Qing family. Wu Shuang said he'd been thinking about this a lot lately and was now certain that the survival of the entire family depended on him and his father. If he didn't accept the challenge and simply hit it home, how could he lead the family to unprecedented heights? His father told the young man that he was a wonderful son with great ambition. But he had to promise something. After returning to the academy, Wu Shuang must endure all hardships and not let anyone take advantage of him. The young man confirmed that, after the incident with the duel, he now fully understands what he should do and what he shouldn't. Mr. Qing placed a hand on his son's shoulder and told Wu Shuang to go ahead and do whatever he thought was necessary, and that his father would support him. After deciding to return to the academy, Wu Shuang wasn't in too much of a hurry to go back. Instead, he decided to extend his training by a month. In his past life, martial arts required courage. Therefore, in this life, the young man decided to take the King Kong fist as his foundation. In this world, there is one rule of cultivation that differs greatly from those in his past life. Back then, there were no qualification boundaries between internal and external cultivation. In this world, only external strength is cultivated. To reach the limits and heights that the body alone allows, progressing from the external to the internal, people can generate internal strength and enter the stage of cultivating internal power. In this world, the external stages are called the stages of strength and power. And currently, Wu Shuang was at the first level of martial arts. After passing through the external stages, one enters the stages of true might, and only then can one attain the level of a master of the ancient martial arts. That was precisely the level the young man had reached in his past life. The next month flew by as he engaged in such training. Wu Shuang reached the 7th level of strength and might, which was a very good result. If he continued at this pace, within 3 months he would be able to break through the levels of strength and power and reach the levels of true power. Wu Shuang planned to regain about 80% of his former strength before the family evaluations. That would be enough to pass the test. Ideally, he needed to reach the 9th level of true might. The tree the young man had struck with his fist fell, snapped in half, and he thought, as long as there is family, there is hope. Now he could return home. The young man entered the courtyard and saw his sister sitting on a bench with a sad expression. Wu Shuang had already noticed the girl's mood, but Shuer replied that everything was absolutely fine. Wu Shuang wanted, of course, to say that it was written all over his sister's face that something was wrong. But she asked him how his training had gone. But the young man insisted if Shuer considered him her brother, she didn't need to hide anything from him. She had to tell him what was really going on. The girl began her story. The day before, Bing had come from the farm estate and told her something. They had talked for a whole hour, and this morning his body was found by the front door. Shuer was certain that a demon was to blame, the very same demon that had been tormenting her for 6 years. Her sister explained that when she was 12, the demon had told her he liked her. He also said he would take her away in 10 years. This frightened their father, as the demon claimed he would not let Shuer get married. The demon will return to the city to destroy the entire Qing family. Her father had always feared that Wu Shuang would fly into a rage if he found out, so they never told him anything about it. Shuer added, over the years, every young man who had a relationship with her either died or went missing. She had become a star of death. Wu Shuang did the math, and it turned out that the demon would reappear in 4 years. Her sister said there was no need to worry. She wasn't afraid of the demon. If Wu Shuang took the lead in their family and didn't disappoint their father and ancestors, she was ready to make any sacrifice. Wu Shuang reassured the girl, saying that he wouldn't let that happen and that she should live out her remaining years in peace without worrying about anything. The young man remembered that in his past life he had been unable to protect his sister, but here he would handle it perfectly, and he set off for Wooten Academy to prove to everyone what he was capable of. The academy was a typical college campus, consisting of various buildings and a common area where students spent their time. The guys were surprised to see Wu Shuang show up. After all, he'd been beaten half to death, but he'd regained his worthless life and decided not to hide at home, but to return to the academy. Zhang Xian was very surprised that Wu Shuang had returned to school. It seemed he wasn't taking them seriously. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was surveying all the students. He didn't know them personally and now had to figure out what kind of bunch of snotty-nosed kids they were. Jin Baiyu was very surprised to see the guy who had returned to school after all. Jin Baiyu was truly impatient. He probably had plenty of plans for how to ruin Wu Shuang's time at the academy. The man approached the guy and asked if his head injury had healed, though it was clear he didn't really care. The professor explained that what Wu Shuang had done last time had led to negative consequences, and the dean hoped the young man would be more restrained in the future. Seeing that the young man showed no reaction to his words, the dean assumed that Wu Shuang believed he was wrong. The student replied that the dean was absolutely right. He had to endure all the humiliation from the noble brats, and if they wanted to plunder the Qing family's lands, they should simply hand over all their production and trade. After all, as a family on the brink of extinction, they needed to come to that conclusion and outcome as quickly as possible. The dean listened to this insolent brat and couldn't figure out when he'd become so sharp-tongued. The man turned to Wu Xuan and said he understood. The boy had decided to return to the academy to cause trouble for everyone, but if he did that, law enforcement would deal with him. However, the boy looked surprised since the dean had personally invited him back to the academy, and now he was threatening him and wanted to deal with him. Sensing that the boy had caught him off guard, the dean said he would expel Wu Xuan from the academy and send him away. The young man turned around saying that he understood the dean's intentions and would always remember his words. Wu Xuan walked away, leaving behind the teacher who had threatened to expel him. Does this old man really think he's interested in playing in this sandbox? Qing Wu Xuan made his way to his room. It looked very simple, but at the same time it had everything he needed. No sooner had the young man settled in than Hu Pinyin burst into the room. He was Wu Shuang's friend and was now worried about his buddy not understanding why he had come back. After all, Wu Shuang had become a target for all the troublemakers at their academy, so why had he come back, since it was so dangerous here now? The young man was surprised to hear that Wu Shuang knew everything. Then it made no sense at all why he was here, since Zhang Xian would constantly pick on him. Wu Shuang, in turn, asked his friend why he was warning him, since Pinyin could become a target for the bully's attacks. The young man replied that he simply couldn't stand seeing his friend being mocked, and Wu Shuang decided he wouldn't drag his friends into these altercations. He showed his friend the door, saying he could handle everything on his own. Pinyin shouldn't come unless something particularly important happened. As night fell, Wu Shuang climbed onto the roof of the building to meditate. Staying out of sight, the young man spotted two strangers. They made sure no one was in the room, but found several cozy spots where they could hide it. One of the men said that young Master Shu had promised to help him get his hands on Du Chu. Wu Shuang jumped down from the roof and eavesdropped on their conversation. The guys decided to quickly hide the goods, because if the room's owner came back, their plan would be ruined. Wu Shuang learned that young Master Shu was the youngest son of the head of the Shu family. He was also known for his misdeeds at the academy. Finally, the guys finished what they were doing and left the room, leaving some items behind. Wu Shuang realized that Shu Ting liked to play dirty, and if that was the case, he would let him do it. A loud shout rang out across the academy's dormitory grounds. Someone was yelling to catch the thief, and in the women's dormitory, the girls discovered that their underwear was missing. Everyone was running around the dormitory grounds, searching for the thief who was lurking somewhere among the girls' dorm rooms. The girls believed that some kind of pervert was at work here, or perhaps even a real fetishist who collects dirty women's underwear. The guys listened to the girls with disgust. Shu Ting asked one of the guys if he happened to see the thief. Fortunately, it turned out that Li Fei was just coming out of the restroom and had seen a silhouette darting through the dark hallways. The guy told Shu Ting that he couldn't make out who it was because it was too dark. However, Li Fei saw the thief running through the dormitory hallways, which means the thief is one of the students. Shu Ting told everyone that the men's dormitory was further down the hallway. This means the thief is somewhere in there. Zhang Xian suggested that the guys go find the thief right away. We need to get organized and check every bedroom one by one. The thief hasn't gotten far, and he won't be able to hide. The guy suggested starting the search with the bedrooms that are empty and still have their doors closed. Those are the most suspicious. The guys told the girls that they would start investigating immediately and report any suspicious activity. However, the girls were furious. They didn't want to wait any longer. Yun Qinyan said she would go herself and check the rooms. Zhu Ting was terribly outraged. Could it be that Miss Yun herself had been robbed? But the girl told him not to even come near her, and that they would begin the investigation immediately. Qinyan was furious. Who dared to steal her underwear? Did he want to die? And so the group of students made their way down the dormitory hallway and stopped at the first door. Mims Yun didn't waste any time. She kicked the door in, and everyone entered the room. A terrified student was lying on the bed, but they told him that Ms. Yun was looking for a criminal. If the guy wasn't guilty, he should calm down and mind his own business. This is how they checked every room. The young people would enter, search it, and leave. When the door wouldn't open, the girl asked whose room it was, and it turned out that some child from the Ching family lived there. He dared to lock the door. Everyone started pounding on the door and demanding that Wu Shuang open it, since the lady had come here in person. Kinyan didn't want to wait and told the young man not to take offense at her rudeness. The girl prepared to kick the door completely in. At the very last moment, just as her foot was about to hit the door, Wu Shuang appeared in the doorway. He was completely calm and wanted to know what they wanted from him in the middle of the night. The guy yawned widely and said he hadn't heard any screams and didn't understand why they were barging in on him at this hour. Zhang Xian demanded that the guy stop playing the fool. There had been a robbery in the women's dorms, and they were now conducting a search. Wu Shuang didn't understand why on earth they had to search his room. Xian was getting more and more worked up. He reasoned that if the young man refused the search, it meant he was hiding something. Wu Shuang asked why Ms. Yun didn't start by searching the boys' rooms first, since they might be the ones hiding something. Kinyan said they had already checked many rooms and hadn't found anything yet. Wu Shuang thought there was no point in pointing fingers at anyone, since the occupants of some rooms might not let anyone inside. After that, the young man turned to Shu Ting and asked why he shouldn't set an example. Perhaps they should start with him and check his room. Shu Ting immediately stated that if Ms. Yun requested it, he wouldn't object and would let the visitors into his room. Zhang Xian also expressed a desire to have his room checked as well. Qin Yan said that, as it seemed, the rest of the guys didn't mind the inspection, so Wu Shuang had better step aside now and not take offense. Wu Shuang declared that he would allow them to search his room, but he wasn't doing it out of respect for them. In fact, the young man admitted that he was very curious to see how this whole underwear business would end. Eventually, Miss Yun entered the young man's room and began looking around. All the guys were demanding that she open the closet right away. Wu Shuang hides stolen items in his closet and is hiding something there. The girl flung open the closet door, and a pile of dirty, smelly socks immediately rained down on her. The girl was furious. She was convinced that Wu Shuang had deliberately piled up the dirty socks so they would fall on her head. Wu Shuang apologized and said he had warned her not to open the closet. With that, the inspection of his room was over, and now they could move on to the other rooms. The girl was simply furious. She left Wu Shuang's room and told him to follow her, preferably in silence. The inspection continued through all the rooms, and soon the young people reached room number 1. It was a remarkable room, and everyone knew it belonged to a very distinguished owner. He was a genius from the Dai family named Dai Xiangyu. Mims Yun wanted to walk past it, but Wu Shuang asked why she had skipped that room and not checked it. Perhaps the girl only checks on those weaker than herself. Wu Shuang noticed that the guys had fallen silent. They clearly didn't want to enter that room and get into trouble with a member of the nobility. Wu Shuang continued to provoke them, saying that they were scared after all. The young master Dai Xiang doesn't even live in the dorm, yet everyone was already terrified in advance. After that, the whole group moved on to the next door. Wu Shuang sniffed and said it smelled like air freshener. Perhaps this room belongs to one of the girls. Shu Ting said that this was his bedroom, that he wasn't to blame, and that the insolent guy was insulting him with his words. He needed to be careful, or else Shu Ting would sue him for insult and defamation. Wu Shuang replied that it didn't matter who it was or wasn't, but they had to check the room just in case, although maybe Shu Ting wouldn't let them in, and that in itself was suspicious. By this point, Shu Ting was already very angry. He wanted to know what this wretched man was trying to achieve with his words. Wu Shuang turned to the girl, saying that she too came from a wealthy family, and if she didn't check Shu Ting's room, it would be clear that they had colluded beforehand. Shu Ting came out, put his hand to his heart, and said that this was his bedroom. He wasn't afraid of inspections, and the girl could look at everything in there. Qin Yan flung open the bedroom door, saying she had no reason not to inspect this room. The beauty looked around the room. Everything was empty and clean. The only thing left to check was the closet. But as soon as the girl opened the closet door, women's underwear of various types, styles, and sizes rained down on her. It was as if thunder and lightning had struck at the same spot. Everyone present was in shock, and the room's owner, Shu Ting, couldn't believe his eyes. But be that as it may, a pile of women's underwear was lying on the floor, and the lady was demanding an explanation. Qing Wushuang left the room, saying that her landlord was a real beast. And then Yin Qinyan turned to Shu Ting for an explanation. Clenching her fists tightly, she was determined to deal with this pervert. Shu Ting was terrified and even burst into tears. He tried to say it wasn't him, but the facts spoke for themselves. The news that Shu Ting had been stealing underwear quickly spread across the country. The academy's administration was shocked. They had to calm the girl's anger and restore the good name of Shu Ting and the entire academy. The dean was in shock. He dreaded to imagine who was behind this incident, who would dare to go against the Shu family, but the young man asked him to keep a low profile for now and not draw attention to himself. The dean held a meeting with the students. He explained that an investigation had been conducted. Shu Ting practiced martial arts and could not have stolen the women's underwear, which meant someone else was to blame. Some of the guys confirmed that Shu Ting had indeed been training with them at that time and could not have committed the theft. Besides, the young man looked very upstanding, and it was hard to believe he was capable of doing something like that. But Shu Ting himself had almost no doubt that this was the work of Wu Shuang, since only someone from a poor family could commit such a despicable act. Wu Shuang listened to the dean's report and thought how convenient it was to belong to a noble family and have high status. You could always get off scot-free. In this world, if you aren't strong enough or don't have the backing of influential families, you might as well live like a mangy dog. This world is built on a strict hierarchy with clear boundaries. Whether it's an object or a person, everything is part of this hierarchy. Furthermore, since strength is highly valued and rewarded, all authority revolves around how strong you are. Strength is divided into distinct tiers. Different tiers come with different privileges. The only way to enjoy everything at once is to reach the top through your own strength. And right now, the Qing family was teetering on the very edge of the hierarchical abyss. It was only because the academy opened its doors to all students that Wu Shuang was able to study in peace, and soon he had already reached the 9th level of strength and power. The young man was very pleased with himself. He felt the power within him, and would now be able to use his special techniques from his past life. Wu Shuang was reviewing his techniques. There were so many of them, and finally he could choose anyone he wanted. The young man chose the easiest technique, called the secret yin technique. He decided to practice something more aggressive. In addition, he chose a mind purification technique to cleanse his body and mind, as well as a classic Taoist text called True Zero Phase Kung Fu. Absorbing other people's internal energy, as described in the Book of Ancient Northern Kung Fu, was also an excellent technique. The young man recalled that in his past life, he had practiced the True Hell technique extensively, and now he decided to start with what was most familiar to him. Wu Shuang began to use the techniques he had chosen. His body was literally filled with energy, and he felt a surge of power and dominance. The young man strove for self-mastery and intended to become as unbreakable as Vajra. Wu Shuang understood that once he reached the 2nd level of this technique, he would be able to defeat any 2nd-level true power martial arts master. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and someone was urgently summoning Wu Shuang. Fan Zhaozhong rushed into the room and said that his cousin, Pin Ying, had been captured. This was the work of Zhang Xian. Wu Shuang knew that Zhang Xian wouldn't rest until he had dealt with him. The young man hadn't forgotten how, just recently, that scoundrel had taunted him and nearly killed him during a duel. Xiaozhong explained that the thugs had taken his cousin to a hill in the bamboo forest. Wu Shuang set off for the spot immediately. Pin Yin was hanging upside down from a tree by his feet, while the group of young men didn't even seem to be paying him any attention. The young men were trying to guess whether Qing Wu Shuang would dare to show up, since last time he'd been beaten like a stray dog, and now he certainly wouldn't have the courage to come. Zhang Xian tugged at the guy's hair and asked him not to hold a grudge against them. The blame lay entirely with Wu Shuang's friend, who only cared about himself. Zhang Xian said that he was going to punch Ping Ying right then, and they would see just how tough he was. However, before his fist could reach its target, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" and Wu Shuang appeared among the guys. The guys were very surprised to see that Wu Shuang had actually come. Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten up again? Some people speculated that Wu Shuang was practicing a secret martial art called how to get beaten up quickly and easily. Many found this very funny indeed. This was most likely Wu Shuang's favorite technique. The guys started placing bets. Some of them assumed that this time Wu Shuang would definitely die, and you could bet silver on it. But practically everyone understood that this time, Zhang Xian would definitely carry out his plan and most likely bury Ping Ying alive along with his friend. The two scoundrels who had deliberately captured Ping Ying as bait were very pleased to see that Qing Wu Shuang had arrived. First of all, Wu Shuang told the villains that he had arrived and that they must now release Ping Yin. The men said they would do so right away, and indeed they immediately cut the rope. Wu Shuang told his friends to leave, since the thugs were only after him. But Ping Yin declared that they weren't going anywhere and would prove to these scoundrels that they were worth their salt too. After all, they were students of the academy just like them. The guys who, just a few minutes ago, had been placing bets and mocking Ping Yin, began pretending they had no idea what was going on. Zhang Xian turned to Qin and reminded him that last time he'd beaten him half to death. But apparently Wu Shuang wanted more, and now he was going to get a good lesson. Wu Shuang considered his opponent a complete idiot who dared to stand in his way. Did he really want to settle old scores? Zhang Xian's fans cheered on their favorite with shouts. They demanded a fight and urged him to teach Wu Shuang a good lesson and beat him to death this time. Zhang Xian thought about how long he had waited for the moment when he could take revenge for himself and for Xu Ting, and now he had a chance to test out his new fighting techniques. Zhang Xian turned to his friend and asked Mr. Xu to do them the honor of serving as their referee. Xu Ting replied that the men would be fighting based on their old grudges, so this time he would be their referee. Wu Shuang commented that it was quite amusing for Mr. Xu to be the referee for his own servant. Xu Ting hated that insolent beggar with a passion. He couldn't understand how Wu Shuang had managed to survive this long. But today, he would definitely die. Word soon spread throughout the academy that Qing Wu Shuang and Zhang Xian had arranged a duel in the bamboo forest. The students concluded that Wu Shuang was a very brave guy. Just recently, he'd been beaten half to death, and now another duel. But everyone was definitely very curious to see how it would all end. So the young people headed to the bamboo forest. Both duelists were ready, as was the referee. The spectators took their seats, and the duel began. Zhang Xian immediately told his opponent that this time he wouldn't get off so easily. Wu Shuang was definitely going to die today. Wu Shuang was completely calm and confident. He smiled and said that Zhang Xian could try to kill him. In the very next moment, Xian charged forward to destroy this insolent man with a single blow. Moreover, Wu Shuang was too terrified to even move. Zhang Xian struck, but his fist whizzed calmly through the air and missed its target. Xian was simply stunned, unable to understand how he had missed, and after that the young man landed a series of blows that also failed to hit their mark. Zhang Xian couldn't believe his eyes, but his opponent was simply moving too fast. The guy knew that last time, Wu Shuang had been quite resilient, but his movements were slow and he couldn't dodge the strikes. Zhang Xian still hadn't figured out what was going on with his opponent, but just in case, he called the guy a coward who was only capable of dodging but didn't know how to attack. The spectators also thought there was no point in all this dodging. Only a loser would behave this way, unable even to meet an opponent's strike. Wu Shuang told his opponent that there was nothing he could do about it and that it wasn't his fault that Xian was so slow. Zhang Xian was furious. He said that now they would see how long Wu Shuang could last, because he was going to test his new techniques. The spectators immediately recognized Xian's aura. After all, the young man had already reached the third level of martial arts power. If his strike hit its target, Wu Shuang would certainly not survive. Zhang Xian activated his fist of encircling light technique and then rushed into the attack. Wu Shuang, without moving from his spot, calmly took the blow, which struck him squarely in the stomach. The spectators were absolutely thrilled. They saw this powerful and forceful strike and were absolutely certain that Xian had landed it. Xu Ting could no longer hold back a smile either. He realized that the duel was drawing to a close. But they had to wait until the end, and everything around them was shrouded in smoke, making it impossible to see anything clearly. But soon the smoke cleared, and horror spread across the spectators' faces when they saw that Zhang Xian had driven his fist into his opponent, who was completely unharmed. A murmur swept through the crowd as they realized that Wu Shuang was perfectly fine. He hadn't even budged from his spot, and Wu Shuang knew he was already at the first level of true power. Could anyone really do anything to him when they were only at the third level of martial arts? Wu Shuang shouted at his opponent that he was the only one who would die here, and then landed a powerful punch on Zhang Xian's jaw. The blow was so powerful that the opponent flew across the entire clearing and came to a stop only because he crashed into a stone wall. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. They had just seen Zhang Xian eliminated from the duel. He was practically killed by a single blow. On top of that, some kid from a family of simpletons had managed to defeat a member of the elite. Qing Wushuang stood there radiating powerful energy and strength and smiled at everyone present. Zhu Ting couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, only a couple of months had passed. How could Wu Shuang have improved so quickly? His friends rushed to congratulate him. They said it was amazing and wanted to know the name of this technique. Wu Shuang said he would definitely teach them, but for now they'd better leave. As they were leaving the clearing, Wu Shuang turned to Mr. Xu and thanked him for serving as the referee. Xu Ting immediately ordered the men to report everything to Dean Dai and the governor, telling them that Qing Wushuang had killed a member of the Zhang clan in single combat. A loud shout rang out in the house, then boxes of gifts flew through the air, and several young men ran away from the Qing family's home. Xuer ran over at the sound of the commotion. She wanted to ask her father what had happened and who had come to visit them. Her father explained that the owners of the herbal shop had come by and made a proposal, but he would never, under any circumstances, give his precious Xuer away in marriage to such scum. The girl said she wasn't afraid of anything. As long as her father and brother were by her side, she felt completely safe. Mr. Qing began to think about his son. He really wanted to know how Wu Shuang was doing at the academy. Xiao Zhong believed that after what had happened, Wu Shuang needed to flee the academy and return home. But Pingyan was certain that wasn't necessary. After all, the fight had been fair. Everyone had seen that. If they ran away, they might be accused of starting the fight in the first place. Wu Shuang reassured the guys, saying that everything was fine. Now they would wait and see how things unfolded, and from that moment on, the guys would be better off staying away from him, so they couldn't be blamed for anything. But Pingyan didn't agree with this arrangement, because Wu Shuang had done all this just to save him, and now the guys would never abandon their hero. Besides, they were friends and would handle all of this together. Wu Shuang told the guys to stay in his room because he was sure they'd be coming here soon. Sure enough, the dean soon appeared and warned Qing Wushuang not to do anything rash. He had arranged a one-on-one fight and killed his opponent. All the evidence pointed to him. Wu Shuang confirmed that it wasn't just a one-on-one fight. Does the dean really think everyone around here is blind? It was a fair duel. There were many witnesses, and Mr. Xu served as the referee. Xu Ting was there too, and he immediately said that it was all a lie. It was revenge fueled by hatred for Zhang Xian, and you can ask anyone in the crowd. Now it was time to see if anyone was willing to stand up to the Xu family. One of the guys said he was deaf, so he hadn't seen a thing. Another one of the thug's friends claimed he had arrived late, so he hadn't heard anything. The dean was very pleased. He said that Qing Wushuang was unable to provide any evidence, and no one would corroborate his story. At that moment, Wu Shuang's friends appeared. They said it had been a fair fight, but the dean believed they were simply covering for each other, and their words meant nothing. Just then, a loud shout rang out, and the head of the Zhang family appeared on the academy grounds with his eldest son. He wanted to see the murderer of his youngest son. Mao Zhang asked the dean why he wouldn't simply arrest the murderer, while the eldest son demanded that Wu Shuang face him in a duel to avenge his brother's death. The dean announced that no one could prove Qing Wushuang's innocence, so he was ordering his arrest. Wu Shuang said that it was amazing, cool, and simply magnificent, that not a single student from the entire province dared to speak the truth. The dean was furious, and the head of the Zhang family demanded that the arrest be carried out immediately. But then someone shouted loudly, demanding that everything stop immediately, and everyone froze in their tracks. Dai Shiyang himself stepped out into the courtyard, and everyone present froze, their mouths agape in surprise. The young man turned to Xu Tin and said that he was doing a terrible job as a judge. Everyone was very surprised to see Dai Xiyang himself appear among those involved in the scandal. It was clear that the situation was getting more and more interesting, and it seemed that a member of the Dai family knew what had happened. Dai Xiyang was very upset, saying that they were confirming other countries' opinion that there wasn't a single decent person among them. After that, the young man told the dean that he would testify in favor of Qing Wushuang. The battle had been fair, and besides, Xu Ting had been present at the duel as a referee. The dean expressed doubt. Could Mr. Dai Xiyang really have seen all of this with his own eyes? Mr. Zhang demanded that Wu Shuang be held accountable for his son's death and that justice be served. Dai Zhiyang was outraged when he realized that one of these men doubted his word. No one in the Dai family had ever lied. Ping Yin addressed the dean, saying that young Master Dai Zhiyang had confirmed the account of a fair fight. Furthermore, those who had fabricated evidence and lied must be punished. But the dean wouldn't let it go. He said that Qing Wu Shuang often caused trouble for others, and even if it had been a fair fight, the young man was responsible for disrupting the harmony of the academy. Wu Shuang remained completely calm. He told the dean that the man simply wanted to kick him out of the academy. But in reality, he didn't want to be here himself. Wu Shuang said he had stayed for a couple of months to wait for the right moment when that wretched idiot Zhang Xian would come to his doom. Dean Ding's mouth dropped open in surprise, not knowing how to respond to this remark. Wu Shuang announced that he had no intention of staying at this academy a minute longer. His companions also confirmed that they were leaving the school. The stunned dean shouted after them that he would eagerly await seeing how these young men would fare on the martial arts exam in 3.5 years. But the young man replied that the dean's greed must have its limits. He is confident that the sacred land will send its representatives to oversee the exam. As for the dean, he is merely a servant of the aristocrats, and he has no influence over the exam. It's unclear why he's threatening his students now. But then Mr. Mao Zhang stepped forward. He called out to the young man, saying that Wu Shuang had killed his son and couldn't just walk away from here. The young man turned around and declared that it had been a fair fight and that God himself decided who would die. Was Mr. Zhang really going to kill him in public? Xu Ting realized that they had all lost now. He shouted after Qing Wu Shuang that they'd see just how long his pride would last. But Wu Shuang replied that everything that had happened today was due to their poor treatment of the Qing family. Mountains will never meet, unlike people, so he would see everyone present again in 3.5 years. Mao Zhang hissed that he would make Wu Shuang pay for his son's death, but the dean began to calm the man down. After all, the Qing family was now under Dai Shi's protection, and they would have to wait until the families were evaluated. The next day, Dai Shi Heng, the family elder, spoke with his son and noted that Qing Wu Shuang was not as simple as he seemed. He noted that although this young man came from a poor background, he had been patiently and carefully biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike back. It seemed that if the other families tried to take advantage of the Qing family, they would only bring trouble upon themselves. Dai Shi Yang believed that the duel between the boys happened solely because of disputes within the academy, and that this situation wouldn't significantly affect relations between the families. However, his father believed that if Yang hadn't shown up there as a witness, everything would have been much simpler. But since that happened, the situation has changed. Right now, the Xu family is on guard due to the possibility that the Qing family has close ties to Dai Shi, but they won't go out of their way to prove their innocence to the Qing family, because they have no need to be polite to other aristocrats. In fact, Wu Shuang turned out to be a brave and resourceful young man. The son asked his father if there was any news about his older brother. But the man replied that his brother couldn't help Yan at the moment, but there was no need to worry about him. He was already grown up, so he would soon pull himself together. Dai Shi Yang didn't respond to that. He often thought about his older brother. Wu Shuang and his friends set off in a cart toward their hometown, but the boys were worried about whether they'd be able to make it home, fearing they might run into an ambush. Wu Shuang told the boys not to worry, that everything would be fine, but they didn't understand why he was so confident about it. Wu Shuang gave his friends a sly smile and said he would utter just 3 magic words: the esteemed Dai Shi family. The news that Wu Shuang had defeated a member of a prominent family and dropped out of the academy quickly spread throughout Donglin. The members of the Qing family eagerly awaited the young man's return. This time, Wu Shuang had managed to exact his revenge and bring glory to their family. But outside the gates, they encountered several men who noted that Lady Xuer herself had learned of their arrival and had come out to greet them. They were Niu Dai, the owner of the herbal medicine shop, and his eldest son who had recently proposed to Xuer. The father immediately stepped in front of his daughter and asked what business the men had with him. The shop owner said there was no need to worry. They had simply come to propose marriage and to discuss a potential business partnership. The head of the Qing family was very surprised to hear about the partnership. And before Niu Dai could explain, Wu Shuang, who had just arrived, appeared nearby. The shop owner greeted young Master Qing and congratulated him on his victory over a member of a prominent family. though he was certain the boy had done it with someone's help. Wu Shuang immediately told the merchant that he was too late. Master Xu had already retracted his threats to destroy the Qing family and his promise to protect them after their downfall. But the merchant didn't believe that was the case. He was quite close to Mr. Xu and knew that as soon as Elder Qing obediently stepped down from his position, but he didn't get to finish his sentence because Wu Shuang said that would never happen. Then the man turned to the father and asked, was his family now being run by a youngster? The father confirmed that his son's words were his own, and therefore Mr. Niu must leave their home. At that moment, the merchant's son opened his ugly mouth and said that if they didn't let him marry Shuer now, they would beg him later, but he wouldn't agree. Wu Shuang replied that Niu Fen could only marry their cows. He shouldn't count on anything more. After that, the door slammed shut, and both men decided they would gladly watch the Qing family rot. Wu Shuang sat in their courtyard with his father and sister, and the young man recounted everything that had happened to him at the academy. The boy was afraid his father would scold him or be ashamed of his son's behavior. However, the man said that defeating a member of a prominent family was worthy of respect. Wu Shuang declared that Zhang Xian's death was only the beginning. Things will only get tougher from here on out. All of this was, of course, great. However, his father was certain that the wealthy wouldn't let this incident go unnoticed. But the man didn't get a chance to say anything else because he suddenly started coughing violently, even coughing up blood. Wu Shuang placed a hand on his father's shoulder and was able to sense his internal state. Everything was too chaotic. It seemed the man had overexerted himself. The young man realized that his father's abilities weren't very strong. If he rushed his training too much, he would die from internal energy overload. His father said he was fine, that he'd just choked on a fly, but Shuer was certain something was wrong, since her father had been coughing up blood. The girl wanted to call a doctor, but Wu Shuang replied that there was no need. He knew how to help his father. The man and the girl looked at him in surprise, trying to figure out how Wu Shuang could possibly know about this. But the young man began inserting needles into acupuncture points, and soon the father could feel the meridians in his body relaxing. The young man told his father that he had overtrained, which prevented his internal qi energy from being purged in time, causing an imbalance. However, the son used silver needles to draw the excess energy out of his body. Wu Shuang said that he had spent many years at the academy where he hadn't really learned much, but he had read a great deal of medical literature. Silver needles channel internal energy. They can relieve symptoms, but they won't completely transform a person. That's why the more his father trains, the worse he gets. To heal himself, my father must read the masterpiece, the book, The Transformation of Tendons, cleanse his spinal cord, and shave his head completely. The young man told his father that he had borrowed a book from the academy's library. He had looked through it, but didn't quite understand it. The man was very surprised when he glanced at the book, The Transformation of Tendons. He found it hard to believe that his son had taken it from the academy. Wu Shuang replied that the idiot dean hadn't understood a thing, so the young man had taken the book with him, thinking it might contain useful exercises. Lan Shan studied the book with great interest. The academy had existed for several centuries, so it was no surprise that such masterpieces could be found there. Perhaps without this, the academy would not have become as famous as it is today. Wu Shuang asked to be told what was described in this book. The head of the Qing family said that it was a rather serious collection of techniques. These were precisely the techniques their family had been lacking. Wu Shuang had read it before and understood. To be reborn, one must break down and rise again, purify the spinal cord, and shave off all one's hair. His father confirmed that all great people who have reached the heights of martial arts take risks in one way or another, and now the man was certain that this book would be useful to his son in the future. Wu Shuang replied that he wouldn't need it anytime soon. He couldn't use it right now. However, it might help his father recover now. The man agreed with his son's reasoning and said he would be the first to study these teachings, and when Wu Shuang reached a certain level, he would teach them to his son. The man announced to his daughter that he was leaving the house to her, while he himself would focus on training with the help of this book. There was hope that he could attain the true power of the second rank before the family evaluations. Wu Shuang was very pleased, as this was the goal of his plan. With the help of the book, his father would not only heal his meridians, but also transform them. And within 3 years, his father had every chance of reaching the true power of the fourth rank. At the very same time, the Zhang household was in mourning for their deceased son. Zhang Mao stood by the deceased's coffin, and wished with all his heart that Qing Wuxuan's family would experience grief. Xu Sihai turned to his friend, saying that he understood the man's feelings. However, they must put their revenge on hold for now. Zhang Mao knew that it was the Xu family who had tried to seize Qing's position, and as a result, it was his son who had been dragged into their feud. Zhang Mao, however, did not voice his discontent aloud. He asked Mr. Xu not to worry and said he understood everything. He would allow that damned Qing family to live a little longer. Wu Shuang set out for the nearest mountain first thing in the morning and practiced there with great pleasure. It had only been a couple of days since he returned home, but as expected, his training on Great Mountain went much better. The young man came down from the mountain and was called out by his friends, who had also left the academy and were now on their own. Both guys were pretty badly beaten up, covered in bruises and scrapes. At home, their parents beat them for daring to drop out of the academy without permission, and all because they were hanging around with that loser, Qing Wushuang. Wu Shuang asked his friends what their plans for the future were and what they intended to do. Ping Yin admitted that he could only practice basic techniques at home since he didn't have any martial arts books, but he hoped he'd get through his exams and his parents' anger. Xiaozhong was in practically the same situation and said he'd rather keep quiet and not talk about his problems. But the guys were very curious about how Wu Shuang trained, since he had made tremendous progress in just a couple of months and had even managed to defeat Zhang Xian. Pin Yin didn't hold back and asked if their friend could teach them those techniques. Wu Shuang looked at these poor guys. Born into humble families, they were physically weak but strong in spirit, and people like that were rare. They couldn't be lost. The young man told his friends that if they wanted to become stronger, he could put together a set of cultivation techniques for them. If the guys followed them, they would be able to pass the exam with flying colors. But the most important thing was perseverance. Both friends were absolutely thrilled by this idea. They promised they would become the very embodiment of perseverance and would fulfill absolutely every requirement. For the next 3 months, Qing Wu Shuang personally taught his friends the basic techniques. They practiced push-ups and static stances. A great deal of attention was also paid to meditation. In addition, the guys developed speed, agility, and endurance by running through rough terrain and forests. The boys were very determined. They supported one another. Finally reaching Wushuan, the boys noted that, at least this time, they hadn't lost sight of their teacher. Pin Yin could barely stay on his feet from exhaustion. He asked if they could consider themselves to have gotten even a little closer to Wushuan's level. Wu Xuan showed his friends the weights on his legs and announced that starting the next day, they would also be running with such weights. The guys were absolutely horrified after all. They had only just begun to believe they were capable of catching up to their teacher. Soon it was time for Wu Shuang to teach the guys several aggressive martial arts techniques. Wu Shuang explained, every person is different, therefore different techniques suit different people. Pinyin will study a technique designed for real men called the 18 forms. And Zhao Zhong will study the flexible snake grab, a technique that involves cunning and defying tradition. Wu Shuang demanded that the boys repeat everything after him carefully and attentively, because he had no intention of repeating himself. Run like a stream, move like a candle's flame. They had to repeat these words in their heads, closing their eyes and concentrating. The boys repeated without question. Run like a stream, move like a candle's flame. The young man was very excited. He said that he had merely recited the mantra, but immediately felt power surging through him. Pinyin couldn't believe his eyes. Could their friend really be giving them these techniques? They contained so much power that no family techniques could compare. Wu Shuang confirmed that he was giving these techniques to his friends as a gift. After all, they were friends, and he wouldn't hesitate to give them anything. After that, the boys began training intensely, and their strength gradually grew. Their father was very angry when his sons ran off to Qing Wushuang again. The man could barely control himself and feared he might beat them to death, since he had warned them to stay away from the Qing family. But suddenly something very strange caught the man's eye, and he froze in place. At that moment, the brothers were practicing their moves. And these weren't just ordinary, primitive brawls, but serious techniques executed at high speed. On top of everything else, it was clear that the boys had already mastered the new fighting techniques and were now evenly matched. The man watched his sons in amazement, unable to fathom when these two brats had managed to become so strong. He couldn't take it anymore and interrupted their training, then asked who exactly had taught the boys these techniques. Pausing their sparring, the boys looked in surprise at the man holding the bat. and told him that Xing Wushuang had taught them everything. Upon hearing that name, the man flew into a rage, for he had repeatedly warned them not to associate with Wushuang. The Qing family had offended wealthy families, and they needed to stay far away from them. Xiao Zhong told his uncle that they had learned a great deal from Wushuang, who taught them better than the instructors at the academy. The man then said he would test them right then and there. They would attack him together, since he wouldn't even need to use his inner strength to handle his son and nephew. Pinyin told his father that he didn't want to hurt him. However, the man laughed and demanded that his son use all his strength and show the family what his inner power was capable of. So the boys decided there was no need to hold back. They activated their techniques and took their stances. The man looked at them, confident of his victory. After all, these two little brats might not even try. They were about to feel the might of a truly strong man. Pinyin knew his father was a very strong man, and the young man decided he had to try his best and give it his all. And so the two cousins simultaneously attacked the man who was about to test their techniques. Both boys were very worried about the man's well-being, but he said that such low-level attacks wouldn't affect him at all. After that, he placed his hands on the boys' shoulders and allowed them to continue their training with Wushuang. The boys were very surprised when the man said he was going to his room to rest a bit. But in reality, as soon as the man disappeared around the corner of the house, he fell to his knees and blood gushed from his throat. This was very unexpected since the boys looked like weaklings, but in reality, they were strong. They were still at the martial arts stage, but if they continued in the same vein, they would reach unprecedented heights. And now the man understood that Qing Wushuan's victory in that duel was due to his strength, not trickery. Pinyin and Zhao Zhong have great faith in this young man's strength and follow him unquestioningly. However, perhaps this isn't such a bad thing after all. Perhaps it is precisely under Qing Wushuan's guidance that these three will be able to lead their families to unprecedented heights and status. As training continued under Wushuan's watchful supervision and guidance, the young men sparred and honed their skills. Xiao Zhong told his brother that he felt stronger with each passing day. Pinyin also noted that the techniques they'd learned from Wushuan were simply incredible and gave them a great deal of strength. Of course, the guys would like to reach the 5th level of martial arts as quickly as possible before the exam, and then breaking through to true power won't be so difficult. Wushuang watched his students. He gave them a set of exercises and basic techniques, but if they continued in the same vein, they would be able to reach levels they hadn't even dreamed of. Seeing that the training was going well, and that he could attend to his own matters, Wushuang decided to climb higher up to meditate. Finding a secluded spot, the young man began to gather fire energy. He was deeply focused. But he couldn't help but notice. A year had passed and he had leveled up his technique to the 6th level, yet it was still only half of what he had possessed in his past life. Wushuang believed he needed to try harder to further improve his powers, because in 2 years he would have to lead the Qing family to the top. After all, his family was all he had in this life, and he was duty-bound to protect them. The young men had already mastered their combat techniques. With each passing day, they grew stronger, faster, and more agile. The young man's father, Mr. Qing Lanshan, was able to reach the 3rd level of true power with the help of the book, The Transformation of Tendons. Wushuang himself not only mastered the true hell technique, but also perfected the frozen finger and the 9 sun strikes. And so, another 2 years passed, and the time came for the martial arts exam to begin. First, they had to report for registration, and all exam participants, along with their families, gathered in one place. Scherer noted that it was very lively there, and indeed, after all, such an event did not happen often, and was very important for every family. Wushuang asked his father for permission to fill out the registration form. The young man was certain that his father wouldn't want to compete for the top spots, but would simply prefer to be content with what he already had. His father immediately agreed to his son's request, since sooner or later the young man would have to face this challenge head-on. As expected, the aristocrats control the prices, and the registration fee alone is enough to weed people out of the exam. Wushuang knew that their family's ancestors had been wealthy, and if he could restore the Qing family's former status, his father would be overjoyed. The wealthy class was the highest among the Shu classes. To qualify for it, a family needed at least one warrior with a 4th level true power. With his current strength, the young man was confident he could defeat anyone no higher than the 8th level of true power. After filling out the registration form, Wushuang brought it to the counter. He was told to place it in the stack and come back with his card, so the young man tossed it dismissively across the counter. At that very moment, the same young man jumped to his feet and greeted the next family. As expected, the greetings varied depending on the person. At that very moment, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Xu began to pick a fight with the father, believing he had failed to show them proper courtesy. Did he have no manners? Immediately, onlookers gathered nearby, eager to watch the rich mock the poor yet again. Qing Lanshan thought that his son would soon be taking his martial arts exam, so it would be awkward to argue with the rich in public. But before the man could say anything, Wu Shuang suddenly appeared among the arguing parties and greeted Mr. Zhang with surprise. The young man remarked that Mr. Zhang didn't look well. He must have had nightmares last night. Mr. Xu decided to step in. He reminded Wu Shuang that there is one important thing in life. You have to know when to back down and when to move forward, and it would be better for Wu Shuang to understand this sooner rather than later. Wu Shuang replied that he understood perfectly what Mr. Xu was talking about, and he would gladly cede the Qing family's current position to him. Xu Hai exclaimed that a wise man always knows how to deal with circumstances, and that the younger Qing was far wiser in this regard than his father. Wu Shuang reiterated that this was his promise, and that they would definitely meet with the honorable gentleman later. Xu Hai believed it didn't matter whether Wu Shuang kept his word. In the end, the Qing family would be forced to pick up a piece of meat thrown on the ground, even if they didn't want to. The man also added that he had conducted an investigation and discovered that over the past 3 years, the Qing family had had absolutely no contact with the Daxi family, and this was excellent news for Mr. Zhang, who realized he had no reason to fear Daxi's patronage. As soon as they were alone, Xuer lashed out at her brother and reminded him that even their status as a poor family had been hard won by their father. She couldn't believe her ears. Could Wu Shuang really be planning to give up their place? How would he explain this to their ancestors? His father said nothing. He was certain that Wu Shuang wouldn't give up their place just like that, but he felt that with each passing day, he understood his son less and less. The young man asked his family to trust him, promising that he wouldn't let the Qing family fall even further. He simply didn't want to be in the poor class and intended to switch to the rich one. Evening fell and everyone retired to their rooms. The exam was set to begin the next day, and everyone needed to get a good night's rest. Wu Shuang lay there, realizing that if the rules of this world hadn't stood in the way, wealthy families would have passed the exam long ago simply by paying for it. The young man was awake when he saw a strange light behind the door. Wu Shuang managed to react just in time. The door burst open, and a stranger rushed into the room. He was about to attack the man lying on the bed, but Wu Shuang grabbed the masked man by the arm and struck him in return. After Wu Shuang clamped his hand around the assassin's throat, the man couldn't move and couldn't understand how an ordinary boy had managed to stop him. Wu Shuang was furious. A terrifying energy radiated from him as he demanded to know who had sent the assassin. The assassin felt an overwhelming sense of dread and was certain that this would be the last day of his life. Wu Shuang continued to squeeze the stranger's throat. He realized that this man didn't want to confess or tell the truth. But then the stranger spoke up. He said that Zhang Mao had paid him, ordered him to kill the young man, and then kidnap his sister so he could have his way with her. Wu Shuang killed the stranger by slitting his throat and thought that he had deliberately refrained from provoking Zhang Mao. But it seemed he no longer needed to hold back. Apparently, Mr. Zhang liked to play games, and now Wu Shuang promised that they would play until Mr. Zhang begged him for mercy. The day of the exam arrived. The highest martial arts level was 9th, while most students were at the 4th or 5th level. Children from prestigious families might have been at the 6th or 7th level. No one knew for sure, but many were certain that Daxi Yang was the only one among the exam participants at the 9th level of martial arts. The entire Qing family showed up for the exam, and they noticed that many fighters had gathered there. Yun Qinyan was with her father. They had decided to give it their all today and do their very best. Xu Ting was considered the academy's top heartthrob, and the girls were literally swooning just at the sight of him. Xu Ting was confident in his abilities and believed he would easily pass the exam this year. But as soon as Daxi Yang appeared on campus, the girls turned their attention to him, considering him the most handsome guy and a hero. Xu Ting couldn't stand him, but it seemed that this time, Daxi Yang would be his only rival. The cousins had also arrived for the exam. They greeted their friend and teacher, Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was happy to see the boys and sensed that they exuded absolute confidence in their strength and abilities. The boys confirmed that this was indeed the case. After such long and arduous training, they wouldn't be able to look their friend in the eye if they didn't get good grades. Representatives of the Niu family were certain that Mr. Ching had come to watch the performance, since his son wouldn't be able to compete with worthy fighters, only with some novices at best. Pinyin immediately flew into a rage when he heard the insult directed at his friend and teacher. Niudu pointed out that all these brothers could do was tag along behind Wu Shuang all day long. They were good for nothing else, so why didn't they just follow him to settle things like men? Wu Shuang chimed in, saying that Niudu was absolutely right. They really were still a bunch of good-for-nothings, but after the exam, he would beg them to become brothers. Wu Shuang put his hand on the young man's shoulder and told him to take care of himself during the exam. The young man's hand merely brushed against Niudu's shoulder, however. After that, something magical happened. But then Daxi Yang appeared before the Niu family, and they immediately rushed to express their respect and pay homage to him. Daxi Yang sent them packing, and they rushed over to the next family to express their respect and show their adoration. It was very funny. Although Mr. Ching trusted his son, he was still very worried about the exam and asked the young man not to let the family down. Wu Shuang turned to his friends and suggested they go out and show everyone what they were truly capable of. The beautiful Ying Xuan greeted all the fighters participating in today's exam and set out to announce the rules. The exam will consist of a 3-hour run covering a distance of 100 miles. The score will depend on the finish time, and participants will have to traverse the jungle, rocks, a river, and a temple. The tower will guide the runners along the route. Under no circumstances are they allowed to cheat, because they will be closely monitored throughout the entire course. After that, the girl wished all the exam participants good luck and announced the start. Immediately afterward, everyone rushed off along the route. No one was going to give way to anyone else. Xu Ting ran, and while running, told Wu Xuan that the scum from poor families were simply destined to eat dust behind them. Wu Xuan agreed with that statement. After that, he overtook Xu Ting and wished him bon appetit. Wu Xuan was very fast, and soon absolutely all the exam participants were left behind. Daxi Yang also watched this guy with interest, trying to figure out just how strong Wu Xuan had become over the years. Kinyin was also very surprised. She couldn't believe that Qing Wu Shuang was running so fast. The two senior students were trying to guess among themselves who would finish first this year, but they believed that Daxi Yang was the only contender. Just at that moment, someone raced past them at tremendous speed, scattering the papers on the table. By then, it was already clear that Wu Shuang was leading the pack, with Daxi Yang in second place, followed by everyone else. Meanwhile, Niudu didn't take part in the exam because, for some unknown reason, he was struck by terrible diarrhea right in the middle of the exam. The guys noticed when Daxi Yang ran past them at the checkpoint. But if it was Daxi Yang, then one perfectly logical, yet strange question arose. So who was it then? Who ran past the guys a few minutes ago when the papers on the table flew everywhere, if it wasn't Daxi Yang? Wu Shuang was racing at full speed. After 3 years of running around Great Mountain, this test was simply child's play for him. After running past all the checkpoints, Wu Shuang reached the home stretch, and his result was recorded by the instructors. The man set the speed to the absolute maximum, returned the score sheet to the young man, and told him that Wu Shuang could now proceed to the next testing site. The man couldn't believe his eyes. After all, this young man had run 100 miles in just 1 hour. Most likely no one in the kingdom could match him. At the next stage, the instructors discussed how the difficulty of this year's exam had increased, and the iron balls had become twice as heavy as before, but perhaps no one would be able to handle them. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Wu Xuan, who was holding 2 iron balls and asked if he was holding them correctly and how long he needed to remain in that position. The instructors were so surprised they were speechless. This young man had lifted the 2 heaviest balls, each weighing 1,500 kilograms. They filled out the exam sheet, giving him the highest possible score for strength, and asked about Wu Xuan's age. The young man was very pleased and confirmed that he was indeed only 18. Lying about one's age is a privilege reserved for the wealthy. Poor families don't have such opportunities. The men watched the young man walk away for a long time and realized that, as it turned out, there was a genius in this province. 2 instructors from the next stage decided they might as well get some sleep for now, since the race wouldn't be over anytime soon. Wu Shuang approached them and asked if he had come to the right place, since nothing so far seemed to indicate that an exam was taking place here. One of the instructors asked which specific test the young man had come to take. Wu Shuang confirmed that he had come to test his agility. The man was surprised to learn that the young man had already completed the strength test, but on the other hand, it didn't matter to him. He explained to the student that the agility test had 3 difficulty levels: medium, hard, and of course, Wu Shuang had chosen the hard level. The instructor explained that the highest level required the student to dodge 30 knives thrown at him. Many fighters had attempted this level, but ultimately died in agony. Wu Shuang had no intention of changing the exam level. He stood in the center of the arena, and people gathered around him to throw knives at him. The test began, and 30 sharp knives flew toward the student. The instructors watched in horror. They didn't understand why the young man was just standing still when he was supposed to be moving. But it soon became clear that it was already too late. However, as soon as the knives flew toward the young man, he used a deflection technique and scattered all the knives in different directions. Wu Shuang caught the last knife with his bare hand midair and asked if there were any more tasks or if the exam was over. The instructors couldn't understand how this was possible. A knife thrown by a master of true power had been caught by an ordinary kid. The instructor began filling out the exam sheet and told Wu Shuang that the young man would receive the highest score on this exam. The man returned the sheet to the young man and asked if Wu Shuang would mind having lunch together after the exam. The young man replied that he wouldn't dare refuse his senior's invitation, and the instructor showed him where the next exam area was located. The final test was designed to assess his combat skills. The greatest challenge was fighting 4 dummies at once, which served as potential opponents. The instructor believed that even with excellent scores in all individual categories, participating in such a difficult level was suicide. His colleague also felt very sorry for this talented young man. Of course, it's a shame for him. Besides, they'll have to call someone to come and remove the body afterward. Wu Shuang knew that this test required a student to demonstrate everything they were capable of, and even more because, even with perfect mastery of the basic techniques, it would be very difficult without specialized techniques. According to the rules, he had to hold out for 10 minutes, but no one said he couldn't simply destroy the dummies. Wu Shuang used a few of his special moves, and in no time the dummies were blown to smithereens. Both instructors gaped in astonishment, convinced they were dreaming, because it was simply impossible for an ordinary kid to do what Wu Shuang was doing right before their eyes. At that moment, Wu Shuang remembered that he had to stand on the platform for 10 minutes. He apologized to the instructors and stood still, waiting for the time to pass. However, the instructor said there was no real need for that and that he could come over to them. Thus, Wu Shuang ended up being the first to complete the exam, and he did so with a perfect score. The instructor entered the chief examiner's office to share the news. The man didn't understand what had happened or why his colleague was so agitated. One must be prepared for anything after all. They had come on behalf of the royal family. The instructor explained that one of the students had achieved perfect scores in all martial arts. The chief examiner believed there was nothing supernatural about this, since they always had a couple of students with high scores. The instructor agreed that such things do happen, but it's not every year that a student destroys the dummies during the final test. This seemed completely unrealistic, and the chief examiner thought he must have misheard something. He looked at his colleague with disbelief, but the colleague confirmed that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The chief examiner demanded that this student's results be kept secret, and that once the exam was over, the student would be promoted to the 7th level. The instructor promised to do everything as his superior had instructed and to keep these results secret until the end of the exam. That was impossible since just over an hour had passed, but it soon became clear that someone was already leaving the exam and walking out of the building. All of the Qing family's parents and relatives watched the exit with anxiety and excitement. Zhuer waved to her brother. Although it was still unclear why he had shown up so early, had he really been kicked out? One of the onlookers said that it looked like this boy from a poor family had been disqualified and sent home. The girl asked her brother how the exam went. Wu Shuang replied that it went pretty well, but he needed to talk to his sister. Niu Dai smiled smugly and advised Wu Shuang not to be upset. He'd pass the exam next time. The man was convinced that his son was the best at taking tests. Wu Shuang replied that according to his calculations, Niu Dou should have already finished. The herb merchant didn't understand what this insolent boy meant, and Wu Shuang had no intention of explaining anything to him. Xu Shihai was very displeased when he saw the entire Qing family gathered there. Apparently Zhang had failed to carry out his orders. Zhang Mao himself didn't understand what had happened to the hired assassin. Nothing had changed and the assassin still hadn't returned. Xu Shihai was certain. Even if a person at the peak of their true power were to take this exam, they wouldn't emerge for at least 2 hours. The son of the Qing family, it seemed, had been unable to complete the exam, and although the family had existed for over 400 years, it had come to an end. It wasn't until he was back in his hotel room that Wu Shuang told his father and sister how his exam had gone. The man couldn't believe his ears when he heard that his son had destroyed all the dummies in the combat test. The young man confirmed this and said that the rules didn't mention anything about it. And besides, the examiner wasn't particularly upset. He simply gave him the highest score. Shuer didn't understand why her father was so alarmed, since this was wonderful news. But the man knew that these dummies had been designed based on the peak level of true power. The man still couldn't believe what had happened. He turned to his son, whom he had trusted since childhood, and asked him to tell the truth after all. Even if the boy were disqualified, it wouldn't be the end of the world. They would simply become ordinary citizens. The young man realized that convincing his father would be quite difficult. So he would have to show him a glimpse of his power. Out of tens of thousands of fighters, most are doomed to remain nobodies for the rest of their lives, while the rest are assigned a rank and a level. Most people have achieved the 3rd or 4th level of martial arts. Only a small group of people have reached the 5th level of martial arts, and even that was considered a rather mediocre result. If they continue to work very hard, they will be able to advance to the stage of true power. The 6th level of martial arts was a high achievement. It is quite likely that those who possess it will be able to advance to the stage of true power. The 7th level of martial arts was the best at the moment. From there, one could easily advance to the 6th level of true power. As for the 8th level, it seemed to be limited to members of royal families, and at this stage only Daxi Yang possessed it. And so the day of the results announcement arrived. Lists of absolutely everyone were posted, and even Niu Du made the list with his 1st level of martial arts. His father was ready to tear his disgraced son to pieces, while the others present laughed at him. The fact was that a new record had now been set in their province, and a 1st-level martial artist had emerged. At the top of the list was a member of the Daxi family. He was at the 8th level, which was the best result. At the same time, everyone saw that the 7th level went to a representative of the poor family, and Wu Shuang realized that he seemed to be underestimated. Daxi Yang, a name that signifies power and glory. It seems this guy is pretty strong, plus he seems like a decent person for standing up for Qing Wu Shuang. At that moment, the guys finally found their friend and rushed over to congratulate him. The guys thought this was amazing because Wu Shuang had managed to reach the 7th level, which meant that in the future he would reach the 6th level of true power. Wu Shuang congratulated his friends and students. They had worked very hard, and now both were at the 6th level. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. Could this poor guy really be at the 7th level? After all, he looked like an ordinary guy, yet he was now sitting alongside the children from wealthy families. Wu Shuang didn't share their excitement or surprise at all. He was very dissatisfied, knowing that he should have actually achieved a higher result. The young man met up with his family. Everyone, of course, wanted to know the exam results. Everyone rushed to congratulate Mr. Qing, since his son was the only one from a poor family who had managed to reach the 7th level. His father recalled how, the day before, his son had wanted to demonstrate his true strength to him. At that moment, the boy was literally brimming with powerful energy, and it seemed as though too much power was concentrated in one place. Qing Lanshan looked at his amazing boy, who turned out to be so strong and unexpectedly talented. But at that moment, shouts rang out, telling people to disperse and step aside, and everyone present turned their heads. The fact was that the head of the Shu family had arrived to see the results, and no one was to stand in his way. The young men watched as the Shu family, one of the wealthiest families, walked away, and of course one of the 7th level students was from that family. The thing is, families like that have a lot of talented people. There's always some young man who does exceptionally well on the exam. Wu Shuang listened to the conversations in the crowd and realized that this world belongs to the strongest. They bully and mistreat ordinary people, while the latter don't even try to defend themselves but simply admire and envy them. Xu Shihai saw that his son, young Master Ting, was at the 7th level of martial arts. This was very good because the family's future rested on his shoulders. But then Master Zhang's face flushed red with rage. He saw that Qing Wushuang was also at the 7th level. Master Shu tried not to show his displeasure when he heard about Wushuang. He simply assumed it was most likely some kind of mistake. On the other hand, even if that were the case, Qing Wushuang was still just a poor guy, clearly no match for his Xue Tina. If they could help Tina reach the 4th level of true power, he would become the chosen one in this pitiful world. Xu Hai said he would do whatever it took to make this happen, even if it meant sacrificing his family, and of course he wouldn't forget all the families and aristocrats who would help him. At that moment, a stranger entered the academy grounds, and everyone around froze in surprise. This man didn't just walk in, he rode in on a massive horse, and he himself looked very extraordinary. The stranger was clad entirely in armor, and it seemed as though his hair was ablaze with bright fire. He surveyed everyone present and asked who Qing Wushuang was. Judging by the symbol on the rider's chest, he was a true power master from the sacred land. Even the weakest such master must possess the 7th level of true power. Xu Shihai immediately rushed forward to greet the master and introduce himself. However, the horseman demanded that he simply back off and not interfere. This was unheard of, and everyone in the crowd was delighted that someone had put Mr. Xu in his place. It was now clear that he was furious about the situation. Qing Wushuang stepped forward, greeted the horseman, and introduced himself. The horseman announced that the chief examiner was hosting a banquet at the Fengseize residence, and the master had come to deliver a personal invitation to Wushuang for this banquet. Everyone was horrified and astonished. Could it be that this true power master had come here just to deliver a message? Who has ever heard of a true power master personally inviting a poor family to a banquet? This 7th level martial arts student from a poor family was truly one of a kind. He had only just seen his results, and he had already been invited to the banquet. A thought crossed the young men's minds. Perhaps he had been ranked at the 7th level simply because Wushuang came from a poor family. Zhang Mao couldn't believe his eyes. He even suspected that this master wasn't the real deal. But Xu Shihai replied that no one would ever dare to pretend to be from the sacred land. And now both men realized that Qing Wushuang was not just precisely at the 7th level of martial arts, but most likely even much higher. But on the other hand, one shouldn't forget that some people, having reached the 7th level, were never able to achieve anything greater. Zhang Mao understood perfectly well what Mr. Xu was hinting at. But the hired assassin still hadn't returned. Perhaps the Daxi family was protecting the Qing family after all. Xu Shihai had said that in this kingdom during a duel, even if the opponents killed each other, no one would be able to intercede on their behalf. Zhang Mao understood that Mr. Xu wanted him to fight Wushuang in order to achieve the Xu family's goals. Xu Hai decided to be blunt. If Zhang Mao could deal with the Qing family, he would receive 1/3 of their estates, and that was no small amount, since the Qing family had once been very wealthy. It owned 4,000 acres of fertile land, a huge oil factory, pastures and lakes, as well as a dozen shops. When you add it all up, it becomes clear that all the wealthy families of today are simply nothing compared to the Qing family. Receiving 1/3 of such wealth was, of course, an excellent prospect, and Zhang Mao asked what Mr. Xu wanted from him. Xu Sihai demanded that all of this come to an end. It was high time for Zhang Yao's eldest son to show his true colors. The chief examiner congratulated Elder Qing, saying that he had raised a fine young man. Qing Lanshan thanked him for the kind words and said that it was all the result of intense training and self-improvement. The examiner said that of all the students in this province, Qing Wushuang was the most persistent. The young man trained on the mountain every day with a face full of determination, and even if he lacked natural talent, his efforts were not in vain. The young man was very surprised that someone had found out about his training, but the examiner said there was no need to be surprised. There wasn't much in the kingdom that the masters from the sacred land didn't know about. Wushuang said that everyone present at the academy had even held their breath when they saw the masters from the sacred land. The examiner chuckled and said, in any country, a master of the absolute martial arts signifies the highest strength and the highest power. After that, the man asked if Wushuang had ever heard of the spirit world. But then Mr. Qing interjected, asking, does the spirit world really exist? Wushuang looked at his father with interest and wanted to know what his father knew about the spirit world. The man said he had heard from legends that the spirit world lay beyond the boundaries of their world. In the spirit world, there are a vast number of powerful fighters. They are the true masters of the entire universe. Rumor has it that anyone who manages to reach the 4th level of true power is called gifted. Even the inhabitants of the spirit world take notice of such people. From time to time, they come to the human world to take one of the gifted back to their world for cultivation. In the human world, this connection is called a spiritual one, and it is an extremely rare occurrence. Such an opportunity arises only once every 10 years. The examiner noticed that the head of the Qing family became visibly agitated when the topic of the spirit world came up. The man recounted that in his youth, he himself had dreamed of being chosen. Back then, he could never have imagined that one day he would have to fight just to secure a place among the poor. The chief examiner reassured the man, telling him that he had a very talented son and that the day would soon come when they would restore their former glory. The senior examiner was certain that Qing Wushuang was the chosen one. After that, the audience with the chief examiner ended, and the Qing family left his residence. Shuer realized that the examiner had spoken very highly of her brother, but she still didn't understand why he had been assigned only the 7th level. Her father replied that for poor families, the 7th level is considered the highest. But the young man reassured his sister, telling her not to worry. The examiners had been stunned by his results. Therefore, to spare society from emotional trauma, his score had to be lowered. One of the teachers approached his superior and asked why Qing Wushuang had not received the highest level he rightfully deserved. The chief examiner replied, "Just as jade cannot become a weapon unless it is polished, so too must this young piece of jade understand that this is not enough for the sacred land. It remains to be seen whether Wushuang will be able to serve the kingdom or not. Time will tell and put everything in its proper place. However, the instructor must not forget that information about Wushuang must not fall into the wrong hands." The Qing family was walking past a restaurant when a young woman announced that they were offering excellent discounts on the entire menu today. Wushuang asked if his sister was hungry. Of course, he wanted to treat her to a meal, make her happy, and celebrate his success. But Mr. Qing didn't go with the children. He said he needed to return to the hotel and prepare for the family evaluations. So the man went back, while the brother and sister decided to spend some time together at the restaurant. Wushuang thought to himself that, fortunately, he hadn't told his father about their family's registration in the wealthy class. This would be a pleasant surprise for his father. At the restaurant entrance, the young man told the girl that they wanted to enjoy a delicious meal and expected to be served the best dishes. The waitress mentioned that they had a special offer today, spicy crab, and the young man then asked for 8 servings of it. After that, the waitress realized they were serious customers. She led them deeper into the restaurant, seated them at a table, and went to place their order with the kitchen. The young man told his sister that the spicy crab at this restaurant was simply incredible, and that she absolutely had to try this wonderful dish. Just then, a group of students burst into the restaurant. They too were planning to celebrate their holiday there. Wushuang immediately noticed them and thought they hadn't come to this restaurant by chance. Zhang Yao told the waitress that they wanted to take all the crabs on the menu for the day and the table where the brother and sister were currently sitting. The waitress tried to explain that this wasn't allowed. She couldn't just kick people out of their seats. Zhang Yao pointed to the young man standing next to him and said he was a young master from a wealthy family. Would the waitress really choose to side with these poor customers? But the girl felt very uncomfortable, of course. The brother and sister were from the lower class, but she couldn't just humiliate them like that. In the end, she approached the customers, but Wushuang was adamant. He said he wouldn't budge until he tasted the spicy crabs. Shuer was frightened by these brash people. She suggested to her brother that they not get involved in an argument. Perhaps it would be better for them to just leave and let things be. But Wushuang told his sister, if they gave up their dish today, the next day these rich people would demand more, and they would keep doing this every day until they took away their food, their land, and everything that belonged to them. Zhang Yao turned to Wushuang and said that the young master Shu wanted to eat a mountain of crabs and that Wushuang must distinguish right from wrong. The kingdom's laws state that families of the highest rank have privileges in such cases. And although the Qing family was of the lowest rank, they were still aristocrats, and no one had the right to take anything from them. Zhang Yao said that this little girl had become quite bold. Besides, she was very pretty. It's strange that she's still unmarried. Shuer called the young man a real insolent fellow who respects no one and nothing. Zhang Yao saw that the girl was embarrassed and realized that she really was unmarried. Most likely her family didn't even have a dowry, and she would remain a spinster forever. Zhang Yao remarked that in their day, it wasn't all that easy to find such pretty, modest young women. Perhaps young Master Shu would take an interest in her. Wu Shuang was furious. He realized that yet another member of the Zhang family wanted to taste death. And in the very next moment, Zhang Yao took a powerful blow to the face and fell at his feet, knocking over a waiter carrying dirty dishes. The young man wearing a mask looked at Yao and called him an insolent scoundrel. Zhang Yao got up from the floor holding his cheek. He wanted to know who had dared to hit him, but it soon became clear that it was Daxi Ming, the leader of the 7 young masters. The young man turned to Xu Yuan and asked if he was truly worthy of the title of one of the 7 young masters. Young Xu began to make excuses, claiming there had been a misunderstanding, but Daxi Ming stated that he had seen and heard absolutely everything they had said to this young man. Xu Yuan said that this country bumpkin had no manners whatsoever, so Zhang Yao simply wanted to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't bring shame to his province in the future. Wu Shuang said that the guys were behaving exactly like their brothers, just as arrogant and unscrupulous. Xu Yuan said that this arrogant Qing talks way too much. They'd go out right now, and he'd teach him a lesson. Daxi Ming was simply shocked. He had just realized that there was someone among the 7 young masters who wanted to fight a student, which meant he had completely forgotten what honor was. And now, in front of absolutely everyone, Daxi Ming swore that he would personally deal with anyone who dared to harm the innocent. Xu Yuan realized that they were clearly unlucky to run into one of the Daxi here today, but before leaving, he said that they would definitely cross paths with Wu Shuang again, and that he would regret everything. Wu Shuang said he didn't understand what they had to worry about. Personally, he wasn't afraid of the Daxi family and didn't understand why these guys were so scared. Xu Yuan turned to Ming and said that this poor guy was asking for trouble himself, so there was no need to shame others, those who were trying to teach him at least some manners. Daxi Ming was now also looking at Wu Shuang with interest, wondering what this young man was thinking. He hadn't expected anyone from the Qing family to turn the wealthy against themselves. Qing Wu Shuang gave his full name and thanked Daxi Ming for standing up for them. However, these two have long had their eyes on the Qing family's property, and this conflict must be resolved here and now. Wu Shuang would like to ask Mr. Daxi to serve as their judge, and he will face these two in a duel, with God as their witness. Ming thought the boy was just a child. Could he really make such decisions on his own? He needed to ask his sister about this. Xuer recalled her father's words about Wu Shuang's strength and decided that a one-on-one duel shouldn't be a problem for her brother, so she immediately agreed. Daxi Ming realized that his younger brother and older sister clearly had no idea what they were getting themselves into. However, there was something special about this young man if he was acting this way. Xu Yuan had already mastered the first level of true power, but it was completely unclear what level Wu Shuan had reached. Daxi decided to give his opponent an easier match and suggested that Zhang Yao duel with Wu Shuang. Of course, Zhang Yao didn't object. Gradually, everyone moved out onto the street, and soon a crowd of spectators and onlookers had gathered around. Daxi Ming stepped between the opponents and announced the duel. Let fate decide the outcome of this battle. Passers-by soon recognized Wu Shuan, a martial arts student from a poor family. His opponent was at the peak of his power and a member of the wealthy Zhang family. Everyone understood that even though this kid was at the 7th level, he definitely didn't realize what he was getting himself into if he were to fight a master right now. Xuer also didn't understand how serious the situation was, so she simply told her brother to be careful. But Wu Shuang was probably the only one here who understood the true state of affairs. He told his sister not to worry because he was about to teach that lousy dog a lesson. It was a very harsh provocation, and now everyone realized that Wu Shuang knew he was about to die, which was why he was acting so brazenly. Of course, it was a pity for this guy. He showed so much promise and could have reached the peak of his power in a couple of years, but apparently it wasn't meant to be. Zhang Yao pointed to his enormous sword and declared that he would now cut his opponent in half with this weapon, and then take care of his little sister. Wu Shuang said he had heard his opponent's final words and believed it was time for them to begin. Daxi Ming realized that this student had clearly lost his mind and that he would most likely have to intervene to prevent his death. But there was no point in delaying any longer, and the referee announced the start of the duel. Zhang Yao immediately launched an attack to avenge his dead brother and destroy the poor fellow. Everyone watched the scene with bated breath. Xuer was terrified, and the referee was certain it was already too late, and the young man wouldn't have time to dodge. Zhang Yao struck with his sword, actually cleaving his opponent in half. But Wu Shuang said what he had said before. This sword was too blunt to inflict any damage on him. Zhang Yao couldn't understand what had happened, but suddenly shards from the completely shattered sword rained down on his head, followed by a light blow to the head. No one could find the words to comment on what they'd seen. Everyone simply froze, their mouths agape. Zhang Yao fell onto his back right at the feet of his friends, who were also too stunned to do or say anything. Wu Shuang turned to the next person, saying that Mr. Xu Yuan should be the one to face this opponent. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed to them as if they were dreaming, or they simply couldn't understand what had just happened. Xu Yuan had just seen with his own eyes how this young man had knocked out his friend with a single finger, yet he himself couldn't defeat Zhang Yao in a single move. Xu Yuan had no idea what to do now, for this young man's power was beyond comparison. Daxi Ming was stunned by what he had seen. He stared at the young man and couldn't believe that he was just a college student. Daxi Ming announced that Zhang Yao had lost the match and asked if Xu Yuan would now accept the challenge. Wu Shuang also addressed his future opponent and asked whether he wanted to live or save face. A decision had to be made immediately right now. Xu Yuan declared that he acknowledged Qing Wu Shuang was indeed very strong. After that, he turned around and left the square along with his closest companions and servants. Wu Shuang remained standing there deep in thought when his sister rushed up to him with congratulations. Da Ximing admitted that the young man had managed to impress him. However, the young man's thoughts were occupied by Xu Yuan, who had chosen not to participate in the duel. Daxi Ming confirmed that young Master Xu had fled at top speed, and that most likely they would never have to face each other in a duel again. This wasn't because his father would beat him. It was simply that Xu Yuan had disgraced the name of the seventh prince and everyone else by refusing the duel. Wu Shuang asked whether Daxi Ming felt any shame about being the leader of the seven princes. The young man replied that he didn't like being a prince of the seven. That title was imposed on him by others, and he was simply who he was. Wu Shuang said that he considers Ming worthy of his title, but that people like Xu Yuan should think twice before calling themselves by such a name. Daxi Ming extended his hand and said that the young Qing had really surprised him, and that he would like to meet with him at Daxi's house whenever Wu Shuang is available. Sure thanked Daxi Ming for his help and for getting involved in their situation today. Before everyone went their separate ways, Daxi Ming made another gracious gesture. At that moment, a young woman came out of the restaurant carrying a basket of crabs, which Daxi Ming took. He handed the basket to Shuer and said it was a gift, asking him to accept it. After that, the young man addressed everyone present. He declared that today's duel had been fair and indisputable. He, Daxi Ming, was a witness to that. If anyone has any doubts in the future, they can come to the Daxi family for the necessary evidence. The Zhang family home suddenly became very noisy. The door flew open and a servant rushed in. He informed the head of the household that a great misfortune had befallen the young master. A loud shout rang out in the Xu residence. The head of the family couldn't understand how anyone could bring such shame upon the family. Yuan was unworthy of being called his son. The father whipped Yuan and asked a servant to let him know when the boy came to his senses, because the punishment wasn't over yet. Shihai was furious, but now he was certain that he had truly underestimated the Qing family. Every 20 years, an assessment of the families was held in the province's main arena. In this assessment, families compete for status, which is determined by their ups and downs. For ordinary people, there is only one way to rise. If a poor family prevails over a rich one, their statuses will switch. The ruling nobility consists of only one class, followed by 3 wealthy classes, 8 influential classes, and 26 poor classes. The Daxi family holds the highest status, and none of the other families dare to stand up to them. The 3 wealthy classes consist of the Zhuya, Yun, and Qian families. Until today's competition, no one had been able to challenge them. Representatives of these families gathered in the same hall. They were certain that there would be no worthy opponents today, and that they would continue to hold their positions. Xu Hai asked whether Elder Yun intended to declare war on his clan. It became clear that the man wasn't in the mood for jokes today. He was too tense, and it wasn't worth talking to him at all. A representative of the Qian family addressed his friends, saying that they shouldn't start a fight here. After all, they were all on equal footing. They didn't need to prove anything to each other. Among the ruling classes, there are usually 1 or 2 changes in the outcome. As for the lower classes, 3 or 4 families will lose their place among the aristocracy, while at the same time, 3 or 4 families of ordinary people will be able to become aristocrats. Just then, Mr. Xu's cousins appeared. They promised they would handle everything to the best of their ability, and that Mr. Shu could leave the Qing family in their care. And then a man dressed as a clown stepped onto the stage. He greeted everyone and said that they had finally met again after 20 years. The host announced that all the kingdom's residents honor the ancient traditions of martial arts, and that is wonderful. One of the strictest traditions is the evaluation of the families, or more precisely, the best opportunity for everyone to demonstrate their strength. The host announced that the competition for spots in the two family classes would begin shortly. These are the spots currently held by the Li family and the Qing family. 5 families will compete for these spots, including Mr. Shui's cousins, the Gu family. The Wen family from a neighboring province will also be there, and the Lang family from Jidu City will also compete for a spot. Viewers have started laughing at the Qing family, which is so weak that it didn't even qualify to compete to defend its spot. After all, this is a family with a 1,000-year history. It's very sad when families like this fall apart generation after generation. How will these descendants look their ancestors in the eye after they die? People say that the Daxi family supports the Qing family, but it seems these are just rumors and gossip. Soon it seemed to everyone that the Qing family was determined to lose its spot today. However, the Qing family representatives remained completely calm and waited for further announcements. The host announced that the next to compete would be the influential families. There's only one spot here, and it belongs to the Xia family. Everyone knew there would be a fierce battle for the spot among the aristocrats, and the audience was already eagerly awaiting the outcome and placing bets on which family would be eliminated. For many, this year's finale was already clear and predictable, and now it wasn't even interesting to watch such a predictable competition. But then the host said that viewers needed to be patient because he had some interesting news. After all, today there would be a battle for a spot in the wealthy class. And of course, all the viewers wanted to know who would be competing, so the host paused, making the viewers listen even more intently in anticipation. And the audience was very surprised. They couldn't imagine who from the province could step up to compete against one of the wealthy families. But these 3 wealthy families had held their positions for over 100 years. The audience couldn't wait to hear who was vying for a spot among the wealthy. The stadium was literally buzzing with anticipation, and Mr. Qing looked at his son suspiciously. The representative of the Yun family was very pleased that someone was going to challenge their position. He couldn't wait to see which family had turned out to be so bold. The host continued to build suspense. He began to announce that the family that would compete for a spot among the wealthy was. Some more time passed, and it was announced that it was the Zhuya clan from the local province. Now it was time to name the family that planned to take their place among the wealthy families. And finally, the host announced it to everyone. It was the Qing family, and even its members were horrified to hear the news. Yun Qinyan immediately realized that Wu Shuang, whom she had once crossed paths with at the academy, would be involved. Viewers doubted their own senses. It seemed to them that they had misunderstood something or misheard it. It was unclear how the poor class was going to leap straight into the rich class. Perhaps the Qing family had simply lost their minds. The situation was getting very interesting, and Mr. Yun was absolutely thrilled. So the Qing family was ambitious enough to try to break into the circle of wealthy families. Mr. Yun was certain they would applaud if this wasn't just for show. Perhaps a change was underway, and a worthy family would take its rightful place. The host continued to rouse the audience, saying, "When paths cross, the bold prevail." The audience expressed their full support with applause. After that, the host invited representatives from all the families participating in the battles to come on stage to confirm their intent and consent. In fact, they were required to sign a waiver. This meant waiving any claims in the event of loss of life or injury. Of all the families present, only 2 attempted to secure their spot. The rest intended to move up in order to improve the overall statistics. Of all the families present, only the Qing family was prepared to fight for a place among the wealthy. Mr. Shu said that ever since his family had secured this spot, no one had dared to challenge it. And now he would prove that no one should even hope to drive the Xu family from their rightful place. But if anyone was eager to die in the near future, Mr. Shu was ready to grant their wish immediately. Wu Shuang took the stage and said he wanted to tell everyone a story about an old man who lived in a wealthy family. But this old man was very greedy, and he wanted to take over the Qing family and their entire business. To do this, the man planned to use every trick in the book and even wanted to drive the Qing family into poverty and then seize their property. And now Wu Shuang addressed everyone and asked, could such things really happen in their world without a fight? Anyone who dares to do such things and believe that this world belongs entirely to him is unworthy of his place. Wu Shuang announced to everyone that today he would take the place rightfully belonging to his family and punish the insolent one. Mr. Shu reflected that only family members could participate in the evaluation of families, and even Daxi's patronage would be of no help in today's situation. The host turned to Elder Shu and said that there was one rule that applied specifically to the Shu family. If the Qing family won, the Shu family would be demoted to the poor class, but since the Qing family was giving up their spot, the Shu family would be demoted to ordinary citizens if they lost. The man was simply furious at this prospect. He said that under no circumstances would his family lose to anyone. According to the rules, 1 fight is required to determine a spot in the poor class, 3 fights for spots in the respected class, and 5 fights for the wealthy class. But as far as everyone knows, there are only 2 people in the Qing family who can fight at the moment. Wu Shuang said that the rules also stipulate that 1 person can fight alone the entire time. And indeed, such a rule existed. However, after these words, silence fell over the arena. Of course, the host confirmed that this was indeed the case. However, the number of opponents will increase with each match. Wu Shuang replied, "If that's what the rules say, then they'll follow them, because everything must be as fair as possible." Xu Shihai looked at this brazen young man and thought that even without the support of the Daxi family, he looked very strong and confident. So, the host announced that there would be no more small talk, and it was time to begin evaluating the families. The competitions for the poor class would take place first, while those for the rich class could last up to 10 days. The host invited the Gu family and the Niu family to the arena first. These 2 would be competing for a spot in the poor class. And now the herb seller looked at his opponent and realized he might as well just give up, since his opponent was a relative of the Shu family. The spectators began placing bets. The stadium was very noisy, and there was a real sense of excitement in the air. But Qing Lanshen was very serious. As the elder of his generation, he knew that his family's position had been challenged many times before. However, Wu Shuang asked his father not to worry about anything. This time, he would definitely restore their status and dignity. His father was very grateful to his son who had trained for many years, but he was certain that the young man could not have attained true power at such a young age. The man asked his son to tell him the truth. Had something unusual really happened to him? The young man looked at his father and thought that, of course, being reborn in another world after death alongside his father and sister could be considered unusual. Wu Shuang confirmed that his father's intuition was correct. Something strange had indeed happened to him. However, his father would not believe him anyway, even if he heard the truth. But for now, the young man could only promise that his future actions would bring no dishonor to either the gods or his ancestors. His father said these were excellent words. He was glad to hear them from his son, and from that moment on would not trouble him and would support him in all his actions for the sake of their family. That evening, the atmosphere in the Shu family home was very somber and tense. The head of the family gathered everyone and said he understood. Everyone's blood was boiling with anger and impatience. Hundreds of years had passed since the Shu family had become part of the wealthy class. They had already gone through 6 generations of family evaluations and had maintained their status to this day. However, today, an insolent upstart has set his sights on their position and wants to destroy their family. No matter who their opponent is, the family's motto is this: "Fight like lions. We will not rest until our enemy is destroyed." The young men swore an oath to the elder, saying they understood the full importance of the situation and were therefore ready to risk their lives at any cost. The family's honor and prestige were at stake, so everyone participating in the duels must be determined to destroy their opponent. A huge man stepped forward, holding a gigantic sword. He asked the elder for permission to fight in the first match. His nomination was immediately supported, and the elder said that the man must crush any hopes his opponent might have and that the opponent must die. The head of the family reported that their boat had almost returned from the prefecture. At that very moment, the Daxi family was also discussing the latest news and developments at home. The elder said he'd heard about the Shu family. Things weren't going too well for them right now. Daxi Han confirmed that this family was very arrogant and self-sufficient. Sooner or later, they'll run into big problems. But this time, something unexpected stood in their way. Uncle Shi laughed cheerfully. He knew that in this family evaluation, for the first time in history, someone had decided to challenge a class 2 levels above their own. Daxi Han told the head that this boy from the Qing family was not nearly as simple as many people thought. He described the situation and the duel in which Daxi Ming served as the referee, a duel in which an ordinary student had managed to kill a warrior at the peak of his power in just a couple of seconds. Old man Shi didn't believe it and decided his son was just making fun of him. But everyone knew that Ming wasn't the type to spout nonsense. Upon hearing the name Ming, the old man asked if the poor child had decided to return to the family. Daxi Han said that the young man had failed and come back. Ming needs to understand that he'll have to face this. Just recently, the man had heard that Ming had set his sights on a daughter from the Qing family, and now he feared the young man was up to something. Uncle Shi said they needed to keep a close eye on the young man. Nothing ever crosses his mind without a reason. But the man declared that his uncle had gotten carried away talking and hadn't even noticed that he'd lost the game. Wu Shuang kept practicing, working on techniques that might come in handy. He still couldn't manage to combine the true hell technique with the 9 sun strikes. There was very little time left for cultivation. The young man knew there were only a couple of days left until his first fight. He had nothing to fear, but he had to be ruthless. Suddenly, the young man's practice was interrupted, and his father entered his room. The man hesitated for a long time, trying to find the right words, and then said that he believed they should withdraw from this competition. The Shu family has extensive experience in making plans. Rumor has it that they've already expanded their holdings to South Heavenly City by currying favor with the local authorities. Given what's currently happening in the trade sector, his father had no idea what tricks the family had up their sleeves, and perhaps due to his youth, Wu Shuang wouldn't be able to withstand these battles. However, the young man believed there was nothing to fear. Even if these people are strong and powerful, that doesn't mean they'll be able to hold their own in a fight. Besides, the sacred land hasn't issued an order to destroy their family, so they still have a chance to win. Wu Shuang looked at his father and asked him to trust him. This time he would restore the family's glory in the province. Just then, Shuer rushed into the room. She was looking for her father and was holding a piece of paper in her hands. The girl explained that Daxi Ming had sent an invitation to a party in honor of Mrs. Daxi's birthday. The girl was very happy and excited. Her younger brother immediately realized that she had fallen in love. Her father thought it was simply amazing that a poor family like theirs had received an invitation from the Daxi family. They simply couldn't refuse. Wu Shuang wanted to support his sister and said they absolutely had to accept the invitation. The servants reported to Xu Shihai that the guests he had been expecting had already arrived. At that moment, several horsemen rode up. Among them was Jimin Qian, who was immediately introduced to the head of the Xu family. The man introduced himself and said he was pleased to welcome young Master Shimin to his home. This young man possessed the 6th level of true power, and strength and energy literally radiated from him. Another member of the Zeman family greeted those present and thanked them for the pleasant meeting. The young men thought Qian was too arrogant because their father, the family elder, had personally come to meet him, yet he hadn't even deigned to dismount from his horse. It really did look very bad, as if this guy with such a high level of power had a higher status than the Shu family patriarch. However, their father overheard this and demanded that the young men shut up if they valued their lives, because Qian was the foremost fighter among the younger generation of the Jimin family. This man was a very powerful warrior, and no one could even come close to rivaling him in absolutely anything. Shimin Qian immediately set out to investigate. He had heard that Daxi Ming was getting along very well with a woman from a poor family. Could this really be true? Mr. Xu confirmed that this was indeed the case. Furthermore, this time the Daxi family won't be able to help the Qing family. The young man said that his family holds Daxi Ming in high regard and has already promised to marry his younger sister, Qian, to him. He had already heard that during the family evaluation, the poor family had become very arrogant and had challenged the Xu family. The young man said that the Jimin family never does business with losers, which means they're hoping the Xu family will come out on top. The brother and sister went to the store to make a very important purchase. Since they had received an invitation to Miss Daxi's birthday party, they needed to buy the very best gift. The saleswoman noted that these country bumpkins had been wandering around the store for half an hour. Her friend confirmed that these poor people always spend too much time here, but leave too little money behind. Wu Shuang was looking at the jewelry. He knew this jewelry store was the most famous in the province, but the selection was practically non-existent. The saleswoman said their store catered to the wealthier aristocracy, and she didn't want to humiliate customers, She just told them it like it was. The young woman believed that young people wouldn't be able to afford to buy jewelry at their store. Shuer explained to the young woman that they needed a gift and asked her to show them something a little nicer. The saleswoman rolled her eyes and said that only aristocrats above the poor class could afford high-quality goods. Wu Shuang was furious. He told his sister that they were leaving right away because this lousy store had nothing of value to offer them. But just at that moment, Yun Qinyan walked into the store. She assumed that Wu Shuang was trying to insult the saleswoman. The girls were aristocrats, and now looked at the young man, considering him rude, cunning, and deceitful, and of course poor as well. She immediately claimed that the young man had cheated on his exams. Furthermore, she believed that the theft of underwear at the academy was somehow connected to him as well. Wu Shuang asked exactly how all of this was connected to him and looked confidently into the face of his accuser. The young woman hadn't expected that response. A few years ago, he was just a weak loser whom anyone could beat half to death. But now he had challenged the wealthy class, and even his father admired his actions. The girl activated her power and decided to test just how strong Wu Shuang was. Wu Shuang seemed not to even notice her and didn't turn his head. However, at the last moment he dodged, and Qing'an smashed the jewelry display case. The girl noted that Wu Shuang had managed to dodge, but she wasn't going to give up and continued her attack. The young people literally wrecked the store, or more precisely, it was the young woman from the Yun family who did so, flailing her arms and legs in all directions. The young woman turned to the young man and said that if he had even a shred of courage, he shouldn't dodge. Wu Shuang looked at the girl and said that because of Miss Yun, the poor jewelry store had ended up with a lot of problems. The young man asked the girl to look around and see what she had done. And indeed, the young people were standing in the middle of the ruins. Wu Shuang called out to his sister and said that they could now leave peacefully. Qing'an continued to get angry and demand that Wu Shuang fight her. However, her friends were already trying to calm her down. Wu Shuang also said that they would, of course, fight. But right now, the girl needed to think about compensating the store. One of her friends, a red-headed beauty wearing a mask, was very surprised and watched the scene in silence. Daxi Heng called his son aside so that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. The man asked if Ming had invited the Qing family to the celebration, as his father had instructed him to do. Daxi Han reported that Ximen Qian had arrived in the city, and now the future of the Daxi family depended on Ming. He needed to think about the right course of action. Ximen Qian was one of the 4 Crimson Warriors, an exceptional young man who had once advised Lord Redwood on how to deal with a massive horde of barbarians. He became the first of his generation and had already taken the helm of his family. Even the emperor himself had met with him. His younger sister, Ximen Yang, is pressuring Daxi Ming to marry her. However, the young man refused to give in because he wanted to live with those he loved, even if it meant going to war with the Ximen family. His father didn't respond to this. He simply reminded him that the banquet was about to begin and they needed to greet the guests. Representatives of the kingdom's wealthiest and most prominent families had gathered for this celebration. The young women were very curious to know how things were going for Daxi Ming. The young men were also trying to curry favor and strike up a conversation with Daxi Ming. Among them was a representative of the Shu family, who believed that the insolent Daxi Ming shouldn't ignore him. Soon a murmur went through the hall, and representatives of the Qing family entered the room. Daxi Ming immediately left all the guests and personally came over to greet Wu Xuan and Shu'er. Many didn't know who they were, but for some reason, Daxi Ming personally went to greet them. They must be important people. Soon they learned that the Qings were a poor family, and it was very strange for wealthy aristocrats to invite such poor people to their party. However, rumors were already circulating that not long ago, Daxi Ming had become close with a girl from a poor family. Representatives of the Shu family were closely watching Wu Xuan, who had defeated Zhang Yao in a matter of seconds. At that moment, the perpetually dissatisfied Yun Qinyan stepped forward. She immediately noticed that her arch-rival had shown up. The young man turned his head toward her and asked if Miss Yun was looking to pick a fight with him again. But the girl replied that that wasn't why she was there. She admitted that she had asked the staff at the jewelry store and realized she had been wrong about Wu Shuang, so she had come to apologize to him. Wu Shuang replied that he was very magnanimous and forgave her, even though she didn't seem to be truly remorseful. The girl was simply furious. She realized that this insolent man had completely lost his sense of decency and had become arrogant. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, and the beauty thanked everyone who had come to her birthday party. Daxi Yue hoped that all her guests were having a lot of fun and would have a wonderful time here today. The guys, of course, were drooling because Daxi's daughter was there, and she was simply a stunning beauty. Ming called over his sister and asked her to come to him so he could introduce her to some interesting people. The girl was absolutely thrilled to meet Wu Shuang. She hadn't expected him to be so young and already so strong. At that moment, a rather interesting and unusual guest appeared at the party. He remarked that the party was very lively. Daxi Ming understood why Qian had come here, since he hadn't been invited to the celebration. Shimin Qian snapped his fan shut and strode resolutely into the hall. In the southern heavenly realm, the Jimin family was the only large aristocratic family. But now they had shown up at this celebration without even being invited, which meant a conflict was possible. Qian noticed the host's reaction. They weren't very happy to see him. Daxi Ming stepped in front of the girl and said that the unexpected guest had understood everything perfectly. Qian said there were rumors that Ming had become close to a girl from a poor family, and she was probably the one. Looking at Shuer, the man remarked that she was truly charming, and now it was clear why young Master Daxi was literally crazy about her. Daxi Ming pulled the girl behind him so that the unexpected guest wouldn't even glance at her. Wu Shuang stepped between the two men and told Qian not to approach his sister. Shimin Qian was simply furious, and waves of negative energy immediately radiated from him. Everyone present felt this terrifying influence. Many found it difficult to even stand still. However, Qing Wu Shuang, completely calm, at least on the surface, withstood this force. Mims Yun noted that it was a very powerful blow, yet it seemed as if it hadn't affected Wu Shuang at all. Daxi Ming was furious. He couldn't understand how that scoundrel Qian dared to do such a thing to his family. Qing An prepared for the fight. He said that nothing else mattered at all. The only thing he wanted was to kill Ming. Wu Shuang sensed that the man was very serious. On top of that, he was extraordinarily strong. And it's unclear how this confrontation would have ended. But the head of the Daxi family stepped between the opponents and pulled them apart. Qin Nan was very displeased that old man Daxi had interfered in this matter. Daxi Heng addressed the young master Shimin, who was about to cause trouble in his home. The young man replied that the head of the household was worrying needlessly because this was just a little warm-up. The young man reminded him that Elder Daxi had agreed to sign a marriage contract, and the terms of withdrawal were very strict. Daxi Han replied that his family would act in accordance with the rules. When the time for the wedding came, they would announce it to everyone who needed to know. Simen Chinan replied that this was fine, but everyone knew what kind of relationship could develop between a nobleman and a poor woman. It turned out that this was a genuine lack of respect toward the Jimin family, and they would not allow things to turn out that way. Daxi Heng asked what exactly the young man wanted. And then he said that one family, whether it was the noble Daxi family or the poor Qing family, one of them would definitely have to cease to exist. The girls were very alarmed and upset upon hearing such threats. Could this all go too far and end badly? At that moment, the chief examiner and the host entered the hall, wanting to know what the family will disappear meant. The clown turned to young Mr. Shimin and asked what the family will disappear meant. He had no idea what they were talking about. The old man began to explain that the two who had just arrived had walked in the middle of the conversation and misunderstood everything, because in reality, none of this was serious and it was just a harmless joke. But the young man continued, saying that he could see the arrogant attitude and was certain it didn't seem like a joke. Jimin Qing'an said that whether it seemed like a joke or not, they would all find out later. Wu Shuang suddenly spoke up. He said that if he were in Mr. Ximen's place, he would thank Elder Daxi for saving his dog's life. Qing'an covered her face with a fan and said that this youngster would soon pay for what he had done here today. Qing Wu Shuang replied that he would eagerly await their next meeting. After these words, the two uninvited guests finally left the celebration. The chief examiner noted that this time, Wu Shuang had managed to establish a rather unpleasant relationship with the Ximen family, and it was unclear how it would have ended if he hadn't arrived in time. Daxi Hen hadn't said a word the whole time. He stared in surprise at his trembling hand, unable to understand how this could have happened to him. But the fact was that ever since he had stopped his opponents by grabbing their hands, a strange sensation had lingered in his hand, the very hand with which he had stopped Wu Shuang. The ceremony host and the exam organizer left Daxi's house, convinced that the family's elders were very fond of Qing Wu Shuang. They were in high spirits, and the men teased one another, joking that they would kill anyone who called them old men. The ceremony organizer reported that he had dug up information about the Qing family and discovered that their ancestors had come to their province from other countries. Hundreds of years ago, a vast number of the elite's offspring suddenly disappeared because they failed the family evaluations. If they hadn't lost all their precious techniques back then, the Qing family surely wouldn't be in such a dire state now. However, Wu Shuang shows great promise, and things are getting more and more interesting. The entire province views the battle between the Qing and Shu families as nothing more than a farce. And now the competition host wanted to know the chief organizer's opinion. What are the chances that the Qing family will win? The man was confident. Unless the Shu family had any aces up their sleeve, the Qing family would win a crushing victory in this battle. A pause fell among the men, and each of them pondered what they had heard. It was late at night when everyone was leaving after a party where they'd had a great time. However, Shuer looked very upset, most likely because of the news that Daxi Ming had already signed a marriage contract, even though everyone understood that this contract had been forced upon him. Wu Shuang was very pleased. He sensed that his sister had fallen in love and decided to do everything in his power to ensure her happiness. However, he now asked the girl to go home because some unexpected business had come up. At that very moment, an old man was standing on the roof of one of the buildings, watching the girl walk away alone. He noticed that her brother wasn't nearby. The old man watched the girl with pleasure and said that it was her turn. But the next moment, Wu Shuang, who was sitting near the man, remarked that his sister was quite charming. The man recoiled in horror. He hadn't noticed or sensed Wu Shuang appearing beside him. Wu Shuang realized that the Jimin family had sent this assassin after him, but since the stranger refused to talk, he would have to fight him. The man was also in shock. He realized that this young man was much stronger than Jimin Qing'an had thought. Therefore, he had to get rid of the boy right here and now to avoid problems in the future. But before the man could launch his attack, the young man's hand broke through the barrier and landed on the old man's head. The man couldn't understand how this was possible. The boy had stunned him with a single movement, even though he was at the 6th level of true power. Wu Shuang was terrifying in his rage. He told the old man not to even look at his sister, and if he still had any questions, to address them directly to Wu Shuang. Shimen Qian stood pensively by the window, trying to guess what trump cards the Qing family had up their sleeves if they decided to challenge the Shimen family. Xu Hai was certain there were no hidden aces there, at most some secret family martial arts techniques. Qian wanted to know about Qing Wu Xuan's talent, what set him apart from others. Mr. Xu said the kid had simply trained a lot. He was just an ordinary kid, nothing special. 4 years ago, he managed to defeat the Zhang family's youngest son, and a few days ago, he killed their second son. It's absolutely impossible for an ordinary student to defeat such an opponent. Besides, the Daxi family was involved in both cases, so it's most likely that he received secret assistance from the Daxi family. Qian found this very strange. Even if the family had support, it wouldn't help in battle at all, so it was unclear how they dared to challenge the Shu family to a duel. But Shimen Qian didn't want to speculate any further. He announced that they would question young lady Qing, and she would tell them everything. At that moment, a shout directed at Qian rang out. A window shattered, and one of Lord Jimin's servants was hurled into the building. Wu Shuang said that it would now be difficult for the entire Jimin family to survive, as if hundreds of years of progress had been destroyed in an instant. Xu Sihai was clearly frightened when he saw the state Shimin Ying was in. The man was dead, and Xu Sihai suggested chasing after the killer. But Qian asked if Xu really wanted to go after the old man, since with his power he simply wasn't capable of doing anything. Qian explained that Shimin Ying was at the 6th level of true power. He was very skilled at stealthy assassinations. He now has only a single wound. This means he was killed with a single strike, and the person who did it must be at the 8th level of true power. The father and son of the Qing family simply cannot possess such power, and neither does Daxi Ming. Xu Shihai said that the strongest warrior in their province is Daxi Heng, but as far as everyone knows, he's only at the 7th level of true power. Shimen Qian said that this old man Daxi is already getting on his nerves. The next 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During that time, the battles between the poor and influential families came to an end. Some lost, some won. In the end, the Gu family easily took the Qing family's place. A fierce battle raged between two rivals for second place in the poor class, and in the end, the Lan family emerged victorious. In the battle for a spot among the influential families, the Zhou family, known as the strongest poor family, defeated the Jia family, which had been in the influential class for centuries. Thus, gradual shifts in family dominance took place, and finally the day of the battle for a place in the wealthy class arrived. The stadium was packed to capacity. Jimin Qian sat in a box with his closest attendants, each of whom possessed a seventh or eighth level of true power. Father and daughter Yun also took their seats in the stands. The man wanted his daughter to watch the matches closely. The head of the Zhang family also came to watch the battle. He had recently buried his second son. Wu Shuang's closest friends were, of course, there. They admired Wu Shuang's decision to challenge the wealthy class to a duel. Most of the audience was already bursting with impatience and demanding that the clowns shut up and leave the stage, because it was time to announce the start of the battle. The host announced that he could tell from the audience's expressions that they were already fed up with him, so he was eager to report that the most anticipated battle was about to begin. He invited everyone to welcome the family representing the wealthy class, the Shu family, and everyone saw a group of strong and self-assured warriors. It was clear to everyone that the Shu family was quite impressive, and many realized they wouldn't be able to hold their own against them. A family from the lower class was also introduced, the Qing family, which consisted of only 2 warriors. Of course, some spectators began to laugh upon seeing just 2 people hoping to settle everything on their own. There was a view that a family with such a long history should be ashamed of being in such a poor state. Shuer was in the stands with her beloved Daxi Ming. They were both serious and focused. The host announced, before the battle, he was obligated to remind everyone of something. The fact is that in the family rankings, the battle is not a matter of life, but of death. Unless one side concedes defeat in advance, the duel will continue until one of the opponents dies. Thus, the lives of the warriors present here were in the hands of fate, and all the spectators would now see whose side fate was on. Shu Wugeng possessed third-level power, carried a massive sword on his shoulder, and declared that his blade thirsted for blood. The spectators were shocked when they recognized the warrior nicknamed the Human Butcher. It immediately became clear to everyone that the Shu family wanted to end this competition in the very first match, which is why they were fielding such a formidable opponent. This man was brutally cruel, taking pleasure in inflicting nothing but pain. That was exactly how he was described. The host asked who from the Qing family would be the first to face this opponent, and Wu Shuang raised his hand. However, his father pushed his son aside and said that he himself would step into the ring for the first round. The man was deeply disappointed in himself, for it was he who had brought the family to this predicament and allowed Wu Shuang to be humiliated. It was he, the head of the family, who had let his daughter tremble with fear and allowed all the wealthy people to constantly humiliate his children. The man was certain that he bore full responsibility for all of this. He had lost the family's dignity and status, and he had to restore them. Both sides of the duel were ready, and the battle for a place among the wealthy began. The butcher immediately declared that Qing Lanshan's pathetic little soul would follow the others who had challenged his blade. Lanshan wasn't about to waste time talking either, and in an instant, the rivals clashed, attacking each other with their weapons. The butcher withstood the attack and said that today Lanshan would learn firsthand what happens to those who challenge his family. After that, the butcher struck with his enormous sword. Mr. Qing managed to dodge the attack, but he sensed the ferocious technique and realized that the fight would be no easy task. The butcher continued to swing his sword. His opponent skillfully dodged the blows, while everything around them lay in ruins and stones flew through the air. The butcher mocked his opponent, who was dodging like a rat, but eventually he wouldn't be able to keep it up, because the butcher's sword would catch up to him. The spectators didn't understand why the man kept dodging instead of fighting. It was already clear to everyone that the Qing family consisted entirely of cowards. The battle for the upper class isn't a training ground where you can practice defensive moves. Qing Yan believed it was impossible to defeat the Shu family by constantly dodging. However, the girl's father said she was wrong. The man explained that he himself had once fought Shu Wu Gang. His fighting techniques are not only powerful but also fast. Of course, it seems that Elder Qing is struggling to dodge these attacks. But those in the know understand. If a man is capable of dodging these attacks, it means he has the strength to fight against the butcher. At that moment, the butcher struck again, declaring that he would not let his opponent escape. And then suddenly the man leaped high into the air, holding his gigantic sword. He planned to deliver a critical blow. The swordsman used Sun Split, but his sword struck the spear held by his opponent. Wu Gang couldn't understand how such a pathetic fighter could possibly stop his son's split strike. Lan Shan had already realized that his opponent was reckless by nature. This meant that he had to absorb a great deal of furious energy, which weakened the power of his attacks. And having thoroughly exhausted his opponent, the man decided it was time to fight back and launched a counterattack. The spectators in the stands were stunned with surprise when they saw that this old man had started fighting and was able to strike his opponent. After more than 3 years of training with the Book of Tendon Transformation, not only had Lan Shan's physical abilities increased, but so had his internal energy. And now he is not the man he used to be, and he has begun to apply the Qing family's martial arts techniques. It was the lunar verdict that stopped his opponent's sword. A power struggle ensued, and soon Elder Qing was able to pin the butcher's sword to the ground. Next came the full moon counterattack, and the representative of the Shu family could not believe what was happening. After that, the man incorporated the Qing family's combat techniques and continued his series of attacks. Shu Wugang no longer understood what was going on at all, but his opponent's power had unexpectedly increased, and the young man felt he was practically unable to dodge. Qing Lan Shan used the crescent explosion technique, causing his spear to pierce his opponent's giant sword. The opponent had been certain that such a flimsy spear could not harm him. But then came the holy mystical strike, a special technique of the Qing family. The butcher's sword shattered into tiny pieces, and the spear pierced his head. With a huge hole in his head and blood spilling in all directions, the duel came to an end. Qing Lan Shan pulled out his spear, raised it high above his head in a gesture of victory, while his opponent died on the spot. The stadium fell silent in astonishment. Qing Shuer was overjoyed, celebrating her father's victory. Wu Shuang looked proudly at his father, who had endured the duel with dignity. Wu Shuang asked his father to trust him and promised to restore the family's former status. And the man said he would fight alongside his son. And now Elder Qing stood in the arena and asked who would face him next. The host, thanks to his makeup, showed no emotion whatsoever and declared the Qing family the winner of the first round. The audience slowly began to come to their senses. They realized this wasn't a dream. Qing Lan Shan had proven to be very strong and had managed to win, and it was unbelievable. The head of the Shu family was surprised to realize that the man had managed to reach the 3rd level of true power in just 4 years. This must have been the Qing family's ace in the hole. Qing Lan Shan, brimming with adrenaline, asked who would be the next to dare step onto the platform to face him. 2 representatives of the Shu family prepared to step onto the stage for the second match of this battle. The spectators were very surprised when they realized that Shu Shihai himself and his eldest son, Zhou, had come out to fight. It seems the Shu family is seriously angry, and now this will be a battle between the elders. It is said that when the Shu family was competing for the position of elder, Shihai and Sanli fought to the death, and in the end, Shihai simply missed his strike. Shu Zhou was currently ranked 3rd among the 7 young masters, and at such a young age, he had already reached the 3rd level of true power. Everyone understood that against such opponents, Qing Lan Shan would not be able to hold out and would perish, because according to the rules, if the same person advances to the next round, the number of his opponents doubles. Qing Lan Shan was determined to move on, which meant it would be a 1-against-2 fight. And just then, the start of the second round was announced. Shu Shihai still couldn't believe that Elder Qing, who had been a complete nobody 4 years ago, had managed to kill Wu Gang, but most likely he had used his one and only signature move and wouldn't be able to offer anything else. His opponents assumed that Qing Lan Shan was at most at the 3rd level of true power and wouldn't be able to do anything else. The man told his nephew to step aside because this round would end very quickly. Shu Shihai began to gather his techniques. He looked literally like a demon in the flesh. Mr. Qing sensed a terrifyingly powerful aura emanating from his opponent. This must have been the 5th level of true power. Before Qing Lan Shan could even blink, his opponent swept past him, urging him not to stand there like a statue but to fight. Lan Shan used the lunar judgment technique to try to parry the attack, but his opponent was too swift and struck him in the back. The man realized that everything was happening too fast. He couldn't even keep track of the movements. When the opponents had spread out to opposite sides of the arena, Shu Shihai turned to Qing Lan Shan, asking if he now understood the difference in their strengths. The head of the Qing family used the holy mystical strike technique and prepared to unleash it. He rushed toward his opponent, who stood completely still, as if he had been expecting him. And just as the spear was about to strike its target, Xu Shihai effortlessly dodged to the side without exerting any effort. Immediately afterward, Xu Shihai delivered a powerful counterattack, stating that none of Mr. Qing's attacks could harm him. The blow was extremely powerful, and the head of the Qing family was sent flying far to the side, while tears welled up in his daughter's eyes. Qing Lanshan, of course, did not die from this attack, but blood was gushing from his throat, and he realized that his opponent's strength was incomparably great. Looking at this powerful man now, it was clear that he was no ordinary warrior, and certainly not some weak pawn. Xu Shihai was a strong and ferocious tiger, capable of tearing apart large numbers of opponents without sustaining any damage whatsoever. Xu Shihai, in turn, turned to his opponent and remarked that Elder Qing was a rather tenacious and strong fighter. Qing Lanshan decided for himself that it didn't matter to him whether he was dealing with a dog or a tiger. He had no intention of retreating. He activated the Qing family's combat techniques and launched an attack using the 8-pronged lunges. A multitude of sharp spears seemed to fly toward his opponent, who continued to stand calmly. Xu Shihai noted that his opponent still didn't seem to understand the difference between them. After that, the man reached out and grabbed Qing Lanshan's spear, which literally stunned his opponent. After that, Xu Shihai declared that he would not kill Lanshan, but would beat him until he admitted defeat. The next moment, a palm struck Qing's face, and the blow was so powerful that his face was shattered to pieces. This was followed by what appeared to be a light blow to the stomach, not with a fist, yet the internal force applied was simply unreal. Qing Wu Shuang watched this round intently. It was impossible to tell from the young man's expression what he was thinking. Xu Shihai addressed his opponent, calling him an idiot whom he had just shown what happens to those who challenge their family. The spectators realized that Qing Lanshan had no strength left. He had to give up because the difference in their levels was unreal. He should have lived peacefully with his family and not stuck his neck out. Elder Qing, listening to all these comments, quietly tried to get to his feet. His body was shaking and wouldn't obey him. But finally he stood up, and now it seemed as if everything around him was engulfed in flames. The man said that even if he were destined to die today, he had no intention of surrendering under any circumstances and would fight until his last breath. Shuhai reminded his opponent if he surrendered he could live on, but if he wanted to die there was no need to dissuade him. Xu Shihai said that he would first kill the head of the family and then the rest of his family. Xu Shihai launched another attack, using the final form of the shadow palm. This was countered by yet another Qing family technique, rainbow reaching the sun, and now the opponents were locked in a virtual stalemate, trading blows. The confrontation dragged on and on. The arena beneath the rivals' feet was crumbling, but it was still unclear which of them was stronger. The spectators were completely baffled when they realized that Qing Lanshan had, after all, managed to match his opponent and was now skillfully blocking his attack. The head of the Yun family, however, was not so confident or optimistic. He believed that this stalemate was deceptive and would soon end. And indeed, literally a moment later, Xu Shihai used his technique to cleave the spear into tiny pieces, which scattered all around. The head of the Qing family could not believe his eyes. The silver spear, which had served for hundreds of years, had broken like some fragile trinket. The thought crossed the man's mind that the end had finally come, but perhaps this was only logical, since the difference between the opponents was simply too great. The man fell, struck down by a shadow blow, and in his final moments looked upon this world. He wanted to ask his loved ones for forgiveness. Suddenly, memories of his youth flashed before his eyes. When young and strong, he had met the love of his life. The next images were of his close-knit family, his eldest daughter, his pride and joy, and his little son in his mother's arms. Unfortunately, his wife soon fell seriously ill, and the household and their children now depended entirely on the husband, who believed he could handle it. But now the man realized he could not protect his children or keep their home. Shu couldn't take it anymore and screamed as she watched her father die right before everyone's eyes. The head of the Yun family was certain that this was the end. He was genuinely upset and grief-stricken. Suddenly, the arena shook from some unknown force, and the spectators didn't understand what was happening. Everyone understood that the head of the Qing family had held out for a long time, but the difference in strength between the opponents was great, and this had to be acknowledged. However, in the very next moment, many spectators jumped to their feet, trying to make out what was happening in the arena. The fact was that everything around was shrouded in smoke, and no one could see what was actually going on there. When the smoke began to clear a few moments later, people saw the figure of Qinglan Shan, who as it turned out was not yet dead. The smoke cleared even more, and everyone saw that Wu Shuang was standing in the arena between the opponents, blocking Xu Shihai's attack with his fist. The young man's friends looked on with excitement at their comrade, who would now have to restore order and settle the matter once and for all. Qinglan Shan was just as stunned and surprised as everyone else present. He stared at his son, his mouth agape. The young man smiled at his father and told him that now the man could rest a little and leave all of this to him. Qing Wushuang announced to everyone that they were conceding defeat, and it sounded simply unbelievable. The spectators couldn't understand why, what had happened here, or how such a thing was even possible, but absolutely everyone saw that this young man had stopped Xu Shihai's strike. Everyone knew that this move was the most powerful of all the Xu family's techniques. It was impossible to stop, which meant someone was secretly helping the Qing family. This absolutely had to be investigated. Most likely the help was coming from the Daxi family, but everyone was certain that Daxi Ming was physically incapable of doing this. Perhaps the help is coming from someone in the sacred land, but at the same time, the sacred land never interferes with the family's evaluations. The Xu family elder was simply furious. He was at a loss and ready to tear his hair out in anger. The clown thought that this kid, Qing Wu Shuang, was simply unmatched, and the chief examiner told the host to come down and continue the competition. The clown did just that. He announced that the Xu family was the winner of the second round. Although the winners didn't look particularly happy, they realized that their biggest challenges were still ahead. The audience noticed this too. Despite their victory, there was no joy in the winners' eyes, because their signature move had been thwarted by an ordinary student. Now everyone understands that Qinglan Shan no longer has the strength to fight. He was unable to win 2 rounds in a row. Xu Shihai turned to the host and asked whether outsiders were allowed to intervene in the fight. The host replied that the rules say nothing about this. Besides, this young man isn't a warrior. He's just an ordinary student. Wu Shuang could see that Mr. Xu was dissatisfied with how the round had ended, so he suggested they not stray too far so they could start the next round. In addition, as compensation, the young man offered to let his opponents attack him both at the same time. His father looked at his son, just as amazed by his strength and power as everyone else, but he had promised to support Wu Shuang in everything and not to interfere. Yun Qingyan was very alarmed when she heard that the crazy Wu Shuang was going to fight 2 opponents at once. Obviously, a one-on-one fight is better. In that situation, there's always a better chance of winning, but apparently Wu Shuang had his own plans. The girl turned to her father, believing that the referee was on the Qin's side. Most likely they had tricked him or bribed him. But the head of the Yun family said that everything was fair and just, because the guy had indeed stopped the move, and Qing Wu Shuang was probably at the same level, or perhaps even higher, if he was able to block the 5th level of true power. Xu Zhou demanded that the young man not get cocky. How dare he speak to them like that? Now Zhou himself would beat all the nonsense out of the little punk. Wu Shuang showed no reaction to these words and provocations, and just then the host announced that both sides should get ready. Everyone was ready, and the 3rd round of the battle for the wealthy class began. Shihai told the young man that he should have died 4 years ago, and that he shouldn't get too excited or count on victory just because he'd managed to recreate one of the moves. Last time, Zhang Xiang was supposed to beat the guy half to death and bury him like a dog. Wu Shuang thanked the man for the brilliant idea he had just kindly provided. The young man would try it out on the head of the Xu family right away. Shihai said he simply couldn't wait to see what kind of demon was standing before him if he had managed to escape death. Besides, one shouldn't assume that was his strongest move. Wu Shuang wouldn't be so lucky in the future. Wu Shuang, in turn, said that as a token of gratitude, he would give his opponents a head start, allowing them to launch 3 attacks against him. His opponents considered this an incredible act of arrogance and were now determined to shut this ill-mannered poor man up. Xu Zhou immediately rushed in to attack, using his move, but instantly felt his hand slip past the target. The next moment, Wu Shuang was behind the guy and announced that he had only given the head start to the old man. This was followed by an incredibly light blow to the back, one that didn't even seem like a blow at all. But of course, appearances were completely deceiving because Xu Zhou flew across the entire arena and only came to a stop when he crashed into the stone barrier. Everything was shrouded in smoke and dust, and it was completely unclear how it had ended. Shujo came to, lying there completely battered and crushed. He didn't understand what had happened or why he couldn't move. The spectators jumped to their feet. Everyone knew that Shujo possessed the third level of true power, yet he had been knocked out with a single blow. The spectators stared at this extraordinary student. It turned out he really was very strong, and Shujo was still unable to get back on his feet after that attack. So he remained lying there, crushed as if an elephant had stepped on him. Wu Shuang turned to his remaining opponent and said that it was now Su Sihai's turn. The man was deeply focused. He knew that his nephew possessed the third level of true power, so it was simply impossible to knock him out with a single blow, which meant that Wu Shuang truly possessed the fifth level of true power. However, the man decided that no sage would ever believe such nonsense. He activated the shadow palm technique and launched his attack. Using the shadow palm and a purity akin to a peach grove, the man tried to strike the student, but he couldn't hit his target. By now, all the spectators could see that Shu Sihai's attacks weren't working at all. It was as if he were hitting a wall. At one point, Shu Sihai's attack finally hit its mark, and his palm struck Wu Xuan in the face. But the guy managed to tell his opponent that the move was certainly impressive, though it lacked power. Shu Sihai managed to use several techniques, but soon realized that the guy was blocking practically all of his moves. Wu Xuang stood completely still, merely waving his arm as if it were a conductor's baton. But then the young man looked at his hand and remembered that he had promised to give his opponent a head start. He had just gotten lost in thought and accidentally parried the attack. Shu Hai was angry and furious. He told that insolent fellow not to show any mercy. It served absolutely no purpose in their battle. Elder Shu recognized the technique Shu Shihai was now using and realized that the man was on the brink and was employing everything he was capable of. Shihai was indeed furious. He could already feel that his techniques were running out, and there was absolutely no result. And so, mustering all his strength, he lunged once more at the insolent man, who continued to stand motionless, as if a light summer breeze were blowing over him on the seashore. Shu Hai continued to resist both mentally and physically. He declared that he would not believe this move wouldn't work. There was bound to be a result now. But then the man saw his hand resting on his opponent's face, and the young man said that 3 attacks had already been made and the round was over. It was Wu Shuang's turn to attack, and the young man raised his fist above his head. It was the true hell technique with which Wu Shuang had repelled Elder Shu's attack. Shu Shihai already sensed that things were looking bad. Not only could he not attack, he wasn't even able to defend himself properly. Qing Wu Shuang, in turn, continued to press his advantage. He unleashed the ominous Nine Suns technique to finally bring this match to an end. Soon the entire arena was filled with smoke, the stadium fell silent, and no one could now imagine how this round would end. Even all the spectators in the stadium felt the effects of the technique Wu Shuang had just used. Shimin Qian and his closest aides also watched the events unfold with great astonishment, waiting for the round to end. The smoke began to gradually clear, and before everyone's eyes appeared the scorched face of Shu Shihai. Soon everyone could see Mr. Shu as well, who was unable to even move due to the extensive burns he had sustained. In the next instant, he fell onto his back like a charred log, and the entire stadium erupted in a single thunderous roar. Shu Sihai, a 5th-level true power practitioner, was unable to defeat an ordinary student. This young man's strength is simply astonishing. It turns out that the rumors claiming Wu Shuang had killed a 4th-level true power fighter were true. Furthermore, many people were now convinced that they had never seen such spectacular matches during the family evaluations. Zhang Mao finally came to his senses and realized that both of his sons had died because of Shu Shihai. It was this vile family that had robbed him of his sons. The competition host himself was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by his emotions, and stammering, he began to announce the winner. The winner of the 3rd round for a spot in the wealthy class is the Qing family. Qing Wu Shuang was very calm and satisfied. Nothing new or surprising had happened in the young man's life. Everything went strictly according to plan. Of course, everyone was very surprised by this outcome. The young man's friends couldn't contain themselves. They shouted loudly and praised the winner. Daxi Ming was deep in thought. He had believed that Wu Shuang was at most at the 6th level of true power. But now he realized he had been wrong and that Wu Shuang's strength far exceeded his true power. The host announced that it was noon and it was time for a break, after which the 4th round of the competition would begin. Wu Shuang left the arena to rest, and the spectators realized that the Shu family had literally been backed into a corner. It was unclear how they would continue this fight, but at the same time giving up was out of the question. The family's future depended on it. Of course, the Shu family was supported by the Shimen family, but it was unclear how they could participate in this fight. But Shimen Qian didn't shy away from using various underhanded tactics, so he sent his aides to do some dirty work. An emergency meeting was being held at the Shu family home. They had already lost 2 rounds in a row, and now the family members didn't know what to do next. Zhu was seriously injured, and Shihai's nervous system was completely damaged and rendered inoperable. The family elder said that no one had ever been able to harm his family since they had joined the wealthy class. But for the upcoming battle, he was asking young Master Shimen for help. Shimen Qian calmly sipped his tea and advised Elder Suyu not to panic, but simply to wait for good news. Meanwhile, the Qing family was in a hotel room. Wu Shuang asked his father to sit down so he could treat him with acupuncture. From his past life experience, Wu Shuang knew that transferring energy through acupuncture could heal a person in a matter of minutes. The young man continued to treat his father and thanked Daxi Ming for taking care of his sister. The young man said there was no need for thanks because he was simply doing what he wanted to do and what gave him immense pleasure. Ming made it clear that he couldn't have acted any other way and looked at the girl with a loving gaze. Qing Lan Shan was now looking at his children and thinking about how quickly time had flown by and how they had grown up. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the door and a voice demanded to speak with the Qing family's father and son. The strangers insisted that the father and son come out for a serious conversation. Even through the closed door, one could sense the terrifying energy and power of these people. Wu Shuang told his father to stay in the hotel room. He would go alone. Daxi Ming also volunteered to accompany the young man. But Wu Shuang stopped Ming. They didn't know why these people had come, but Wu Shuang really wanted Daxi Ming to protect his family if anything happened. Ming didn't argue with the young man and promised that when it came to protecting his family, he could rely on him completely. Wu Shuang stepped out of the hotel onto the street and saw 3 strangers on the roof of the neighboring building. The young man knew that the Zeman clan had many talented members and that they could even call upon an 8th-level true power master for help. The man said, if the young man knew of his strength and origins, they wouldn't beat around the bush but would get straight to the point. In the next battle for the wealthy class, the Qing family must admit defeat. These were the conditions now being presented to Wu Shuang, but the young man wanted to know what would happen if he refused. The man replied that it would all depend on his strength, and after that, the 2 7th-level masters leaped down from the roof of the house. They both simultaneously unleashed their shadow attacks on the young man standing on the hotel porch. When the dust settled, everyone saw that the young man was lying amid the ruins, with everything around him destroyed and shattered. The 8th-level master told his companions that they would return and report everything to their master. It seemed this guy had at most a 6th-level true power. He had clearly been overestimated. Wu Shuang couldn't believe his eyes. Could these guys seriously have just come, beaten him up, and then run off? The trio of scoundrels was very surprised when they realized the young man could still stand on his own 2 feet. The leader asked his henchmen why they had spared this student, since young Master Shimen had ordered them to get rid of the kid and his dad. The guys started mumbling something in their defense. After all, they had just attacked a mere martial arts student, and he couldn't possibly be stronger than they were. But at the same time, the guys couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, they just struck almost at full strength simultaneously, and yet nothing had happened to this snot-nosed kid. Wu Shuang was now fully prepared and was waiting for his opponents to approach so he could see how they would deal with him. The villains decided to attack all at once. Wu Shuang knew that the 2 guys were no problem for him at all. He only needed to be wary of their leader. By the time the attackers drew near, the young man was already brimming with energy and ready to fight. Wu Shuang shouted to Shimen Tianyu that he, Qing Wu Shuang, would deal with these henchmen in a matter of minutes. The villains saw that the young man was using the lion's roar. It was a very serious and fearsome technique. In the hotel room, they also realized that Wu Shuang was not messing around. He was shouting that the death of the Shu family was imminent and no one would save them. The scream was so loud and piercing that absolutely everyone in the town heard it. Absolutely every resident of the town heard him and now wanted to know who was using the lion's roar. And Wu Shuang shouted that he would now wipe this entire pathetic little family off the face of the earth. This shout even reached the Shu family's estate, and everyone froze in fear and horror, listening intently. Wu Shuang shouted that the members of the Shimen family had decided to stick their noses into this conflict, and now he would hunt down every single one of them, even if they were from the sacred land. The townspeople realized they had just heard threats directed at the Shimen family. The battle between the lower-ranking aristocrats had managed to attract the attention of the higher-ranking ones, and everyone watched with great interest to see how it would all end. The 8th level master understood that the lion's roar indicated this boy's inner energy might be stronger than his own. But it was absolutely clear that at such a young age this was simply impossible. Could this student already possess the 8th level of true power? Everyone heard that loud voice and realized that the participants in the family evaluation were now being pursued. The host addressed everyone present and said that it seemed these people were greatly underestimating the sacred land if they had decided to break its rules. The villains were surprised when they realized that representatives of the sacred land were present and that they were now in for huge trouble. The competition host and the chief examiner bowed before the villains and said that was enough for today. They should go their separate ways peacefully. The leader of the attackers realized that the student's strength was no less than his own, and together with the two new arrivals, they would be a formidable force. It seems the sacred land is interested in taking sides. Of course, it's better not to get in their way, because in reality, the Shu family isn't that important. Wu Shuang turned to the chief examiner with a complaint. Why had they come and interrupted him, since he hadn't finished this battle yet? But the old man said they were just passing by, heard some strange growling sounds, and decided to check it out just in case. The man acknowledged that the Jimin family was becoming more and more brazen. It seemed they had made significant strides in recent years. Wu Shuang asked the chief examiner what the source of the Jimin family's power was. The man replied that among the feudal lords of the Jimin kingdom, they ranked 5th. They are the most powerful lords of the southern heavenly realm and rule over 8 provinces at once. 3 members of this family are at the 8th level. There are more than a dozen at the 7th level, and their patriarch is at the 9th level of true power. In other words, none of the other aristocrats of the southern heavenly realm can rival the Seaman family. And this was hardly surprising. If a clan is that powerful and is led by someone at the 9th level, it's understandable why they are so self-assured and arrogant. Wu Shuang thought about how, in his past life, he had been at the 9th level of true power. The chief examiner said that there was almost no time left before the next battle, and he wanted to know whether the Qing family intended to continue fighting or would surrender. Wu Shuang had absolutely no idea why the chief examiner had suddenly brought this up now. The man replied that it was very frightening to come face to face with such a powerful family, so it was perfectly normal for the young man to be scared. Qing Wu Shuang smiled and said there was only one possible answer to that. He would wipe the Shu family off the face of the earth. The atmosphere at the Shu family estate was very tense. The elder paced the courtyard impatiently. As soon as Jimin Qian appeared on the porch with his representatives, he immediately rushed over to them, eager to find out what they should do. Qian's aides advised their master to return to his family first. Jimin Qian asked who the 2 strongest warriors in the Shu family were at the moment. The head of the family said that 3 people had already sacrificed themselves for the family, and at this point only he and his uncle remained. Qian said that meant the 2 of them would have to step forward to fight against Daxi Hen. Mr. Shu said that they were both at the 5th level of true power, while Daxi Hen had already reached the 7th. Most likely they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Jimin Qian was very serious. He told the man that the situation was dire, and the family had only 2 options left: to surrender and accept defeat, or to fight to the death. Mr. Shu couldn't believe his ears. What did fight to the death mean? Could Wu Shuang really be so strong that he had outside help? Qian replied that his 8th level true power warrior had just fled from that boy, and the warrior told his master that his strength was no less than that of Jimin Qian. It was simply unheard of. How could such a young man possess 8th level true power? Qian said that he had done everything he could and warned them of everything, and now the choice was up to Elder Shu. After that, he turned and left the estate. And so once again, all the contestants and spectators gathered in the arena to proceed to the next stage. Qing Wu Shuang stood alone in the arena, while the representatives of the Shu family had still not arrived. It was possible that they were avoiding the fight. A wise man knows when to retreat. Rumors were already circulating that this poor student was actually the reincarnation of a spiritual child, and that an ordinary mortal could not compare to him. It was unclear how the Shu family intended to handle this, since even the Jimin feudal lords were now begging for forgiveness from the Qing family. And the Qing family was, after all, the most powerful family in the Middle Kingdom. Time was almost up, and the Shu family still hadn't appeared in the arena, while the other two wealthy families watched the events unfold. The spectators, of course, considered this a disgrace for the entire province. Not only had the most powerful and influential family been defeated, but they were also refusing to continue the fight. Families like this shouldn't exist in their province at all, since they bring shame upon themselves and others. Soon, an opinion began to spread among the spectators that the entire family should be destroyed or exiled to another place. And just as these sentiments were reaching their peak, a representative of the Shu family appeared in the arena, having materialized from nowhere. Absolutely every spectator felt the terrible pressure emanating from this man. It was impossible to even sit in their seats because their bodies were shaking. And finally, members of the Shu family appeared. They silently made their way toward the arena. The family's motto was, "Fight like lions for your own sake until our enemy is destroyed." And now the head of the family could not imagine what exactly the Qing family might do to destroy the entire Shu family. The family elder wanted to see for himself what kind of demon Qing Wushuang really was. The young man was very pleased to see that Elder Shu Sanli himself had arrived. He said he had been waiting for him for a long time. The elder turned to the host and said that in the previous round, Wu Shuang had fought 2 people, which meant that now he would have to fight 4 at once. The audience didn't expect such audacity. Was this elder really suggesting that an ordinary guy fight 4 opponents? If that actually happened, it was clear that Qing Wu Shuang wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Mr. Yun thought this old man had completely lost his mind to make such a proposal, but everyone wanted to know how Wu Shuang would respond. The host, of course, knew that according to the rules, if a person enters the ring for a second consecutive fight, he would have to. The host didn't get a chance to finish explaining what he would have to do. But Qing Wu Shuang interrupted him and said that it was no problem, and he accepted the challenge. Everyone was shocked. Yun Qingyan thought this guy simply imagined himself to be a real god of war. But be that as it may, everyone present heard the young man's response, and now no one had any doubts about how the battle would unfold. One of the family elders said that it had been a long time since he'd last fought in an event like this, but now some insolent brat had dared to threaten them. Furthermore, Xu Shihai had been killed at the hands of this insolent upstart, and that was simply unheard of. Another elder from the Xu family said that Shihai had been one of his best and most beloved disciples, and that he would definitely avenge him. The participation of these 3 elders indicated that the Xu family patriarch had completely lost hope, since he was sending out 3 old men who hadn't appeared in public for over 10 years. But at the same time, even though their power was only at the 5th level of true power, when they combined their forces, they could match the former 7th level elder of the Daxi clan. It was precisely thanks to these elders that the Xu family once began to extend its influence throughout the entire province. The Xu family elder was confident that with the help of the 3 elders and his trump cards, he would never concede victory, and no one doubted this anymore. Thus, the 4th round for a spot in the elite class in which one person faced off against 4 at once began. One of the elders began to gather his energy and announced that they would use a group technique. Immediately, the Child of Water, Wicked Earth, Wood, Tor, Fire Sai, and the Almighty Zilato were brought into play. All of this was blended into the 5 elements thunder array technique, forming a sort of enormous pillar. The warriors realized it was all over. The elders now had the opportunity to complete the thunder array technique, and against this phenomenon, Wu Xuan certainly had no chance of victory. At that moment, the young man tested this powerful pillar by touching it on an energetic level. If this is their finishing move, it looks quite powerful. No wonder feudal lords like the Jimin family love it so much. One of the elders addressed the young man and said that they were well aware of his combat skills, which was precisely why they were all standing there. However, the young man was far too overconfident. After all, no one can escape the 5 elements thunder array. Wu Shuang is only powerful as long as he remains trapped within it. The elders have nothing to fear. Qing Wu Shuang was completely calm and replied to the elder that all of this was, of course, very amusing, but the fact is that everything in this world has a cause and an effect. It doesn't matter so much what the technique is. What's far more important is where its power comes from. Wu Shuang turned to the old man and said that the old man's tricks would not work on him at all. After that, the pillar began to gradually crack, and the old man cried out in despair that this was impossible. One of the elders began adding new techniques to strengthen the array of the strongest. Another reinforcement appeared above the pillar. It provided constant reinforcement to the array and prevented its destruction. The old man admitted that he hadn't thought he'd have to use this technique to defeat a child. The formation and their resolve wouldn't last much longer, so everyone needed to be ready to deliver a critical blow. And now all four attackers had gathered their strength together to deliver the final blow. All this time, Wu Shuang had been standing calmly inside that eerie pillar, paying no attention to what was happening. And at some point, he simply declared that he was tired of these old men. The next moment, the entire pillar exploded, shattering the arena into pieces and engulfing it in a blinding light. The spectators literally froze in their seats. A powerful explosion in the center of the arena sent huge chunks of the structure flying in all directions. Everyone sensed just how powerful this technique was, and it turned out that the old men were very strong. For a long time, no one could see what was actually happening in the arena. Everyone unanimously understood that the situation was very dire and painful for Wu Xuan. His father and sister, too, kept their eyes fixed on the arena. They desperately wanted their brother and son to survive, regardless of the family's standing. The smoke cleared, and everyone saw the figure of a young man standing firmly on his feet, holding the two old men by the head. The young members of the Shu Ting and Yuan families watched the entire gruesome scene in horror. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes, but it appeared that all these old men were dead. Zhu Sanli, the family elder, could barely stand, coughing up blood, and with his numerous injuries, he knew that a trio of elders was capable of taking down an 8th-level true power warrior. Yet this young boy had simply crushed him. The young man pushed the elders' bodies aside and turned to Shu Sanli, saying that it was now his turn to attack. Shu Sanli raised his hand to his face and said that he never thought they wouldn't be able to defeat Wu Shuang, even with the 3 elders. He didn't want to admit it, but Wu Shuang was forcing him to take extreme measures after all. He wasn't doing this for himself, but for his family. Shimen Qian handed him a capsule and explained that it was a serum. If he took it, his strength would surge to its maximum, but only for a short time. Shu Sanli had to decide for himself whether or not to take the serum, but he made up his mind and swallowed the capsule. Soon his body began to transform. It seemed as though he had entered a berserker state, and he could feel a new power surging through his body. The men couldn't believe their eyes. They had never seen the elder like this before, but he certainly looked very powerful and invincible. The warrior realized that the capsule they had borrowed from the royal family had taken effect, and he couldn't understand how they had managed to persuade Elder Shu to take it. Qian knew that the capsule could boost power for a short period of time, but it had serious side effects that the elder was unaware of. For now, however, they would simply observe how it worked. Shu Sanli was now an 8th-level true power cultivator, and he declared that for the sake of his clan's survival, Qing Wu Shuang would die. After that, he attacked the young man, unleashing a powerful and extremely dangerous burst of energy at him. Qing Wu Shuang, at this stage, also possessed the 8th level of true power. He said that today he was dealing with the Shu clan, which had dared to provoke the Qing family. The young man easily parried the attack, and now it was once again unclear what was happening to Elder Shu. Wu Shuang looked at his opponent with interest. He realized that the old man had just consumed something, which was why his strength had increased so dramatically. The old man began to laugh and confirmed that for an ordinary student, Qing Wu Shuang was very strong. Even 3 elders had been unable to defeat him, but now all of the young man's techniques were no match for Shu Sanli. The competition host and chief examiner also realized that the old man Shu Sanli had consumed something incredible, but they strongly disapproved of such tricks. The host knew that after consuming this capsule, a person's energy center is destroyed, but in its place, the inner beastly essence begins to be stimulated. This incredibly boosts strength for a short period of time. Specifically, Shu Sanli now possesses the strength of the 8th level of true power. The chief examiner was certain that something like this couldn't go unnoticed. As soon as the effect wore off, the man's body would undergo changes. It's a drug forgotten by the gods. No one knows where they got it from. The drug's effect lasts only 5 minutes, so he needs to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible. Shu Sanli turned to the young man and said that he was now going to destroy him with his most powerful move, one the boy wouldn't dare to block. Wu Shuang acknowledged that his opponent had exceeded all his expectations, so he too decided to use his most powerful move. And so the two rivals came face to face. Their strength levels were equal, though the old man's might wane after a while. The Jade Labyrinth and the Wolf's Shadow stood against the might of the sun and the strike of the Nine Suns. Soon the entire arena exploded and shattered into tiny pieces. Waves of powerful energy and force spread throughout the stadium. The spectators could barely stay in their seats. It felt as if they were riding a high-speed roller coaster, with gusts of air pressing them against their seats. Even the strongest members of the upper class felt the power. It was the most astonishing battle for a spot in the upper class. Shu Sanli told his opponent not to even try. He wouldn't be able to withstand his move. Wu Shuang also sensed a powerful attack, but his daily training wasn't something that could be easily overcome. And so the opponents clashed once again in a flurry of attacks. Their hands closed in on each other, seeking to break through and inflict damage. Shu Sanli was also putting in a lot of effort. He thought it was absolutely impossible, but life had shown him that this was exactly how it was. Wu Shuang looked at his opponent and said that the elder's fate would be decided right here and now. In addition to his usual hold, the young man landed an extra blow to show everyone that they shouldn't mess with the Qing family. The young man landed the next blow to avenge the humiliation his father had suffered. And the final blow was delivered in retaliation for the constant mockery and harassment of his younger sister. As a result of this attack, Shu Sanli was sent flying across the entire arena and crashed into the wall. For a long time, nothing could be seen and nothing was clear, but the faces of the young members of the Shu family were saddened and agitated. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a frail old man who realized that the drug's effects had worn off and his strength had left him. Furthermore, he no longer had his shadow armor. Wu Shuang towered over his opponent and said that it was time to set out on their journey. Shu Sanli tried to crawl away, for he could not die. He was the elder of the wealthy Shu clan and simply could not die. Unexpectedly, the old man turned, looked at his opponent, and declared that he accepted defeat. Qing Wu Shuang said he couldn't hear a thing since the old man was muttering something under his breath. The old man, with snot and tears streaming down his face, shouted that he was giving up. Wu Shuang showed no reaction to these words. The arena was completely destroyed, and there was even a crack in the stadium itself. Shu Sanli finally mustered his strength and shouted that he was giving up and that the Shu family had lost. The old man lay there coughing up blood and thought that if he made it out of there alive, he would be able to take revenge on them in the future. Qing Wu Shuang kicked the old man in the back before he had a chance to think of anything else. Stepping aside, Wu Shuang told the old man that he had pretended not to hear anything, and now the young man was satisfied. The host was right there, and he said he would now announce the winner of the family evaluation. In the name of the sacred land, the Qing family is declared the winner of the spot in the wealthy class. Shura couldn't contain her emotions. She was overjoyed that her brother had won this battle. Qing Lanshan was very excited, proud, and happy because everyone had seen that Wu Shuang was capable of doing it. The new family of herb merchants couldn't believe their eyes. They thought they might be dreaming if this was really the very same Qing Wu Shuang. Mr. Yun thought he was some incredibly remarkable young man, and his daughter also looked at Wu Shuang in amazement. His friends couldn't hold back and expressed their support for the entire Qing family very loudly and openly. The audience went wild today. They were all going to celebrate the downfall of the Sus, people who had gotten what they deserved for the many terrible things they'd done over the years. Young representatives led their elder off the stage amid the loud shouts and jeers of the audience. It was hard to call this man alive. Most likely he was simply a walking corpse who bore the name Shu Sanli. Shimen Qian realized that a side effect had kicked in, and now the elder had at best been reduced to the third level of true power. And so came the end of the entire Shu family. Qian told his assistant that they needed to leave because the Shu family was now completely useless. Meanwhile, a celebration was being held in the arena for the Qing family, which had once again joined the wealthy class. The host invited the family elder to come forward to receive the symbol of membership in the wealthy class. Qing Lanshan examined the symbol. Many years had passed, and he never imagined that his family would ever see or receive it again. The father turned to his son and said that all of this had been made possible thanks to Wu Shuang, and that he and his daughter were very happy to have such a protector. The spectators began to applaud and cheer, praising the wealthy Qing family. The stadium was noisy, lively, and filled with thunderous applause. Representatives from other families thought this was unbelievable, but at the same time, They too needed to follow the Qing family's example. Before the families were evaluated, they seemed utterly poor and insignificant. Everyone thought this family was finished. And now the Qing family had moved up to the wealthy class. Moreover, the young woman from this family was sweet and beautiful. Daxi Han admired this strategy, keeping his distance, striking a decisive blow at the right moment, and securing a place among the wealthy. The Qings are rising like an approaching storm, and a bright future awaits their province, as many families will now want to collaborate with the Qing family. The hosts were also very pleased with how things turned out. No one expected to see such a wonderful show. The clown believed that the spread of rumors about this family evaluation must be stopped. He would personally handle it, and the chief examiner would report everything to Lord Wusheng. Who would have thought that just a couple of hours ago, Qing Wu Shuang was an 8th-level true power warrior? A banquet was held in honor of the Qing family's victory, and many other noble families attended to celebrate and congratulate the Qing family. His friends were very happy for Wu Shuang. They congratulated him on his promotion to the wealthy class. In addition, the guys were very pleased, believing that the Shu family had finally gotten what they deserved, since they had bullied everyone for many years. Pinyin was certain that now, among ordinary people, they wouldn't dare act as arrogantly as they had before. Wu Shuang told his friend that the Shu family business was still very powerful, so they shouldn't underestimate them even now. Soon Yun Qingyan approached the guys, and Wu Shuang assumed she had come again to hit on him. But the girl said that no one was going to hit on Wu Shuang. She had simply come to congratulate him on his victory, and although he was very young, his strength was admirable. Wu Shuang didn't let it go to his head. He simply stated that it would be much better if the girl stopped hitting on him every time she saw him. Qing Lanshan addressed everyone present and expressed his personal gratitude to all who had come to celebrate this momentous occasion together. Elder Qian said he admired the Qing family and that it was true that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Qing Lanshan thanked him for his kind words and clinked glasses with the man. Representatives from poorer and more humble families raised toasts to Qing Lanshan and the prosperity of his family. Of course, all these elders were being very courteous now, but the man understood that it was all due to status and power. People immediately began to show more respect. Elder Qian immediately shooed away the representatives of the poorer families, saying that he still had business to attend to, and that they should step aside and not get in the way. The man said that everyone had watched in awe today at how strong Wu Shuang was, but the fact was that the elder had a daughter, and she was almost 14 years old. Her beauty and other qualities, and the man put his daughter forward to immediately try to arrange a marriage between her and Wu Shuang. But then Yun intervened in the conversation, saying that the girl was too young and didn't even know the incomparable Wu Shuang personally. However, he himself also has a daughter, and his Qingyan is the perfect age, especially since the young people studied at the same academy, so you could say they've known each other since childhood. Qian said it's better not to mention the Yun family's daughter, since she was the one who burst into Wu Shuang's room to accuse him of something he didn't do. Elder Yun began to say that it was all just gossip. Everyone knows that it was actually Shu Ting who had been having problems with Wu Shuang for a long time, and his daughter had simply been dragged into the conflict. The man even said that he had had a serious argument with the academy dean, but Elder Qian still insisted that these stories shouldn't be believed. Mr. Yun was convinced that his daughter was a better match for Wu Shuang. Elder Qian, on the other hand, believed that his little daughter was a real gem and that she was perfect for Qing. It looked like a fight was about to break out between the two fathers. Bystanders snickered as they watched the men try to sell their daughters, doing so in full view of everyone without even a hint of embarrassment. At the very same time, the Shu estate was in deep mourning for the fallen. Elder Shu Sanli was completely wrapped in bandages and looked more like a mummy. He asked if everything he had mentioned had been prepared. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the elder said that today they would do everything for their family, for their survival. If they did not flee the province, they would be wiped out in 6 months. They needed to head to the Wu region toward the city of Donglin, set up an ambush there, and do everything in their power to wipe out the Qins. If no one from that family remained, they would be unable to revive themselves for a long time to come. The man told the elder that they would destroy all the keys at any cost, though the journey would be quite long, as they would have to make their way through thousands of miles of the Great Mountain and hundreds of prefectures and provinces. The difficulty of the journey no longer mattered, because the kingdom of Baiyou had abandoned them. Therefore, the Shu family must now seek refuge in the lands of Wu, In the past, they had many enemies, but they were able to deal with them thanks to their status. But now, having lost their status and been reduced to ordinary citizens, their fate is sealed. Yet there was no time for idle talk. They had to set out. The elder ordered them to split into two groups. The first group would head to the Qing residence and burn their house to the ground, destroy their ancestors, and ruin their future. Once everything had been burned and destroyed, including the fields and the oil factory, the first group would head southeast, where they would meet up with the second group. They would then join forces and continue on together to the lands of Wu. Wu Shuang watched the celebration held in honor of his family. It was nice to see his father happy and relaxed. Suddenly, the young man heard someone call his name. The girl said she had important information and wanted to speak with Wu Shuang in person. The young man knew she was one of Yun Xingyan's friends. The young people stepped out onto the quiet street, and the girl began to tell him about the invisible danger awaiting the Qing family. She decided she wouldn't beat around the bush and would tell the truth if Wu Shuang promised her something. The young man said he wasn't interested in making deals with strangers, and he had no intention of making promises to strangers either. As he was heading back inside for the celebration, the young man said, if the girl really had secret information, she'd better come clean right now. As for the promise, how could she be sure it would be kept if she was seeing the man for the first time and didn't know him at all? But the girl immediately began speaking very emotionally, saying that if it were a promise from Wu Shuang, she would definitely believe him. After that, the stranger decided not to beat around the bush and said she agreed. Her source was the Shu family. They were planning to take action against the Qing family. The girl didn't know all the details of the plan, but she was sure they would be revealed soon. The stranger looked very agitated. She was certain it would happen tonight and asked him to trust her, since she sincerely wanted Wu Shuang to remain unharmed. Wu Shuang fell into thought. He understood that murder wasn't the issue after today's defeat. The entire family realized they couldn't send Wu Shuang to his death. Of course, it was incredibly brazen of the Shu family to stand up to them. But suddenly a terrifying thought crossed the young man's mind. He immediately rushed back into the house, shouting to the girl as he ran that he would definitely repay her for her help someday. The stranger called out that if Qing Wu Shuang wanted to repay her, he could find her at the Redwood Martial Arts Academy. And then the girl remembered that she hadn't even told him her name, so how would he be able to find her if he didn't even know her name? Wu Shuang burst into the party and immediately rushed over to his father. The young man briefly outlined the situation, and Mr. Qing's face also took on a look of concern. Qing Lanshan addressed the guests with an apology. He announced that an emergency had arisen requiring immediate attention. He promised to host a celebration at his home later and looked forward to welcoming everyone there. Daxi Ming realized that something unexpected had happened and immediately rushed over to Wu Shuang to find out what had occurred. Wu Shuang explained that the Shu family was planning to take action against them to wipe out the Qing family once and for all. Most likely they were already on their way to Donglin City. The house was guarded by only a few soldiers, who clearly wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Daxi Ming said he would call his men and they would set out together. But Wu Shuang asked the young man to take care of his sister, while he himself, along with his father, was urgently heading to his hometown. Daxi promised to prepare horses for them. The largest lanterns were hung throughout the city, and the atmosphere was very festive and joyful. A young man climbed ladders to the rooftops, while the man gave orders, supervising the hanging of the lanterns and indicating where they should best be placed. Qing Luan Chuan was from the Qing family and was now busy preparing the city for the elder's arrival. These were the most enjoyable preparations he'd had in recent years. The man said that tomorrow they would need to buy enough fireworks to blind the eyes and make a deafening noise. When Elder Qing returned to the city, they would need to meet and greet them properly, especially since they were all now serving the wealthy class. The young man said there was no need to act like an idiot. But the young servant laughed and said that the world was cruel, and he could reveal information about little Li. The young man really liked this girl, but her mother thought he had no future. But now the situation has changed, and the young girl came and told the young man that her mother no longer objects to them dating. The head of the guard praised the young man, saying he was truly lucky, but if he married the girl, he would suffer from having such a mother-in-law. The young man immediately declared that his beloved was nothing like her mother. Besides, he had no intention of spending much time with his mother-in-law. Mr. Shu said that they were both at the 5th level of true power, while Daxi Heng had already reached the 7th. Most likely they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Shimen Qian was very serious. He told the man that the situation was complicated and the family had only two options left: to surrender and accept defeat, or to fight to the death. Mr. Shu couldn't believe his ears. What did it mean to fight to the death? Was Wu Shuang really that strong, and was someone from outside helping him? Qian replied that his 8th-level true power warrior had just fled from that boy. And the warrior told his master that Wu Shuang's strength was no less than that of Shimen Qian. It was simply unheard of. How could such a young man possess 8th-level true power? Qian said that he had done everything he could and warned them of everything. Now the choice was up to Elder Shui after that. He turned and left the estate. And so, once again, all the contestants and spectators gathered in the arena to proceed to the next stage. Qing Wu Shuang stood alone in the arena, while the representatives of the Shui family had still not arrived. Perhaps they were avoiding the fight. A wise man knows when to retreat. Rumors were already circulating that this poor student was actually the reincarnation of a spiritual child, and that an ordinary mortal could not compare to him. It was unclear how the Shu family intended to handle this, since even the Jimen feudal lords were now begging for forgiveness from the Qing family, the most powerful family in the Middle Kingdom. Time was almost up, and the Shu family still hadn't appeared in the arena, while the two other wealthy families watched the events unfold. The spectators, of course, considered this a disgrace for the entire province. Not only had the most powerful and influential family been defeated, but they were also refusing to continue the fight. Families like this shouldn't exist in their province at all, since they bring shame upon themselves and others. Soon, an opinion began to spread among the spectators that the entire family should be destroyed or exiled to another place. And just as these sentiments were reaching their peak, a representative of the Shu family appeared out of nowhere. Absolutely every viewer felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this man. It was impossible to even sit in their seats. Their bodies were shaking. And finally, the members of the Shu family appeared. They silently made their way toward the arena. The family's motto was, "Fight like lions for your own sake until our enemy is destroyed." And now the head of the family couldn't imagine what exactly the Qing family could do to wipe out the entire Shu family. The family elder wanted to see for himself what kind of demon Qing Wu Shuang really was. The young man was very pleased to see that Elder Shu Sanli himself had arrived, and said he had been waiting for him for a long time. The elder turned to the host and said that in the previous round, Wu Shuang had fought 2 people, which meant that now he would have to fight 4 at once. The audience didn't expect such audacity. Was this elder really suggesting that an ordinary guy fight 4 opponents? If that actually happened, Qing Wu Shuang wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Mr. Yun thought the old man had completely lost his mind to suggest such a thing, but everyone wanted to know how Wu Shuang would respond. The host, of course, knew that according to the rules, if a person enters the ring for a second consecutive fight, he would have to, but he didn't get to finish his sentence. But Qing Wu Shuang interrupted him and said that there was no problem, and he accepted the challenge. Everyone was shocked. Yun Chenyen thought this guy simply imagined himself to be a real god of war. But be that as it may, everyone present heard the young man's response, and now no one had any doubts about how the battle would unfold. One of the family elders said that it had been a long time since he'd last fought in an event like this, but now some insolent brat had dared to threaten them. Furthermore, Shu Shihai had been killed at the hands of this insolent upstart, and that was simply unheard of. Another elder from the Shu family said that Shihai had been one of his best and most beloved disciples, and he would definitely avenge him. The participation of these 3 elders suggested that the Shu family patriarch had completely lost hope, since he was sending out people who hadn't appeared in public for over 10 years. But at the same time, even though their power was at the 5th level of true power, when they joined forces, they could match the former Daxi clan elder at the 7th level. It was precisely thanks to these elders that the Shu family once began to extend its influence throughout the entire province. The Shu family elder was confident that with the help of the 3 elders and his own trump cards, he would never concede victory, and no one doubted this anymore. Thus, the 4th round for a spot in the elite class in which one person faced off against 4 at once began. One of the elders began gathering energy and announced that they would use a group technique. Immediately, the child of water, wicked earth, wood, tor, fire, qi, and almighty gold were all brought into play. All of this was blended into the 5 elements thunder array technique, forming a massive pillar. The warriors realized it was all over. The elders now had the opportunity to complete the thunder array technique, and against that, Wu Xuan certainly had no chance of victory. Meanwhile, the young man tested this powerful pillar by touching it on an energetic level. If this is their finishing move, it looks quite powerful. No wonder feudal lords like the Simeon family are so fond of such things. One of the elders addressed the young man and said that they were aware of his combat skills, which was precisely why they were here, but that the young man was too overconfident. After all, no one can escape the thunderous array of the five elements. Wu Shuang is only strong as long as he's trapped. The elders have nothing to fear. Qing Wu Shuang was completely calm and replied to the elder that all of this was amusing, but that everything in this world has a cause and effect. It doesn't matter so much what the technique is. What's far more important is where its power comes from. Wu Shuang said that their tricks wouldn't work on him. After that, the pillar began to crack, and the old man cried out in despair that this was impossible. One of the elders began adding new techniques to strengthen the formation. Elder Shu Sanli ordered all his followers to begin their defense and erect a protective shield around themselves. However, it was difficult to counter the barrage of fire and the blazing lotus, and soon members of the Shu family were burning alive. They lay engulfed in flames, begging their elder to help and protect them. At that moment, Shu Yuan began calling out to his father for help. He begged his father to save him because he didn't want to die. Wu Shuang was choking this weakling, unable to understand how he dared to call himself one of the 7 young masters. Last time, Zhang Yao had died because of him, and now it was his turn. Shu Sanli turned to the young man and began begging him to spare his son and not kill him. Wu Shuang slammed the young man into the ground with all his might and said that the elders were exactly the same as his servants. Someone had raised them too, and they were important to someone. But if Elder Shu had decided to show up at Wu Shuang's house, he had to be prepared to accept the death of anyone. Elder Shu could only grit his teeth and watch as Wu Shuang killed his son. At one point, he drew his sword in the hope that he might attack Wu Shuang and protect his son. But Wu Shuang was very strong and quick. He simply grabbed the elder by the arm. After that, the young man turned to his servant and asked if this scoundrel had cut off his arm. The young man confirmed that it was the elder's doing. He was the one who had severed the young man's arm. Wu Shuang began to wrench the old man's arm, while the old man writhed in pain and asked what Wu Shuang intended to do to him. Wu Shuang had no intention of wasting time on conversation. He delivered a series of blows, simultaneously severing all the tendons in the elder's body. The young man said there was no need to worry so much. They were just tendons. The man wouldn't die and would be able to watch closely as his sons perished right before his eyes. Meanwhile, the son and nephew were utterly terrified. They trembled with fear and didn't know what to do. The only thing they knew was that they had no way to match Qing Wu Shuang's strength. The city's defenders noted how quickly the situation had turned upside down. They hadn't even realized when their young master, who had constantly been bullied at the academy, had become so strong. At that moment, one of the family's elder members shouted for Xu Zhou and Xu Ting to flee immediately and preserve their family's bloodline, while he would try to hold Wu Xuan off, even if only for a short while. Most likely that for a short while was very brief, because in the very next moment everything around them was engulfed in flames, and Wu Shuang set off in pursuit of the fleeing members of the Xu family. The young men were terrified, and although they knew they had to keep running without stopping for even a moment, they still wanted to see what was happening to their father and uncle. Wu Shuang rushed after them and in the very next moment overtook them, determined not to let the scoundrels leave his house. The young man leaped onto the roof and threw the young masters of the family back into the courtyard. The helpless old man, his tendons severed, trembled with pain and horror as he watched Zhou and Ting fail to escape and likely face certain destruction. The young servant saw that just a few minutes ago these men had been cruel and all-powerful, but now in the face of their young master they were trying to flee just to save their own lives. The young master's power was boundless, and he looked like a true god of war. The captain of the guard ordered the surviving men to clear the area of the bodies of the slain and to bind the survivors and the wounded. The servant, having lost an arm, held the family elder down with his foot as the elder tried to escape despite having the tendons in his arms and legs severed. At that moment, Mr. Qing ran into the estate grounds. He had finally arrived and was ready to help his son. Everyone immediately saw that Elder Qing had returned, which meant that they were now definitely out of danger. The head of security apologized to the elder for failing to protect the family and nearly losing their ancestral home. Fortunately, the young master had arrived just in time. Qing Lanshan told the people that they were his true family. They faced an enemy stronger than themselves head-on. Without fear in their eyes, They are true warriors and worthy brothers. Soon the sound of hooves echoed, and the men thought someone from the Shu family had come riding up again. But the gates swung open, and it turned out that help had arrived. It was representatives of the Hu clan. These people offered their support, immediately setting about putting out the fire, bandaging the wounded, and providing every kind of assistance. The defenders of the Qing household didn't understand why the people from the Hu clan were helping them, since their families had always been at odds. And even though they had been neighbors for many years, there had never been any friendly relations between them before. So why had they come here now? Wu Shuang realized that it was all his fault. For the past 4 years, he had focused solely on his cultivation and had given no thought whatsoever to the people around him. If he had taught them martial arts from the very beginning, they would have been able to fight back today. But now some of them were wounded, and many had been killed or maimed. Wu Shuang understood that one must always rely on the right time, place, and people. Only then can one remain satisfied. But now it seemed that his past life had taught him nothing. Ping Yin was tying up one of the captured villains and said that the man kept screaming and claiming to have very important information. And now the guys wanted to know what to do with him, whether Wu Shuang was going to listen to what this important information was all about. It turned out to be none other than the logistics officer Gu Shen. After that incident, the Qing family very quickly rebuilt their home together with the Hu family. The guys from the Hu family were discussing the Qing family. Everyone knew that if the young master hadn't arrived in time, the consequences could have been irreversible. No one expected the Shu family to be so insane as to not only wipe out all members of a noble family, but also commit treason. Fortunately, Gu Shen revealed their plans. Wu Shuang was also very ruthless. He burst into the fray and in a matter of minutes took care of the entire Shu family. And although the Qing family suffered heavy losses, fortunately no one was killed. It was simply amazing to turn the entire situation around in his favor in just a few moments. No one had ever seen such a talented and powerful fighter. Now everyone is convinced that this young man, Wu Shuang, is the hope of the entire city and the entire kingdom. Everyone understood that from now on, the city of Donglan would never be the same, and many people would think twice before harming any of its residents. Somewhere deep inside one of the houses were prison cells, where Vlad found his temporary or permanent place of residence. The knife was generously coated with poison, and even the tiniest cut would cause the entire body to shake, foam to spew from the throat, and endless convulsions to last for 3 days and 3 nights, followed by death. Wu Shuang showed this knife to Gu Shen and asked if the man would like to test it on himself. The old man was terrified. He banged his head against the floor and begged for forgiveness. He said that there was not a single person in the world more noble than the young Master Qing, and that he, an old fool, simply hadn't been able to recognize gold among jade. The man was certain that the young Master Qing would not kill him, because he would still need him. In general, Gu Shen swore that they could do with him as they pleased. He was even ready to sacrifice his own life for Wu Shuang. The man had already explained that the entire Shu family had fled during the night to make their way to the great lands of Wu and betray the kingdom of Baiyue. But first, they wanted to destroy the Qing family. The young man knew that the Shu family wasn't all that large to begin with. They simply wouldn't have been able to betray the kingdom and flee to the great lands on their own, which meant that someone powerful was backing the Shu family. Gao Shen swore that he didn't know who it could be and said he had absolutely no idea. Wu Shuang approached the old man, saying that if he knew nothing, there was no point in keeping him alive, which meant Gu Shen was no longer needed. The old man began to tremble with fear, sob, and beg. He asked for a couple of minutes to think, and perhaps he would remember who they were talking about. Wu Shuang froze in place and said that the old man needed to think very quickly, because they didn't have much time. Soon Gu Shen recalled that during the family evaluations, the feudal lords from the Ximen family had remained at the Shu residence the entire time, but he personally didn't know what plans they were making. Wu Shuang approached the old man again, knife in hand, trying to believe his words that the old man didn't know exactly what the representatives of the Ximen feudal lords had been doing at the Shu residence. The old man recalled that it was the Ximen feudal lords who had proposed fleeing to the great lands of Wu. The young man couldn't understand why such prominent feudal lords would make such a proposal. Perhaps they had some motive. The old man realized he had to make a choice now. Either betray the Ximen family or die if he revealed nothing. Gao Shen explained that the Ximen feudal lords had also decided to betray the kingdom, and through the Shu family, they had begun to carry out their plan. The Great Lands of Wu are currently no different from the Kingdom of Baiyu. They are both roughly on the same level, but in a short time, conflicts and wars will break out between them. The Shiman feudal lords must have secretly agreed with the royal family of the Great Lands of Wu to act within the country. If they had succeeded, the Great Lands of Wu would have been able to expand their territories, increase their natural resources, and rise to a high level of national influence. Furthermore, the Ximen feudal lords would be crowned as a foreign royal family, and they would seize power over all of Redwood's royal lands. The old man realized that having revealed all this, his days were numbered, while the young man looked on in admiration at the old man, who had managed to survive despite knowing so much useful information. Wu Shuang told the lobbyist that he had behaved very well and that his life would be spared. At the moment, the Qing family has no shortage of social contacts. Gao Sheng will sit in prison for a while and consider whether he will work for the Qing family. If he does, his life will become more luxurious, and people will praise him. But if he decides to betray them, he will be destroyed along with his family. For now, however, Wu Shuang wasn't pressuring the old man for an answer and advised him to think it all through carefully. Gao Sheng came to the conclusion that he had never met a child with such an approach and character. He no longer cared at all about some Ximen family, because by his side was a man of high aspirations, Qing Wu Shuang. The news that the Shu family had betrayed the kingdom spread instantly throughout all the towns and villages. Provincial officials immediately dispatched their men to arrest the criminals. In total, 32 members of the Shu family had arrived at the Qing estate. Of these, about 20 were killed and the rest were arrested. Letters addressed to a feudal family from the Great Lands of Wu were also found in their possession, along with an escape plan and other evidence. The attack on the Qing residence, which belonged to a noble family, was also a grave crime. With all the witnesses and substantial evidence, the outcome was obvious and a foregone conclusion. Soon the news reached the emperor. While ordinary crimes were handled by local judges, this was not the case with treason. The emperor was furious. All the crimes had been proven, so he ordered the executioner to put the villains to death without delay. The emperor also sent investigators to the royal lands of Redwood. He demanded a thorough investigation of the families that had close ties to Shu overall. No innocent person was harmed, but no one got off scot-free either. A group of young men had gathered at the Qing family's training ground. Starting today, a new life began for them. The young man had almost mastered control of his hand. It turned out that his severed hand could be restored, and it had even become stronger than before. This was because young master Wu Shuang had personally performed acupuncture and moxibustion on them. Over the past few days, he had not only healed their wounds, but also increased their strength. None of those present knew exactly why the young master had gathered them at the training ground. Wu Shuang now constantly reflected on the fact that ordinary Shui warriors had been enough to practically destroy his home, which is why elite warriors were both necessary and vital for the Qing family. While the young man was treating the warriors, he observed that their physical abilities were at a respectable level, but their martial arts skills were lacking, and now he wanted to know what the guards' duty was. Every single one of them replied that they must protect the family at the cost of their own lives, but the young master declared that this was absolutely incorrect. The duty of the guards, first and foremost, is to be able to defend themselves. If they couldn't even protect themselves, how were they going to protect the house? Everyone understood that this was true. When faced with elite warriors, the young men hadn't been able to protect even themselves, let alone defend the house. Wu Shuang referred to the young men as the children of the Qing family, and he never doubted their loyalty. He was certain he could ask them to sacrifice themselves. But bravery, loyalty, and fighting spirit alone are not enough to defeat the enemy. Strength and strategy are crucial on the battlefield. Starting the next day, Wu Shuang would conduct a special 3-month training program for them. Everyone really liked this idea. The boys didn't realize that their master was a highly skilled warrior, and that if he trained them, they would become much stronger. This training will be grueling, and not everyone will be able to endure it, so if anyone wants to leave, they can do so right now. However, the men all shouted in unison that they would never give up under any circumstances and would never leave. That was the right and proper response. Wu Shuang warned his comrades that the outcome of these 3 months would definitely change their fate. Wu Shuang was still talking with the warriors when Go Shen appeared beside him. The man said he had fulfilled the young master's request. The news had spread faster than the wind. Everything had been handled with the utmost care, and no one would ever know that it had been Wu Shuang's request. The young man thanked the lobbyist, then told him not to speak as if he were a commoner. Gao Shen was only required to obey orders and solve problems, not to spout flowery rhetoric. Gao Shen was very surprised. He realized that he was allowed to be human again, and that no one intended to humiliate or mistreat him. The man said he had evidence that the Jimen feudal lords had colluded with the Zhu family during the family evaluations. So why not take this opportunity to sow chaos and fear among them? Wu Shuang asked if his words alone weren't enough to knock these feudal lords off their feet. Gao Sheng surmised that the young master did not wish to get involved with the feudal lords. If so, he didn't understand why the rumor had been spread. It wouldn't do the Simens any harm. But Wu Shuang confirmed that they would not take any action for now, but would simply wait. The rumors would help deter the Shimen feudal lords from taking further action against the Qing family. And if it weren't for these rumors, the Jimen feudal lords would most likely have already organized a new attack. Just then, Xuer stepped onto the training grounds. She called out to her brother, saying she had something important to discuss. Wu Shuang had a rough idea of what she was talking about. Could it be that someone had come to propose marriage again lately? Suitors had been pestering them constantly, showing up several times a day. But his sister called out for him to come down quickly because there was a young woman there who really wanted to see him. And indeed, a stunning, captivating beauty was waiting for the young gentleman to come down so she could talk to him. On the continent, all countries are divided into 12 classes. The first class is occupied by the Great Empire, which is divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Next comes the second class, the free nations, the third class, the subordinate nations, and at the very bottom are the slave nations and various tribes, 4 classes and 12 levels. The Kingdom of Bayue is merely a middle-level subordinate nation of the lowest status. Wu Shuang finally came downstairs and saw the girl. It was the very same girl he had almost forgotten. The girl immediately admitted what she had been thinking, that he would order her to be expelled because he had already achieved what he wanted and no longer needed her. Wu Shuang hoped she was just joking. After all, it was thanks to this girl's information that the Qing family had been able to avoid a tragic fate. And now he was ready to repay her kindness with a favor of his own if it was within his power. But if that was the case, the girl preferred not to delay and to get straight to the point. Few people know about this because everything is kept secret, and the girl hopes that young Master Qing will also keep this secret. In 3 months, the 4 heads of the kingdom will serve as judges for the National Martial Arts exam for students. This exam should not be underestimated. It will be much more difficult than a regular test. In the past, such exams were held within the Kingdom of Bayue. Those who passed the exam were sent to study in the sacred land of Zhenwu, and such students quickly rose to great heights. This time, the venue will be much farther from the Kingdom of Bayue. It will be in Bayue's motherland. This is a mid-tier great empire, ranked second in its class, and home to a vast number of noble families. The kingdom is responsible only for selecting and sending young talents to the exam. If the participants perform well, the kingdom may receive a corresponding upgrade in its status. As for the students, an incredible future awaits them, provided, of course, that they can pass the qualifying rounds. Otherwise, they will be able to study in the sacred land of Zhenwu, and these chosen ones will have a chance to enter the spirit world. Wu Shuang had already heard of the spirit world, but he still didn't know what kind of place it was. The peak of his martial arts in his past life had been limited to cultivation in the mortal world. The girl explained that her sister was planning to take the exam, so she wanted Wu Shuang to help her sister during the exam, but most importantly, to help her pass the qualifying round. Wu Shuang said that if it was just a regular martial arts exam, he could help. But her sister's abilities still haven't reached a certain level. If Wu Shuang helps her reach that level, she might become a rival or competitor for him in the future. The girl said there was no need to worry. The spirit world needs not only talented individuals but also those who show promise. And if Wu Shuang wishes to help, he can be present during the exam. Wu Shuang agreed to grant the girl's request, and she began to thank him from the bottom of her heart. Wu Shuang said that was absolutely unnecessary since he was simply returning the favor. Besides, he still didn't even know the girl's name. It turned out that the red-haired beauty was named Tong Yao, such a short yet meaningful name. The city of Donglan was located near the Great Mountain, which belonged to Mother Nature. But that didn't stop the young warriors from using it during their training. Wu Shuang was able to teach all the young men the art of cultivation. 3 months of training transformed an ordinary group of fighters into an ironclad army. These young warriors trained their strength, spirit, inner energy, and minds. During the training sessions, Qing Wushuang didn't sit idly by. He also practiced cultivation and honed new techniques. Soon the young man realized that he had finally managed to cultivate the power of the sun to a perfect level. The path of the sun's power consisted of concentrating all the qi energy within himself. It looked like a multitude of rings of surging waves gathering into a single enormous vortex. As soon as the vortex was fully formed, the power of the sun reached its ideal level, and when the technique was at its ideal level, the result of the strike would not be long in coming. Wu Shuang executed the entire technique, and using the power of the sun, carried out the sacred destruction. The young man understood that the final form of this technique was far more powerful than all the previous ones. He was already close, and soon he would reach the peak of his power from his past life. Even if Elder Shimen were to appear here, he would be able to defeat him. The highest level of martial arts which Wu Shuang had been unable to attain in his past life was waiting for him just around the corner. Wu Shuang was about to leave for a while to attend Redwood Academy and was now saying goodbye to his family in the courtyard of the Qing estate. The family elders said that Wu Shuang would have to stay in the skybound realm, which belonged entirely to the Shimen feudal lords, so his son must be very careful. Wu Shuang reassured his father, saying that these feudal lords wouldn't dare come looking for him. But even if they did, the young man would easily handle them. Wu Shuang looked at his beloved sister and said that the matter of her relationship with Daxi Ming had already been resolved. His father wished for his son to excel on this exam. With abilities like Wu Shuang's, passing the exam would be no trouble at all. Most importantly, the young man would have the opportunity to enter the spirit world. It turns out that many members of the Qing family had tried to do this, but no one had succeeded, and the young man said that if it was that serious, he would definitely do his best. After that, the young man jumped onto his horse and galloped off into the distance to face new trials and tests. There were only 4 fighters under the age of 20 in the entire province: Daxi Yang, Yun Qingyan, Xu Ting, and Qing Wushuang. Xu, of course, was eliminated from the list. Thus, it turned out that 3 people were eligible to take the exam. They strolled through the city, which amazed them with its beauty, size, and prosperity. Daxi Yang suggested heading straight to the city center. After all, that was where all the participants were gathering right now. And indeed, the top martial arts students from the 8 provinces of the sky-high country had arrived there and divided into their respective groups. Suddenly, a female rider charged straight into the crowd, scattering everyone in all directions. She behaved very arrogantly. It was Yin Yue Hong, an 8th-level martial arts student of true power. The girl she struck with her whip immediately realized she was facing a member of the Yin Yue family and stared at her in terror. Hong lashed out with her whip at the pitiful girl who had dared to stop her horse, and the unfortunate girl fell to the ground. Kinyan seethed with indignation at the sight of such a rude and reckless young woman. The young men, too, could barely contain themselves as they watched. Many in the crowd recognized the girl. She was a young lady from the Yin Yue family who were on good terms with the Ximen feudal lords. Because of this, they behaved in a completely outrageous manner and even allowed themselves to ride all over the city harassing other people. Kinyan was genuinely outraged and thought this was wrong. The girl had brutally struck an ordinary passerby. It was simply disgusting. Hong heard these comments directed at her and told the girl to shut her mouth, or else she would bitterly regret it. But Qin Yan wasn't intimidated and said that they were all high-level fighters here, having come for the exam, and that for some reason the girl was picking on them, even though they should be sticking together. Instead of supporting the others, Hong is clashing with everyone, even though as a strong fighter, she could be helping everyone instead. Wu Shuang looked at Qin Yan and realized that this wasn't the place to seek justice. He hadn't expected the girl to be so driven by it. All the other participants in the upcoming exams looked away. No one dared to support Qin Yan and risk getting into trouble. Hong turned to the stranger and said that none of the guys supported or shared her opinion anymore, so she'd better not make a fool of herself and keep her mouth shut. Hong knew that her family had been friends with the locals for many generations, and no one dared to speak out against them. At that moment, Wu Shuang stepped forward and said that Hong's mouth couldn't be shut either, but he could help her with that problem. Daxi added that if the girl didn't want to play by the rules, then it was unclear why she had even shown up for the exam. The young woman was simply furious at their audacity. She didn't understand where these hicks had come from or how they dared to speak out against her. Wu Shuang replied that he had no idea who she was, but he could see she was just a common flea that he could kill with a single touch, so she'd better stop. Yin Yue Hong never expected to hear such words directed at her and decided to punish the fool for them. She lashed out at the young man with her whip. Wu Shuang caught the whip in midair, stopped it, and then yanked it downward with all his might. The girl hadn't expected such a turn of events at all, and even though she was holding on tightly, she still lost her balance and fell from the horse to the ground, dropping the whip from her hands. The entire crowd gasped in horror. They looked at the stranger holding the whip and realized that this guy wanted to die, right this very moment. Yin Yue Hong was furious. She said that the scoundrel had no right to behave that way and that she would make him regret it. Kinyan was now very pleased. She looked at the humiliated girl and asked what Hong was muttering under her breath. It was simply amazing. Many wanted to say and do exactly the same thing, but they lacked the courage. And this country bumpkin had come from far away and was now standing up to the local elite. Yin Yue Hong stood up and ordered the martial arts students to line up. Kinyan found this repulsive. Why would a girl mock the students in broad daylight? But Ms. Hong didn't see a problem with it. No outsiders dare contradict her, and she does whatever she wants with the students. And now all the students are going to learn a few lessons, how not to be such idiots as these country bumpkins who just showed up. Wu Shuang understood that all the locals only obeyed the strongest, and that they humiliated anyone who got in their way. It was all very familiar, and the same in every country. But then the other students began shouting, demanding that the bullying stop. Yin Yue should be ashamed of deliberately picking on everyone. If you really want to fight someone, it's better to go one-on-one. But today, students from different provinces have gathered here, and they're all going to demonstrate their strength in action. Wu Shuang listened to these speeches and realized that this world depends entirely on martial arts, and that only the strongest are able to stand up for themselves. The atmosphere in the square was heating up, and it was already looking like a brawl was about to break out. But suddenly, a loud and commanding voice rang out, demanding an explanation of what was happening here and what the students intended to do. It turned out to be the young feudal lord Sai Men-shin himself, and of course everyone immediately froze in a mixture of awe and terror. Hong explained that if Lord Jimin hadn't arrived, the outsiders would have managed to start a rebellion. The fact was that a small group of villagers had dared to threaten their city above the clouds. Shimin Zin addressed those present, saying that they had traveled from far away and were probably a little tense and tired. However, that was no reason to cause trouble. Wu Shuang listened to these kind words and said that the local nobility had better stop being hypocritical. Shimin Zin surmised that the stranger might have some grievances, and now the young man wanted to know who he was and what his name was. The young man said, "From Luozhong province, the wealthy class, Qing Wu Shuang." And these words had the effect of a spell or a curse, because Jimin Zin's face immediately turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat from the tension. Hong began screaming that this some little rich hick dared to defy them and asked Mr. Shin for permission to beat him up. After these words, Mr. Jimin Jin slapped the girl across the face with all his might, saying that there was only one fool here. Everyone present gaped in astonishment and nearly dropped their jaws. They had never seen or even imagined anything like this. Seaman Shin claimed that he had heard Hong had been riding a horse all over the city, whipping innocent people, and running over a bunch of pedestrians. Today, top-level martial arts students from all provinces have gathered here, and this girl is causing trouble instead of welcoming the guests properly. That blow he just landed was merely a warning. But in the future, Yin Yue Hong will be banished from their country if she dares to disgrace the Shimin feudal lords again. The girl clutched her cheek in horror, unable to understand when young Master Xing had become so righteous, since he himself rode his horse recklessly and caused a lot of trouble. Shimin Xing addressed the visiting students and suggested that they all unite to present themselves in the best light and earn more glory for their homeland. After all, they were all in this together, and if anyone threatened any of them, he, Shimin Jin, would not forgive it. All the students who had come for the exam were struck by these words, and of course supported the initiative. Jimin Jin asked what Qing Wushuang thought about this. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case, especially when Jimin spoke about it out loud. Shimin Xing said that since this was the first time, a single blow would be enough for Hong, but if she continued to act without restraint, he would flay her skin for all eternity. Shimin Zin invited the young man to visit their residence, but Wu Shuang said he would only accept the invitation if the young man's father personally invited him. Everyone who heard this conversation was completely shocked, not understanding what was wrong with this young man, since he had just turned down an invitation to the Ximen residence. Ximen Xing himself was furious. He had no intention of dealing with such behavior, and now hated that insolent boy, Wu Shuang. At that very moment, the most prominent and powerful members of the Ximen family had gathered at the Ximen residence. Lord Jimin Yu, possessing the ninth level of true power, listened as his relatives told him that some pathetic rich kid wanted a personal invitation from him. Qian wanted to know if that kid had been showing off on Central Square today on purpose. Ximen Jin didn't know if he'd done it on purpose, but in any case, the kid was certainly no slouch. Ximen Yan wanted to know only one thing. Had this guy's sister really gotten close to Daxi Ming since he was her future husband? Qian replied that it was no secret. They were constantly hanging out together and completely ignoring their family. The girl demanded that her father personally arrange the wedding with Daxi, because Ming now wants to break off the engagement, and her father isn't saying anything about it. Lord Yu asked his daughter not to worry. He was very curious to see this young man, Wu Xuan, and wondered if perhaps they really should meet. One of the elders believed that if Lord Jimin Yu, a feudal lord, were to meet with a young man from a wealthy family, rumors would spread instantly, and trouble would be inevitable. Another elder thought that this ragged youth, even though he'd been lucky in the past, had no right to meet with the Lord. If young Master Sai Menxing had personally invited him and he refused, that was his problem. The first great defender trusted his brother's report and understood that this young man from the Qing family was very strong and worthy of meeting with the elder. After hearing all these opinions, Lord Yu said that he would meet with the young man and at the same time see what these fighters from Luojiang province were capable of. Qian asked his father to teach the boy a couple of lessons. He needed to understand who was in charge here. That same night, Lord Yu went to the inn where the students were staying. He wanted to assess the situation completely unexpectedly, on his own terms. The man planned to quietly find Qing Wushuan without disturbing the others. But before he had taken a few steps, a young man called out to him, assuming that he was Elder Jimin himself. This was very unexpected. He hadn't even noticed the man's breath. Could it be that the Qing family had reached such a level that they could blend in perfectly with their surroundings and possess the technique of invisibility? Qing Wu Shuang immediately suggested they talk elsewhere, so as not to disturb the other students' rest. Feudal elder Shimen Yu had made a name for himself in his youth. He later joined the army and achieved fame in the military, and during the family evaluations, he defeated many talented heroes and earned the right to become an elder. He became the patriarch 24 years ago. During that time, his family has achieved much and become one of the country's 12 great feudal families, while Shimen Yu himself has become a symbol of terror. The elder got straight to the point. Rumors had spread throughout the country that the traitorous Shu family had close ties to the Jimen family, and he knew that all these rumors originated from a single clan in Donglin City. Wu Shuang replied that when one's body is strong, there is nothing to fear from a mere shadow. If the Jimen feudal lords are an unshakable tree, then a light breeze cannot affect them. Jimen Yu said that his family was not afraid of rumors, but they had no intention of tolerating such antics. Furthermore, Daxi Ming is supposed to marry his daughter. Wu Shuang said he had heard about this, but the fact was that Daxi Ming loved his sister and had no feelings for the Lord's daughter, so it would be better to break off the engagement that way. No one would get hurt. Jimen Yu was furious. Did this boy really think they couldn't wipe out the entire Qing and Daxi clans? Had he still not understood who the Simmons were? Even if Wu Shuang had been lucky in the past, he was only at the 8th level of true power, and Lord Yu would make the boy understand the difference between them. Wu Xuan replied that he had been taught to let elders go first, so he would give Shimen Yu the right to strike first. Lord Yu was very pleased. He said that now they would play with death, and immediately launched an attack. Wu Shuang stood his ground and calmly took the blow, which was extremely strong and powerful, while the elder recoiled to watch his victim from the sidelines. Shimen Yu knew that his opponent was only at the 8th level of true power. One must not underestimate the 9th level of true power, because a man's speed is unmatched, and a single strike is enough to shatter bones and tear muscles. Wu Shuang shouted back that a fist at the 9th level of true power is indeed strong. He wouldn't argue with that. However, his opponent, Elder Yu, is far too overconfident if he thinks a single blow is enough to defeat him. Jimen Yu glared furiously at the boy, wondering exactly what tactic he would use against him now. The Lord announced that this was only the beginning. There was no need to get discouraged. He was about to show something interesting. Gathering all his strength and power once more, the elder lunged at the boy, who stood motionless waiting for him to approach. And then something strange happened. Menyu's fist whistled through the air, and he was immediately attacked by Wu Xuan. The powerful blow landed squarely on his head. It had been a long time since Lord Yu had been hit in the face, and now he realized this fact with surprise. The blow was quite strong, and the elder was sent flying a long way, scattering everything around him. But of course, that wasn't enough to destroy him. Menyu admitted that his strike hadn't been very fast. It could have been easily dodged, and one could even have managed to counterattack. But all of this, taken together, infuriated the Lord greatly. And so the boy would be the first to witness his true power in all its might and glory. Wu Shuang looked at his opponent and sensed that his aura was very powerful. Even the atmosphere around him had changed, which meant he would have to give it his all as well. The young man employed one of his techniques, and now it seemed as if he were ablaze with fire, strong and self-assured. City residents and students watched the natural phenomena in amazement, as if a battle between great warriors were taking place there. Menyu unleashed a blast of God-shattering hatred, his signature and most powerful attack. Wu Shuang, in turn, harnessed the power of the sun, as well as the 9 suns and attacks capable of shattering the earthly world. And now the two rivals clashed in a barrage of blows, and everything around them crumbled and shook, while powerful shockwaves spread out, destroying all living things. At one point, a tremendous burst pierced the sky and the earth, uniting them into a single whole. It was a pillar of flame, fire, and energy. The students watching from the sidelines realized that warriors of the 7th or even 8th level could not fight like this. Most likely warriors of the 9th level of true power were clashing there. Daxi Yang thought about how his father was at the 7th level, yet this aura was even stronger and more powerful. Witnessing such a phenomenon in the Sky Country was simply astonishing, and it immediately became clear that one of the combatants was Elder Jimin. When the flames had died down somewhat and the situation had calmed, Menyu sat on the ground with his arms hanging down, while Wu Shuang stood to the side, utterly calm and self-assured. The young man turned to his opponent and said that he truly deserved to be called a 9th level true power warrior, but now he had a question. Could he stand up against all the members of the Z-Men clan and destroy them? Menyu was bewildered. This boy was definitely at the 8th level of true power, and yet his strength was even greater than that of the Lord. But that's practically impossible, to rise so quickly in just a couple of years, especially for a child from a poor family. And that means they're dealing with something more serious here, spiritual roots, and it's best not to get into a conflict with such people. If a warrior of spiritual power so desires, even the sacred land of Zhenwu would vanish in an instant. Lord Yu rose from the ground, picked up his fan, and said that he agreed and would break off the engagement between his daughter and Daxi Ming. However, Daxi must issue a public apology and pay compensation to the family. Wu Shuang thought this was a wonderful and wise decision, and that it would be better for everyone. At least they wouldn't have to be at odds with one another. Menyu said that young people are the ones who become heroes. Tonight he would host a banquet and invite all the martial arts students who had come for the exam, and he very much wanted to see Wu Shuang among the guests. The young man replied that as long as the young masters did not oppose him, he wouldn't mind experiencing the luxury of a feudal family. The Lord was pleased and said he would await the young man at his residence, while privately thinking that an alliance with the Qing family could be an excellent investment in the future. The entire Jimin family eagerly awaited the return of their patriarch and hoped to hear how he had put the insolent Qing in his place. Qian was certain that his father had managed to teach Qing Wuxuan a couple of lessons in proper conduct. Menyu did not answer this question at all and remained silent, which greatly surprised his loved ones. After a pause, the man turned around and told his family members to listen to him carefully. From that moment on, the Saimen feudal lords would under no circumstances be enemies of the Qing family for centuries to come. This must be enshrined in the instructions to their descendants and preserved forever. Wu Shuang was walking back to his hotel through the city at night. He had finally witnessed the true power of a mighty warrior of the 9th level of true power. As he analyzed his battle, the young man realized that his sun power had reached its peak, but its potency depended on the timing of its application, so he still needed to train further. Suddenly, a little girl appeared before the young man. She was certain he was Ching Wu Shuang and had something to give him. It was a note from Tong Yao in which she indicated the name of the restaurant and the room where she would be waiting for him. The young man was very surprised that the red-haired beauty had found him, but he immediately headed to the restaurant. Tun Yao was happy to meet the young man, but he immediately began asking why she was here alone and where her sister was, the one he had promised to train. Tun Yao began explaining that her sister had quite a difficult personality, and the young man immediately realized that her sister didn't know about this meeting at all. So there was nothing for him to do here, and he should leave. But the girl said that young Master Ching would have to make some effort to secretly help her without leaving any traces. Wu Shuang replied that given the exam rules, he had no idea how to pull this off, and if Miss Tong knew anything, she should share her thoughts. The girl replied that until the exam began, all the rules were strictly confidential, but she had managed to obtain some information that was absolutely reliable and accurate. About 2,500 people from the Kingdom of Baiyue had registered for the exam, and they would all be divided into 50 teams of 50 people each. Each team will be numbered, which guarantees a fair distribution of students from different provinces, and also eliminates the possibility of cheating through prearranged alliances. The young man realized that with such a huge number of teams, there was practically no chance of ending up on the same team as Sister Yao, and consequently of helping her. However, Yao asked him not to worry, she would make sure they ended up on the same team. The rewards for this exam are apparently substantial, but she doesn't know what goals young Mr. Ching is pursuing. Wu Shuang only just now thought about the rewards and immediately said he wanted them all. The girl understood that Wu Shuang, of course, hoped to compete for first place, and she wouldn't dare stand in his way. Once the numbers and teams were assigned, she would contact him again. Wu Shuang was surprised. He thought the students would be sent to the exam venue immediately after the assignments were made. But the beautiful girl replied that she had a special loophole, and he just had to trust her. Everything was strictly confidential. The system was well organized, and yet the girl had a loophole. Her family was probably quite unusual. Early the next morning, Wu Shuang left the hotel where his friends were already waiting for him, urging him to hurry. The young men immediately set off for the royal city of Redwood, where all the martial arts students were flocking. The young man looked around and saw dignified manners and a majestic atmosphere, just as one would expect from a royal city. Guards asked passing students where they had come from, and the young men replied that they were from Cloud City. A guard began explaining the rules of conduct in the city. Riding horses was prohibited, and if the guards caught anyone doing so, punishment would be inevitable regardless of the offender's status. A young man said there was no need to be withdrawn. It was enough to behave with restraint and dignity, then no one would forbid them from laughing or talking. At the same time, however, one must pay attention to the bulletin boards. Everything one needs to know about the exam will be posted there. Soon the young men spotted a noisy crowd that immediately caught their attention. The young man surmised that the area was full of people and likely contained important information, so Master Shin should go there and take a look. Seaman Shin's servants began to clear the people away from the bulletin board so that their master could examine everything in peace. People looked on in surprise at the feudal lord from the Seaman family, who had appeared and was now getting in everyone else's way. Wu Shuang followed behind and thought it was very convenient to have the path cleared for him like that. Seaman Jin was very surprised. He said that this was far too unusual, though on the other hand it was very motivating. After that, Xing returned, and everyone began asking him what exactly he had read there. Shimen Xing didn't understand why Wu Shuang hadn't gone to read the announcement and had stayed on the sidelines. The young man said he was simply waiting for news from Xing and would be happy to hear it. Jimen Jin climbed onto the crates and announced that the emperor had issued a decree. Whichever of the royal domains took first place, all families participating in the exam would receive 1,000 acres of fertile land. And those families that made it into the top 10 would receive 3,000 acres each. Each of the top 3 will earn 5,000 acres of fertile land, as well as 10,000 gold coins. And of course, the student who takes first place will receive 10,000 acres of fertile land, 30,000 gold coins. His family status will rise by 1 rank, and the winner himself will receive the title of Marquis. One of the students immediately realized, if his family status rises and he receives the title of Marquis, they will become feudal lords. Seaman Zin said that these are the rewards for the winning team of the competition. But the exam also includes individual rewards for specific students. Whoever ranks first among all contenders will receive double the first-place team reward, and his family will be elevated to royal status. It was simply unbelievable. A routine exam for martial arts students offered a chance to draw closer to the royal family, and this time the rewards were exceptionally generous. Knowing the history of the kingdom of Baiwei, everyone understood that it was an extremely rare occurrence for a family not of royal blood to become part of the royal family through their own merits. Wu Shuang was impressed by the rewards. The winner would be able to reconnect with their spiritual roots. Tong Yao said that this exam was of immense value to the kingdom, so such rewards were not surprising. Everyone was very excited and was already imagining how they would become marquises, how much money they would receive, and how happy they would be. They all argued and had fun in anticipation. The boys fantasized about how their fathers would become kings and they would serve as their ministers, although in reality they would have been happy not to work at all. Imperial Square was the largest martial arts arena in the royal city of Redwood. A representative of the Holy Land addressed the students and said that they were all distinguished individuals from respected provinces and had already reviewed the information regarding the rewards for passing the exam. Absolutely all of the students understand that a bright future awaits each of them, since these rewards are entirely true. And so just how bright the future of these young people will be depends entirely on them. Now, the representative decided to share some details with the students. 2,500 people have gathered for this exam, and each of them will receive a serial number. Wu Shuang realized that everything was indeed just as Tong Yao had told him. After that, the representative of the royal family offered a few more words of encouragement and suggested that everyone gather and set off. The entire expedition was planned to prevent the students from traveling alone. The royal representative would not allow them to make their own plans or come to agreements among themselves. The exam site was several thousand miles from the royal city, and the journey took 3 months of arduous travel, traveling by day, resting at night, traversing countless mountains and hills, and braving strong cold winds. And so finally the martial arts students from the 4 royal lands arrived at the site. This time the teams were from different royal lands, so it would come as no surprise if a fight broke out between them. Therefore, the royal family representatives had to keep a close eye on all the students to prevent any unnecessary scuffles. The young people reached a massive mountain and heard the sound of a horn echoing from above. Then 4 figures appeared at the mountain's peak. Absolutely all the students were surprised and amazed when they finally realized who they were looking at. They were none other than the renowned warriors themselves. They weren't doing anything, but absolutely everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from them. These were 4 representatives of the sacred land of Zhenwu. One of them addressed the students, saying that the mountain area under this sky would be their testing ground, and that he was now ready to announce the rules of the competition. There are currently 50 teams here, each with the same number of members, and all of them will be wearing uniforms bearing their respective team numbers. Each group will be numbered from 1 to 50, and each team will be assigned to its own testing zone. 50 jade tiles, each bearing the same number as a student's, will be randomly placed in the testing zones. Each student's goal is to collect these tiles and earn points. Each tile is worth a different number of points. If a student manages to obtain a tile with the same number as their own, they will earn 30 points. If a student manages to get a tile whose number ends with the same digit as their own, they'll receive 5 points. The remaining tiles are worth 1 point each. It turns out that a tile that's of no interest to one person can be the greatest prize for another, so everyone is competing against everyone else. Wu Shuang speculated that his number would match that of his sister, Tong Yao, and that it would then be difficult to take her plaque from anyone. To avoid raising false hopes among the others, the exam will not be limited to just one testing zone. Those who reach the boundaries will be able to cross into another team's zone and fight them. There are no movement restrictions as long as you have enough strength. So this is a cross-zone exam, which means you can earn a lot of points. After all, there will also be tiles with the same numbers in other zones, and you can find several tiles with your number. The young man thought that Tong Yao already knew about the cross-zone rules, and that as soon as he entered his own zone, it would be difficult for him to keep track of her sister. The exam will last a whole month. You can use any methods to get as many jade tiles as possible. After that, the students were asked to split into groups, receive their robes and numbers, and then they would all be sent to the test zones. Wu Shuang was also standing in line with everyone else. The students entered, received their robes, and were then escorted according to their color and zone. The transition took place through a portal, So no time was wasted on subsequent transportation to the designated location. The examiner pointed out where the test zone was located. He said that each team had 50 lands, and to return to the cross arena, they would need to approach the portal again. Wu Shuang found himself in an area consisting of high mountain ranges and dense forests. The examiner informed him that he needed to score at least 50 points, or he would be disqualified. He told the student to put on his robe and head downhill. When the horn sounded, it would mean the exam had officially begun. The examiner had almost returned to the portal when he suddenly said, "Little Sister Tong Yao is number 9. The sound of the horn signaled that the exam had begun, and all the students were eagerly awaiting it. Wu Shuang wondered just how powerful Tong Yao's family must be, given that she had such connections. He himself had been assigned number 6 and was eagerly awaiting the start. From the very start of the exam, Wu Shuang was like a tiger roaming through the tropical forests, carefully surveying the terrain and keeping an eye on every little detail. In addition, he made the most of his incredible abilities and quickly collected tiles and points. In just one day, he found numerous jade tiles hidden in so-called dead ends. Of all the tiles he found, only one had the number 6 on it. The rest were worth 1 point each, and in the end, he earned 9 points. It seems that searching for jade tiles across a 50-mile area will take much longer than he thought. He absolutely had to find the tile with his number on it, otherwise he'd have to look for it in other areas. Wu Shuang was hiding behind a tree when he saw a young man walking nearby. The young man had just found his first tile and was now about to hide it somewhere. However, the stranger was nearby. He attacked the young man and took his tile. The young man believed that only idiots would go looking for tiles in fields and mountains, while he would simply take them from others. But at that moment, another smart aleck like him jumped down from the tree, beat up the guy, and took his tiles. Wu Shuang sat in a tree, watching this rather lively scene from above without intervening. But suddenly he heard a loud shout of "enough," and his attention was drawn to what followed. An unfamiliar girl was outraged. 3 of them had decided to gang up on one person, and if they were so brave, let them try doing that to her. Wu Shuang moved closer. He was curious to see what would happen next, and without giving himself away, continued to watch from above. And then his attention was drawn to the number on the girl's chest. It turned out to be Tong Yao's sister, number 9. The hooligans said they hadn't intended to hurt anyone, since the rules stated that any methods were allowed. The guys suggested that the girl obediently hand over her chocolate bars, and at the same time told her she looked gorgeous, and that they wouldn't mind spending some time with her. And just like that, the 3 scoundrels simultaneously pounced on the girl, ready to carry out their devious plan. The girl turned out to be quite strong. She immediately put up a defensive stance, trying to keep them at bay. But there were more of them, and one of the men crept up from behind to deliver a treacherous blow. But in the next instant, something strange happened, and the 2 men couldn't figure out where their comrade had gone. They immediately abandoned the girl and decided to avenge their friend's death. Wu Shuang stood over a pile of beaten-up villains holding their tiles, which turned out to be quite useless to him. It was a shame that such a pile of junk was of so little use, but I guess that's usually how it goes. The girl approached Wu Shuang and thanked him for his help, but the young man said it was no trouble at all. He'd just come for the tiles. However, Wu Shuang asked if the girl happened to have a tile numbered 6, or at least one ending in 6. Wu Shuang could tell the girl was tense, so he reassured her that he wasn't trying to rob her, he just wanted to make a trade. He explained that he wasn't interested in her jade tile. And besides, it was from the royal city of Redwood, so their goals didn't align, but they could team up for the sake of the team reward. Finally, the girl relaxed a little and apologized for being rude, saying that unfortunately she didn't have the tile he was looking for. Wu Shuang said that these 2 tiles weren't valuable to him and gave them to the girl as a gift, but she would have to give him the tile numbered 6 if she found it. The beautiful girl looked at the tiles. One was number 9 and the other was 39. It was a priceless gift to her. But before the girl could thank the stranger, he had already vanished and dashed off in an unknown direction. The girl didn't understand how he knew she was from the royal city of Redwood, but there was no one left to ask. The 3rd day of the exam arrived, and the tiles were becoming increasingly difficult to find. All the students were now hiding so as not to become victims. Wu Shuang finally spotted someone alive. One of the boys was rummaging around near the roots of a huge tree. Wu Shuang came up behind the boy and asked what he was doing there. The young man was frightened. He looked at Wu Shuang and immediately realized that the boy hadn't found his tile yet. The stranger didn't try to hide anything and said he would provide the information if he received his tile in exchange. Wu Shuang pulled a bundle of jade tiles from his pocket and said he had several with the number 5. The young man was overjoyed when he saw the 5th and 15th tiles among them. The stranger said he had the tile marked with the number 6 and was willing to trade it, but there was a small problem. The guy said he had hidden the number 6 in a secret place because he was afraid to carry it around, but he could show Wu Shuang where it was and give it to him. Wu Shuang immediately sensed that this student wasn't as simple as he seemed at first glance, but perhaps he really did have tile number 6, so it was worth trying his luck. Wu Shuang asked the guy to show him the way, and the guy immediately said it was right nearby. They came out onto a clearing, and the stranger said they were almost at the right spot. At that very moment, there was a real ambush waiting for them up in the trees. The stranger was very pleased as he looked at Wu Shuang, who had willingly tagged along behind him, and on top of that, looked like a lucky guy, a real fool. But we understand that more or less the same thoughts were going through Wu Shuang's head. He understood everything and considered his escort an idiot. They stopped near a huge tree, and the stranger said they had arrived. Wu Shuang folded his arms across his chest and asked where his jade tile number 6 was. The next moment, several students who had been lying in wait all this time appeared around the young man. Girl number 9 thought that she only needed to earn 20 more points, and then she would be able to move to another zone and prove to her family that a woman can stand up for herself. However, she suddenly heard a noise that caught her attention. The girl saw a group of students surrounding a guy, and she soon realized that number 6 was in the center of the group. The stranger, it seemed, was outnumbered 8-1. The guys were very upset, thinking that number 5 had brought some weakling again. This guy probably doesn't have any tiles at all. He looks like a scared little chick. Number 5 agreed that the others had them. They really hadn't found a single tile, but this one looks very frightened and can't even move. But the thing is, this guy isn't just a scared little chick. He's also a complete idiot because he went along without asking any questions. Still, he's lucky, and he has a dozen tiles. This news made the guys very happy. They immediately started arguing over who would get to pick their tiles first. The next moment, Tong Yao's sister appeared next to Wu Shuang. She jumped down from above right into the center of the circle. The girl immediately told the surprised Wu Shuang that she would help him, and he realized that she was affectionate and decent, and on top of that, she liked to settle debts. Wu Shuang knew he would have helped this girl even without her sister's request, and the young man said that it would all be over soon. The villain thought this fool was quite arrogant if he believed that a single helper would be enough to save him. More than a dozen people had already taken down the guy here. No one could stand up to the might of their group of 8. Wu Shuang realized that if these guys had already taken down so many students, it meant they were absolutely loaded with tiles. And in the very next moment, without much warning, something happened that greatly surprised the girl, and she stood there with her mouth agape. The entire group of villains pounced on their victims at once, intending to kill them and take their tiles. Wu Shuang used the candle of God technique, and suddenly everything was shrouded in fog and smoke, and it was impossible to make out anything. When the smoke cleared, it turned out that Wu Shuang and the girl were still standing in the center of the circle, while the other students lay dead around the perimeter. Wu Shuang remained as silent and calm as ever. Not a single hair on his head had moved. The girls stared in amazement at the stranger who had killed 8 people with a single strike. That was far from normal for an ordinary student. Wu Shuang collected the villains' tiles, added up their points, and still found himself 10 points short of advancing to the next zone. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found tile number 6. Wu Shuang paid no attention to the girl at all, and eventually she could no longer contain her curiosity and decided to speak to him herself. The girl was glad she wasn't at odds with such a strong student, and as they had agreed, she handed him the tile marked with the number 6. Wu Shuang was very pleased. Upon receiving number 6, he immediately gave the girl the tiles he didn't need and was absolutely happy. Wu Shuang realized that he now had enough points. If he could win the championship title, his father and sister would be overjoyed. The girl tried to say that he had given her too many, but just then they saw someone approaching them, and Wu Shuang told her to hide the tiles. The next moment, 2 students ran out onto the clearing. They looked very frightened and were running as fast as they could. It looked very strange. It was immediately clear that the young men were scared and in a panic. As she ran, The girl managed to shout that the young men should get out of there, because participants from other zones had appeared. This was very unexpected. Wu Shuang realized that the exam included very strong students who had completed their zone in just 3 days. Wu Shuang suggested to his girlfriend that they go take a look, but the girl he didn't know couldn't believe it. Were they really going to issue a challenge? The girl said that the person from the other zone was very strong and had already killed many students from their zone. Wu Shuang was very pleased. This guy must have a lot of jade tiles, and of course, he wasn't going to let such an opportunity slip by. The next moment, as if a student had fallen from the sky, he looked very strong and aggressive. This guy immediately pounced on the 2 young men who had been so hopeful of escaping him and said that these 2 nobodies had decided to hide from him without giving him a single tile. The girl tried to explain that she really hadn't found a single tile, and besides, she didn't have the 9th tile, but that didn't matter anymore, and the young man killed the students. The scoundrel looked very aggressive. He spotted a few more students whom he was about to deal with right then and there. Looking up, the student saw that the girl with number 9 was standing in front of him, which meant he would take her tiles for himself. Wu Shuang immediately warned the girl that she was the villain's main potential target, but that she had nothing to fear as long as he was there. The stranger stepped forward and asked how this 6th player would get in his way. If he didn't have the right tile, he'd just die for nothing right now. Wu Shuang replied that it didn't matter whether he had the tile or not. His opponent wouldn't leave this area anyway, because killing just for fun wasn't a very good idea. The villain still couldn't figure out whether Wu Shuang was truly unafraid of him or was just trying to calm himself down. The stranger began to say that he considered his opponent to be an ordinary martial arts student who couldn't possibly be strong. But in reality, things might not be that simple at all. The opponent might not even see the tile because he wouldn't live to see that moment. The stranger said he wasn't just an ordinary student like the rest of them here. His strength was approaching the 9th level of power. Wu Shuang didn't want to listen to any nonsense. He said that only one thing mattered to him: how many jade tiles the villain had. The guy immediately launched an attack, saying that Wu Shuang would ask the devil in hell about the tiles, since that's exactly where he was headed. Wu Shuang calmly caught his opponent's hand, as if he were catching a baseball, and now looked him in the eye. The stranger clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. This weakling had blocked his attack with just one hand, and it was simply unimaginable. Wu Shuang gripped the guy's arm and said he was very curious to know whether his opponent carried jade cells with him. After that, Wu Shuang flung the scoundrel far to the side, and he flew through the air, snapping trees in his path. The girl was very surprised. She had just seen this guy take down a 9th-level warrior. It was terrifying to imagine just how strong he was. The guy couldn't believe what had happened either. Since this was just an exam for martial arts students, there couldn't possibly be anyone here stronger than him. Wu Shuang looked at his opponent and suddenly thought that for some reason his strike had been too weak. At that moment, the scoundrel stood up and declared that he would take first place with his incredible strength. He killed about half of all the students in his zone and became the first to advance to the next one. Now he would show the full horror of the family of killers, and already a multitude of sharp spears had appeared around the young man. He said that all these weapons would now pierce his opponent, and there was nothing he could do about it. Wu Shuang tensed up slightly, and soon the stranger was lying on the ground, pierced all over by his own sharp spears, and that was the end of him. Wu Shuang called over the frightened girl so she could come closer, and they could divide the villain's jade tiles between them. It had to be admitted that this guy was very strong. In just a couple of days, he'd collected a large number of jade tiles, several of which had the right numbers. Wu Shuang suggested they first pick out the ones that suited them personally and simply split the rest evenly, but the girl said she hadn't done anything and didn't deserve such a reward. But Wu Shuang wasn't about to waste time talking. He told her to take them and not to be shy. Then he dashed off into the distance. The girl managed to shout that her name was Tong Yao, and Wu Shuang shouted his name back to her from somewhere far away. The name Qing Wu Shuang was all too familiar, so the girl immediately realized that this was indeed the very person she was looking for. By this time, Wu Shuang had already reached the portal to hand in the required number of tiles to qualify, and then move on to the next zone. The examiner tallied the scores and found that the young man had 76 points. He was permitted to pass through the portal, where he would be escorted to the next area. The man realized, if this student had 2 tiles numbered 16, it meant their recent guest was no longer among the living. He needed to report this to the 4 venerable ones. Somewhere in the mountains lay the mountain sky camp, where the esteemed ones were currently staying. The young man had come to relay news from the third exam zone. He reported that a new defector had turned up. He was carrying jade tiles that did not belong to his zone. It turned out that the first student who managed to move to another zone had been killed by him. That was true. But on top of that, the deceased had a dozen tiles with him, while the sixth contestant from the third zone had only one tile, number 6. The dignitaries realized that this guy wasn't as simple as he seemed. Wu Shuang was standing in the new zone, and the examiner said that the rules here remained the same. The young man would be able to move on from this zone as soon as he scored 50 points. The area was the same size, and the examiner recommended that the young man familiarize himself with the map first. Wu Shuang immediately rushed deep into the territory, and the examiner noted with satisfaction that they finally had someone from another zone. Wu Shuang exhaled with relief. He no longer needed to worry about his little sister Tong Yao, which meant he could pick up the pace and work in peace. But in the very next moment, the young man turned around and demanded that they stop hiding and come out. The stranger was very surprised that he had been discovered so quickly. This young man possessed the first level of true power and was ranked 36th. With his strength, the young man had found only 4 jade tiles, not enough for all these days to venture into other zones. Of course, it's a great place to hide, but it's also easy to get lost. As long as he takes the tiles from strangers, there's nothing to worry about. And this stranger had a very suitable number. The guy told Wu Xuan to leave his tiles behind, and then he would live. Otherwise, he would die right then and there. Wu Xuan had to make a choice, and of course, he chose to leave, taking the young man's tiles. The young man didn't even realize how it all happened. Number 36 stood there with his mouth agape and his eyes wide with surprise. The next moment, Wu Shuang attacked the guy, slamming him with all his might into a nearby tree. After that, Wu Shuang approached the guy and told him that he would ask him questions, and the young man was simply to answer them. He asked the stranger how many tiles he had. The young man realized things were looking bad. He hadn't even had time to react, and he'd thought his strength was enough to handle any student. Wu Shuang asked the young man how many tiles he had and what their numbers were. The young man never imagined he'd have to bow down to anyone, but now he realized their strengths were unequal and he couldn't win, so he took out all 4 of his tiles. They were simply amazing. The 6 and 16 immediately gave him the points he needed, and if he added another 76 points to those, he could move on to another zone. The best numbers were already gone here anyway, so there was no point in wasting time looking for 20 points. The man realized that the stranger wasn't going to kill him, but Wu Shuang should be afraid that he would seek revenge and could destroy all his progress on the exam. But Wu Shuang looked at the guy and asked if he really still thought he had enough strength. Wu Shuang said he would take only the jade tiles and leave him some hope. The exam was far from over. Not all the tiles had been collected, so the guy still had a chance. The examiner was very surprised when a new request to move to another zone came in. After all, this guy had just entered here. How could he be leaving so quickly? Wu Shuang said it was all down to luck, which was very much on his side, and stepped into the portal accompanied by the examiner's astonished gaze. And the messenger rushed into the hall where the great warriors were seated and announced that the boy numbered 6 from the third zone had passed again. Now the attention of all the esteemed warriors was fixed on this news, since only about half an hour had passed. Could he really be that lucky? The warrior thought it was simply unbelievable. Even if they all decided to take part in this exam right away, they would still need time to obtain the tiles. The girl was very interested. She asked to check on this student immediately, but the great warrior said there was still plenty of time before the end of the exam, and they would have time. By the third zone, Wu Shuang had figured out a few things. In each zone, you had to hunt down the student whose number matched yours. This way, he could score a large number of points, enough to request a new transition, surprising the examiners more and more. The great warriors were shocked by such speed. They realized that if he continued at this pace, he would pass through about a dozen zones by the end of the exam. The fourth sister said that even if she were taking this test, her speed wouldn't be any faster. The great warrior also said that this young man was killing students who had killed others, but sparing those who hadn't killed anyone. Even at such a young age, this student was demonstrating the behavior of a great master. On the 9th day of the exam, the young man set off for the 4th zone. The 12th day began with a visit to the 5th zone, and soon the group of assassins also headed for hell. On the 30th day of the exam, Qing Wushuang was in the 16th zone, and there too he gathered everything that interested him. The great warrior said that the old man would definitely be happy. Quite unexpectedly, it turned out that the Baiyue kingdom had acquired such a genius in the person of Qing Wushuang. 3 sharp whistles rang out across all 50 exam zones in the mountains. This meant that the exam was finally over. One by one, the participants returned with their tiles, gradually emerging from the portal. In the team battle among the 4 royal territories, the Kingdom of the Blue Moon and the Sacred Land proved to be the weakest. The Kingdom of Redwood and the Purple Flame performed exceptionally well, and among them were a team and an individual participant who took first place. The girl tallied the scores and recorded them. For example, Daxi Yang earned 86 points, while Yun Qinyan earned only 1. The girl was very upset. She was sobbing because she had brought shame upon the entire province. In a month, she had managed to find only 1 jade tile. If she hadn't been afraid of her father's scolding, she would have withdrawn from the exam long ago. But on the other hand, it was just a bad grade. After all, she had survived, which meant she hadn't lost. Daxi Yang praised his friend for her positive attitude because it was already known that more than half of the participants had perished in this exam. Qinyan didn't understand why everything here was so brutal. She counted everyone who had left her zone. About 5 or 6 people were missing, which meant that the situation in their group was relatively good. Soon Shi Menxing appeared. He had earned 140 points and passed through 3 zones. His comrades and admirers marveled at their master. Lin Tongyan received 120 points, and of course this was strange since she was just a girl from a noble family. Soon everyone turned their attention to young Master Jiang, from whom very high results were also expected. He Yu Zhong was the youngest aristocrat and the youngest son of King Redwood himself. He was gifted from birth, far superior and more capable than most of his peers. Before the exam began, everyone was talking about his victory. Seaman Shin wanted to know how many points this lucky young aristocrat had managed to score. Heo Yuzhong approached the girl tallying the results and tossed the handkerchief wrapped around the tiles onto the table. The girl carefully recounted everything and announced that Heo Yuzhong had scored 236 points. As expected of the little prince, he scored the highest. Moreover, he made 4 transitions between zones. The best result now belongs to the Kingdom of Redwood, which was already the top-performing territory. But then Sun Linfen from the Kingdom of the Purple Flame appeared, carrying a huge sack on his back. He immediately declared that first place in the exam would be his, even though he actually thought that Ji Yuzhang would be able to score more points. The prince said nothing in response. Of course, if he hadn't run into that guy, he would have had many more tiles. At that moment, Lin Fen placed his bag back on the table so the girl could tally his points. The girl counted all the tiles and announced that Song Lin Fen from the Kingdom of the Purple Flame had earned 330 points, which was the maximum. Everyone was thrilled to hear about the 6 overlapping zones. This meant that first place in both the individual and team competitions would go to the Kingdom of the Purple Flame. It was indeed very strong and had beaten the Kingdom of Redwood by about 100 points, a comfortable lead and a well-deserved victory. However, He Yuzhong said that this wasn't the case at all, and that the individual winner would be someone else. Everyone immediately began speculating who the prince was referring to, especially since all the young nobility had already left. Could there really be someone stronger than them? Lin Fen was eager to hear the result. He said that all the surviving students had already come out, and the female organizer also believed that enough time had passed, so everyone who could have appeared by now should have done so. Only Daxi Yang and Qinyan realized that one ordinary guy was missing. Of course, they couldn't imagine that he had died somewhere out there. Lin Fen didn't want to wait any longer and demanded that they announce the results and declare to everyone that he was number 1 on this exam. And then everyone saw a silhouette emerge from the portal, and of course, Qin Yan immediately realized exactly who was coming out. Song Linfen immediately tensed up. He wanted to know who this lost little bird was that everyone had been waiting for. Qing Wushuang walked proudly across the square, carrying a huge sack of jade tiles on his back. The young man had fashioned it from his own cloak. The young man approached the organizer and dumped all the tokens he had earned onto the table in front of her. The girl was horrified, unable to comprehend how he could have carried such a large number of tiles on his back and how much work she now had ahead of her counting them. Wu Shuang folded his arms across his chest and asked how many points he had earned in the end. An absolutely incredible score was announced, 1,130 points. That's first place for an individual. On top of that, the young man secured first place for his team. The Redwood Kingdom took the top spot. And now the official announcement has been made. Qing Wushuang of the Redwood Kingdom won first place in the martial arts exam. Everyone was simply shocked by what they heard. No one had ever earned such a high score, and no one had ever heard the name Qing Wushuang. All representatives of the Kingdom of Redwood were very pleased that the young man had done an excellent job and gone above and beyond for their reputation. Tong Yan understood that the plaques he had left for her really meant nothing to him. Song Linfen, of course, was very displeased that someone had emerged who was able to surpass him. He immediately ordered one of his servants to find out everything about this young man's family, to discover who he was and where he came from. After that, it was time to tally the results. The top 10 members of the winning team received the promised rewards, and there were also prizes prepared for the top 10 individual participants. All rewards were promised to be delivered within a month. The great warrior said that the exam had been judged strictly but fairly. If there are any participants who are dissatisfied with their results and wish to seek revenge, they can be certain that the sacred land of Zhongwu will never forgive them. After that, the great warrior announced that the winners would remain here for a while longer, while those who did not qualify would return home. Some were very upset that they had spent so many days here and hadn't even received anything. But other students said they should be satisfied, since they would be returning home alive. Yun Qinyan, of course, really didn't want to go home, but at the same time she acknowledged that they were the best player and the best team from her province. Qinyan told the guys that she would take it upon herself to share this wonderful news with all the local residents. Qinyan asked the guys if they wanted to pass on a message to their families and loved ones before she left, but both young men simply wished her a safe journey, hoping she would arrive without any mishaps. Yun Qinyan probably hadn't imagined their farewell this way. She wished the boys good luck, turned around, and walked away. She thought sadly that after the exam, the gap between their abilities would only widen, and most likely they would never be on the same level again. The venerable warriors assigned all the students who had passed the exam to their respective territories. Now they would all set off for the sacred mountain of martial arts to demonstrate their full might to the holy warriors. The students understood that it was a tremendous honor to appear before the holy warriors. Many aristocrats dream of meeting them, but they never succeed, and even if the emperor himself wished to do so, he would not be able to achieve it right away. Wu Shuang tried to imagine just how powerful these holy warriors were. Something very strange was happening, because chunks of rock, trees, and mountains were flying through the air. It seemed as though all of this was happening at the will of the man in the white cloak. The sacred mountain of martial arts towered to a tremendous height, piercing the heavens in the mist. The imperial capital of the Baiyue Kingdom was built in the mountains and lay behind the sacred mountain, which elevated the city's status and the royal family's prestige. And so, in less than a day, 120 students who had successfully passed the exam arrived at this location. They were told that they would be staying temporarily in the imperial capital. The students could stay at any hotel as long as they had their exam results with them, and all expenses and meals had already been paid for. It was a source of great excitement, but many were still curious about how long their stay in the city would last, and when they would finally be able to meet the holy warriors. The man replied that they couldn't just go to the holy warriors. They had to wait until they were summoned to the sacred mountain of martial arts. Si Menzin said that he had already been to the imperial capital and knew his way around, so he suggested that Wu Xuan take a walk with him. But the young man flatly refused, saying he preferred to walk alone. No sooner had the young man walked far than Tong Yan caught up with him. The girl greeted Wu Xuan and asked if she could invite him to lunch. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she suggested they go to the best restaurant in the capital. They introduced themselves to each other once more and walked to the restaurant together, under the watchful gaze of Shi Menzin. Soon the young people arrived at the Phoenix Abode restaurant. It was a large and beautiful establishment. The fat rich man was having a pleasant time in the company of some attractive young women whom he liked very much, and he asked that they be sent to him that evening. His companion wasn't sure if this was a good idea. Would Mr. Fei even be able to stand afterward? At that very moment, some poor people were kneeling near the entrance to the restaurant, begging for help. The rich man wanted to know what the commotion was about, and a restaurant employee replied that it was a group of women from the village who were shouting because they claimed to have been treated unfairly. The fat man ordered them to be driven away because their shouting was disturbing his rest. The restaurant employees said that was exactly what security was there for. The man could relax in peace, and everything would be settled soon. The restaurant's security guards said that if the women had any grievances, they could file a complaint with the city administration instead of making a scene here. The young people felt it was pointless to kneel before such scum who treat everyone like trash. Sun Li Fen stepped out onto the porch of his house, not understanding what all the commotion was about, and asked his assistant for an explanation. The young man explained that all these people had come demanding justice for the injustice. They said they wouldn't leave until a member of the royal family stood up for them. The women fell to their knees before the young man and begged him for help, hoping he wouldn't remain indifferent to their plight. But the young man struck the old women several times. They hadn't expected to be treated that way at all. The young man declared that he had no time to listen to their senile ramblings. Another elderly woman addressed the young man and said that they had no choice and no one else to turn to for help. They had learned that all the royal nobility was gathering at this restaurant, so they had come here. But Sun Li Fen also struck the woman, saying that she should not expect anything from him or waste his time. Furthermore, none of these women should touch him or even think that he might be able to help them in any way. After that, the young man summoned his guards and ordered them to disperse the crowd because they were disturbing the noble's rest. The unfortunate women scattered in all directions, trying to avoid the blows from the clubs wielded by the guards and the personal bodyguards of the nobleman. But suddenly something strange happened. All at once, the guards were thrown back onto the porch, as if some kind of trampoline had flung them all backward. Everyone froze and turned around, and soon spotted Wu Shuang and Tong Yan in the crowd among the unfortunate women. As it turned out, the two young men were now standing face to face. And although they had no intention of quarreling or fighting, it was clear that they were in a combative mood and harbored grievances against each other. Sun Li Fen was very pleased when he recognized the guy who had taken his first place. This was a stroke of luck. He could get his revenge, and the other guy definitely wouldn't walk away from here alive. At that moment, one of the women rushed over to Wu Xuan, saying that he seemed like a good person and might be able to help them. The woman explained that they were ordinary residents of Redwood, but in recent years, the daughters of many families had gone missing. So now the mothers had come to report this to the authorities, who were unable to help them. The woman said they had no other choice, which is why they had come to the capital. Wu Shuang was deeply troubled when he heard about the missing girls. Unfortunately, the woman could not give a specific number of affected families. She only said that there were very many of them, but the authorities are not responding to their requests and are simply turning them away. Wu Shuang was very upset when people disappear for no reason. The authorities and leadership should not calmly turn a blind eye to it. At that moment, Song Li Fen had already summoned his comrades and now turned to the star student who had come to a foreign city and was planning to impose his own rules there. Tong Yan explained that the restaurant had been chosen as the best by Xuan herself, the emperor's favorite concubine. The restaurant is run by all of concubine Xuan's relatives. More precisely, its boss is the emperor's own uncle. In short, it could even be called royal. Lin Fen confirmed that Tong Yan is well informed and knows how things stand. So now Qing Wu Shuang must get down on his knees and beg for mercy, in which case he might be let go. Wu Shuang said he was simply curious to know how many more dignitaries were behind this whole operation and covering up the debauchery. Song Li Fen ordered his men to seize this wretched blabbermouth, and he would take full responsibility himself. In the next instant, the entire group of attackers was defeated, and their blood flooded the square in front of the restaurant. Song Li Fen was also lying on the road, unconscious. As a result of the unexpected blow, he didn't even have time to react or realize what was happening. Wu Shuang held the restaurant sign in his hands and asked Sun Li Fen how he intended to take full responsibility. The young man was terrified because all the warriors he had sent after this guy were at the 5th level of true power. Ordinary passers-by froze in astonishment. They couldn't even imagine what this guy was up to or how it might all end. Tong Yan was also very alarmed. She said that this sign was proof of imperial power, and he couldn't just break it like that. Qing Wu Shuang grabbed the sign for the Phoenix Abode restaurant and tossed it as if it were a flying disc like a frisbee. At that very moment, inside the restaurant, a fat man was dancing to pleasant music in the company of 2 beautiful women. He was in a simply wonderful mood. But suddenly there was a terrifying crash, and something enormous flew through the window, sweeping away everything in its path. For some unknown reason, the building housing the restaurant was split in 2, with a huge hole now gaping between the 2 halves. Qing Wushuang said he didn't care that the royal family was sitting there. He only listened to the voice of reason. Everyone froze as if in a silent movie. The massive restaurant building had been split in two. The bodies of the defeated guards lay scattered across the square, and a crowd of onlookers and gawkers had gathered. Many, of course, looked on with admiration at the young man, who was a skilled fighter but still far too impulsive, and one might say, very reckless. Everyone understood that after such actions, the young man would certainly not be allowed to live in the kingdom of Baiyu. Tong Yan also thought she needed to do something. Song Li Fen turned to the young man with a smug smile, saying that he hadn't even realized what he had just done. Wu Shuang replied that he'd been told this sign was something important, and that it was now being used to kill random people with impunity. At that moment, the royal archers arrived on the scene and drew their bows. The people in the crowd were very worried for the brave young man. They advised him to run away, because these archers had once been part of the Imperial Guard, and only warriors of the 8th level of true power could kill them. In the very next moment, the order to fire was given, and hundreds of arrows were loosed at Qing Wushuang. The young man, as usual, remained serious and focused. He used his techniques to defend against the attack. His techniques sliced and shattered the arrows in mid-flight, and the young man caught one arrow with his bare hand, wondering if that was really all these archers were capable of. Sun Li Fen was simply furious, unable to fathom who this insolent fool thought he was, and he resolved, of course, to kill Qing Wu Xuan with his own hands right then and there. Mr. Sun hoped that Lady Xuan was taking good care of his affairs in the kingdom of Baiyu. The imperial concubine told her older brother not to worry. She would bring him more information than he could ever have imagined. The atmosphere was very private and intimate, but suddenly a servant burst in, shouting that a misfortune had occurred. The man was very displeased. Couldn't the servant see that he was talking with Lady Xuan? The man reported that the restaurant had been surrounded by some people, that the younger prince was fighting with some boy, and that there were many injured people around. Furthermore, the restaurant's sign had been completely destroyed, which was simply unheard of. At that moment, events on the other side were unfolding as follows. The area was littered with the bodies of beaten defenders. Wu Shuang had Sun Li Feng by the throat and was waiting for someone to appear with whom he could discuss the situation. A massive sword was thrust straight into the stone slabs, and a man appeared before Wu Shuang. The locals knew that Mr. Sun himself had arrived in person, which meant that the stranger had angered him greatly. Everyone understood that something terrible was about to happen, because Mr. Sun could not tolerate anyone who defied him. At the same time, everyone in the crowd acknowledged that this stranger was very strong and most likely could match Mr. Sun's strength. Others believed that Mr. Sun was not merely a relative of the emperor. He himself possessed the power of kings. In essence, he was the ruler of the capital of the Baiyu kingdom. Mr. Sung turned to Wu Xuan and asked if it was really him who had destroyed the sign of his restaurant. The man wanted to know his name. Perhaps the young man was from a family one couldn't argue with, in which case Mr. Sung would admit defeat. Otherwise, he would destroy him right here and now. Wu Xuang replied, if Mr. Sung runs this restaurant, he shouldn't care who he is. The fact is, there are too many high and mighty people in this restaurant who don't give a thought to ordinary folks, so Wu Xuang said he would destroy the restaurant and threw Lin Feng at Mr. Sung's feet. The man in turn declared that the current younger generation was crossing all boundaries and that this unknown student had absolutely no idea what he was doing. Suddenly, a voice rang out advising Mr. Sung to stop right there. Everyone present was baffled by what was happening, but they recognized Li Hufa from the sacred land of Zhongwu. The crowd grew increasingly astonished, trying to figure out what was wrong with this young man, given that such distinguished figures had gathered because of his outburst. Mr. Sung addressed Li Hufa. He didn't want to believe that Li Hufa was responsible for this whole circus. Li Hufa replied that he had absolutely nothing to do with it, but asked Mr. Sung to do him a favor and hand the boy over to him. The man replied that under any other circumstances he would have immediately granted Li Hufa's request, but this kid had gone after his restaurant, and everyone knows what that sign means, so he couldn't just let him take the boy away. Li Hufa asked if Mr. Sung would come to regret this later. He needed to think it through carefully. Mr. Sung got seriously worked up. He said he was clearly being underestimated and that ordinary words wouldn't scare him. The man used his technique and a huge sword soared above the square. He said he simply wanted to wipe that kid off the face of the earth. Dark energy was gathering all over the square and was about to crash down on the young man. Guard Li realized that this idiot was planning to raze everything here to the ground, and that the young man would most likely be unable to withstand the blow of his sword. The girl begged him to save the young man, but he said that Sung Changji had already reached the 9th level of true power, and that he would be unable to stop him. The man wielded the holy sword that had defeated a god and charged at Wu Shuang, who was destined to die along with all the beggars. Li Hua knew that absolutely everyone would suffer from this attack. He told the girl to stand behind him because this madman wasn't thinking straight. At that moment, Qing Wushuang calmly took the sky and the earth, the two worlds, the four forces of the universe, and blended them all together. After that, the young man added the power of the sun, which tore through the barrier between worlds, and now he had a fairly strong protective barrier with which to repel the attack. Song Changji couldn't understand how this was possible, seeing that his attack wasn't working at all, so he flew into a rage. Li Hufa couldn't believe his eyes when he realized that the young man had blocked this powerful attack. Wu Shuang continued calmly with his work, saying that Mr. Song was very careless with human lives. That's why he was now going to bury that scoundrel, along with his restaurant, with his own two hands. Sung Changji couldn't understand how this kid had managed to block his strikes, but that didn't matter now. He had to destroy him. For a moment, it seemed as though the opponents had simply run past each other, and for some reason, Mr. Sung's sword had once again failed to land a blow. But in the next instant, it became clear that Mr. Sung himself had been viciously attacked and was now literally choking on his own blood. The onlookers gaped in astonishment when they realized that Mr. Sung had been killed right before their eyes. Li Hufa was at a loss for words. He asked Miss Tong Yan who this young man was. Soon the smoke cleared, and it looked as if a nuclear bomb had fallen on the town square and blown everything to smithereens. A representative of the four great warriors appeared on one of the buildings. He looked around the square in astonishment, trying to figure out what had happened there. At some point, the young man realized that he seemed to have arrived too late. Smoke was visible from every part of the city, and many knew that the Phoenix Abode restaurant was located right there. Shimen Jin couldn't believe his ears. Could someone really have dared to cause a commotion at the Phoenix Abode restaurant? Gradually, the smoke cleared, and everyone saw Qing Wushuan standing calmly and steadily, seemingly not even moving from his spot. Mr. Sung and his aides didn't know where to turn or hide when they saw this walking demon approaching them. The other officials were also frightened and asked Mr. Sung for protection, but he told them to shut up. It was just a minor disturbance. The man got to his feet, leaning on his sword, and it became clear that he had no intention of surrendering or dying. The man told his opponent that he was now obliged to kill him for having driven him to this state. Otherwise, he would not be able to live in peace. But before the opponents could clash again in combat, a huge, massive boulder appeared between them, literally preventing them from moving any further. With a slight flick of his wrist, the stranger knocked the sword out of Sung Changji's hands. And this dangerous weapon flew across the entire square and landed not far from the fat, repulsive gentlemen who were scared to death. The onlookers who had been watching the whole time couldn't understand how it had come to pass that the people's ordinary complaints had led to the appearance of the third of the four great warriors. And indeed, it was he, the great warrior Yu Tian, who had driven the enemies away, preventing them from destroying the city. The wealthy immediately began crawling on their knees, thanking His Highness for coming to save them, and expressing how happy they were to meet him here. Yu Tian paid no attention to these people's words, and told both rivals that the battle was over. After that, Yu Tian approached Qing Wushuan and told him that he must come with him, because the holy warrior wished to see him. Wu Xuan thought to himself that Yu Tian, like Song Changji, was at the 9th level of true power, yet even up close it was impossible to sense his aura. Song Changji turned to the great warrior and said that they couldn't just let the boy get away with everything after all. Just look at what he'd done to the restaurant and the other government officials. They couldn't just leave the royal family in disgrace. After all, this building belongs to Ms. Xuan. Yu Tian turned and asked if he understood correctly that Mr. Sung wished to provoke the holy warrior. Horror and fear were etched on Sung Changji's face. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't think of a reply. The man turned around and said that today's incident could be considered resolved. He would forget about it. The people on the streets were very pleased that this restaurant had been destroyed, since they had previously not even been allowed to come out into this square. Li Hufa was very pleased that the great warrior had arrived in time. If that hadn't happened, The subsequent developments could have led to a coup in the kingdom of Bayue. Yu Tian told the young man to follow him, but before they could leave the square, the poor women turned to the young master Qing. They knelt down and said that they had met many different people along the way, but only Qing Wu Shuang had noticed them, and now they were asking him for help. Wu Shuang helped the woman to her feet and promised that he would see to it that their problem was resolved. Wu Shuang spotted the young woman and asked Tong Yan to look after the elderly couple while he was away. Wu Shuang also asked Tong Yan to wait for his return. And after that, there was literally a deafening silence. Everyone watched as this strange couple walked away toward the holy warrior. After some time, Wu Shuang, accompanied by his escort, reached the mountain of the holy warrior. The great warriors came out to greet Wu Shuang, including the fourth sister, who was very happy to see such a handsome young man there. She immediately began to touch and hug Wu Shuang, while also lamenting that she was too old for a student. The great warrior told the girl to leave the young man alone. It would be better for everyone to focus on the incident at the restaurant. After all, the matter involved the royal family, and everything needed to be resolved urgently to maintain stability in the kingdom. The girl whispered a few more compliments into the young man's ear and let him go to his audience with the holy warrior. Yu Tian now understood what kind of guy this beauty liked, and she was pleased that she'd made that big guy jealous. Wu Shuang was surprised when he realized that one of the great warriors was the chief examiner, and now he understood that the man was at the 9th level of true power. The great warrior confirmed that this was indeed the case, but he sensed that something was troubling the young man. Wu Shuang explained that he had already fought against Simen Yu, and today he had fought against Song Changji, and both possessed the 9th level of true power. But while he could sense their auras, he couldn't sense the auras of great warriors, and he believed there was some mystery to this. It turned out that as soon as a person reaches the 9th level of true power, every inch of their skin, internal organs, and bones reaches the pinnacle of strength in this world. But this applies only to the physical body. At the 9th level, a person will be able to sense things in the spiritual realm. One could say that at this level, everything begins to unfold. The warrior asked the young man what level he would reach if he broke through true power. The young man surmised that he would reach the level of spiritual power. That was the correct answer. And now the warrior said that this spiritual power stems from Taoism. Taoism is a word that describes the entire structure of the world. Mighty warriors who have managed to understand even one of 10,000 concepts reach a completely different level of power. Wu Shuang suggested that great warriors can touch the Tao, and the Tao in turn means the same thing as the Way. The great warrior confirmed that this is true. The limits are nearly impossible to reach, because the path from true power to spiritual power is a complex one. To transition to spiritual power, one must break through the insurmountable pass. The great warrior said that he is now above the 9th level of true power, but for the time being he is stuck in the insurmountable pass. Figuratively speaking, his power is still at the 9th level. But to break through this passage, one must achieve perfection at the 9th level of true power. The insurmountable passage, the young man had heard of this concept in his past life. They said that to reach a level higher than heavenly power, one must break through from the lowest level of heavenly power, but unfortunately, he had been unable to do so back then. And so finally, the travelers reached the entrance to the holy warrior's palace. The great warrior hoped that the holy warrior would provide answers to the questions that were overwhelming the young man. Wu Shuang was very excited. He didn't even try to imagine who this holy warrior might be. The young man opened the doors and entered the hall of the holy warrior. In the distance, he saw a silhouette surrounded by powerful energy. Wu Shuang felt as if space itself were shifting. It seemed as though he were standing on a river. Then it began to feel as if some powerful current had swept the young man up and was now carrying him into a whirlpool. The next moment, a man in a cloak appeared right in front of the young man and listed all his achievements. His level of true power, his victory over the Shu family, and his first-place finish in the martial arts exam, and said that no one at such a young age had ever achieved such results. Now Wu Shuang stood there with his mouth agape and his eyes wide. For a moment he thought he was seeing visions and hallucinating. The fact was, standing before him was a very pleasant, gentle, slender girl, small and fragile, and he had to believe that she was the holy warrior. The girl tapped the young man on the forehead and told him not to be so surprised. It was just a result of his weakness, and he needed to be much more relaxed and open-minded. The holy warrior showed the young man a map of the kingdom of Baiwei that she had drawn herself and asked him to pay attention to the place marked with a circle. It doesn't matter whether this place belongs to a certain royal family or to the other four. It will become the property of the Qing family. The young man was at a loss for words because in recent years his family had owned nothing but a house and a vegetable garden, and now, if he played his cards right, his family would gain ownership of 3 cities at once. The holy warrior asked if her offer was too meager. The young man replied that it was enough for him. The holy warrior said she recognized the young man as worthy. Wu Shuang was not filled with pride, arrogance, or even greed and submissiveness. Such qualities are very rare even among people who have lived long lives. The holy warrior ordered Zhao Jun to take this map to the emperor of the Shi family and tell him that the matter of the feudal estates must be resolved within 10 days. The holy warrior added that all the rewards received for the exam must also be delivered within the same time frame. As for the construction of the royal wall, it will begin once the Qing family provides the blueprints, and the royal family will cover all expenses. The holy warrior announced that they had settled their worldly affairs, and now Qing Wushuang must follow her. They ascended the holy mountain, and the girl asked Wu Shuang if he knew how long she had already been on this holy mountain. Of course, the young man didn't know, and it turned out she had been there for 120 years. For 120 years, she had hoped every day that someday someone would appear on this mountain whom she would recognize, accept, and teach. Wu Shuang looked at the girl. He realized she was a holy warrior, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that she was just a child playing in a meadow. The young man suggested that perhaps the holy warrior's standards were too high, and the girl admitted that the children of the gods had come to her, but they had simply stood there, trembling with fear. She needed someone who could enter the spirit realm, and Wu Shuang couldn't hold back any longer and asked, could it really be that no one other than the holy warrior had ever managed to enter the spirit realm in all these hundreds of years? The holy warrior admitted that the Baiwei kingdom has the lowest level of development. There simply isn't enough energy here for growth, and it's very difficult to uncover one's spiritual roots. Elsewhere on the continent, there are people who have managed to enter the spiritual realm. Perhaps Wu Xuan lacks innate spiritual roots, but that doesn't mean he won't be able to enter the spiritual realm. The necessary connections form in people with cultivation potential. The young man is highly talented and powerful, so entering the spiritual realm is only a matter of time. On the other hand, perhaps the young man does have innate spiritual roots, but unfortunately, no one in the entire Baiwei kingdom knows how to verify this. Wu Shuang admitted that he had heard the results of this exam would affect the ranking and status of the entire kingdom. The holy warrior confirmed that this was indeed the case. 12 countries are under the leadership of the Great Lo Empire. Before the exam began, the Great Lo Empire promised the top performers a 2-level promotion. If they manage to earn this reward, the kingdom will rise to the highest level of national subordination. Previously, the kingdom could not have aspired to such a thing, but now Qing Wu Shuang has appeared. And now the holy warrior is confident that the Baiwei kingdom will pass this exam. Of course, this is merely her assumption. And now we need to discuss aspects of spiritual power. In terms of true power, what Wu Shuang is currently guided by is qi in its final stages. That is precisely why he can only inflict wounds on his opponents through the strength of his physical body. Spiritual power draws its strength from nature and uses the body as a conduit to amplify techniques. At that moment, the holy warrior lifted a chunk of rock into the air. As a result, tens, hundreds, and thousands of times more power is unleashed. The stronger the physical body, the more natural power it can harness, and the more powerful the strikes will be. The initial stage of spiritual power draws only a small amount from natural power, while the intermediate stage draws more. And the ideal stage of spiritual power draws upon half of one's natural strength and can freely command it. A mighty warrior of spiritual power would need only a finger to kill a level 9 fighter of true power. It can shatter the boundaries between heaven and the human world, tear a hole in the earth, and split the entire globe. Such is the power of spiritual might. Wu Shuang watched everything the holy warrior was doing and realized that he couldn't even sense her aura, even as she performed such feats in midair. Wu Shuang asked what level the great holy warrior was currently at, and the girl replied that she was in the initial stage and could use only 10% of her natural power. This is a fairly average figure, but she is grateful for it. The girl knows that the great holy warrior of the Wu kingdom is slightly weaker than she is. However, he has some rather good books on spiritual power techniques, so he surpasses her in combat skills. There have always been minor disagreements between the Kingdom of Baiue and the great country of Wu. Both countries are equally highly regarded in this exam and want to use it to raise their status. The holy warrior wanted to know if Wu Shuang understood why she was telling him all this. The fact is that the holy warrior very much hopes that he will become her successor, take the holy warrior's place, and protect the kingdom of Baiue. The young man was returning to the inn. His head was spinning. He would become the holy warrior's disciple and take her place on the holy mountain. The holy warrior wields immense authority, and her power and honor surpass even those of the emperor. But the young man preferred the free and unencumbered study of martial arts to power over the entire world. He feared he would lose his freedom and face even more obstacles along the way. But when the kingdom was under threat, of course, he had to do everything possible to protect it. Despite his deep thoughts, Wu Shuang heard Tong Yan calling him. The young man grew anxious. Had something happened again? Tong Yan asked. What's wrong? The young man was very worried. He thought something might have happened to the old women. Tong Yan said they were all right and asked him to calm down, then told him that his sister was missing. All the young people gathered at the Ximen feudal lord's estate. Qing Lanshan and Daxi Ming were lying on the beds, and Wu Shuang demanded to know what had happened there. Lord Yu said he had nothing to do with any of this. The two men were already in this condition when they arrived, and the elder suggested listening to Lady Tong Yao. Tong Yao tried to calm the young man down. She said the men's lives were not in danger, but they were quite seriously injured and would remain unconscious for some time. Elder Qing managed to explain how it all happened. The exam results had reached the Kingdom of Redwood a couple of days ago. Daxi Ming personally delivered the news and set off for Donglin to share the good news with his family and loved ones. After that, everyone was eager to head to the Kingdom of Redwood to meet their beloved Wu Shuang right away. But suddenly 8 people surrounded them along the way. Daxi and her father fought fiercely but were defeated and left with serious injuries, while her sister was kidnapped. Tong Yao believed this was somehow connected to the abductions of daughters that had recently spread throughout the kingdom. After all, it was no coincidence that the distraught mothers had set out to search for them. Wu Shuang hadn't even thought of the disappearance and abduction of the daughters at first. He believed it was something personal against him, but perhaps it was a demon that had been haunting his sister in the past. At that moment, the young Daxi Ming woke up and began calling for Wu Shuang. He was clutching a scrap of cloth in his hands and said it was the only clue he'd managed to take with him, one that might lead to the villains. Tong Yao immediately recognized the silver silk. Such luxury is reserved only for royal families. Wu Shuang wanted to know which specific family used this silk, but the girl replied that her connections to the royal family were rather limited, so she wasn't sure. But then Ximen Qian spoke up. The young man said he knew whose silk it was, but that this information might greatly upset Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang wanted to know the truth no matter what, and even Lord Yu told his son not to delay and to name the person quickly. Qian named the person, and it turned out to be King Redwood himself. The silk belonged to him and his family. Qing Wu Shuang now realized that his opponents were indeed of a very high caliber. Redwood Palace looked very opulent and expensive. Everything was adorned with gold and silk. The young man reported to his father that everyone was already behind bars, and he asked how many more they needed to reach 360. Ji Yufei, the second son of King Redwood, said that over the years they had only managed to reach 268, so they would be able to complete the task in 3 or 4 years. The king knew that it was very difficult to find virgins born in the year of the rabbit, in the second solar month, between 5 and 7 o'clock in the evening, so the eldest prince would have to wait patiently. He said he would get to work on it right away, and also added that during the exam, his third brother had unexpectedly lost first place. Perhaps some royal families are deliberately suppressing them to prevent the kingdom from rising above the imperial capital. However, the king did not believe these rumors, for even the emperor could not influence the sacred land. So the royal families were certainly incapable of influencing the exam. But recently in the imperial capital, an ordinary student dared to stand up to the emperor's uncle and destroyed the sign belonging to Xuan's concubine's restaurant. This incident clearly upset the concubine, but the emperor took no action because the sacred land of Zhengwu had come to the student's defense. The king had no idea where this demon had come from. He had managed to earn a huge number of points on the exam all by himself, and now the thought arose that perhaps the sacred land specifically wanted to bestow a gift upon the 4 royal families. The prince didn't understand why the sacred land would take offense at them, since they hadn't done anything. King Redwood couldn't understand why an ordinary son from a wealthy family had been able to gain such power. Of course, the emperor was far too weak, but if this young man were to come to them, nothing good would come of it. Ji Yufei said that among the girls captured last time was a girl from the Qing family, and the prince suggested interrogating her. The king said he would conduct the interrogation of this girl the very next morning. Late at night, Tong Yao escorted the young man to the Redwood Royal Palace. The girl really didn't want him to go there. Wu Shuang didn't even want to listen, because this influential royal family not only failed to care for its own people, but, on the contrary, only harmed them, and this time had even dared to lay a hand on his sister. But the girl believed that it wasn't wise to be so careless, because King Redwood was guarded by elite warriors. Rumor has it that at least 3 of them possess the 8th level of true power. In addition, there are 4 elders at the 9th level of true power, and King Redwood himself is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of true power and has almost managed to break through the insurmountable barrier. The girl knew that Wu Xuan had only just been promoted to king, the emperor still had to approve it, and she suggested that the young man go to the holy warrior to discuss the situation. If the holy warrior got involved, the king would certainly release everyone, but the young man believed that the journey to the holy warrior would take a couple of days, and he didn't have that kind of time. That's too long, and he couldn't afford to lose a loved one. Training, family status, all of that can be gained through hard work, unlike family. And even if there were mountains of daggers and seas of fire there, if Wu Shuang encountered his enemies there, he would crush it all. After that, the young man said goodbye to the girl, thanked her for her help, and in a few leaps made his way into the grounds of the royal palace. Standing on the roof of one of the buildings, Wu Shuang began to think. Tong Yao was certainly right. If he acted rashly, not only would he fail to save his sister, but he would also put himself in danger, so he needed to scout the area first. Wu Shuang quietly made his way from roof to roof and soon spotted a group of people standing in the courtyard. The second prince asked the men if they were finished, and they confirmed that they had done everything as their master had requested. One of the men explained that they hadn't been able to capture the old woman who had come to complain in the imperial city because she was protected by the sacred land. Ji Yufei believed there was no need to get upset. Another opportunity would arise. After all, the sacred land wouldn't protect her forever. And the prince warned the young men if they were caught, they would lose their heads. After that, the prince let them go and demanded that they leave the palace the same way they had arrived. The young men left, and the prince, meanwhile, began gathering energy and preparing his techniques to strike. After that, with a mere flick of his wrist, he destroyed his servants who had been carrying out his orders. Wu Shuang could see that this guy looked rather weak, but he hadn't expected the prince to be so ruthless. The men were severely injured. They begged to be spared since they had served the prince for 20 years and never imagined he would kill them so easily. But Shi Yufei paid no heed to their pleas and finished off the wounded men, believing that the sacred land of Zhengwu had already discovered them. But in this world, only the dead can keep their identity a secret. And now the prince can rest easy, knowing that these... But before the prince could return to the palace, he was called out by Wu Shuang, who had already realized that the man before him was Shi Yufei. Before the prince had a chance to react or figure out what was happening, Wu Shuang attacked him with his strength and technique. The second prince managed to put up a blocking defense, shielding his face and head from the attack. But at that moment, Wu Shuang was already poised to land another blow to his torso. The prince flew across the entire courtyard, and 4 elders who guarded King Redwood rushed out in response to the commotion coming from the royal chambers. Wu Shuang stood there, gripping the second prince by the throat, waiting for the elders to approach him. While they were trying to figure out who had seized the young lord, Wu Shuang scooped the boy up in his arms and, carrying him, dashed off across the palace rooftops. A servant rushed into the royal chambers and shouted that all was not well. Someone had invaded the palace grounds and taken the second prince hostage. The king was horrified by the news and demanded that the 4 elders be summoned immediately. The poor servant fell to his knees in fear at the sight of his master's fury and explained that the elders were already there, but for the prince's safety were not rushing to take any action. The king could not even imagine how anyone dared to break into his palace and kidnap his son. This man would die right where he stood, and the king, without thinking twice, rushed out into the street to restore order himself. Wu Shuang continued to hold the prince by the throat and said that if the king wanted to take his little son back, everyone else had better get out of there. At that moment, the king did indeed appear in the courtyard. He was so ferocious that even being near him was frightening and dangerous. Taking in the scene, the king lunged at the man who had dared to wound his son. The man wanted to destroy this insolent scoundrel, while Wu Shuang employed his defensive techniques and calmly awaited his opponent's approach. Soon the two clashed, and a typical confrontation between two nearly equal forces began. The elders were shocked when they saw that this young boy had managed to stop the king's fist. Wu Shuang realized that the master of the unbreakable pass was quite unusual, and his strike was much stronger than that of the lords of the Western Gate. The king said that of course he wanted to spare his son's life, but if the boy thought he could manipulate the situation by holding one of his sons hostage, he was very much mistaken. Wu Shuang looked at his opponent and wondered, could he really have been wrong? Tong Yao had said that the king of Redwood cherished his sons deeply, especially his second son, Shi Yufei, who, despite his age, was strong, intelligent, and very ruthless. This young man was highly gifted in the martial arts, and everyone in the Redwood Palace pinned their hopes on him. Knowing all this, Wu Shuang tightened his grip on the boy's throat even more, to see how the king of Redwood would feel if his son were killed right before his eyes. The king thought that this boy could see right through him. He had originally planned to deal with the boy instantly and save Yufei. The king decided to take a different approach and ask what Wu Shuang wanted, saying he would think it over. Wu Shuang said he would ask only one thing: whether King Redwood himself was indeed behind the disappearance of so many young women from the kingdom of Redwood in recent years. The king didn't beat around the bush and said that was indeed the case. These people live within the borders of his kingdom, and they belong to him entirely. Kidnapping a couple of people is practically the same as catching some dogs, and the king doesn't understand why the young man is so worked up about it. The remark about dogs literally cut through the young man's ears. He said he could crush the prince in an instant like a pathetic mutt. The king saw that his son was barely breathing, and he asked what this boy wanted. Wu Shuang demanded that the king release all the people he had kidnapped, all the girls he was holding captive, or else he would have to bury his second son. The king replied that this was impossible. The girls they had captured had long since left these parts. They were already dead, and in any case there was nothing he could do about it. Wu Shuang was furious. He told the king that he was thoroughly fed up with this situation and demanded to be taken to the girls, or else the king would have to choose another heir. The king realized that his opponent was extremely fast, like a ghost. Even the elders couldn't move that quickly. If he simply killed Yufei, the latter would be able to walk away from there unhindered afterward. The king said he understood everything, turned around, and invited the young man to follow him. They reached the palace dungeon, and the king ordered the guards to release all the prisoners. After a while, the doors to the prison cells began to open, and the terrified girls feared they were being led to their deaths. Among these girls was Xuer. She couldn't stop thinking about her father and fiancé, who had suffered because of her. Wu Shuang saw that his sister was safe and sound, and that was already a relief. The king said that he had fulfilled his part of the agreement. Everyone had been released, and now the young man must free the prince. Wu Shuang told him not to worry. If these girls made it home safely, then in about half a month the king would get his son back and be able to put him on the throne. The elders were simply horrified by such audacity. They demanded that the second young master be released immediately. But the king said he agreed to these terms and would wait half a month. But if, after that, Wu Shuang did not return his son to him, then no matter how high-ranking his family was, the king would find them and destroy them all. In response to these threats, Wu Shuang said he would wait with anticipation and that they could end the matter there. The young man turned to the girls and said that the king of Redwood had kidnapped them but was now letting them go. Freedom isn't given to anyone for free. If they want to survive, they must follow him. Qing Xuer was still in a state of shock after the kidnapping. She thought she was going crazy because she could hear a familiar voice. But when she raised her head and looked closely, she really did see her beloved younger brother, Qing Wu Shuang. The girls quietly made their way out of the dungeon, unable to believe that they had been rescued and could go home, while the king silently watched the scene unfold. Wu Shuang addressed the king and said that he would no longer trouble his majesty with his presence, but the king must pray that nothing bad happens during these half months. If anyone at the king's request attempts to eliminate the trouble, the hostage's life will be in danger. The elders could not believe that the king would simply allow him to leave the palace like that. But the king replied that the life of his second son was at stake, so it was not wise to make rash decisions. The king asked the elder who the girl in the blue dress was, and he was told that she was from the Qing family in Luojiang province. The king recalled what he had been told about the Qings from Donglin and realized that he had just been dealing with Qing Wushuang. The entire group moved through the palace grounds in great tension. Wu Shuang dragged the hostage along and looked around warily. Soon he had practically calmed down and realized that the king had not sent an ambush, and that they were now safe. At that moment, Shuer called out to him. The girl couldn't understand how he had found her. She had thought she would never see her brother again. Wu Shuang told her not to worry. Everything was fine. Their father and Daxi Ming were safe and sound, and after a little rest, they would be back to normal. Wu Shuang asked his sister about the demon that had been haunting her in her dreams. Was it the same one who had just attacked her? The girl confirmed that it was indeed him, and her brother swore he wouldn't let those people lay a finger on her ever again. Tong Yao waited for the young man near the palace gates, filled with anxiety and excitement. The girl couldn't believe that all those unfortunate girls had really been kidnapped by the king of Redwood, and Wu Shuang asked her for a favor. After that, Wu Shuang addressed the former hostages and told them that their families were now in the imperial capital under the protection of the sacred land of Zhengwu, and that Tong Yao would take them there. The girls began thanking the young man for saving them and wanted to know how they could repay him, but he said he had merely fulfilled the promise he had made to their mothers. Tong Yao told them not to worry. She would take the girls to their families, and Wu Shuang should return with his sister since the coronation ceremony was about to begin. But Wu Shuang had one more small errand to run. He handed her a list and asked Tong Yao to find all these items. He would pay double for them. The next morning, a messenger arrived at the royal palace with an imperial decree. He reported that based on the results of this exam, there were some changes, and he read the entire decree aloud. King Redwood realized that, according to this decree, the city of Green Grove and the city beyond the clouds would have to be handed over to the new ruler. The messenger confirmed that this was exactly what the emperor had said, and now the king must take the decree and read it for himself. The king was very upset. His third son, Heo Yuzhong, had every chance of becoming the best of the best had it not been for a dark horse who appeared out of nowhere, causing him to finish only third. Virgins also had to be given to the first son, and now that the second son had returned home to his father, King Redwood swore he would be a fool if he did not destroy the entire Qing family. The old man said that things weren't that simple. Qing Wu Shuang had not only passed the exam, but had already made a name for himself on Holy Warrior Mountain and throughout the kingdom of Baiwei. It would be very disadvantageous to attack this family openly. It would draw negative attention from many quarters. After hearing this news, the king ordered the elder to immediately set out for the Daluo Empire to report everything to his eldest son and to ask the old man for help. The emperor of the kingdom announced that Qing Wushuang had been proclaimed the new ruler and that his territories would include Donglin City, Green Grove City, and the Cloudless Mountains. Qing Wushuang decided to name his kingdom the Holy Kingdom. The young man stood on the roof of one of the buildings with his father and asked if his father liked their estate. The man honestly admitted that just a couple of years ago he could not have imagined that they, the Qings, would be able to attain the status of a royal family. His father understood that all of this was thanks to Wu Shuang, and that aristocrats from all over the country would soon arrive to congratulate the family, among them, perhaps, King Redwood. He probably wasn't happy about losing part of his lands. Of course, the king did not disobey the order, but now the Qing family would become his main enemy. His father was very concerned and tried to guess what King Redwood might do against them. After all, they were now practically equal in rank, and it was impossible to simply order the destruction of such a family. His father believed that his son should accept the holy warrior's offer. After all, the boy would become his successor in a few years, and even King Redwood would have no grounds to object in this situation. And once Wu Shuang became a holy warrior, he would gain power over the entire country. The young man understood that if he agreed to become the holy warrior, his fate would be bound to this mountain, regardless of his wishes. The young man confessed to his father that he had a feeling that, once he took up residence on the holy warrior's mountain, he would be unable to defend the kingdom of Baiwei. The young man decided that he needed to travel to his mother's homeland for a few months in order to reach the level of the insurmountable pass. His father agreed with his son's wish, saying that he would support his choice no matter what, and that his son could leave home with peace of mind. Wu Shuang did not know what King Redwood had in mind. But in any case, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. attain spiritual power, and protect the Holy Kingdom. A beautiful sunny day arrived for the coronation and ceremony. On this day, the Qing family of Donglin officially became the royal family. Guests arrived from all over the country. They were representatives of the most distinguished and wealthy families, including many kings and the reigning prince. And although the four royal families were not particularly pleased with all this, they had to comply for the sake of the sacred land of Zhengwu. Qing Lanshan became king, and Qing Shu was granted the title of Princess of Donglin. Qing Wushuang was granted the title of King of Kings, and now they will all be able to enjoy the benefits of royal life. Then, having become the rulers of these lands, now known as the Holy Kingdom, the Qing family vowed that every resident, regardless of status, would be under their protection. As soon as the ceremony ended, Wu Shuang began making numerous plans for maintaining and training the army, developing a defense system, and other matters. In addition, it was decided to arrange a marriage between Qing Shu and Daxi Min. After Qing Wushuang finished making his plans, the time came to test the competence of his subordinates. But despite all these matters, only two things occupied his mind. The great mountain and his training were the only things that occupied the young man's thoughts and feelings when he wasn't attending to royal affairs. Wu Shuang remembered the power of nature. It lay in the movement of the stars and the moon, in the flowers and trees. All of this was the power of nature, though it was unclear how to channel it through himself. Now the young man didn't have much time for training, and he was happy that by this point he had managed to raise his skill to level 9. It seemed he had now fully restored all his strength from his past life. And that meant it was time to tackle the techniques he hadn't been able to master before. So the young man began training again, practicing them. The materialized sword technique proved very difficult, but after some time, the sword began to materialize before the young man. The materialized sword was an incredibly powerful technique, containing the strength of 6 levels. However, the conditions for summoning this sword were very unpleasant. The most renowned ancient grandmaster had practiced only a single technique, and one of the lowest rank at that. And now Wu Shuang was trying to master Young Shan's sword. He did this over and over again, putting in more and more effort. Once again, the young man used Young Shan's sword on the rock, near which he was practicing this technique. When executed correctly, the enormous mountain crumbled as if it were a sandcastle. It has been scientifically proven that this technique contains the power of 5 levels. But if one attains spiritual power, it will become even stronger. But then a strange light caught the young man's attention. He had created a hole, and now it seemed as though the light was luring him in. To avoid agonizing over guesses and assumptions, Wu Shuang leaped into the fissure from which the strange light was emanating and found himself in a vast, dark chamber. When the interior was illuminated by a bright light, the young man saw a statue of a massive warrior standing in the center of this underground palace. Soon the young man had no doubt that he had entered an underground palace. The only thing he couldn't figure out was whose statue it was. Wu Shuang realized that there might be traps in this room, and that he shouldn't let his guard down. He began to quietly survey his surroundings. But before the young man could take a few steps, he suddenly felt as if his feet were glued to the floor. There was no one there, but he couldn't move an inch. Everything around him was enveloped in an inexplicable energy that radiated from a massive statue. Wu Shuang couldn't understand what was happening. He was still immobilized and had no idea where this incredible power was coming from. Soon, an unprecedented, overbearing energy lifted him upward. It was extremely powerful, yet at the same time, it carried no malice, and the young man decided to try to absorb this energy. This force did not ask its owner's permission. It simply barreled straight toward Wu Shuang, like an uninvited guest. Soon it had passed through all the vital points in his body and filled his arteries, organs, and skin. The energy continued to fill the young man's body. It soon became clear that it was trying to take over his mind and nervous system. It was like some kind of baptismal rite. Wu Shuang did not resist this energy and was now simply enjoying its power. Soon the young man felt a new strength and energy within himself and thought that he had been completely reborn, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Wu Shuang noticed the enormous statue. All the light had already left it, which meant that the statue had transferred all its power to him. And indeed, in the minutes that followed, the statue began to crack and slowly lean to one side. And in the very next moment, it crumbled, as if it were a fragile sandcastle. But soon, everything around him began to collapse and crumble. The young man realized he needed to get out of there immediately before this strange underground palace buried him alive inside. With absolute ease and without any strain, Wu Shuang leaped to the surface as if there were no great height or distance to overcome. Everything collapsed inside the underground palace, just as the young man was about to explore the place, as if that very moment had vanished. Meanwhile, the palace was bustling with pleasant preparations and discussions, which resulted in the decision to hold the wedding next month. Wu Shuang happened to return just in time, and all his loved ones were delighted to share the good news with him. His father told his son what they had discussed regarding the most convenient time to celebrate the wedding. Wu Shuang said they should let the young couple decide for themselves. Wu Shuang pulled his future brother-in-law aside, saying he had something for Ming. Wu Shuang explained that on Holy Mountain, he had been taught 3 martial arts techniques. He studied them and concluded that one of the techniques wasn't right for him, but it would be very suitable for Daxi Ming. It's a special technique that combines elements of Buddhism and Taoism. The young man was absolutely thrilled, because this martial art belongs only to the holy warrior, something everyone can only dream of. Wu Shuang said that the young man would now be a son-in-law of the Qing royal family and become a prince of the Holy Kingdom, so the technique would rightfully belong to him. Moreover, Daxi Ming's martial arts are based on a delicate, restrained, and free-flowing style, so this technique is perfect for him. Wu Shuang understood that his training would prevent him from staying at home, and his sister knew nothing about martial arts at all. Therefore, his son-in-law needed to be strong enough to protect his wife. At the same time, in the great Luo Empire on God's Mountain, stood a vast and magnificent palace. They were very surprised there when they heard that King Redwood could not deal with some young boy. Ji Yufei, King Redwood's eldest son, confirmed that this was indeed the case. This young boy was under the protection of the holy warrior. He had managed to thwart their plans, and this was a massive blunder for the sect of God. The young man knew his master's temperament and how much he hated those who dared to tarnish the sect's reputation. The master turned to a warrior named Wu Ji and ordered him to go and personally investigate this boy. Li Wu Ji was a senior member of the God sect, possessed the first level of spiritual power, and immediately agreed to carry out the order. The Star Path Palace looked simply stunning. It was some kind of surreal, cosmic structure. 5 masters held court in this Star Path Palace, and their meeting was taking place right at that moment. The palace's 3rd master said that she hadn't taken on any apprentices for many years, so she hoped no one would object if she took Qing Wu Xuan as her own. The 5th palace master said that everyone knows how much the girl loves to torment her disciples, and that in the end they perish at her hands. But a treasure like Qing Wu Shuang must be passed on to her. It soon became clear, if the young man's achievements were known to all, then the leaders of many other empires would surely want to get their hands on him. The leader believed that first and foremost he needed to ensure that other empires had no use for him. Before the 2nd exam, someone must be sent to put everything in order and prevent internal conflicts. Therefore, he would not become anyone's disciple at this time. The leader ordered Old Man Lu to immediately travel to the Baiyue Kingdom and bring Qing Wu Shuang to the Star Path Palace. If other empires offer a bounty for his head, their palace will double the price. Emissary Lu said he understood the mission and would carry it out with honor. Wu Shuang continued his training on the Great Mountain, which served as the best training ground for him. The young man realized that this mountain held many secrets. It was a shame that the underground palace collapsed right away, because he hadn't even had time to take a good look around. But suddenly the young man felt the ground beneath his feet begin to crack, as if an earthquake were happening. However, the ground suddenly cracked open and something enormous burst out of it. Wu Shuang stared at it with eyes full of surprise and excitement. It was a huge serpent, and it didn't resemble any creature from the ordinary world. It even emanated an aura, just like an underground statue. It seemed that this serpent had been absorbing power for many years, and perhaps now it too would want to share it. But for the moment, this didn't look like a pleasant encounter. The enormous serpent opened its jaws wide, and it seemed as though it was about to swallow the man whole. But the young man employed Yung Shan's sword technique, attempting to pierce the serpent's head. However, this proved impossible. And when he decided that the moment was right to test the newly acquired power he had gained from the underground statue, before the giant snake could do anything, a powerful attack pierced right through its entire body and head, shattering the surrounding mountains and rocks. Wu Shuang realized that he had successfully utilized the fifth level of the embodied sword, which had enabled him to defeat the giant serpent. However, the young man did not understand why he had been able to use the born sword technique so suddenly. After all, rumors claim that only after attaining spiritual power would he be able to begin practicing this technique. The young man looked at his hands once more and realized he was experiencing an indescribable power unlike anything he had ever felt before. Perhaps this was the very spiritual power the holy warrior had spoken of. In his past life, he had been unable to attain it, but he had unexpectedly gained it now. This is simply wonderful because his sister's wedding is coming up and anything could happen. He needs to train hard. The man stood on the roof, looking down at the city of Donglin, which turned out to be quite nice. He wanted to know when King Redwood wished for the work to begin. The king replied that the so-called wedding of the Princess of Donglin would take place the next day. It was an inopportune time, because after all, the king is the face of the kingdom of Redwood, and if anything were to happen, it would be very difficult to explain the situation. Li Wuji was quite taken with all of this. He loved all kinds of festive weddings, where there would be crowds of people, and he could kill as many as he pleased. But the young man promised the king that he would follow him and hoped to receive a delightful gift. At that very moment, on Holy Warrior Mountain, the holy warrior was engaged in her practices. Soon she sensed a provocative aura of spiritual power and realized that an elite warrior of spiritual power had arrived, and he clearly did not have good intentions. Could it be that the holy warrior from Great Wu had come here to provoke a conflict? She needed to find out immediately where this warrior was now. And soon enough, the saint realized that this elite warrior was in Donglin City, and of course it was clear who he was there for. The exam has already ended, and if anything goes wrong, the Baiyue Kingdom will face major problems. It's not so bad if they lose the opportunity to raise their level of allegiance. It would be much worse if the Kingdom of Baiyu were unable to respond to aggression from other countries. This could lead to trouble in the future that must be prevented. And so the day of August 8th arrived. It was the very day the princess's wedding was celebrated. Guests flocked in from all over the province. The closest relatives were ushered inside the palace, while the rest of the townspeople and residents of the nearby villages gathered in the square. By now, many families were glad that they hadn't had any conflicts with the Qing family in previous years. It was said that the Ni family, herbal merchants, had been expelled from the city because they had once wanted to marry their son to Qing Shu. But it turned out that the Niu family wasn't the only one that had wanted to marry their sons to the young woman. Now, however, everyone was trying not to bring it up, so as not to invite trouble. Soon, a majestic figure appeared at the palace gates. King Redwood greeted Princess Donglin. The man said he had arrived uninvited, but hoped he would be welcomed and allowed to express his wishes and participate in the celebration. Wu Shuang thanked the king for attending the celebration and inquired about the second prince's health. Fortunately, everything was fine. Qing Lanshan pointed out to his son that King Redwood had brought a large entourage with him, which did not bode well. But his son reassured his father and told him not to worry. He was certain the man would not dare cause any trouble at the wedding. The great warrior Xiao Jiao himself announced the start of the wedding ceremony and invited everyone to welcome the bride and groom. The newlyweds stepped forward. Both were dressed in red and looked happy and in love. King Redwood watched the wedding and thought that during the celebration, an assassin would suddenly appear and destroy this entire family, but for now they could enjoy themselves carefree. And then in the midst of the wedding, a demonic laugh rang out, sounding worse than an alarm. Everyone immediately tensed up and was terrified. Wu Shuang began to stare intently at the man from whom no one expected anything good anymore. Everyone realized that this man was very powerful. He immediately declared that Qing's happy wedding would now become their funeral. Xiao Jiao immediately realized the gravity of the situation. He couldn't sense this man's aura, which meant he was a warrior of spiritual power, and only a holy warrior could fight him. The great warrior asked the stranger who he was and how he dared to appear in the Qing palace and cause trouble there. The villain replied that the great warrior was not worthy of knowing his name. Today he would kill only Qin, and everyone else, if they wanted to live, should simply get out of there. Xiao Jiao turned to the young man and said that this was the kingdom of Baiyue, and the stranger should be aware of where he was if he intended to cause trouble here. The stranger replied that it seemed the old man was the strongest here, so he would start with him. But suddenly a light, small creature in a long white cloak appeared in the square and ordered the stranger to calm down. It was the holy warrior who had managed to reach Donglin just in time and was now preparing to come to the Qing family's defense. Everyone immediately recognized the great holy warrior, and she wanted to know where the stranger had come from and what he intended to do here. Lai Wuji was genuinely surprised. He had heard from his master that the holy warrior was already quite old, and her skills had fallen into disuse, so he clearly hadn't expected this. The man pulled out a plaque and showed it to her, confident that the great holy warrior would recognize Commander Ji Yin's insignia. The holy warrior wanted to know why an elite warrior from the Ji Yin sect would need some minor member of the Qing royal family, and what his mission was here. The holy warrior said that she held Wu Shuang in high regard and hoped he would be left alone, but the assassin replied that this was impossible. He was here to eliminate the entire Qing family on his master's orders. The assassin was certain that the holy warrior would not want his master, the old man Ji Yin, to come here in person, and the girl understood that she was no less powerful than even the master's disciple. The holy warrior understood if she gave in now, the fighting spirit, and consequently the entire might of the Baiyue kingdom would be shattered. The holy warrior said that in the great kingdom of Luo, Master Ji Yin does not decide who lives and who dies, and right now he is clearly overestimating his sect's influence. But since they won't be able to reach an agreement, the holy warrior, disregarding her master, will fight Ji Yin's disciple. Li Wuji realized that everything would be more complicated than he had planned. Although the holy warrior's power had diminished, she was still a warrior of spiritual might, which meant the battle would be on equal terms and someone would suffer greatly. In a single leap, the assassin jumped onto the roof of the building and said that he was forced to withdraw from the battle, but he had no choice but to write a letter to the master, asking him to personally greet the holy warrior. And when the time is right, the holy warrior will show just how far she is willing to go to protect this family. The holy warrior understood that if Ji Yin showed up here, trouble would be inevitable, and it would probably be wise to request help from her homeland. But suddenly, Wu Shuang spoke up, wanting to know what the symbol on the string was. It seemed like this thing was very useful, but the assassin had come in too cocky and was now about to run away with his tail between his legs. After that, the young man turned to King Redwood, praising him for his ingenuity. He had come up with the idea of relying on the Ji Yin sect's blade to wipe out the entire Qing family. A very clever plan indeed. King Redwood pretended not to understand what the young man was talking about and demanded proof. Wu Shuang turned to the assassin. Could it be that the entire Ji Yin sect consisted of cowards and weaklings like him? Li Wuji was quietly seething, but as he looked at this young man, he admired his ability to provoke. The holy warrior turned to King Redwood when she realized he was the one who had let the wolf into their home. But the man saw no problem with this. The Qing family was merely a new royal family. They had dared to steal his second son and seize a great deal of territory. Wu Shuang said that according to the laws of the ancestors, anyone who dared to attack the Qing family would face the harshest punishment, so there was no need to take offense in the future. But King Redwood advised the young man to take a good look at the current situation, since the boy wouldn't even be able to defend himself. The king turned to the assassin and told her not to listen to this nonsense, to proceed as planned, and that he would take care of everything else. Li Wuji thought that while the Redwood warriors were fighting the kings, he would have a chance to deal with the holy warrior. He turned to the holy warrior and said that this area was too cramped and unsuitable for a battle between warriors of spiritual power, so they'd be better off moving to another location. The holy warrior counted the number of powerful warriors in King Redwood's ranks and realized that if she left with the assassin, the Qing family would be left virtually defenseless. Suddenly, Wu Shuang walked through the crowd of guests, and many of them felt some kind of effect. King Redwood shouted to his companions to hold their breath, because it was poisonous gas. But at that moment, one of the elders began to choke and die right before the king's eyes. Wu Shuang believed it was already too late to do anything. This poison consisted of the venoms of 7 insects and plants, with about 18 varieties mixed together, and it was one of the 3 most potent techniques in ancient martial arts. Merely being in this mist was enough to kill. Wu Shuang wasn't yet very knowledgeable about the poisons of this world, so he was very grateful to Tong Yao for providing him with all the ingredients and information. The king of Redwood was on his knees, insulting the young man, who advised him not to move, since that way the man would die much more slowly. Wu Shuang no longer saw a problem with the Ji family and now turned his attention to the disciple of the Ji Yin sect, who was eager to fight. Qing Wu Shuang stated his full name and demanded that the assassin give his own because he does not kill nameless rats. The great warrior looked at the young man with admiration. His breath was exactly the same as that of the holy warrior and Li Wuji. The holy warrior also realized that Wu Shuang possessed the breath of spiritual power, and now she wanted to know when he had managed to attain it. Wu Shuang turned to the assassin and suggested they see which of them was the real laughingstock and whether the cultist could fight against him. Li Wuji was surprised that such a young master existed in such a pitiful kingdom. If he wasn't killed now, he would become a major problem in the future. The warrior stated his name. He was the great disciple of the old man Ji Yin, and it was he, Li Wuji, who would kill the young Qing today. Wu Shuang turned to the holy warrior and said that today's battle was a continuation of his conflict with King Redwood. It had nothing to do with the sacred land, and he asked the holy warrior not to intervene. The holy warrior confirmed that she would honor his request, but regardless of the outcome of this battle, she promised to defend the Qins to the very end. And so the two warriors of spiritual power set off for their duel, while the holy warrior followed them to watch up close. The father was very worried about his son, but Daxi Han believed there was no need to worry. Wu Shuang was a very strong fighter and hadn't lost to anyone of his caliber in a long time. At the same time, the man thought how fortunate it was that he wasn't at odds with Qing Wu Shuang. Otherwise, he would already be dead by now. Both opponents moved through the mountains, launching attacks at each other. It was all very powerful and fast. Finally, they paused to catch their breath, and Li Wuji felt exhaustion and even pain in his body. He couldn't even remember the last time anyone had managed to wound him. He understood that his opponent was a novice in spiritual power. But if he were to fight a strong adversary, he would surely die. It was hard to say in advance what would become of him in the future, but right now, Li Wuji was certain that this guy would die, no matter what. Wu Shuang began provoking his opponent again, an opponent who had been at the spiritual power level for many years but had yet to show anything serious or interesting. Wu Shuang was certain that this very day, 1 year from now, would be the day of Li Wuji's memorial service, and he added that since this was his first time fighting someone at the spiritual power level, his opponent shouldn't die quickly. His opponent said that wasn't a bad idea, but be that as it may, he too would prolong his opponent's death as much as possible. The opponents continued to use their abilities to do more than just physically attack each other. Everything around them was shrouded in fog, and the cultists' loud laughter rang out. Wu Shuang was certain the man was deliberately trying to confuse him, but now he could see far more than met the eye. Li Wuji was already rushing to attack the young man, taking advantage of the fact that he could see practically nothing. Wu Shuang tried to locate his opponent with all his senses and ran through his possible locations. Suddenly, he sensed his opponent in front of him and attacked him. The cultist couldn't understand how this was possible. Even a warrior of average spiritual power couldn't simply break through his fog. There had to be something special about this boy. Li Wuji admitted that the boy had exceeded his expectations, and perhaps they might even have some more fun. The assassin drew his sword and declared that the joking was over. Now that he was armed, he intended to cut Wu Shuang to pieces. The young man sensed a powerful aura and surmised that lightning would strike him from within the mist. The holy warrior watched this great duel from the sidelines, though she could see and understand very little. But soon the Ji Yin sect's thunderstorm technique began. With the fog, one could kill anyone unnoticed, and even the holy warrior wouldn't have been able to withstand it. She was surprised that the old man Ji Yin had taught this technique to his disciple, but now it was clear that things were looking bad. Wu Shuang continued to parry the attacks. As long as he was doing well, he saw no difficulty or problem. The young man noted that as soon as his opponent took up the sword, he became a completely different person. The speed of his attacks increased significantly, though his strength remained unchanged. Li Wuji said there was no need to be overconfident. This was only the beginning. The longer he held the sword, the stronger he would become. Wu Shuang had to exert a great deal of effort to dodge his opponent's next attack. Now the young man had learned the hard way that Li Wuji was growing stronger with every attack. Wu Shuang realized he had to end this duel. He couldn't let his opponent continue to build up his power. Li Wuji was very pleased with his performance and now asked his opponent how he liked what was happening. Young Qing replied that no one had been able to lay a finger on him for a long time. It seemed that this time he would finally be able to have some fun. Li Wuji was very angry at such an arrogant attitude and continued to incorporate new techniques into his attacks. Wu Shuang employed the young Shan's sword technique he had been practicing recently in the mountains. The two swords clashed and a standoff began between the warriors. Now everything depended on their inner strength. Li Wuji employed the heavenly thunder palm technique and unleashed it at full power. It seemed that this duel was truly giving Wu Xuan immense pleasure, and indeed it was, for he had never fought anyone at his current level before. Li Wuji landed his strikes, but he already realized they weren't achieving the desired result. Wu Xuan watched his opponent with a smile and composure, continuing to taunt him. But then the time came for a counterattack, and it took Li Wuji completely by surprise. The man looked astonished and stunned. Moreover, as he flew through a multitude of mountains and rocks, it became clear that he was unlikely to survive this attack. The holy warrior could not believe her eyes. Could this really be the power of someone who had only just attained spiritual mastery? It seemed the kingdom was no longer able to contain this dragon. Blood flowed from the sword, bathing everything in a bright red light. Wu Shuang told his opponent that the warrior was truly incredible, since he was still able to stand. On top of that, it was surprising that Li Wuji was still alive. Li Wuji was shaking with pain and could barely stay on his feet. But he continued to resist death and then turned to his opponent. If Qing Wu Shuang kills him, Master Ji Yin won't let it go. Not only the Qing family, but the entire kingdom will be plunged into suffering, the young man replied. Even if Master Ji Yin were to destroy the entire continent, that doesn't mean he should spare Li Wuji. And if the old man doesn't show up in person, Wu Shuang will find him himself and destroy his entire Ji Yin sect. Li Wuji turned to the holy warrior, saying that she knew who his master was, so she must hurry and stop Qing Wu Shuang, or else she herself would be to blame for the consequences. The holy warrior understood that the assassin was right. If the chief disciple were to die in the kingdom of Baiyue, the old man Ji Yin would certainly cause a great deal of trouble. An unprecedented massacre and wave of killings would begin throughout the kingdom, and the holy warrior knew she had to stop the young man. Wu Shuang didn't let the holy warrior finish speaking, since he had already told her about his priorities. Wu Shuang finished his attack with his technique, cutting his opponent to pieces, and said that this duel was personal and had nothing to do with the kingdom or the sacred land. The holy warrior rushed toward the young man, and he apologized for disobeying her and killing Li Wuji. Now that he was a warrior of spiritual power, he could decide for himself what to do and did not need instructions from the holy warrior. She could only advise him to look at the situation from different angles. And now, looking at the body of the slain cultist, the holy warrior said that there was an unwritten rule among warriors of spiritual power. After a battle, the loser's possessions belonged to the victor. Li Wuji's techniques were useless. They were worse than Wu Xuan's, but they could be traded for ones that were more useful, so it was better to hold on to them for now. There was also a recipe for a very rare pill. It cleansed the body, restructured it, and helped accumulate up to 20% of one's natural power. And this is a very important step for advancing from the beginner level to the intermediate level. Alchemical formulas and ingredients are usually very hard to find. The holy warrior decided not to be shy and asked the young man if she could copy the recipe description for herself, and of course he allowed her to. The holy warrior made a copy and realized that Wu Shuang was just a novice at this level and didn't understand many things. If this recipe fell into the hands of other elite warriors, they would be willing to trade for it only over their dead bodies. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere above. A man said that amazing and incomparable people had gathered here in Donglin. Wu Shuang and the holy warrior froze. They sensed that 3 warriors at the initial level of spiritual power had appeared nearby. Perhaps these were Li Wuji's aides who had been watching the duel from the sidelines the whole time. The warriors descended to the ground and asked for calm. They turned out to be representatives of the Sacred Lake Empire who had arrived to deliver an invitation to Master Qing Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was very surprised when he heard about the Sacred Lake Empire and the invitation. The man admitted that he was a little taken aback, that such a young hero was merely a member of a small royal family. If he chose to come to the Sacred Lake Empire, he would be given authority over any vassal state. This country would become his personal domain, and billions of people would be his subjects. All the resources would also go to him. He certainly wouldn't have any of this in the kingdom of Baiyue. The holy warrior knew that the Sacred Lake Empire had been at odds with the great Luo Empire. The two sides had fought countless times over territory and resources, and it was clear that they had not come here without reason. Wu Shuang said that it didn't matter to him how vast the empire's territory was or what they promised him. The only thing that mattered was how significant it was to him. Wu Shuang added that when someone in their family dies, their bones are buried in the ground. His Qing family had lived in the city of Donglin for many generations, which meant they belonged to this land. The envoy replied that in that case there was no need for them to speak any further, though he was very sorry to admit it. But suddenly a voice spoke up, saying that the move made by the Sacred Lake Empire was quite generous, but they had forgotten which empire this country belonged to. The man wanted to know how they dared to show up here with such intentions. It was Emissary Lu from the Starway Palace, and he declared that these people would not leave here just like that. The envoy agreed that this was a huge problem, but since there was a representative of the Starway here, he would stop bothering anyone else and simply leave this place. The man ordered his companions to leave, and all three turned sharply and walked away. The emissary looked at the boy and said that heroes truly are made from a young age. Wu Shuang not only possessed overwhelming power, but also had a clear head and didn't fall for the rich men's tricks. In the next instant, the emissary effortlessly killed all three representatives of the Sacred Lake Empire and, brushing the blood from his hands, admitted that his manners were terrible. He had arrived as an envoy from the Starpath Palace, bearing an invitation from the 5 great masters who wished to see Wu Shuang. This is a rather prestigious organization in the Great Luo Empire, as well as the venue for the final exam. The young man's achievements are so impressive that even other empires have taken an interest in him. Emissary Lu confirmed the holy warrior's words and said that the 5 masters of the palace wished to meet the new genius. Wu Shuang said he was afraid of unwanted attention and gossip. Besides, the Jiyin sect had just paid him a visit, so he couldn't leave his home. The emissary said the young man should simply follow him to the Starpath Palace. The 5 masters would take care of his problem. After all, the Jiyin sect is just a third-rate organization. Only the old man Jiyin himself could cause trouble. The holy warrior said that the young man could go as long as the Starpath Palace was on their side. Jiyin wouldn't dare go against them. Furthermore, the holy warrior promised to look after his family and home. Wu Shuang said he had no reason to doubt the words of the great holy warrior and was therefore ready to set out with emissary Lu. As soon as Wu Shuang met with his family and warned them of everything, he immediately departed for the Starway Palace. King Redwood was found to be in league with foreign enemies. As a result, his entire family was captured and sent to the capital to be executed. One of Xi's sons was held in the dungeon of the Qing Palace, awaiting his fate. The emissary explained that the 5 masters of the Starpath Palace wished to take him on as a disciple and were giving him the right to choose which one to join. Wu Shuang realized that this was a very advantageous offer. Such a teacher would be helpful, but he feared that his personal training would have to be greatly reduced. Finally, they arrived at the palace, and now the second master, Tang Ruiqi, himself came out to greet the guest. People looked with interest at the man emissary Lu had brought, and the second master personally came out to greet him. This stranger did not make a serious impression. He looked like some country bumpkin from the provinces. The second master asked the emissary once more, "Is this really the same guy?" He then presented him with a secret technique, asking them to properly introduce themselves to one another. The emissary introduced the second master of the Starway Palace. He was the epitome of the great Luo Empire's might, and his power was no less than that of the palace's head. Wu Shuang greeted the master with due respect, saying that it was a tremendous honor for him. Tang Ruiqi didn't beat around the bush and immediately offered to become his disciple, since the man possessed the highest level of spiritual power. The emissary added that if the young man chose the second master, he would rise to the very top and be able to make his mark in the great empire, a rare opportunity. Wu Shuang understood that the second master of the palace's power far surpassed his own, and it would be nice to have such a teacher, but he really didn't want to lose his freedom. The master advised him not to rush his answer. The young man would be able to think everything through and freely voice his demands and wishes. It was very surprising. Wu Shuang had expected the people from the Starpath Palace to be arrogant, but they turned out to be quite pleasant. The young man admitted that he immediately sensed the depth of the master's knowledge. However, in his training, he strives only for freedom. Master Tan promised that he wouldn't pressure the young man and that he would be able to do everything at his own pace and in his own way. Wu Shuang believed that, given the situation with Ji Yin, It wouldn't hurt to have someone well-known on his side. So the young man bowed his head and said he agreed to become the second master's disciple and hoped to learn a great deal from him. The master was very pleased and said that this agreement was still unofficial. As soon as they returned, he would hold a grand ceremony to celebrate Qing Wushuang becoming his disciple. At the same time, the young man would get to know the other disciples. Emissary Liu told the master that there was one matter that needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Tang Zhongqi listened to everything and immediately said that they would set off for Mount Jiyin and that he would personally explain to the old man that one must not harm people. And now the entire group has arrived at the Jiyin sect. The master had been practicing the 10th yin palm for many years. It is an excessively brutal technique. It consumes a great deal of blood during training, so a steady supply of virgin's blood is essential. As long as cultivation is going well, there's no need to fear the star path. The master said that Redwood Palace had let him down this time, so Yu Tian must bring him twice as many virgins as usual. Jiyin, and it was indeed him, as unreal as it might seem, said that his older brother would be returning soon. But then a loud shout rang out, causing the warriors present to literally fall off their feet. The shout demanded that Jiyin come out into the street. Jiyin was a warrior of intermediate spiritual power, and she too felt the powerful impact. Jiyin immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Tang Zhongqi, and this, of course, was not part of the plan. She said that the Jiyin sect had always respected the Star Path Palace and had never been late or postponed its annual offering. That's why Jiyin simply couldn't understand what they could have done to anger the second master, causing him to come here in person. The master replied that he had no time to chat. He was simply relaying information. Qing Wushuang was now his disciple. Jiyin's senior disciple had died in a duel with Wushuang, and the master hoped there were no objections between them. Jiyin, though ready to tear everything and everyone apart, confirmed that she had no objections. But Emissary Liu said that Jiyin, that old devil, wasn't entirely honest, since she feared Tang Zhongqi's power. The master replied that there was nothing unusual about that, since he hadn't killed her yet. After that, the master asked Wushuang why he thought that was the case. Wushuang speculated that the master had his own plans for her. Tang Zhongqi explained that, at the moment, the Great Luo Empire seems to be the best of all, but in reality, things are much more complicated. Several hundred years ago, the situation with talented individuals in the empire became simply dire. With each generation, their numbers dwindled significantly, and the collapse of the entire empire began precisely with this decline in the number of talented individuals. Although there are 2,000 disciples in the Star Path Palace, a sect's strength and decline do not depend solely on the number of people. The key factor is their potential. Sometimes the appearance of an outstanding warrior in a sect can dramatically raise its status through that person's strength alone. Although the old devil Jiyin may be cruel and ruthless, if anything were to happen in the Great Luo Empire, it would create problems for the other houses in the empire. For the time being, Jiyin won't dare to act rashly, and right now the master is confident that Wushuang has enough strength and potential to defeat her. Wushuang replied that he would do everything in his power and decide how to deal with Jiyin going forward. The young man understood, as long as the Jiyin sect existed, the crisis in the Baihui kingdom would not end. He needed to become stronger. Tang Zhongqi beckoned the young man over and suggested they return to the palace to greet the other masters and tell them how he, the second master, had snagged such an impressive disciple for himself. Wushuang and Emissary Liu remained near the entrance to the Starway Palace, while the second master went ahead to secure the position of chief disciple for the young man. The chief disciples were those who received special treatment. Among the other disciples at the Starway Palace, there are tens of thousands of disciples. They are only allowed to train on a spur of the righteous mountain. Advanced disciples may train near the righteous mountain. But only chief disciples are allowed to ascend to the summit, where the concentration of spiritual power is considered the highest in the entire empire. Training at the summit yields double the results with minimal effort. It doesn't matter whether you're an ordinary disciple or an advanced one. As long as you show progress in the annual evaluation, there's always a chance to become a chief disciple. Tang Zhongqi approached the head and asked for a word because he had finally found an exceptional student. And if the head refuses to grant the position of chief disciple, a dispute will arise between them. The third master said that their Star Path Palace had become the best of all sects thanks to its ironclad rules, no exceptions. If they grant the position to one person, Others will want it too. This could lead to a revolt. The fifth master agreed with this point of view, believing that such unheard-of audacity could not be tolerated. If they agreed, everyone around them would go mad, and the current harmony would collapse. Granting the winner from a vassal state a place among the advanced disciples is already a tremendous privilege. What kind of power could a simple boy from a vassal state possibly have? But the master believed that all his colleagues were simply jealous of him and didn't want him to become better than them. But if that's the case, they'll have to wait until the annual evaluation, when his new student will crush all the top students of the other masters. The head agreed to grant the new student an advanced position and asked Qing Wushuang to allow him to enter the meeting. The young man greeted the masters and said that it was a tremendous honor for him. He introduced himself and bowed respectfully. The head announced that from that moment on, Qing Wushuang would be an advanced disciple of the Star Path Palace, and he must remember three main things: never betray his master, never kill other disciples, and never conspire with enemies. Wu Shuang swore that he would remember this promise and would never dare to disobey the head. Everyone present knew that the young man had become the champion of the great Luo Empire in the exam. Thanks to this, the Baihui kingdom would raise its standing, and the young man's family would attain the status of rulers of Baihui. Qing Wushuang will be granted the status of a respected disciple of the great Luo and king of Baihui. The master led the young man into his private area, where even the master himself cannot do as he pleases without permission. In the Star Path Palace, only chief disciples are usually allotted a private area in each hall, but Wu Shuang is an exception. Of course, it's a shame that the young man wasn't allowed to become the chief disciple, and he won't be able to train at the top of the mountain. However, the young man believed that if he had become the chief disciple right away, many would not have accepted it. Therefore, when the time comes, no one will stop him on his path to a higher status. The master said the young man had 4 months until the annual evaluation, and until then, they would not be teaching new techniques. Instead, the master would help him comprehend the mysteries of the body, experience natural power firsthand, and absorb it. To do this, he would need the book, The Sixth Knowledge of Qi Absorption. The master advised him to use the book as a guide, but under no circumstances to repeat everything word for word. Wu Shuang understood every book is merely the lived experience of its author. Every person has their own training path, habits, and talents. The master was very pleased that the young man had grasped everything so clearly. This was to be expected of him. Wu Shuang is far smarter than all his predecessors. The master said that the young man was now an advanced student. He could use his past to go train near the righteous mountain. However, the young man had to be careful because spiritual beasts roamed there, and the entrance to that area was right on the square. There's just one thing left to remember. All disciples at the Star Path Palace are always competing with one another. Wu Shuang arrived at the teleportation point and realized if sacred treasures are stored here, it's no wonder that everyone wants to snatch them for themselves. At the Starway Palace, killing ordinary students is forbidden, but the strongest are still both respected and feared. However, it's important to remember the main thing: never seek death. The young man noticed that there were many people here, so he had to wait in line. The teleportation system automatically recognizes the pass and sends the students to the appropriate location. The blue glow indicates the teleport for ordinary students. The guys in line noticed the newcomer. He looked like a little chick and didn't even look like a martial arts student. Of course, it's a real disgrace to be in the same sect as such a hick. The students figured this newcomer was probably just an ordinary student, and they'd have to teach him a lesson as soon as he teleported. Wu Shuang calmly made his way through the line, ignoring these comments. The young man had almost reached the teleportation gate when someone grabbed him by the collar. The unfamiliar burly man said he would go first, and the newcomer had to go to the back of the line. Wu Shuang turned his head, and without even looking at the stranger, asked what would happen if he didn't obey. The guy was outraged. This newcomer clearly didn't know who he was since he dared to speak so brazenly. However, the thug said he'd give him a chance to make amends. Wu Shuang finally looked at the insolent guy and said that he actually didn't care who he was. He should get in line and mind his own business. The guy, of course, hadn't expected such insolence and turned pale with rage. He said he was going to teach the newcomer a lesson in how to treat his seniors. The situation was heating up, and the other guys in line stepped back to avoid getting hurt. The students were scared because they knew you couldn't talk to Senior Ma like that. He was a high-level student who had recently reached the initial level of spiritual power. Now everyone realized that the newcomer was clearly in for a rough time, and they even felt a little sorry for him, despite their taunts. One of the students tried to stop Ma, saying that they were all students of the Starway Palace, while this guy was just a newcomer. But the high-level student didn't want to listen to some lowlife trying to defend the newcomer. The thug struck the guy with all his might, and to their surprise, he flew across the entire square. The other students advised them not to get involved and to stay away from Ma. He spares no one and beats everyone up. The young man who had tried to defend the newcomer was now sitting on the ground, clutching his battered face. Ma turned around and asked if anyone else wanted to object, because he was ready to take on anyone. By this point, Wu Shuang was already pretty worked up by the whole situation. He tapped Ma on the arm and asked if he really thought he was all-powerful here. Ma said furiously that he was going to put the newcomer in his place right now and beat him half to death. But of course, he wouldn't kill him, since the rules forbade it. Wu Shuang said that Ma had good form, but unfortunately he was just a smug bastard, far worse than the warrior with entry-level spiritual power he had faced before. Wu Shuang stood in front of the guy who had tried to defend him and asked how he was feeling, and also thanked him for trying to protect him. Ma yelled at the rookie not to show off. He couldn't understand how such trash dared to judge his strength. After that, the thug gathered his energy and was about to attack Wu Shuang, who didn't even turn his head toward him. Wu Shuang unleashed a fire technique and was now ready to meet this attack. His aura was extremely powerful. Ma immediately felt as if his fist had been swallowed by the throat of a huge monster that was about to devour him in an instant. In the very next moment, Wu Shuang knocked out the scoundrel with a blow to the solar plexus, putting him in his place once and for all. People nearby saw that Brother Ma had indeed just been struck, and it became clear that this newcomer was also at the spiritual power level, even though he didn't give off a strong aura. Wu Shuang realized he had only just arrived here, so he needed to keep a low profile. The young man said that the injured hand would serve as a reminder to Ma of today's events. Ma was outraged and couldn't understand how this newcomer dared to lecture him. He was going to kill the boy right there and then. But at that moment, an authoritative voice demanded that everything stop immediately. Ma immediately realized that Yun Rusu's advanced student was standing right next to him. He demanded that Ma stop because Ma was at fault for cutting in line and starting to beat up the weaker students. Moreover, Yun Rusu added that Ma was no match for this young man. Yun Rusu introduced himself and said that he was a disciple of the fourth master of the palace, and he understood that he was facing a disciple of the second master. He was certain that if the young man hadn't restrained himself, Ma would have ended up a cold corpse. Everyone in the crowd was surprised when they realized this was the second master's disciple. They had heard that the master had taken on a disciple. Yun Rusu suggested putting an end to the commotion and not blocking the other disciples from proceeding toward the mountain. Wu Shuang realized that this guy was no ordinary person because the news that he had become a disciple hadn't been announced yet, and Wu Shuang already knew about it. Wu Shuang decided not to think about it for now. He needed to get on with his cultivation. He stepped onto the teleportation platform, which glowed with a lilac light. Everyone standing in line gaped in surprise. They realized that this newcomer was an advanced disciple. It had never happened before that someone could become an advanced disciple right away. Yun Rusu showed no reaction to the news, but for some reason, it seemed he clearly didn't like this guy. Wu Shuang finally finished teleporting and was now able to look around. He was now right next to Righteous Mountain, where all his classes would be held in the near future. The landscape was quite unusual. Everything was enveloped in various energies, and all around were tall, very jagged mountains that were impossible to traverse easily. In the distance, the young man could see Righteous Mountain. It was surrounded by a powerful flow of spiritual qi and was the most potent location in the entire Star Path Palace. Of course, as soon as he passed the exam and became the chief disciple, he would train on Righteous Mountain. But even at its foot, there was a great deal of qi energy. It was no wonder that the Star Path Palace had so many powerful warriors of spiritual might. However, the palace beneath the great Mount Sang was even more impressive. The young man began practicing the sixth knowledge of qi absorption that his master had given him. The young man remembered that he shouldn't simply repeat everything, but needed to choose his own path. A month passed. Wu Shuang continued to practice the sixth knowledge, and now he could always be seen from afar. Therefore, when a huge bird of prey soaring high in the sky spotted the red glow, it immediately realized it had found its target. Spiritual power has initial, intermediate, advanced, and ideal stages. Within each of these four levels, there are numerous sub-levels. This allows all warriors of spiritual power to be sorted and ranked from weakest to strongest. The Righteous Mountain and the sixth knowledge of Qi absorption were simply incredible. Now, after a month of cultivation, Wu Shuang had not only strengthened his spiritual power, he was able to elevate his embodied sword to an unprecedented level, and the power of the sun technique had also developed very well. Wu Shuang missed home. The martial arts students' retraining should be underway right now, and he didn't know if they would be able to reach the required level without him. Although with the teachers and the holy warrior, there shouldn't be any problems. At that very moment, a huge bird of prey was already directly above the young man. Wu Shuang sensed its approach in time and leaped aside, avoiding the powerful strike. Of course, the teacher had warned that spiritual beasts roamed Righteous Mountain, but this bird looked extremely dangerous. It was a spiritual bird, the fire heaven hawk, and its enormous size and aggressiveness were striking. Two disciples watched the duel between the novice and the predatory bird from a distance. The ability to control spiritual beasts was an excellent skill, and no one would be surprised if the predator caused a fatality. Yun Rusu possessed a control technique unlike any taught at the Star Path Palace. Yun Rusu didn't want to get distracted, because this kid was a disciple of the second master, which meant he might possess valuable secrets and techniques. Moreover, Wu Shuang was a powerful spiritual fighter. Yun Rusu could use his physical strength and techniques to boost his own power. Yun Rusu planned to take down the newcomer and use him to advance to the intermediate level. At that moment, Wu Shuang dodged yet another attack from the spiritual bird. It was already starting to annoy him. The young man realized that this predator not only harnessed natural power, but was also very fast, and now Wu Shuang had become its target. His master had once said, "If you defeat a spirit beast, you can obtain sacred treasures." For that, it was worth making the effort to acquire these unprecedented items. Wu Shuang activated Power of the Sun and decided that it was his turn to attack. At that moment, the giant bird also unleashed another burst of its fiery energy at him, and so the clash between the two forces began. Wu Shuang unleashed the black flame, and it seemed as though he were wielding a massive sword. The enormous sword soon plunged into the throat of the spirit bird, which was no longer even putting up a fight. Yun Rusu stared in horror at his hawk, unable to comprehend how this guy could be so strong. Now the bird looked like an ordinary plucked chicken. Wu Shuang realized that if he had encountered it a month ago, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. But now he wielded the Young Shan sword of the abyss and the sword of life, and he was immediately prepared to use them. And before the giant hawk could fly away in flight, a barrage of swords rained down upon it to finish off the monster and claim the sacred artifacts. Soon this giant bird was skewered by swords like a grilled chicken on a spit. As the spirit bird died, the man controlling it also lost his strength, and soon his friend looked anxiously at Yun Rusu, not knowing how to help him. A few moments later, the spirit bird fell with a thud onto the rocks and now lay there with its paws raised, and a sphere flew out of its throat. It was a pill of initial spiritual power. Spiritual qi gradually dissipates, and special tools are used to preserve it. Wu Shuang didn't particularly need this pill. It was too simple for him, so he decided to simply observe it. Besides, he had a new task at hand. Ma asked how his friend was feeling, but the latter managed to say that they needed to flee immediately. However, the guys didn't manage to escape because Wu Shuang appeared in front of them. He asked where they were in such a hurry to go. The villains now realized it was too late to run. Yun Rusu activated his powers and said he wasn't afraid of Wu Shuang. Qing Wu Shuang stood silently, absorbing the energy that was spreading everywhere. After a while, he looked in surprise at the small pouch in his hand and confirmed that this item was capable of gathering spiritual qi. Peering inside the pouch, he found a secret book on controlling spirit beasts, a spirit beast pill, and a few other small items. Among the items was also a tile inscribed with gloomy night and a map. It was clear that Yun Rusu had plenty of secrets, but for now he wouldn't be able to unravel them. Suddenly, the young man sensed someone's presence deep in the forest and wondered who was hiding there. A young man emerged from the forest, the same one who had once protected him on his first day of teleportation. He was absolutely thrilled to see how the newcomer had dealt with his enemies. Wu Shuang looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was doing there and why he was hiding in the bushes. The young man, though very frightened, stammered a request to be taken with him to the Valley of Nature's Manifestation. Wu Shuang was surprised to hear about the Valley of Nature's Manifestation. He had only recently joined the sect and knew nothing about it at all. Before each annual evaluation, students of the Star Path Palace visit the Valley of Nature's Manifestation. It's a kind of market where you can buy useful items or trade away unwanted ones. Of course, we're talking about items to enhance cultivation. The young man added that he was willing to pay if Wu Shuang agreed to go there with him. Wu Shuang wanted to know, first and foremost, why the young man needed to go there. The young man explained that he had a pill recipe, but unfortunately was missing a couple of ingredients. As soon as he found them, he could ask the alchemists in the sect to create the pill for him, and it would help him increase his cultivation level. The valley is considered a place of pure barter, but in reality it's full of villains who simply take things from weaker fighters. That's why it's quite dangerous for a weak warrior to show up in such a place. But if they go there together, no one will dare to harm or cheat them. Wu Shuang was surprised. Could it be that the young man wasn't afraid of him? After all, he had just killed 2 people. But the young man replied that his instincts told him Wu Shuang could be trusted, and that those 2 were malicious and deserved their fate. Wu Shuang agreed to accompany the young man, but in return asked for a copy of the recipe. And as soon as he received an affirmative answer, the young man immediately set off to the market to gather the necessary items. Wu Shuang understood that it was still too early for him to advance to the next level, but once he did, he would need the pills. And if he could find the ingredients for the dragon and tiger body pills, it would help his family move forward. The Valley of Nature's Manifestation looked very unusual. It was located at the foot of Righteous Mountain and got its name because of its unpredictable nature and beautiful scenery. According to the rules, advanced students are forbidden from climbing to the summit of Righteous Mountain. But this place was something of an exception. A tremendous amount of chi energy could be felt here. Suddenly, a couple of unfamiliar figures appeared in front of the young men. Judging by their appearance, they were local thugs. They were grinning as they sized up the boys whom they were seeing here for the first time. The thugs immediately realized that these kids were weaklings and would have to pay for their protection here. Wu Shuang rolled his eyes, realizing he wouldn't be able to relax here and that he'd have to teach these guys a lesson right now. The thugs told them not to be stupid and to agree to their terms. If the young men didn't do so, they'd deeply regret it and shouldn't be offended by the rudeness afterward. Wu Shuang called them total idiots, and of course they couldn't help but hear it. They immediately got riled up and decided that this guy must have had one too many glasses of wine. But now they were going to teach him a lesson in humility. Wu Shuang kept walking, paying no attention to them. Right on the spot, he activated the power of the sun, which immediately showed the guys which one of them was the weakling. And now, in the center of the square, a group of guys was screaming for help, while others watched them from the roof of the nearest building. They immediately realized that down below, some pretty strong fighter was restoring order. Zhou Fu was the second master's top disciple, and she said that these 5 brothers had always bullied the newcomers, so now it was their turn to get what they deserved. Zhao Muxi was the third master's top disciple. He thought his sister shouldn't take it so seriously. It was just a simple fight between brothers. Another powerful warrior announced that it was time to begin the annual manifestation festival. The young man was very surprised. He said that any disciple would have stolen all these guys' treasures while they were out cold. But Wu Shuang said there was no need for that because they were just ordinary disciples. Usually punishment would be enough for them. And finally, the boys made it to the bazaar itself. There, they could buy spirit stones, all kinds of ingredients, and weapons. The cries of vendors rang out from all around. Some were offering green frost stones, while others were selling recipes for spirit power pills. Not far away, an old man was selling an ancestral sword. He invited warriors to come and take a look. Wu Shuang approached the old man and asked how much the seller wanted for the sword. The old man explained that the young man knew his weapons because this was the sword of the purple sun, and it wasn't suitable for mere sword enthusiasts. It was forged for spiritual power. This sword was the king of weapons. It was completely covered in rust, yet possessed a particularly powerful aura. And this old man was no fool, since he was selling such an ancient artifact. Wu Shuang understood that this item was worth paying a good price for. At the same time, other buyers thought the old man was, as usual, trying to sell some junk. The young man said he had bought all the ingredients and could even share them. Now he would be able to create 5 pills. So as payment, the young man offered to give Wu Shuang 2 pills, and that was a fair price. Wu Xuan watched with interest as a crowd of people gathered nearby. He wanted to see what was going on there. A young man stepped onto the stage. He began inviting the audience to take note that battles would soon begin in the arena. The rules remain the same. Anyone can sign up for a fight based on the quality of the items each person provides. The young man explained that, in addition to a simple exchange of items, an annual manifestation festival is also held here. The finale of the annual manifestation festival is a battle in the arena. The judge organizes the matches based on the quality of the items presented by the participants. Only the absolute winner is allowed to compete in the arena battle. The rest who failed to pass all the stages are considered losers. The more valuable the items, the fiercer the battle. Wu Shuang listened with great interest and said that with every passing moment, it was becoming more and more tempting to him, and that perhaps he would take part as well. The young man tried to stop Qing Wu Shuang, but he was already striding proudly up the steps to sign up for the fight. A man called out to him and said that the young man was mistaken. This was the entrance to the arena, while the viewing area for spectators was on the other side. Wei Yu, the chief disciple of the palace head, joined the conversation. He welcomed the newcomer, who had attained spiritual power. Wei Yu turned to Wu Shuang and asked what the young man intended to wager on this fight. Wu Shuang sensed that this young man's aura was no weaker than Ji Yin's. He was about 30 years old, which meant he must be a true genius. Wu Shuang presented the inner core of a fire spirit beast and asked if that would be enough to participate in the matches. Wei Yu confirmed that as long as it was an item of spiritual power, it was permitted to participate, and that an inner core of a spirit beast was a rare find. The man said that all items used as stakes are handed over to Zhou Fu for safekeeping. He simply needed to give her the core. The girl showed him where to go and said that once 7 more people of his level had gathered, the battle would begin. The last survivor would be declared the winner, and all the losers' items would be handed over to him. The girl found this guy to be a very interesting newcomer and was surprised that he didn't even realize who was standing before him. Wei Yu's chief disciple. Wei Yu, for his part, noted that this newcomer hadn't even recognized their most beautiful girl, Zhou Fu. Even if he is an advanced disciple, he still shouldn't look down on the best of the younger generation. Wei Yu replied that he had become the best only because he was lucky, but in a few years the girl might even catch up to him. But she said she had absolutely no desire to do so and was content with what she had. The combatants were already in the arena, and the host urged them to hurry as the first round was about to begin. This time the stakes were the inner cores of spirit beasts representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Everyone understood just how valuable these cores were. The spectators realized that the duels hadn't even started yet, but the situation was already thrilling and intriguing. Even a single spirit beast core is a valuable and rare item. But if the 5 different elements were combined, the resulting pill would possess infinite potential. Whoever created it would immediately reach the intermediate level. According to the rules, there will first be 4 one-on-one duels, followed by 2 duels between the winners to determine the champion. Wei Yu's older brother will be overseeing the matches, so there's no need to worry about anything. Also, don't forget that in the arena, only the losers and winners are judged, not the living and the dead. You need to show what you're capable of, but don't complain if you get hurt. So, the arena battles are officially open, and 4 pairs of opponents have simultaneously prepared to fight. Wu Shuang's opponent suggested that the young man had lost his mother and that it wasn't too late to give up. Otherwise, he'd have to die today. Wu Shuang advised his opponent not to get worked up, or else the old man might have a stroke. Of course, the opponent was furious when he heard those words and immediately launched an attack, saying he'd finish off this kid in an instant. The man used the fist of the earth demon, and his enormous hand was rapidly closing in on Wu Shuang's head. But the young man kept smiling and said that he had this clumsy, fat old man right where he wanted him. The man tensed up when he realized the boy had dodged his blows, but that didn't mean anything yet. The next moment, a counterattack followed, and now Wu Shuang's fist was flying toward his opponent. The straight punch landed squarely. The man coughed up blood and was sent flying to the far end of the arena. Everything around him was shrouded in smoke. When the smoke cleared, one could make out a figure lying motionless on his back, showing no signs of life. The spectators were in shock. They realized it had taken just a single blow. Everyone knew that fighter number 8 was quite strong. Wu Shuang concluded that his opponent was at the beginner level of spiritual power, which was why he turned out to be such a weakling. At that moment, the host declared number 6, Wu Shuang, the winner. Zhou Muqi really liked what he had just seen, and he said that this kid was really cool. His sister also noted that the boy was very young but strong, and now she wanted to know where he was from. It seems the new generation is maturing beyond their years, and if we're not careful, the young ones will easily surpass everyone. Meanwhile, the host announced that Sister 9, number 1, had won in the first arena. Just as expected from Sister 9, she destroyed her opponent very quickly. Her attacks are far too ferocious, and the others are in for a rough time. Wu Shuang and 9 quickly disposed of their opponents and were now waiting for the other 2 matches to conclude. Wei Yu said that these 2 were quite interesting, and if he understood correctly, they were the ones who would advance to the final battle. But Zhou Fu believed that this girl was no match at all for number 6. Still, the little one was unlucky enough to face one of the palace head's disciples. Everything was already clear regarding the arena battles, but the girl wanted to know what might be hiding behind this stranger. In the second round, Qing Wu Shuang defeated his opponent faster than lightning and advanced to the third round, before which there was a break. Wu Shuang dealt with his opponent very quickly, just like number 1 had, and now they would truly be fighting each other. He needed to prepare for the match. At that moment, a group of strangers appeared. They said that Wu Shuang didn't need to know their names, but they had some advice for him. In the next round, he absolutely had to lose. If he agreed, they would give him 2 inner cores. If not, his life at the Starway Palace would become much more difficult. Wu Shuang wanted to know who had sent these young men, but even if they could make his life difficult, there was something they needed to remember. They shouldn't stand in the way of him getting what rightfully belongs to him. After saying this, he vanished instantly, and the strangers tried to catch him and stop him from leaving. Before they had a chance to react and figure out where to run, Wu Shuang had practically vanished from sight. The young man didn't want to start a fight with these particular guys. It would be much more interesting to see what would happen when the regular students found out about these intrigues in the arena. But right now, it was more important to win and earn all the inner cores. The spectators were waiting for the break to end. They felt that the first round hadn't been very exciting and had ended too quickly. This match is a total letdown, some thought, but now it was time to place their bets. One of the guys wanted to bet on number 6. His strength and aura were much stronger than the others. But number 6 wasn't really trying, so there wasn't much to watch even though they'd expected a real show before the actual fight. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang was preparing and clearing his chakras, taking advantage of the break before the final match. He stood inside the arena, confident that these jerks wouldn't dare attack him in front of the other spectators. Just then, the trio ran up to the young man. They thought he was tired of running and were about to beat him up right then and there. But before they could land even a single blow, they realized the spectators were watching them. However, their leader ordered them to attack and not let the guy get away again. The spectators watched the scene with interest. They didn't know that these brothers were also involved. Otherwise, why would they have run out into the arena? Drawn by the noise and commotion, the chief disciple, Wei Yu, looked down intently and already understood what was happening there. Zhou Fu noticed that Wei Yu didn't seem all that surprised. The head's disciple made no attempt to justify himself. He asked if the girl had something to say to him. Of course, she didn't voice her suspicions. But just at that moment, the break ended, and the host announced the start of the final round. The contestants were invited to enter the arena. In this round, everyone will find out who will become the champion. The winner will receive the promised prizes, 8 spiritual beast cores. The rivals looked at each other, confident of their victory. Wu Shuang hinted to the girl that nothing was more important to him than his pride, so the more she threatened him, the more determined he was to fight. Number 1 replied that she didn't even know what to say to that, and that he'd better just go to hell. The girl prepared to kick. Apparently, this was her signature move. Wu Shuang realized she was a formidable opponent, and it looked like he was in for some pain. Number 1 attacked the young man who put up his blocks, and from the look on his face, it was impossible to tell just how much pain he was in. The arena was one huge explosion. Pieces of the arena were flying in all directions, lightning flashed, and everything was shrouded in smoke. The speeds were simply insane, and at times the opponents didn't even have time to react. And it soon became clear that Wu Shuang had underestimated the girl. Her strength, agility, and speed were no less than his. Now the spectators could see that the 6th contestant was completely overwhelmed. The spectators could also see that the sixth-ranked fighter couldn't reach his full potential. Facing such an opponent, it turned out that the number one was the palace head student. Zhou remarked that all the palace head students were quite strong, by which she was alluding to the girl and her companion. The next moment, a powerful kick hit its mark, and now the sixth-ranked fighter was flying through the air like a soccer ball. Only after coming to a stop against the wall did he regain his composure enough to quickly change his fighting tactics. The girl realized that her opponent had shown everything he was capable of. This disappointed her. It turned out he was just as much of a loser as her previous opponents. Wu Shuang began to gather his strength because, as it turned out, he hadn't even used it yet. Once again, the arena was filled with smoke, fire, and bright flashes, and now no one could say for sure who would emerge victorious. Zhou Muqi noticed a very powerful and strong aura and said that it seemed Wei Yu had just been outclassed. The girl said that they simply rarely saw Wei Yu at his best, so they didn't really realize just how strong he was. Number one was ready to continue the match again. Now she was curious too. Wu Shuang didn't slow down. His fiery attack was gaining momentum and growing only stronger. The opponents swept past each other and felt almost nothing. However, the blow aimed at her opponent's liver was landed. And just when it seemed her opponent was nowhere near, the girl felt a powerful blow that pierced right through her. All the elite students and spectators of the match froze. Stunned, they gaped and watched intently, barely understanding what was happening. But it soon became clear who had lost the final battle. It was the number one contender, lying helplessly on her back. The spectators were surprised, but the fact remained. The top student had been defeated by a newcomer, and now everyone acknowledged that Wu Shuang was truly impressive. The girl lay there, unable to get up, but still declared that she would not accept losing again in this arena. Wu Shuang said that if the girl wanted to face him again, he'd gladly accept the challenge, but for now she needed to take care of her health. And then the host announced that number 6 was the arena's winner and would receive all 8 cores. Zhou Fu tossed a small bag of cores from the stands. The young man thanked her and said that perhaps he would go home now. Zhou Muqi called out to the young man and asked which of the 5 palace masters he was a disciple of. Wu Shuang replied that unfortunately he could not satisfy his curiosity. Knowing his master, he could not reveal this information without his permission. Zhou Muqi was left unsatisfied now. He was very eager to find out exactly whose disciple this insolent boy was. Zhou Fu advised her brother not to pick on the boy or mock him. Wei Yu had remained silent the whole time, offering no comment, but it was clear that the outcome of the duel had greatly upset and unsettled him. Yang Feng was absolutely thrilled, expressing his admiration for the duel. Even 9 hadn't been able to get the better of Wu Shuang, but Wu Shuang wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, believing that it was now very unsafe there. He didn't know where the threat was coming from, but he understood that it hadn't gone away. Wu Shuang told the young man to give him all his ingredients. After the annual evaluation, he would be able to find Wu Shuang at the Green Cloud Palace and collect his share. Yang Feng immediately agreed to this arrangement and was very pleased. That very night at the Star Path Palace, Wu Shuang told his master everything that had happened to him in the Valley of Nature's Manifestation. The second master was very indignant and asked who on earth they were. The eldest of the trio, Fei Yu, was the head's disciple. These guys are constantly bullying other factions. They want to monopolize the entire supply chain accessible to the Starway Palace. But the fact that Wu Shuang managed to escape from them with 8 cores is simply amazing. He collected so many cores and now probably wants to turn them into pills. Wu Shuang was very pleased to hear praise from his master, and he asked which faction in the Starway Palace makes the best pills. It turned out that at the moment, the best alchemists are in the faction led by Li Huo. He surpasses the rest in pill-making, and his disciples are also very skilled. But this man has a very unpleasant personality. It won't be easy to ask him for help. If Wu Shuang wants him to make pills, he shouldn't expect much. Lately, they've been short on alchemists, and even the masters have to be very polite. The master advised him to go to Li Huo's abode. If he agrees to make the pills, you can be sure he'll do his very best. After that, the master hinted that he hopes for Wu Shuang's help in the future. After all, they're good friends and will always help each other. Wu Shuang went to the Li Huo retreat, where he saw a young woman sweeping up trash in the courtyard. The young man was very surprised, and one might say completely taken aback when he realized it was Tong Yang herself. She also recognized the young man and was now looking at Wu Shuang with interest. The young man didn't understand why Tong Yang was cleaning and sweeping the courtyard, and the girl explained that during the last retest, she had been chosen by the alchemist Li Huo. She decided this would be an excellent opportunity to pay homage to her ancestors, but to be honest, the beauty hadn't expected to have to serve an alchemist. He told her that for the next 6 months, she would have to sweep his dwelling. If he was satisfied with her work, she could become the herbalist's apprentice. Otherwise, Tong Yang would have to serve him for another year. Wu Shuang tried to reassure the girl. He'd heard that Li Huo had a terrible temper, but he was a strong warrior, and he must have his reasons for putting her through such hardship. Tong Yang was very happy for the young man. She'd heard that one of the palace masters had taken him on as an apprentice, and thanks to that, their kingdom's status had risen. In the last exam, only 6 people from their kingdom were admitted to the Star Path Palace. Meanwhile, the Great Wu Empire recruited as many as 13 apprentices, and that country's status also rose as a result. One of these apprentices demonstrated extraordinary talent and became the personal apprentice of the palace's third master. For this reason, the disciples from the Great Wu Empire have a very negative view of the Biowei kingdom. Wu Shuang had hoped that by raising his kingdom's status, he would be rid of his problems with the Wu Empire, but it turned out that their status had also risen. It seems the conflicts between these empires will never end. Just then, the master shouted, saying that if Tong Yang had time to chat with strangers, she'd be better off spending it sweeping the floor. The girl was in tears. The master had a terrible temper, and when he failed to create a pill, he would fly into a rage and start taking it out on everyone around him. Wu Shuang said he had come specifically to meet with him regarding the next order. Meanwhile, inside Li Huo's residence, Li Huo was very upset and was smashing everything in sight. He didn't know how to increase his chances of creating a supreme internal elixir. His movements were based on the use of the pure element of fire. It consisted of 2 different forms, yin fire and yang fire. Alchemists don't just use the basic elements, they also combine them, transforming them into a liquid. If an alchemist can extract the elements from the materialized ball and forge the Kang sword from it, his attack power will increase tenfold, a level of power accessible only to warriors of intermediate spiritual power. The old man turned around and asked who had allowed the young people to enter, then ordered them to leave. Tong Yang, stammering with fear, reported that Qing Wu Shuang had arrived. He was looking for the masters so that the alchemist could help him make some pills. King Wu Shuang introduced himself, greeted him, and said it was a great honor to meet Li Huo. The old man asked if it was indeed Qing Wu Shuang, Tang Zhongqi's new disciple, who had come to see him. The young man confirmed this and said his teacher had advised him to seek out Master Li Huo. The old man replied that if the boy was indeed his disciple, he could stay, but if he wanted the master to make pills for him, he would first have to pass a test. The old man realized he was dealing with yet another braggart, and really hoped this kid wouldn't drive him crazy. The old man told the boy to open the sea of his soul, direct a wave of spiritual power into his palm, concentrate it, and then they would see if he could withstand such a blazing fire. The alchemist was so astonished he nearly lost his voice. He hadn't seen such pure yang fire in someone so young in a long time, and now he wanted to meet with the second master immediately. Tan Zhongqi was in his chambers about to rest, when he suddenly heard a loud shout. Someone was calling for him insistently. The master saw his new apprentice and the alchemist Li Huo in the courtyard. The man thought that the boy had upset and insulted the old man, and that a huge scandal was now about to erupt. He ran out into the street and began apologizing for his student's behavior, promising to punish him so that he would learn to respect his elders. But Li Huo demanded that the second master stop shouting because the old man had come to say something important. Li Huo said he very much wanted this boy to study alchemy under him. Tang Zhongqi realized that things weren't so bad after all, and immediately declared that he was categorically opposed to his student regarding Li Huo as his teacher. Wu Shuang also added that he wasn't interested in alchemy. He preferred martial arts and didn't want to be distracted. The second master pointed out that his student did not want to study alchemy, so the old man should not take offense or hold a grudge against them. But Li Huo asked him not to rush to a conclusion and inquired how much the young man actually knew about the art of alchemy. It turned out absolutely nothing. The old man said that alchemy is closely intertwined with martial arts and is just as much a form of knowledge. Since ancient times, Elite warriors who became great masters have always mastered alchemy because the higher a warrior's martial arts level, the more he needs elixirs. The old man said that the young man had a very good command of the fire element. He definitely had talent, so he could become a top-class alchemist. The second master pointed out that the old man already had about 200 students, and yet he still wanted to take someone else's. Li Huo believed that alchemy values quality over quantity. One skilled apprentice is worth more than 1,000 mediocre ones. If the master is willing, they could make an exchange, and the alchemist is ready to trade all his apprentices for just one Wu Xuan. That one young man alone would be enough for him. The second master agreed that the alchemist's words made sense. Many elite warriors have, in one way or another, practiced the art of alchemy at least once in their lives. Sooner or later, Wu Xuan will have to take it up. Li Huo is an excellent teacher and is offering instruction himself, so perhaps it's not worth turning down the offer. Tang Zhongji said that the young man would remain his disciple, but would be able to study alchemy under the old man, who would no longer refuse the master's disciples when they asked him to create pills. The old man said there was no need to worry about this at all, because in the future the second master's disciples would not come to him for help. After that, he told Wu Xuan that the path of alchemy is just as arduous and mysterious as cultivation, and together with his new disciple Li Huo, he returned to his abode. First and foremost, the alchemist wanted to see what ingredients Wu Xuan had brought with him. It was a decent collection. The beast cores were simply exquisite, and the young man had all 5 elements in his set, which was a great rarity among disciples. The alchemist said that if ordinary pills were needed, he could make 30 or 40 of them, but he considered that a waste of precious resources. The 5 cores could be used to create special pills, the potency of which would be dozens of times greater than that of ordinary ones. Just one such pill would be enough to raise one's level to intermediate. Even for him, a renowned alchemist, it was quite difficult to obtain 5 spirit beast cores of different elements. If Wu Xuan hadn't participated in the arena, he probably would never have been able to obtain so many inner cores of such high quality. However, if someone uses a body and spiritual power cultivation pill, they won't be able to gain spiritual power unless they are bound by spiritual roots. Perhaps these ingredients will be enough for a golden bodybuilding pill. For now, we can begin the creation process. Li Huo told the young man to open his sea of soul, send a wave of spiritual power into his palm, and then into the alchemical furnace. It would mix with the rest and create something new. Soon the old man was already squealing with delight, because everything had worked out, and on the very first try. Now the alchemist was convinced that the young man possessed exceptional talent. The golden body pill is quite complex to create, but Wu Xuan had managed to exceed expectations. Creating more pills like these would be much more difficult. At the moment, the young man couldn't do it on his own. They would only waste the ingredients, so the old alchemist took it upon himself to do it. And soon success awaited them once again. It was simply incredible. Wu Xuan thought the art of alchemy was difficult and unfathomable. He didn't understand how the old man had managed to reach such a level. The young man thought that his father and Da Shiming were now practicing the exercises he had given them, so there was no need to worry. Soon they would reach the 9th level of true power, which meant the pills would be even more effective. Li Huo suggested that he come to him every night to listen to teachings and learn the theory of alchemy. Wu Xuan replied that he didn't mind at all, but he had one question. Why had Li Huo taken his friend Tong Yang as a disciple and assigned her the task of sweeping the floors? The old man admitted that the girl was very talented in alchemy and that sweeping the floors was a test of her mind and endurance. Li Huo suggested bringing her along in the future so she could also attend his lectures. If they got along well, he would teach her too. Wu Xuan said that the old man was a very pleasant and kind person, and he noted with a smile that the young man was the first to say so. Tong Yang was very upset when she heard the news about Ximenxin. Wu Xuan, Wang Jinpeng, and Tong Yang rushed over as fast as they could to resolve the issue, because it was clear that something had gone wrong. The girl explained that the martial arts students from Great Wu were very arrogant, so in the end, Ximenxin couldn't take it anymore and got into a fight, but now he's seriously injured. The men claimed they wanted to resolve the conflict between the two countries right there in the palace. But in reality, they simply staged a beating. The girl explained that most of the Great Wu disciples study under the elders, 3 study under the alchemists, and the most outstanding one, Shi Yinfeng, was chosen as the palace's third master. According to rumors, Shi Yinfeng is the eldest grandson of the great Wu's sacred warrior. From a young age, he trained to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. He is stronger than millions of other students, but there is only one person in the great Wu who surpasses him in strength. Sima Jin knows how to fight. He could have attacked or retreated at the right moment. But seeing his displeasure, the provocateurs rushed into battle without warning. Tong Yang revealed that she had received secret intelligence from her family. Bao Yu and Great Wu are planning to launch large-scale military operations. Because of this, the students escalated to exchanging insults, brawls, and mass bloodshed. Great Wu had secured the support of many countries. Some of them had already joined an alliance to wage war against Bao Yue. Now, the holy warriors of each country are secretly advancing toward the enemy and openly fighting on the battlefields. Wu Shuang wanted to know how his homeland, the Great Luo Empire, felt about this. His homeland had always remained indifferent to wars between countries of lower standing. They even took pleasure in watching others fight among themselves. The rules of this world are incredibly cruel. Only the most prepared and strongest warrior survives. In West Wind Ravine, the warriors couldn't understand why no one from the kingdom of Baoyu had come to their aid yet. They believed that as long as young Master Shi was with them, no vile creature would dare to interfere. Shimin Jin had already been severely beaten, but he told the scoundrels not to hide behind their men, but to come out and fight him one-on-one. The next moment, a massive mace struck the young man in the face, turning him into a bloody mess. But that wasn't enough for his opponent. He began stomping on the young man and shouting that he would rip out his throat for those words. Si Yinfeng said that these weaklings weren't worth his attention or effort, so the guys could sort things out here without him. But suddenly someone shouted. The voice demanded that the scoundrels from Great Wu back off from the guys. The young man didn't know who the speaker was. Perhaps he was just passing by, or perhaps he was from the kingdom of Baoyu. His companion wasn't sure either, because this guy wasn't among the 6 who had passed the entrance exam. Jimin Xin lay there practically unconscious. He could no longer do anything or prove anything to anyone. Wu Shuang said that the guys had harmed someone who served the Qing royal family, which meant they would pay for everything they'd done. The guy with the huge mace said that this young man was a complete fool, a pathetic, worthless weakling, and that he was going to deal with him right now. He walked up to Wu Xuan, put his hand on his shoulder, and then said that the guy had no idea who he was messing with and couldn't even imagine how many of them were there. In fact, this stranger had no clue just how powerful young Master Shi really was. But in the next instant, without saying a word, Wu Shuang knocked the guy out with a single, effortless swing of his fist. The warrior fell among the rocks and stopped moving his arms and legs, stunning his companions. Wu Shuang remarked that one was already taken care of, and he was waiting for the next one. Shi Yinfeng realized that this stranger was far stronger than his friends. They say that the kingdom of Baoyu's status was elevated because of this one man alone. The young man surmised that standing before him was Baoyu's strongest fighter, Qing Wu Shuang, and that was perfect, because everything would be decided right here today. Wu Shuang understood that this young man was worthy of being called the eldest grandson of the holy warrior. His aura was on par with even the most venerable families in Baoyue. The young man replied that in the world of martial arts, everything is decided by a duel. They would now fight one-on-one, and the loser would leave the Star Path Palace forever. Shi Yinfeng wanted to know if his opponent would accept his challenge. He was certain that Wu had never been stronger than the great Wu and had never surpassed her in cultivation or energy. Even if this young man had performed well before the palace's second master, as rumored, Wu Shuang would still not be a particularly formidable opponent. The guys immediately started laughing, confident that Qing Wu Shuang wouldn't dare accept the challenge, but that Mr. Shi would easily defeat him anyway. As long as Mr. Xi is here, the insignificant Baoyu will forever grovel before the great Wu. Warriors from the kingdom of Baoyu challenged Wu Shuang to a duel. The entire nation, heart and soul, would stand with him in this battle and beyond, and they would always be on his side. Wu Shuang agreed to accept the challenge because he wanted to see just how skilled the man was who had trained under the guidance of his famous grandfather. And soon the two rivals stood face to face to engage in a one-on-one duel. Yin Feng immediately declared that he had no time to play around, but he hoped his opponent wouldn't die right away. Even his closest friends were unfamiliar with this technique and were very surprised when they realized their master intended to use such a powerful move. It would be practically impossible to dodge the master's strike because it was so powerful, and it would be impossible to withstand it either. It seemed as though several chains were aimed at the man who stood there calmly, still waiting to see what the great warrior's grandson had in store for him. When they collided, no one could make out what was happening. Everything around them was flying through the air and flashing, but absolutely nothing could be seen. His friends watched the events unfold with anxiety. They wanted to believe that Wu Shuang couldn't possibly be injured or killed right now. The villains were absolutely ecstatic. They believed that the entire kingdom of Baoyu was pathetic and insignificant, and that it would perish like flies before the might of Lord Ji. They needed to get out of there as quickly as possible before Mr. Ji wiped them all out, since no one had even believed it would all end so quickly. Ji Yinfeng was also satisfied with his attack, of course, since he had just defeated the exam champion. Wu Shuang replied that nothing surprising had happened. It was exactly as expected from the great Wu style, just a flashy little move. Of course, it's a shame that Yin Feng's cultivation level is too low. The guy needs to work on it for another 10 years, and maybe then he'll be able to at least scratch Wu Shuang. Ji Yinfeng couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible, and even if the guy was a master of spiritual power, it was unclear why he remained unharmed. Wu Shuang wondered if he had killed his opponent in the Star Path Palace. His grandfather would have been deeply upset upon learning of the death of his beloved grandson. Si Yinfeng shouted that he was stronger than millions of disciples at the Great Wu School, and that he could not be defeated so easily. The young man used the unbreakable chains of 1,000 leaves and unleashed this even more powerful technique on Qing Wu Shuang, who once again calmly awaited the outcome. As soon as the chains approached him, an absolutely impenetrable dome formed around the young man, and the chains couldn't penetrate it. Shi Yinfeng clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. He was ready to burst into tears as he watched his technique crumble into utter uselessness. It was a pitiful sight. Wu Shuang used the embodied sword. It was finally time to test it on someone, and pierced his opponent right through with Yongshan's sword. All of the young man's protective armor shattered, and he now lay in pieces like a broken porcelain figurine. Wu Shuang was very surprised when he realized the boy was wearing protective armor. But in any case, his sword had struck the opponent's qi, and now he was no match for him. Wu Shuang approached the disciples from the kingdom of Great Wu and asked which of them still wanted to challenge him. The young men weren't fools. They fell to their knees and began begging for mercy, pleading not to be killed and promising never to repeat their mistake. Wu Shuang spared their lives, but hoped they would keep their promise, otherwise his revenge would be terrible. Wu Shuang's power astonished even those closest to him. They were certain that even if the guys from the Great Wu weren't expelled from the palace, they would definitely never dare to cause trouble again. Wu Shuang also believed that thanks to this victory, life at the Star Path Palace would be much easier for them. At the very least, these martial arts students would no longer get themselves into fights. Wu Shuang advised his companions to return to their training, but first to rest well and heal their wounds, while he himself would head back to Baoyu for the time being. The guards greeted the guests and told them that, although they had arrived from Western Shu, they were now on Baoyu territory. The kingdom's laws state that horsemen must travel through the city on foot to prevent trouble, so all guests are asked to dismount. But the warrior believed that the guards should think carefully about his words, because the laws of Western Shu state that it is not fitting for horsemen to dismount from their horses. Therefore, they would now ride into the city and leave as they pleased. The men were convinced that even the emperor should treat them with respect and deference. Their emperor's younger brother is negotiating with Emperor Bao Yue. But if those talks have come to nothing, then they have no interest whatsoever in the fate of this kingdom. However, the guards said that they were now representatives of their emperor and would not allow anyone to do as they pleased, and that those who tried to force their way through the gates would be killed. Upon hearing these words, the uninvited guests attacked the guards, wiping them out in a matter of moments. Afterward, they rode into the city, considering it a pitiful place, and the guards who had dared to speak of immediate execution were now themselves killed. But unexpectedly, a young boy appeared before the horsemen, and one of them demanded that the boy get out of the way if he valued his life. Qing Wu Shuang, of course, did not budge, and one can imagine what unexpected surprises awaited the guests. At the imperial palace of the kingdom of Baoyu, the ambassador recounted to the emperor all the details of his brother's intentions. If His Majesty agreed to cede half of the mines on Lotus Flower Mountain, they would undoubtedly reject the Great Wu's proposals. And if he agreed to cede all the mines, Western Shu would help improve relations with other countries. The emperor declared that Lotus Flower Mountain had always belonged to his kingdom. Its resources are transferred to the royal territory of the Purple Flame. They rely entirely on these mines, and losing them would mean a massive drop in revenue. A man took it upon himself to remind the emperor, if their vassal states reach an agreement and send troops, the kingdom of Baoyu will vanish without a trace, and many people will perish. The holy warrior of Western Chu is also with him, and right now he is engaged in friendly combat with the warriors of the kingdom of Baoyue. It's very interesting to know how the situation is unfolding there. The emperor understood that he had to sign the agreement, but transferring such valuable assets to another country required more careful consideration. If Western Chu wants to acquire part of the kingdom's lands, they must be prepared to pay with the blood of their warriors. Their blood will flow like a river for invading that land. The Marquis replied that he had considered the emperor wiser, but once his kingdom was destroyed, the emperor would not be able to beg them for mercy. It would be too late. At that moment, one of the warriors entered the hall and told the Marquis that some problems had arisen. The Marquis listened to all the details and now wanted to know exactly how this had happened. But the warrior said that so far they hadn't found anything, yet now the whole city was talking about it openly. The Marquis turned to the emperor and said that they had traveled a long way, but it seemed the locals were not friendly toward them. The Marquis informed the emperor that local warriors had wounded and kidnapped his men. The emperor replied that it was most likely just a minor misunderstanding, since his people always treated guests with the utmost respect, and even if they did something, it was done politely. The Marquis was furious. He could see that the emperor was confident in his words, but he would now withdraw his men, and if a fight were to break out, the emperor should not be blamed for it. The emperor ordered his aide to warn the territories of the Great Wave and the Purple Flame. The eastern and western borders must be put on high alert immediately. The remaining lands must remain on guard. The entire kingdom is going on a war footing. Meanwhile, right in the middle of the city, 3 warriors from Western Chu hung bound hand and foot, because they had not come here with good intentions. These 3 had caused a commotion near the gates and beaten the city guards, but one elite warrior defeated them and hung them as a warning and punishment. All the residents agreed that these warriors deserved such treatment, and perhaps they should be left hanging at the gates for 3 days until their bodies dried up. This was exactly where the Marquis had rushed to with his guards. Now he had to retrieve his warriors who were hanging in the middle of the city. The Marquis knew these warriors. He was well aware of their strength and power, and now he could not understand how it had come to pass that all 3 were hanging there as if they were toys on a New Year's tree. Wu Shuang said he would not step forward to duel until the man introduced himself, because if he was a nobody, he'd better leave. Otherwise, he'd end up hanging next to these warriors. The soldier was outraged, for the Lord's brother from Western Chu had come here, and even Emperor Shi had shown him respect. And if the young man didn't come out himself, everyone in this square would die right now without exception. After that, an order was given to the archers from Western Chu to prepare to wipe out all the locals. In the very next moment, Wu Shuang appeared in the square. He wanted to speak with the man leading this delegation to Baoyue. The Marquis immediately declared that he didn't care whom this man served, but for what he had done to his warriors he would now pay dearly, and neither the emperor nor even the holy warrior of this land could save him. Wu Shuang replied that he didn't want to listen to this nonsense because they were now on the lands of the kingdom of Baoyue, and he couldn't allow them to do whatever they pleased here. The Marquis shouted that the young man would soon regret everything, and ordered his archers to shoot, and now a multitude of arrows were flying toward the young man, yet he stood just as calmly on the porch looking his opponent in the eye. Then somehow, all those arrows began to flit around the young man. They did him absolutely no harm, and it seemed as if they were dancing like moths around a flame. The Marquis realized that this young man was controlling the bow and arrows with spiritual power, but it was simply unbelievable. Then, having finished their dance, the arrows turned around and continued their flight, but in the opposite direction. One of the townspeople recognized the young man and said that he was the very same kid who had caused a ruckus at the Phoenix Abode restaurant. They said he was Marquis Xing Wu Shuang from the Holy Kingdom. Now everyone in town recognized the boy. He really must be very strong if he was once able to bring the emperor's own uncle to his knees. The Marquis of Western Chu, seeing how all his warriors had perished by their own arrows, realized that he would have to do everything himself, and now he would make this boy die. But at that moment, a stranger's voice reminded the Marquis not to forget. He was still in the kingdom of Baoyu, not at home. Wu Shuang glanced sideways at the man who had spoken. It was the first time he'd seen him up close. The townspeople were shocked when they saw the imperial guard, as well as the emperor himself. The emperor addressed the marquis and said that if he insisted on his course of action, he must understand that he would be held accountable for everything he did, and he should not say later that he had not been warned. The marquis said that all of this concerned only him, but that it didn't matter now. He wanted to know whether the emperor would be able to take responsibility for all of this in the future, when his army came from the south into the kingdom. The emperor said that he had met and received the marquis with respect, as befits the ruler of these lands. But if the marquis does not stop threatening him and his kingdom, then all the people will rise up against him, and even if an alliance is formed with other countries, they will defend their home to their last breath. All the residents who heard this impassioned speech received it with enthusiasm and began demanding that the foreigners leave the kingdom, or better yet, that they all be killed. The emperor addressed his citizens and said that they always treat everyone with courtesy, and when conflicts arise between countries, they do not kill the other side's representatives. Therefore, the emperor told the people to go home. Even the emperor was unable to resolve the dispute between the marquis and the elite warrior Qing Wu Xuan. They would have to settle it themselves. The emperor told the marquis that from that moment on, the man would have to resolve his own problems. But if he harmed innocent people, the city's residents, he would pay dearly for it. The marquis asked them not to worry about the civilians. He would kill only this boy, and no one else would be harmed. Wu Xuan replied that in their battle he would not use the unstoppable pass technique against his opponent. This was a massive insinuation about the marquis's weakness, and of course he reacted instantly to this provocation. Of course the marquis wanted to deal with the young man who dared to hint at his old age and weakness, but as he flew past Wu Xuan, he received a light slap. This slap had quite serious consequences. The marquis fell to the ground, and everything around him shook and crumbled. A few moments later, the young man planted his foot on the marquis's back. The marquis lay completely defeated and could not move a single limb. The emperor was also in shock. He knew that the marquis was a master of the unstoppable pass, so the power of this young man was simply terrifying. Wu Shuang turned to the marquis and asked whom he had recently promised to kill. The marquis said that the second holy warrior of Western Chu was currently on Holy Warrior Mountain and that he would never forgive what the young man had done to the marquis. Wu Shuang grabbed the man by the neck and said that it seemed the marquis was nothing more than a pawn to the holy warriors. After that, the young man told the emperor that he was leaving everything else to him, while he himself would now walk up Holy Warrior Mountain with the marquis. Watching Qing Wu Shuang fly away, the emperor issued an urgent order. All territories of the Redwood Kingdom now belong to the Holy Kingdom and must be transferred immediately. All nobles must submit to the Holy Kingdom, and all dissenters are to be put to death. The emperor realized that it seemed the kingdom of Baoyu would soon be saved. At that time, the atmosphere on Holy Warrior Mountain was strangely somber. The buildings were in ruins, and it seemed as though some serious battles had taken place there. Lady Holy Warrior sat surrounded by great warriors and told them to listen to her carefully. After their battle, Western Chu will launch an offensive from the south and attack them alongside Great Wu. The northern and western borders will face a tough time, and although she and the second Holy Warrior wounded each other, he can no longer be stopped. The Holy Warrior herself will not be able to heal for another 6 months, and someone must take her place in the future. The Holy Warrior said that they had served her for many years, but now they all needed to take a single step forward if their power had reached an insurmountable impasse. At that moment, Qing Wu Shuang appeared before all the astonished warriors, dragging Marquis Mi along with him. Wu Shuang understood what had happened here without a word, and said that his first priority was to heal the Holy Warrior's wounds. After that, the young man immediately began the treatment. Using his techniques, he channeled his energy through the Holy Warrior, restoring her at the same time. The Holy Warrior recognized the golden elixir. It was excellent for healing and cultivation. By consuming this elixir, the Holy Warrior gained a great deal of spiritual energy and now realized that Wu Shuang had become very powerful. Her wounds had healed in less than an hour. Once the Holy Warrior's health was no longer in danger, the young man asked about the current situation. The great state of Wu is currently negotiating with Western Chu together. They intend to form an alliance and invade the kingdom. Both countries have 2 holy warriors each. Western Chu is stronger, larger, and more talented than any other in the entire Luo Empire. It is defended by 3 holy warriors, one of whom reached the insurmountable pass over 1,000 years ago, and whose power is now comparable to that of a warrior of average spiritual power. The young man reflected that his kingdom needed more masters of the insurmountable pass. The pills he had created together with the alchemist would come in handy. Wu Shuang distributed the standard insurmountable passage pills to 4 renowned warriors, reserving the very best one for the strongest among them. The holy warrior said they would need about half a month of training at the palace of the holy warrior. They must merge with the power of nature, and only then will they be able to achieve the insurmountable passage. The holy warrior herself set out for the border of the Great Wave's royal territory. An attack from Great Wu must be prevented. Wu Shuang believed that the holy warrior had not yet fully recovered from her injury and asked for permission to go there himself. But the holy warrior replied that she had another very important task for the young man. The holy palace of Zhenwu was located in Western Shu. The emperor of Western Shu whipped the warriors who had dared to cowardly flee back home, and now they must die because they had disgraced their master. One of the soldiers began to explain that this man was incredibly strong. He too was a master of the impassable pass, and it was he who had kidnapped Marcus Mi. The soldiers claimed that they had wanted to save the Marquis, but were completely helpless against such strength. The emperor said that if his brother did not return, he would bury these soldiers alive, every last one of them. The emperor turned to the great holy warrior, saying that Marquis Mi was at the peak of the insurmountable pass technique, and that the holy warrior had personally trained him. But now they say that some guy took him down with a single move. Is the insurmountable pass really not enough to defend oneself? The holy warrior replied that he had underestimated the old woman. She turned out to be equal in strength to the second holy warrior. But if the kingdom of Baoyue wants war so badly, then it will get it. The emperor must send a messenger to Great Wu to immediately dispatch warriors to capture Baoyue. The emperor of Western Shu was eager to avenge his brother and immediately agreed to do everything the holy warrior had said. In the kingdom of Baoyue itself, preparations were also underway for a possible war. Tensions were rising along the kingdom's borders. In the Purple Flame, preparations for battle were more intense than anywhere else. In those days, the wind whispered of the difficult times to come. 3,000 soldiers marched from Western Shu toward the border in 3 directions, while many more warriors had settled nearby, ready to join the advance on Lotus Flower Mountain. The leader of the Purple Flame said he had sent messengers to the imperial capital requesting reinforcements. He hoped they would return with aid. This battle is not just about their Purple Flame. The fate of the entire kingdom of Baoyu is at stake. If they allow Western Shu to break through in the south, the entire kingdom will eventually be swallowed up. While the situation in the northwest is quite dire, it is no better in the east. The Purple Flame has only one holy warrior, and she cannot be on both fronts at once. Just then, a messenger ran in and reported that the enemy had appeared on the horizon. The king of the Crimson Flame couldn't understand how this had happened. After all, the distance from here to the pass is 20 miles. How could they have made their way there so quickly? But the soldiers said that it was not an army that had arrived, but just a single enemy. The king of the Crimson Flame rode out with his warriors and saw a mighty and powerful holy warrior hovering in the sky. This was the first holy warrior of Western Shu, a great elder with an initial level of spiritual power. He said that he recognized the abilities of the king of the Crimson Flame, and that if the king surrendered now and joined Western Shu, he would not die. The king replied that he didn't care what level of power the old man possessed. He was the king of the Crimson Flame, a man of the kingdom of Baoyue. He would never give up, and the king ordered his warriors to kill the old man. The holy warrior didn't even intend to open his eyes. He said that the mantis was currently trying to stop the chariot. After that, the old man struck the ground with his staff, sending out powerful shockwaves that struck the warriors. Not only people but also animals fell, unable to withstand the force. The impact was incredible, and it soon became clear that resistance was futile. By the time the old man had reached a frenzy, all the warriors present had sustained significant damage. When the smoke and dust settled, it became clear that the entire field was littered with the bodies of slain warriors, and standing in the center was a lone holy warrior, still as old as ever, but incredibly powerful. The king of the Crimson Flame realized he had witnessed the power of an unstoppable onslaught. The front line would not hold out for even 15 minutes. If the natural barrier of the mountain is destroyed, the path to the south is now open. If the army of Western Shu approaches the city, The capital will not be able to withstand them. At that moment, the holy warrior began to gather his strength and energy once more to continue the attack and destroy the next group of warriors. The holy warrior launched another powerful attack, declaring that these pathetic worms belonged in hell. The king of the Crimson Flame displayed unprecedented bravery. He tried to rally his warriors and demanded that they take up defensive positions and hold their ground no matter what. But soon the warriors felt someone pushing them aside and looked in surprise at the stranger. Qing Wushuang arrived just in time. He activated his power and directed it to intercept the holy warrior's attack. While blocking and neutralizing the attack, the young man apologized to the king of the Purple Flame for being late. At that very moment, fierce battles were also raging on the northern front. The city's defenders were fending off the attackers. They had to kill hundreds of these villains, as well as the enemy general and all key commanders. The defenders demanded that no effort be spared. If the situation was assessed correctly, it would be possible to rout the invaders or, by breaking through their lines, clear the front. Here they were fighting warriors from Great Wu, but today they would regret coming here to die because a miserable death awaited them, just as miserable as their lives had been. A multitude of archers fired one after another, preventing the attackers from approaching the city. Powerful explosions rang out everywhere, and the fiercest battles in history were raging. One of the warriors realized that the situation was very serious, and that soon the city gates would not hold if they continued to be stormed with such intensity. But the warrior was certain there was no need to worry, because the army's morale was sustained by the holy warrior, who was fighting alongside them. And indeed, a battle between the holy warriors was raging right then. It was impossible to tell who was where. It's completely baffling why the holy warrior isn't following her own path, but is instead taking part in underhanded battles on the side of other countries. The holy warrior from Great Wu didn't know exactly how the girl was doing it, but it seemed that with every passing moment she was growing stronger. The holy warrior replied that there was no need to worry about who was getting stronger and who was getting weaker. Today they would reach a conclusion and determine the winner. Thanks to the pill the holy warrior received from Qing Wushuan, her cultivation was nearly complete, and she was now back at the peak of her power. At that time, 2 great warriors were stationed at the western borders. 2 other great warriors who had also used pills and become very powerful were now defending the southern borders. A battle was also taking place near Lotus Flower Mountain itself. Wu Shuang was there at that moment. The holy warrior of Western Shu wanted to know who had appeared before him and what connection he had to the country of Baoyue. The young man replied that there was no need to ask who he was, because the holy warrior had just brought aggression to his country and would now have to fight until he died. The kingdom of Baoyue does not know right from wrong. It has offended its guests and kidnapped the king's brother, and this battle is the response to such actions. Wu Shuang said that the holy warrior is mistaken if he takes part in this bloody carnage. But the young man is willing to come to an agreement with him just like in the good old days and even let him rest, because that is what such a dignified old man should be doing. The holy warrior replied that the boy simply didn't understand the situation, and that not even the holy warrior of the kingdom of Baoyue would dare speak to him that way. But if the boy had decided to die now, then he would grant that request, and to start with, he ordered the young man to fall to his knees. A powerful explosion rang out, and the warriors felt the intense shock wave it produced out of fear. The holy warrior was surprised to see that the boy was still standing right in the center of his attack. The holy warrior was amazed. The boy had managed to withstand his spiritual pressure. It was unbelievable. Given the youth's age, it doesn't matter how he achieved this. It's simply astonishing just how much spiritual energy he possesses. The old man had cultivated his abilities for thousands of years and was just one step short of the average level of spiritual power. Yet even this country's holy warrior couldn't withstand it, and this boy is still standing. Wu Shuang realized that he was now fighting the most terrifying and formidable of all the holy warriors in the surrounding countries. In the end, the old man admitted that the young man's strength and power were indeed impressive, and therefore he was worthy of seeing the holy warrior's sword. The old man drew his sword and was now preparing for a new attack, intending to cut down the man who dared to stand in his way. The king of the Crimson Flame knew that holy warriors usually never resort to weapons. They destroy their opponents with their spiritual power. But now the sword would be used. Could this guy really have put up such a fight? Wu Shuang had no intention of being a punching bag either. He activated his abilities and directed his sword technique at his opponent. The old man said that all of this was child's play and circus tricks that couldn't possibly pierce him, and that it all looked ridiculous. A huge, powerful spiritual sword appeared in the old man's hands. Of course, any warrior would dream of wielding such a weapon. Soon the duel began, and few could understand what was happening there, because the human eye was simply unable to follow the movements. Wu Shuang sensed the sword's powerful energy. It could shatter his own technique, which meant it would be blocked, and there was no telling how many people would be killed or wounded later. Wu Shuang looked clearly surprised when the old man appeared right in front of him. He launched an attack, and the sword in the young man's hands shattered into tiny pieces, while he himself fell, coughing up blood. The holy warrior told the boy to surrender, because the holy warrior's sword could cut through anything, while the boy's sword was only good for cutting paper. Wu Shuang replied, "If that's the case, then right now his sword will cut through the holy warrior," and he struck at the old man. But to his own surprise, the sword in his hand shattered into tiny pieces. The old man didn't even turn around and said that the young man had already become one with his sword, and now they had become a single entity. By this time, Wu Shuang had already gotten to his feet, wounded, with his clothes torn and without a sword. The holy warrior turned to him and asked why he was still standing there. Didn't he understand that he was simply going to die now, since there was nothing he could do against the holy warrior? On the other hand, he could save his own life and simply stand by and watch his country fall because he had no other choice. Wu Shuang turned to the holy warrior and asked the old man not to assume that he had only one sword. The old man replied that none of that mattered. No matter how many swords the boy had or how many moves he could perform with them, none of it mattered to the holy warrior. The holy warrior gathered his energy once more and, using his magic sword, struck at the young man, who at that moment executed a defensive technique. It seemed as if everything around them had come crashing down, and the old man himself had leaped back to a safe distance. But the boy was right there. The holy warrior didn't even have time to react before the boy appeared right in front of him again. Wu Shuang said that he had blocked the so-called blade that could cut through anything with his bare hands, and now he was indeed holding the sword in his hand. Now the duel was taking a different turn. The king of the purple flame ordered his warriors to retreat and get out of there. The holy warrior was surprised that the young man was still on his feet, but the youth replied that the old man himself didn't look much better. The holy warrior admitted that he couldn't kill Wu Shuang, but the young man also lacked the strength to defeat him. If they continued the duel, blood would flow like a river from their bodies. Wu Shuang had no intention of listening to the old man's ramblings. He said the old man had misunderstood him. He had no intention of losing to him at all. The old man demanded that the young man stop being so cocky and promised to demonstrate techniques that would cost this insolent youth his life. And so the holy warrior began his spiritual sacrifice. He gathered his energy to unleash it upon his opponent. The old man understood how difficult it was to attain such power at such a young age. But if Wu Shuang thought he could use it to blackmail him and change the fate of his country, he was sorely mistaken. Wu Shuang seemed to have found a second wind and was now staring at the holy warrior, waiting for him to launch his attack. While the old man was busy lecturing, philosophizing, and reminiscing about his youth, Wu Shuang quickly decided to strengthen his body. And finally the old man was ready to attack. With a shout of "Burn in hell, you worm," he unleashed his attack on Wu Shuang. The king of the purple flame watched the battle from afar. He knew the attack was terrifying, and of course nothing would remain of the young warrior. The old man himself, the holy warrior, eagerly awaited the moment when the smoke would clear, and it would become clear just how badly he had injured his opponent. But right at the epicenter of the blow, Wu Shuang sat there alive and unharmed as if nothing had happened. He said that he had strengthened his body just in time, otherwise he would surely be dead by now. But as far as the young man understands, spiritual power is needed to activate the spiritual sword. The holy warrior expended too much energy, and now it's interesting to see what he'll do next. The holy warrior is clearly surprised by the result of his attack, but asked not to speak as if he had already won, because he still has more than enough spiritual power. And at the same time, we shouldn't forget that the young man definitely doesn't have enough strength to kill the holy warrior. In the next phase, the two opponents clashed in an attack, and now they were simply pressing against each other, trying to figure out which of them was stronger. The holy warrior told the young man that as long as he concentrated all his power, Wu Shuang wouldn't even be able to touch him. But literally in the next instant, a powerful blow knocked the holy warrior down, and now he was flying through the air, too weak even to stop himself. Wu Shuang watched the holy warrior fly away. He had just used the power of the sun technique on him. There was something else new as well, namely the fiery fist technique, which landed perfectly on the holy warrior and pinned him to the ground with a powerful blow. The old man lay on the ground, completely battered, his gray beard swaying from side to side. Wu Shuang realized that the old man was just a windbag who knew nothing but how to run his mouth, and decided it was time to step up his game a bit. After that, he used the endless fists of rage, and with their help, struck the holy warrior again and again. Representatives of the purple flame watched the battle from afar, and at times they could barely stay on their feet because the powerful energy was knocking them off balance. Wu Shuang towered over the holy warrior, who was still breathing. The young man had thought the old man wouldn't survive this attack, and now he acknowledged that his spiritual power was indeed great. The holy warrior began to get back to his feet. He said that since ancient times, heroes had emerged from a young age, and these heroes were true youths. It was clear that the old man's thoughts were already jumbled, and he was rambling, so Wu Shuang asked if the holy warrior still wanted to fight. The wretched old man said he admitted defeat. He would withdraw his troops and would no longer encroach upon the kingdom of Baoyou. Wu Shuang said that he required the emperor of Western Shu to personally come to the capital of the kingdom of Baoyou and offer his apologies, and that for 30 years Western Shu would pay tribute every year, with the amount of the tribute to be determined by the emperor. The holy warrior said that since he had lost, he would accept all these terms and finally asked for permission to offer some advice. The holy warrior said that Wu Shuang needed to urgently head to the eastern border. 5 days later, an emergency meeting was held in the Celestial Kingdom. It was reported that the evacuation of residents to the imperial capital had been completed, and 50,000 elite soldiers had taken up positions in the city. The Central Army was already on its way. This was excellent news. Unfortunately, a fierce war lay ahead, and they needed to be prepared to fight to the death. Qing Shu rushed into the meeting hall, and her father was displeased, for he had told her not to come here. But the girl brought her father wonderful news, because right behind her walked her brother, Wu Shuang, whom everyone hadn't seen in a long time and was very happy to see. Without wasting time on small talk, the Marquis immediately asked for a report on the situation. It turned out that the Eastern Front had fallen, the Kingdom of the Blue Moon had been destroyed, and if the Celestial Kingdom fell, the imperial capital would be in danger. To sum it all up, Blue Moon has been destroyed. 200,000 warriors of the Great Wu are stationed at the border, ready to attack at any moment, and 4 great warriors have arrived from the western and southern borders to track them down and destroy them. From all the reports, Wu Shuang realized that the south and west had already secured victory, and he could not understand how it had come to pass that the east had fallen. Wu Shuang asked where the holy warrior was, and silence fell over the hall. No one dared to tell the truth. Da Shiming took on this difficult task. He said that the great holy warrior had been tortured to death. Wu Shuang was terribly distraught. This unexpected sad news literally paralyzed the young man for a while. He was told that the holy warrior had been ensnared and completely immobilized by energy chains. The 4 great warriors tried to protect their holy one. They fought the opponent simultaneously in the hope of defeating him and saving the holy warrior. The battle was fierce, but the holy warrior was no less powerful than the 4 great warriors, and the duel went on for quite a long time. Soon, the Emperor of Great Wu addressed the 4 warriors and told them that their holy warrior had died without ever reaching the pinnacle of mastery. However, the Emperor offered the 4 the chance to join his Great Wu army and promised them a reward befitting such warriors. Xiao Jun spoke on behalf of all his comrades. He demanded that the Emperor shut up and declared that today the 4 of them would fight to the last drop of blood until the heads of all the Great Wu leaders were severed from their shoulders. The Emperor said nothing in response, merely remarking that he would see what they were capable of. The holy warrior still hung in chains as a warning to the others, while the villains calmly enjoyed their coffee on the fortress wall. The princess sipped her drink and watched with interest as the battle unfolded before her eyes. At that very moment, the 4 great warriors stepped forward to face the powerful opponent who had defeated their holy warrior. For the holy warrior, fighting such opponents was no easy task, so he swallowed a pill to enhance his abilities. The warriors immediately noticed that this villain had consumed something and had become many times stronger. Everyone understood that they were now fighting to the death. In the next instant, the enemy was already charging at the 4 comrades, chains in hand, intending to bind the warriors and drain their energy. He immediately aimed a strike at the strongest warrior in an attempt to neutralize him. At the same time, a very powerful protective dome formed around the villain, so the great warrior's attacks couldn't penetrate it and couldn't harm him. Meanwhile, the villain used a spirit-binding technique and placed 13 locks on the great warrior, who now looked like a fly caught in a spider's web. Xiao Jun took advantage of the situation while the holy warrior was placing locks on his comrade and managed to strike the villain. The blow hit its mark and the holy warrior was struck in the face. He immediately realized that he was stronger than the others, which meant he now had to deal with him. The holy warrior grabbed his chains once more, channeled the spirit-binding path, and charged at his opponents. He unleashed his power upon the entire group of warriors. Everything around them was ablaze, and no one could say what would happen once this eerie smoke cleared. When the smoke cleared, it became apparent that all 4 great warriors had been bound by chains, and now, according to their opponent, the time had come for them to pass on to the afterlife. Xiao Jun realized that spiritual energy was seeping from these chains. It was suppressing his own power, and moreover, he was completely unable to move. The girl said that the end was near and that a real spectacle was about to begin here. The young man explained that all of this was thanks to the pills the master had given them, which was why the defenders of the kingdom of Baoyu were powerless to fight back. The girl watched the battle with enthusiasm. It seemed to her that things were about to get interesting. But then something inexplicable happened, and the holy warrior immediately tensed up, realizing that the situation was changing. The fact was that someone had used a materialized sword against him, which came crashing down, piercing the protective dome and severing the chains. At the center of all this chaos stood Qing Wu Shuang, who was controlling this materialized sword, and behind him, the great warriors were gradually regaining consciousness, having freed themselves from their chains. The holy warrior was too weak, and although she was no longer bound by chains either, she showed no signs of life. Wu Shuang turned to her and said that the holy warrior had done everything she could and now needed to rest well, while he would handle things on his own for the time being. Xiao Jun warned the young man to be careful, because the enemy had taken a pill unknown to them and had become many times stronger, and even the great holy warrior had been unable to withstand that power. The villain immediately realized who was standing before him. It was Wu Shuang, who had beaten and wounded his grandson, and he couldn't even imagine how long it would take for him to recover. The villain believed that Wu Shuang had robbed his grandson of a bright future, but now he would meet his end. He didn't have time to say anything else, because the young man's hand came down on his face. In the very next moment, Wu Shuang slammed his opponent into the ground with all his might, pinning him down so he couldn't move. The villain's eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't understand how this boy could possess such monstrous strength. The young man said that King Shi Shengnan would now die, and his head would be presented as a tribute to the holy warrior. But the king of Great Wu unexpectedly broke free and was now trying to cast binding chains on his opponent. Shi Shengnan acknowledged that the boy was in fact much stronger than he appeared, but the king's spiritual power was still at an intermediate level. The boy, however, was only at the beginner level, so it would be no trouble at all for the king to kill him in the blink of an eye. Shi Shengnan launched his attack, while Wu Shuang erected defensive barriers. The young man used the roar of the forest tiger and combined it with the power of the sun. Now a powerful and potent energy surged around him. In the very next moment, these attacks collided and the confrontation began. The king couldn't believe his eyes and wanted to know how the boy had managed to defend himself against his most powerful strike. Wu Shuang replied that the old man was mistaken in thinking the pills would make him stronger. The young man would never lose to an opponent like the king of Great Wu. And now the villain used his chains to form a protective barrier around himself, while Wu Shuang prepared to attack. The young man was destroying his opponent and wondered, when he killed the holy warrior, did the king ever consider how quickly retribution would catch up with him? Soon Shi Shengnan began pleading for help. He turned to the third master of the palace, saying he could no longer hold back the onslaught. The third master was stunned, while Shi Yinfeng urged her to take immediate action. Wu Shuang was about to deliver a critical blow to finish off the king, but suddenly felt that his hand would not obey him. The third master declared that Wu Shuang had already won, and the Great Wu had lost, and proposed ending this little war, asking to be granted the honor of doing so. Wu Shuang deeply disliked being prevented from taking revenge and asked what would happen if he refused the third master's request. The woman replied that there would be consequences he could not even imagine. Wu Shuang closed his eyes and addressed the great holy warrior. He was certain her spirit was somewhere nearby. The young man said that the holy warrior absolutely had to see how he would avenge her. Wu Shuang decapitated his opponent with a powerful punch, and King Shi Shangnan died. The next moment, Tang Zhongqi appeared out of nowhere. He turned to the third master and asked her to curb her thirst for blood because he did not want to fight her. The girl was surprised to see the second master appear on the battlefield and acknowledged that his disciple was relentless and had failed to show her any respect. Tan Zhongqi asked them not to interfere in the great Wu's affairs. They must resolve them on their own, and none of the masters should meddle in their disputes. It had been very rash to give the king the pills. But the third master thought that was nonsense, since the man had rushed over immediately upon hearing his disciples' pleas, which was why she too had come to her protege's aid. The second master replied that he had promised not to restrict his disciples' freedom as long as the latter did not betray his teacher's trust, endanger his ancestors, or betray the great Luo Empire. These words made the third master laugh. She believed that Tang Zhongqi was very pious, but his strict adherence to principles could provoke internal strife within the sect. The second master declared that Qing Wu Shuang was the disciple who would inherit his style, and the way this young man handled difficulties reflected everything that had been said. The holy warrior was still chained and showed no signs of life. The third master realized she was outnumbered 2-1 and declared that, in any case, the situation would not end well. Tang Zhongqi said that the holy warriors were dead to both sides of the conflict. That was the end of it. And if not, he would side with Qing Wu Shuang. The annual evaluation was just around the corner, and it would be better to focus on preparing for the exam. The third master took this as a proposal to settle the matter amicably and agreed to meet at the annual evaluation. If Wu Shuang's protege lost there, it would be a perfect conclusion. But now the third master realized that the young man apparently had no intention of stopping. The master turned to the young man and said that she could still sense the spiritual presence of the holy warrior, and that there might still be a chance to save her. Wu Shuang was very excited. He had already lost hope, and the master's words suggested otherwise. However, the master immediately admitted that his own strength wouldn't be enough here. But as long as the holy warrior's spiritual presence still lingered in the air, there was hope. As Wu Shuang increased his power, he would find a way to save her. For now, he needs to focus on the exam. Once the young man becomes the chief disciple, he'll quickly advance his cultivation and discover new methods. However, if the young man thinks only of revenge, the master will help him. But after that, Wu Shuang will be expelled from the Star Path Palace, so he needs to think everything through carefully. These words are unpleasant, but they will help in the resurrection of the holy warrior. Wu Shuang listened carefully to everything and said that he understood his teacher perfectly. Qing Wu Shuang turned to the third master and said that on the day of the annual evaluation, he would crush all of her students and become the top disciple. The third master didn't respond, but she ordered her students to leave immediately. Zhi Yinfang was deeply disappointed when he realized that his master had no intention of avenging his grandfather. The great Wu withdrew her troops and retreated, ceding the disputed territories as compensation. A decree was issued in the kingdom of Baiyue, and the great warrior became the new holy warrior. The second master temporarily sealed the holy warrior's body with spiritual power. This will help awaken the holy warrior's spiritual consciousness in the future. By that time, she will have a chance to recover. Wu Shuang reflected on how terribly things had turned out, since he had ultimately failed to protect the people around him. This meant he needed to become even stronger. The following month at the Qing Palace was spent dealing with various matters and resolving all sorts of problems. Princess Xu was expecting a child soon and asked her brother to make sure to teach the child martial arts if it turned out to be a boy. Wu Shuang promised he would do so and hoped that by the time he returned home next, his nephew or niece would already have been born. Wu Shuang turned to his father and brother-in-law and said that he could see their strength had increased and that their training methods had borne fruit. Wu Shuang gave them 2 bodybuilding pills and told them to take them during their training. They would help strengthen their bodies, and the men would be able to reach the 9th level of true power. His father believed that these pills were much more important for his son, since great danger awaited him in the Starway Palace. But the young man replied that he didn't need the pills to become stronger. Wu Shuang understood. Once his father and brother-in-law reached the 9th level of true power and then took the pills, the Qing family would gain 2 more warriors of spiritual power. The lab festival was taking place at the Starpath Palace, and a large crowd had gathered in the square. It seemed as though the last lab festival had been just yesterday, but the year had flown by completely unnoticed, and now the 8 chief disciples of the second master had gathered together. Lu Hua fully agreed with the girl's words. For him, too, this year had passed very quickly. The ordinary students felt that the aura emanating from the 8 chief disciples was simply incredible. Everyone desperately wanted to become a chief disciple. But to do so, one first had to become a warrior of heavenly power, and that too was very difficult. Soon second master Tan Zhongqi himself appeared. He greeted his disciples. Seeing everyone lined up with anticipation, the master was pleased. The annual evaluation was an excellent opportunity and a test for every student. Everyone was indeed eager, and it seemed they were ready to begin at any moment. The master looked with satisfaction at the vast number of students who wanted to compete for the title of chief disciple. The palace's chief disciple battle is the largest competition during which the top 10 will be determined. Over the years, the head of the Starway Palace had reserved 4 spots for his own disciples, while the other masters received 1 spot each, very rarely 2. But this year, the second master's goal was to secure 3 of the 10 spots. The master turned to Fu Er and Lu Teng, who had placed 2nd and 6th respectively last year. Their task was to retain their spots, while the others had to do everything possible to make it into the top 10. The girl turned to the master, who said that they would take 3 spots this year, but she couldn't yet imagine how that would be possible. Tan Zhongqi said that the students were plagued by doubts, but today he would introduce them to a new student. After all, some had already heard the latest news. This young man would be their trump card in the upcoming exam. After these words, the second master invited Qing Wushuang to join him on stage to introduce him to all the students. Wushuang greeted the master, then turned to the students and also expressed his respect to them. The girl was very surprised when she realized exactly who her master's trump card was. The young man turned to Zhou Fu and thanked her for looking out for him in the arena. The girl in turn encouraged the newcomer to keep it up. She had been wondering all along whose student he was, and was now very surprised to find out they were on the same side. Lu Tengu asked in surprise, could it be that Wu Shuang actually participated in the arena battles? Zhou Fu then happily told him that the young man had not only participated, but had also defeated the youngest sister of the 9, one of the chief palace master's disciples. Now it was no surprise why the second master had personally gone to greet this young man and taken him under his wing before the other masters could poach him. Some had already heard how this newcomer had recently defeated 2 holy warriors from the kingdom of Great Wu and Western Chu. Everyone was certain that with such power, the young man would have no trouble passing the exam, and that was very pleasing to hear. The master thanked all his students and said that one of them would become his successor, but he would not favor anyone. Everything depends on each person's strength and achievements. And now, having finished with the greetings and good wishes, all of the second master students set off for the main palace. The students of the Starway Palace were divided into 3 classes, and the exam was structured accordingly. There was a system of promotion and demotion. There were 3 spots between the advanced and top disciples, and 30 spots would be reassigned between the advanced and beginner disciples. Thus, little by little, all the masters, along with their disciples, gathered at the Starpath Palace. Then they were divided by level, and Zhou Fu wished the young man good luck and said they would be waiting for him in the main disciples' arena. The third master's main disciples did not immediately spot the representatives of the palace's second master. It was clear that the main disciples were being mixed in with the advanced disciples. The third master's disciples thought they were surrounded by nothing but a bunch of hicks, and that there wasn't even anyone worth looking at. But that was, of course, nonsense, because Qing Wushuang had already become quite a well-known figure. He had recently killed the holy warrior. Of course, the holy warrior was only at the initial level of spiritual power, but their brother Zhao was at the intermediate level. Zhou Fu turned to Zhao Mushu. Didn't the third master teach them any manners? Wu Shuang turned to the third master's top disciples and told them not to get too carried away, but to wait until he knocked the wind out of them in a ranked match. The young man laughed at first and said it was too early to talk about that. First, a student had to pass the exam to advance to the next level. At that moment, the chief disciples of the palace head appeared in the square. They sensed trouble brewing, even though nothing had started yet. Several masters watched from the fortress wall as the students gathered in the square. Tian Jiqing asked the fifth master if she had high hopes for her students in this exam. Lin Qinqi replied to the fourth master that at least 5 of the 10 spots would be taken by the palace head students, and they would have to compete for the remaining 5 spots. The second master asked her colleague to rise above this. Nothing had even started yet, and she was already allocating spots. The fifth master realized that, judging by Tang Zhongqi's tone, he intended to have his students compete against the palace head students. The third master believed it was very foolish to challenge the palace head without realizing one's own strength. Their disciples wouldn't have enough power to stand up to the palace head's disciples. They needed to admit this and calm down. Soon the palace head arrived. He noted that the 4 masters had arrived early, which meant everyone was eager to get started. The masters greeted the palace head, and he proposed beginning the annual evaluation. The Starway Palace had tens of thousands of disciples, among whom there were fewer than 100 core disciples and about 600 advanced disciples. The rest were beginner-level disciples, and according to the rules, only the top 3 winners of the exam were allowed to become core disciples. Wu Shuang saw how many people had gathered here. Among the advanced disciples, there were surely some spiritual power warriors. It wasn't easy to deal with such disciples, but he needed to complete all stages of the exam with top marks, and then he would have no reason to worry. At that moment, Yang Feng called out to the young man. They hadn't seen each other in quite a while. Wu Shuang greeted the young man and asked if he was planning to take the exam for advanced students, adding that his pills were already ready. The young man said he didn't need the pills right now. It would be unsafe. The fact was that he was participating only because he had to, and he hoped to place no worse than he did last year. Yang Feng was still only at the 9th level of true power, so he had nothing to boast about. He had heard that among the advanced students, there were about 30 spiritual power warriors. Finally, the organizers addressed the students and said that everyone must come forward personally to pick up a numbered tag. First, the top 10 people with the corresponding numbers would enter the exam, followed by the rest in ascending order. Wu Shuang advised his friend not to worry and to give it his all. The exam consisted of 6 stages: strength, agility, combat skills, endurance, power level, and the final stage. The strength stage tested striking power. Yang Feng struck the button and earned 50 points. Next, Qing Wu Shuang was invited to take the exam. A couple of strongmen laughed at this weakling. They wanted to see how much strength was in that small, skinny body. Wu Shuang struck the button, and the exam apparatus was completely destroyed. The instructor couldn't believe his eyes. Could an advanced student really possess such strength? For destroying such a massive machine, Wu Shuang received a perfect score. The agility test assessed mobility, speed, and reflexes. Wu Shuang also received a perfect score in this stage. Combat skills tested the students' mastery of weapons, destructive power, and the force of their strikes in battle, and once again he received the maximum score. Endurance involved entering a spiritual state that was quite painful. The longer you remained in it, the more points you earned. Qing Wu Shuang didn't even seem to bat an eye, and once again earned the maximum score. In the power level exam, the task was to strike a stone sphere. He also received the maximum score. The fact was that the spiritual crystal had split, and the guys even wondered if perhaps the chief disciple had accidentally gone to the wrong place. The 5 basic tests were completed, and it was announced that only the final stage remained, which would begin in the afternoon. The third master watched Qing Wu Shuang and realized that the young man had become even stronger than before. She was already imagining what she would put him through. Lin Qinqi also confirmed that the champion of this exam was the second master of the palace's new disciple. The last time such stunning results were achieved was by Wei Yu, the palace head's chief disciple 16 years ago. The third master believed that no matter how well he performed on the advanced disciples exam, if he couldn't make it into the top 10 chief disciples, all his efforts would be for naught. It's not that easy to score the maximum points in the final stage of the exam, which will begin after lunch. But even if the young man possesses such power, the palace head might not like it one bit. Just then the palace head appeared from behind. He had overheard the conversation. The palace head said that although they had trained 5 masters, they must remain united. And while there might be some conflicts and discord among them, these were merely ordinary internal squabbles. While competing with one another, the masters must encourage and support each other. If this person possesses the strength to stand up to Wei Yu, then that is a stroke of luck for all of them. Wei Yu stood beside his master and remarked that these words sounded quite true. If people had deliberately sought to conceal his strength, they would never have been able to stop the rumors from spreading. Therefore, instead of hiding him, they should give the young man his freedom. The palace chief said he had heard that the chief disciples had behaved competently in the Valley of Nature's manifestation, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Wei Yu replied to his master that he was too foolish and asked his master to punish him. The master replied that he had been waiting for his disciple to draw conclusions from his actions. Wei Yu possesses spiritual roots and is the chief disciple. He must strive for the good of the Star Path Palace's future, rather than fighting for the sake of victory or defeat. Wei Yu must understand that a single sprout is nothing compared to hundreds of blooming flowers. The palace head was concerned that there would be no one capable of stopping Wei Yu from moving forward, no matter what. But now things are different. Wu Shuang will go far, and they will be the brightest stars of the rising generation at the Starway Palace. And which of the two young men will shine brighter depends entirely on them, because they are both brilliant and unique. At that moment, the second master praised Wu Shuang for scoring the maximum points in every round. It was a great performance, and it's wonderful that they found each other. If the young man can score the maximum points in the final round, he'll set a record that no one has achieved in the last 16 years. Zhou Fu explained that everyone who had received perfect scores was a student of the palace head. If Qing Wu Shuang manages to do this, the Starway Palace will set a new record. Wu Shuang understood the full weight of the responsibility and said he would try not to let anyone down. The master advised him not to put pressure on himself, to cultivate calmly, and to feel the flow of nature. After all, achieving a perfect score in the final stage is no easy feat, and Wu Shuang was taking it very seriously. So the time had come for the final task of the final stage. Simply put, it would be a sort of hunt. Near the summit of Righteous Mountain, there are a couple of dozen test zones that have been cordoned off from the rest. The restrictions will be lifted only for the duration of the exam. All students will be divided into 10 teams, each of which will have its own test zone. Each zone will contain 50 entry-level spirit beasts. For each one a student captures, they will receive 20 points, and for each one killed, only 10 points. It turns out there will be more people than beasts. This means that many participants may walk away empty-handed. On average, if every student gets one beast, that works out to one per student. The examiner confirmed that everything is correct. This is a competition between the strong and the weak, and complaints or dissatisfaction will not be accepted. But there is one rule that must be obeyed without question. No one is allowed to steal spiritual beasts from another participant. If anyone attempts to take a beast from another, they will be disqualified. Since participants cannot take beasts from one another, the exam is designed for those who can take the first step by gathering all their strength and directing it toward capturing the beasts. To earn the maximum points, you must capture at least 5 spirit beasts. Wu Shuang told his friend that they would have to split up, so Yang Feng must be careful. Entry-level spirit beasts are dangerous even for 9th-level true power warriors. Yang Feng explained that these beasts were specially bred at the Star Path Palace. Although they are aggressive, since they are on a leash with their trainers, the beasts will never attack or kill the palace's students. The maximum score for this stage is 100. If you want to achieve this result, you can fight other participants to increase your chances of winning. Wu Shuang thought this was a very foolish strategy. The young man already had a plan in mind. And so the start of the exam was announced, and the young man found himself in the hunting zone. He had now reached the level of spiritual power, so he could easily detect spiritual beasts within a 10-mile radius. Wu Shuang believed that this time it would be much easier than collecting jade tablets. It seemed he was having a very lucky day. The young man sensed several spiritual beasts, a bee, a leopard, a lion, and a pair of giant snakes. One of the snakes opened its jaws, preparing to spit venom at the young man. He instantly leaped back, and the attack missed. Wu Shuang had managed to step aside. But at the same time, the young man noticed the look in these monsters' eyes. They didn't seem to be under a spell, and it turned out that their target was Wu Shuang himself. 2 men watched from afar as powerful explosions rocked the mountains, and the battle raged beyond them. One of them was certain that 5th-level spirit beasts weren't easy to defeat, and even Wei Yu would have a hard time, so they could be sure this kid was already a goner. However, Shi Yinfeng remained serious and focused. He remembered how his grandfather had died right before his eyes. At that very moment, Wu Shuang continued his battle with the spirit beasts. He considered it a stroke of luck to have stumbled upon 5 beasts at once. So he needed to capture them alive. The last time he was in the vicinity of Righteous Mountain, he managed to obtain a catalog of the beasts there. And now, finally, the time had come to put this little book to the test. Wu Shuang began to recite the incantation. He needed to subdue the beasts with his power, so he suggested they take their time and have a talk. Qing Wu Shuang began to meditate and activate his spiritual power. He had to connect with nature and subdue these enormous spiritual beasts. Gradually, a spiritual abyss began to form around the young man, one he had deliberately created around himself. After that, the young man addressed the beasts and told them they had nothing to worry about. He had simply transferred their souls into the spiritual abyss. Next, new souls flew in one after another, as if being sucked in by a vacuum cleaner. Thus, having established contact with them, Wu Shuang realized that these animals were not their own masters. This only meant that someone else was holding the animals' souls captive and forcing them to perform certain actions against their will. Wu Shuang decided to free the beasts from their captivity. He cleansed their minds and soon saw that the animals' minds were clearing, and at the same time, their free will was emerging. The young man suggested they go and sit somewhere nearby off to the side to enjoy the spectacle of the battle, since it wasn't something you saw very often. Ji Yinfeng wanted this very much too. He was waiting for Wu Shuang to die, at which point the Baiyue kingdom would have no defenders left, and the great Wu would be revived. And at that very moment in the clearing, Wu Shuang was sitting surrounded by cute little girls, scratching their necks and asking if they wanted to go with him. Ji Yinfeng was the first to glance into the clearing. His friend wanted to know how many body parts had already been torn off this guy. But Shi Yinfeng shouted that there was no time to explain. They had to flee immediately, and dashed off as fast as he could. Wu Shuang, of course, heard those clowns running away in fear, but he had a more important task at hand right now, and he didn't want to waste time chasing after them. There was just under half an hour left until the end of the exam, but he couldn't leave early. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. So the young man decided to continue studying the catalog of beasts, as it might come in handy in the future. Soon he was already communicating with the animals in their own language. The exam was over, the students began returning, and the third master congratulated Tang Zhongqi on having such a talented student. The second master honestly admitted that he hadn't been very involved in Wu Shuang's training. Over the entire time, the boy had learned only a couple of techniques from him, so all of this was his own doing. But the woman believed that the second master was being modest. For some reason, the best student hadn't come out yet. Perhaps something had happened to him. Tan Zhongqi told the woman that, although he didn't know her plans, he advised her in all sincerity to stop shooting herself in the foot. The woman pretended not to understand. She just smiled contentedly, not realizing what he was talking about. And finally, the last team arrived, which included Wu Shuang. The examiner said that Qing Wu Shuang was a little late. The young man's previous results had been excellent, but catching spirit beasts turned out to be not so easy. Wu Shuang handed the examiner a small bag and said that, fortunately, all 5 animals were alive and well. The examiner could check them. The examiner was amazed. He immediately told his assistant to notify all the masters of the palace. The record set 16 years ago had been broken once again. Wu Shuang turned to the examiner and asked if he could borrow these little beasts for a short while. The examiner replied that he couldn't say for sure. They would have to go to the person in charge of all the tamed spiritual beasts, and only an alchemist could grant permission. Wu Shuang realized that to live comfortably in the palace, one needed to be on good terms with all the alchemists. Yang Feng called out to his friend who had just come out of the exam. The young man congratulated Wu Shuang on getting a perfect score, but unfortunately admitted that he hadn't been able to capture a single beast. Wu Shuang handed him a small pouch of pills, one for physical cultivation and another for entry-level celestial power of the highest quality. In the Star Path Palace, those who use pills to instantly attain celestial power are barred from being promoted to chief disciple, but this does not apply to pills of the highest quality. This gave Yang Feng a chance to become the chief disciple. He said that from now on, his life would belong entirely to Qing Wu Shuang. But Wu Shuang told him not to talk nonsense. Instead, he should return to his residence, take the pills, and make sure they were fully absorbed. Then in 3 months, Yang Feng would be able to attain heavenly power. A real commotion broke out among all the students. It turned out that someone had managed to break that long-standing record. The strangest thing was that it wasn't even a disciple of the palace head who did it. They say this guy's name is Qing Wu Shuang. Men Xing couldn't believe that Wu Shuang would become the chief disciple in his very first year at the Star Palace. The guys still remembered the time when he took first place in the martial arts exam, and now Wu Shuang was already becoming the chief disciple. The guys knew that Tong Yang was good friends with Wu Shuang, so they asked her to arrange a meeting to congratulate him. Tong Yang promised she would do so, but a little later, the chief disciple's exam was about to begin, so they didn't want to distract him. Everyone agreed that this would indeed be for the best. The higher Wu Shuang's rank, the greater the reputation their kingdom would earn. Everyone hoped the young man would make it into at least the top 30. The next day at the Green Cloud Palace, all of Second Master's disciples congratulated Wu Shuang. Tang Zhongqi announced that the examination for the top disciples would begin soon. In the first round, not all 32 would compete, but only half. Until the team of 32 was formed, they would not face each other in any way. The master selected the 3 students who placed highest last year. They will join the team of 16. 3 others will remain on the team of 32. They don't need to worry about the first round, but they must prepare for the second round. Wu Shuang was a newcomer, but at the same time he was the winner of the advanced students exam, so according to the rules, his rank is 94. The students who win in the first round will face last year's winners. This will determine who stays and who advances to the third round. And so it will continue until the final match. They may have to fight against their own teammates, but they must do their best to avoid damaging team relations. The master tried not only to motivate everyone to win, but also to remind the students that they are not enemies, but comrades. And so the exam for the top students began. 96 of the best students from the Starway Palace were present in the arena. At this momentous event, the headmaster hoped to witness incredible abilities and spectacular battles from the students. He hoped that this exam would be memorable for everyone. The 5 masters of the academy wished the students good luck and announced the start of the exam. All the students were very focused. The atmosphere was solemn and, of course, tense, and then the exam began. The tournament between the 3 Eastern empires will be held in the Empire of the Holy Lake next year, and the entire system will be overhauled. To select the best students, a knockout system is used. The top 10 students will represent the Starway Palace and the entire empire in the upcoming battle. These top 10 students will have access to all training resources at the Starway Palace, and the exam winner will receive a special award. The students thought they might be allowed to glimpse the secret knowledge from the palace's treasury, or perhaps they'll be allowed to use the artifacts in any case. These are amazing opportunities and rewards. The palace's third master was very serious and composed when a hooded man approached her. The woman looked at him and asked if everything was ready. The stranger confirmed that the venue had been fully prepared according to her plan. The woman was very pleased and said she was requesting that Qing Wu Shuang die in this arena. Wu Shuang looked around. He realized there were too many people for such a small arena. It looked like there was going to be a serious brawl. So, in the name of future cultivation and honor, all disciples must fight to the end, and then glory will be theirs. Afterward, the 10,000 dragons formation was activated, and the entire arena transformed into a magic circle. It seemed as if rain or snow were falling from the sky. Everyone looked up in surprise. Then a tremor began, as if during an earthquake, and now everything was shaking. And in the next instant, Wu Shuang felt as if he had been swept into a whirlpool, gradually rising higher and higher above the arena, and then falling back down. Wu Shuang landed and realized he had been affected by a powerful spell. Could it be that every participant in the arena had been transported to a separate location? The head's voice rang out, explaining that the students were now in a space he had created and that they would not die there, no matter how serious their injuries might be. Soon the young man saw a woman. She introduced herself as Qin Qin and said she was the judge of this exam. Although the arena was confined by a spell, anyone could watch any battle at any time through a crystal. The competition was officially opened, and random matches and duels between the students began. Wu Shuang looked at the silhouette of the young man. He didn't know who it was, but he certainly didn't want to fight any of his classmates. The stranger said he had been constantly thinking and trying to guess who his opponent would be. And then his gaze fell on Wu Shuang, who was a local celebrity and known to absolutely everyone. Wu Shuang immediately attacked the blonde man, who jumped up with a frightened look on his face. The guy said it was a close call and he almost got caught. It turned out that Wu Shuang had decided to start with a sneak attack right away. Wu Shuang apologized and said that the exam had already begun, so he decided to take the initiative first. The young man introduced himself. His name was Wei Wu Yan, and he was a student of the fourth master. He realized just how unlucky he was to face Wu Shuang in his first match. Wu Shuang felt that his opponent was being too polite toward him. After all, they were on the same level, so it was unclear why the blonde man wasn't fighting or simply wanted to admit defeat. The blonde man went on to explain that while they were at the same cultivation level, Wu Shuang's combat abilities were far superior to his own. The young man knew that his opponent had killed Shi Shengnan and the great warrior of Western Shu, and he held them in high regard. The young man replied that he would like to receive some guidance and advice from such a fine warrior as Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang said he was more than willing to offer some advice, but now was not quite the right time. At that very moment, a magical attack was already being launched at Wu Shuang. Magical forces surrounded the young man from all sides, yet he stood motionless in the center of the arena. And at the very last moment, just as the sharp swords were about to pierce his body, Wu Shuang shattered them all with a single wave of his hand. Wu Shuang realized that his opponent was starting with an attack from behind, which meant that this was how the fourth master had trained her students. The blonde man tried to calm Wu Shuang down, saying that he hadn't intended to fight him at all. He just wanted to have a little fun. Then he suddenly grabbed a long spear and said that now they would start fighting for real. The young man used the falling skies and rising rivers and seas technique. Holding the long spear in his hands, he launched his attack. As he prepared to pierce his opponent, the young man asked Wu Shuang to give him some sound advice. The next moment, his attack was stopped. Wu Shuang raised a protective barrier, grabbing his opponent's spear with his hand. Wu Shuang threw the guy away, saying that even a warrior of average spiritual power would have a hard time blocking his strike, so the blonde guy would have to lie unconscious for a while. Wu Shuang looked around with interest. He noticed that the arena could expand endlessly during the battle. This metaphysical spell was simply amazing. And his opponent remained lying there unconscious. He had already failed the test. Finally, after some time, the young man got to his feet, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body. The spectators, masters, and onlookers couldn't make sense of what was happening in the arena. They saw only flashes of energy. Soon the silhouette of one of the students became visible, as if he were standing over his defeated opponent. The fourth master noted that, judging by his attire, the first victory seemed to have gone to one of his students. The fifth replied that the opponent was 2 levels lower, and even if the young man had won with a single strike, it wasn't all that surprising. After a while, the students' figures appeared in the arena. Now at least they were visible. Soon everyone had identified the top contenders in this exam, which meant they had advanced to the next round by defeating their opponents. The first round winners appeared one after another. Their instructors and the hosts watched with interest. Those who advance can receive medical attention because the next round will begin in an hour and they will face new opponents. Students can find all kinds of pills needed for recovery right in the arena next to them. Using these pills, the students began to restore their health and gather strength for the next round. The host announced that all the potions provided to the students were specially crafted by alchemist Li Ho for this exam. It was a clever PR move, and the alchemist's apprentice held up a sign proclaiming that his pills were the best choice for healing wounds, saving lives, and improving cultivation. One of the guys received a special pill and was told that in the next round, he would fight him and must kill him no matter what. The guy swallowed the pill and said he would tear his opponent to pieces, but hoped his mistress would keep her promise. Si Yin Feng, and that was him in the nurse's uniform, said that his mistress was still waiting for his army to storm the palace. So the guy swallowed the pill, determined to finish off his worst enemy just as he'd been promised. Wu Shuang's opponent got to his feet, groaning in pain and saying he was still far from achieving a good result. But Wu Shuang looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding what was going on. The blonde guy was shaking nonstop. He complained that his whole body ached and his bones were about to break, and all because brother Wu Shuang is merciless. Wu Shuang didn't understand who this guy was. If after the blow the young man had dealt him, he still managed to stay on his feet. This guy was hardly at the beginner level of spiritual power. Wu Shuang remembered how the holy warrior of Western Shu had been unable to withstand that blow. Could this disciple really be stronger than him? And in the next instant, the blonde man launched another attack. He had said he wasn't going to fight seriously, but they still needed to be on their guard. Wu Shuang dodged yet another attack aimed at his back. Apparently, this was the only way this opponent intended to fight. Wu Shuang jumped aside as his opponent swung his long spear. The blond man leaped into the air and said that the most interesting part wasn't over yet, because the next strike would simply blow Wu Shuang away. Wu Shuang realized he needed to take this a little more seriously this time, so he used the power of the sun technique. The blond guy was really getting into it, preparing to attack again and again. He hurled his spear at his opponent once more and used the leap through the dragon's gate. Qing Wu Shuang in turn unleashed his infernal fist and met the attack head-on, as they say. And now it was clearly visible how the powerful punch knocked the blond man down. And it seemed that after this attack, he definitely wouldn't get back up. Wu Shuang stood motionless for a while longer to assess the outcome of his battle and determine whether he needed to follow up with another strike to secure the final result. The exam proctor eagerly awaited the moment her incense stick would burn out. The thing was, she had forgotten to mention one of the exam rules. Each round of the battle lasts only 1 hour, and once the incense stick has completely burned out, the match ends. The winner automatically advances to the next round, but if a winner is not determined, both participants will be disqualified. Wu Shuang was very upset when he heard about this rule. He didn't realize until now that all matches should be ended quickly. Many others also considered this unfair, because if a match isn't over yet, it means both fighters are equally matched, and it's unclear why they're now being disqualified. Tong Yang protested that if the winner is automatically advanced to the next round, they'll have to go there with all their injuries. And that means there's only one conclusion. The sooner you finish, the more time you'll have to catch your breath and recover. Simen Shin believed that after all, these rules, though interesting, were completely unfair. The exam host heard the discontent among the audience and realized that some people considered these rules unfair, but she was certain that, on the contrary, the opponents would show no mercy toward each other and would be eager to end the battle quickly. Wu Shuang was almost convinced that his opponent was dead, but suddenly he was standing there safe and sound again, and it was clear if the blond man continued to recover, they would both be disqualified. Wu Shuang launched a fierce attack. He didn't care about his opponent's tricks, and if he couldn't defeat the blond man with a single blow, then he would simply land a barrage of similar blows on him. And indeed, in the next instant, a hail of blows rained down, pounding the guy as if he were a nail in a piece of wood. Wu Shuang was pounding away with his fists as if he were in a boxing training session. The host showed everyone an incense stick and announced that the round was coming to an end, but many of the students still hadn't returned. Everything was shrouded in smoke and nothing could be seen clearly, but Tong Yang was getting nervous because time was running out. She wanted to know what was known about Wu Shuang's opponent. Shimen Xin knew only that this guy was a student of the palace's fourth master. There was no other specific information about him. Tong Yang knew that many of this master's disciples' exercises were quite strange. It turned out that Wu Shuang had run into such an opponent and was now struggling with him. Tang Zhongqi was very serious and eagerly awaited the return of his most unique disciple. Wu Shuang kept striking, hoping that this was finally the end and that his opponent had reached his limit. But the young man simply wouldn't go down. A new barrage of blows rained down on the boy. He could barely breathe. Yet he remained standing and continued to pose a huge problem for Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang realized he was running out of time. He now looked like a terrifying demon, and nothing in the world could stop him. He towered over his defeated opponent, preparing to ensure he was incapacitated. But then the blond man spoke up. He asked not to be attacked anymore. He couldn't take it anymore. And suddenly he really wanted to brag to his friends that he'd fought Wu Shuang himself. The host announced that, unfortunately, time was up, and she was ready to announce the result. Tong Yang didn't understand why Wu Shuang still hadn't shown up, while Shimen Shin realized that the guy would soon be removed and disqualified. Everyone in the arena froze at a loss for words and waited for the host to announce the result. The host, looking at the completely burnt-out stick, announced that the round, and at the same moment she spoke, the blond man said he conceded defeat. And as soon as the host finished announcing that the first round was over, Wu Shuang appeared in the arena among those who had passed it. Tong Yang was relieved when she finally saw that Wu Shuang had managed to rush into the arena, and his opponent was about to be defeated right then and there. The host announced that those who hadn't yet determined a winner would be disqualified and removed immediately, while the winners would begin a new round of battles without delay. Wu Shuang realized that he was about to face a new battle right then and there. This was, of course, very stressful, because the young man hadn't expected to have to use his full strength against his previous opponent. As he waited for his new opponent, Wu Shuang hoped that this guy wouldn't be as nasty and tenacious as the last one. Soon a stranger appeared before him, radiating a terrifying energy and power. As he looked at Wu Shuang, the guy began to transform into a terrifying monster that literally oozed a desire to kill. The young man began to transform into a werewolf. He said he really liked his new appearance because he strongly disliked and found it uncomfortable to wear human skin. Wu Shuang tried to figure out whether the person standing before him was human or not, but soon all he could see was a huge werewolf who announced that it was time to get to work. In a split second, it was already upon the young man, striking him with its powerful, clawed paw. Wu Shuang had never encountered such speed and strength before. He was unable to defend himself, or more accurately, didn't have time to do so. His chest was lacerated and blood spurted from his mouth. At that very moment, somewhere in one of the courtyards of the Starway Palace, a student was walking, barely able to stay on his feet. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and began to vomit. An unknown number of some kind of demonic dolls fell out of him. Once he was rid of them, the young man was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, while his master couldn't believe they'd lost 9 psychopeppets at once. That was far too many for a single round. The young man was terrified. He realized he'd let his master down, and now he had to explain himself somehow. The young man said he had hoped to pass this exam and earn the right to compete in the Three Kingdoms tournament to bring glory to his master. But he never expected Qing Wu Xuan's power to be so great. His abilities far exceeded what they had anticipated. The master explained that the special secret to the student's training was that he absorbed 1 psycho doll every 2 years. The psycho dolls were meant to protect the young man from a fatal wound. All of these items are very important and expensive. However, without a second thought, the young man used up 9 of them at once, all in a single round. The master wanted to know the purpose of such an action, and the young man didn't understand what she expected of him. She said she would explain it to him another way. It was clear at the end that he was losing. The young man should have surrendered just a couple of seconds later, so they would both be eliminated, and now the master wanted to know why he hadn't done so. The young man was very frightened. He said that Qing Wu Shuang was terrifying when enraged. Each of his strikes inflicted serious injury, and the young man could no longer hold on and had surrendered partly for his master's sake. However, the woman believed that Yang Er should be honest with her, and now she wanted to know who had forced him to do all this. However, one of the master's assistants suddenly interrupted their conversation because he had urgent news. He reported that the analysis of the soul remains found some time ago in the mountains had just been completed. It was Liu Xun, one of the palace chief's disciples. The master found this strange, however. The young man said that it couldn't be Liu Xun. He couldn't be dead because he had just seen him in the arena. The master realized that this needed to be reported to the palace head immediately. They had to figure out who was now supposed to fight Liu Xun in this round. And soon it became known that the opponent of the unknown creature hiding under the name of Liu Xun was Qing Wu Shuang. The werewolf was very pleased. He had executed a perfect attack and wounded the small, nimble mouse, who would now squeak delightfully before his death. Wu Shuang realized that something very bad was happening, but at the same time, no one here would help him, and he had to protect his own life. The young man tried to attack the villain, but the latter quickly knocked him back, and the young man was injured once again. It was, of course, astonishing to realize that there were such terrible creatures among the students of the Starpath Palace. Speed, defense, regeneration, agility, and striking power. This man had mastered everything to perfection, and Wu Shuang had no idea how to fight him. Wu Shuang unleashed his sword manifestation, though he had no hope of winning. The young man even thought he would ultimately lose to this opponent. But for now, he had to do what he could, and life would show how it would all end. The sword manifestation was sent hurtling toward the enormous werewolf. Of course, they shattered and broke into tiny pieces, causing absolutely no damage to the monster, who was surprised and said he had expected a more serious attack. Wu Shuang looked like a little boy who had wandered into a competition of giants. He was stunned and at a loss, and had no idea what to do next. Soon the young man noticed that a premonition of death had taken root in his heart, and now he was practically certain that he would be completely destroyed and crushed right here and now. The monster attacked once more, and the young man could no longer muster the strength to dodge the blow. He found himself right in the epicenter of it. With immense force, simply unbelievable and monstrous, Wu Shuang crashed to the ground, causing everything around him to tremble as the stone slabs shattered into tiny pieces. This was clearly not the work of a human, but of some beast-like monster, an insatiable and dangerous predator. It seemed as though the werewolf was growing larger and larger, while the unfortunate young man showed virtually no signs of life. The villain said that by killing the weak, he prolongs his own life, and by killing the strong, he derives immense pleasure. And right now, he was simply beside himself with joy. Of course, Wu Shuang had no desire to please anyone with his death, but he couldn't even move a muscle. The monster said that the young man needn't even try to resist him, because all of the young man's fear was now in the monster's grasp. His body was paralyzed, and he couldn't move a muscle. It's too peaceful, life's hardships are always forgotten, and peace brings only weakness. The monster said that the foundation of this space had already been destroyed by him. So as soon as he killed Wu Xuan, he would die for real, not the way the teachers had described it. The villain said that he used to think he would spend his entire life doing nothing but killing other people. But the time he spent in this palace had surprised him greatly. Here one can sleep peacefully without worrying about anyone or anything. There are no problems, and the overall atmosphere is quite friendly. The monster thought that if it weren't for his racial characteristics, he could have stayed to live in the palace, and perhaps they would have become friends. But unfortunately, the world is very unfair to those like him, so Wu Shuang must simply accept his regret and set out on his final journey. The monster said that now it would use Wu Shuang to satisfy its beastly nature, and this time the monster addressed the young man by name. The host announced that by the end of the first match, a very large number of students had been eliminated, but it seemed that those who had advanced to the second round had not yet emerged. And just at that moment, the first winner emerged from the second round, and it was Wei Yu, the palace head's disciple. The host suggested to everyone present that, to keep from getting bored, they should check in on how things were going with the others. The audience saw that Lu Hua, the second master's disciple, seemed to have almost defeated his opponent. Bo Hu, the palace head's disciple, was fighting fiercely against the third master's disciple. The two were evenly matched. Zhou Fu was already finishing her match. The girl was fighting brilliantly, using her flute. Tong Yang noticed something strange, which she immediately pointed out to her companion. The girl didn't understand why the judge had shown them so many different students, but Wu Shuang was nowhere to be seen. Jim and Jean didn't think there was anything strange about it. Perhaps they were simply being shown the most vivid, beautiful, and impressive scenes from the matches. However, the girl disagreed. She thought something was off since a celebrity like Wu Shuang usually didn't get overlooked. A huge monster was holding a man in its arms, his blood dripping down the monster's hands. If you look closely, you could see that the monster's enormous paw had pierced the young man right through, and he was simply hanging there like a lifeless creature. Wu Shuang asked the monster how it knew his name. The man could barely keep his eyes open, but he still noticed that he was looking at a familiar place. Wu Shuang's eyes widened in horror. He had clearly been here before. It was a nearly ruined arena, with nameplates and doors scattered about. Could it be that he had returned to the same place again? Wu Shuang remembered how in his past life he had wandered around this place for quite a long time. Before that, he had always considered himself absolutely invincible, given his level of true qi. But when he found himself in this strange world, all his self-confidence and certainty seemed to have evaporated, and to escape the terror that had overtaken him, he had to run. The young man didn't know how long he had been running, but during that time he hadn't encountered a single living person. Eventually, the energy that was constantly thickening around him pulled the young man into a vortex, and everything connected to Wu Xinghe vanished from this world. After that, the young man was reborn in a new body and became Qing Wu Xuan. Perhaps this place connects all the worlds. The young man was deeply distressed. He clutched his head, unable to understand why he failed every time, why he reached the pinnacle only to fall straight back to the very bottom. Why every time he found those he wanted to protect, did they vanish? And why was he unable to save them? But life, it seems, is suffering, so one must accept it. And reincarnation from the abyss is endless cultivation. The young man turned to the unknown entity that forced him to go through the same horrors and nightmares over and over again. Now the young man wanted to know who this being was. But then a bright sunlight appeared, along with the words, The ways of the Lord are inscrutable. Let go of your desires and love. Rid yourself of mortal cravings. Become immortal and indestructible. The young man realized that he needed to let go of his desires and love to clear his mind. But what then would be the meaning of existence? Was reincarnation really just for the sake of reincarnation? This held absolutely no interest for him, and he said he didn't want to do this anymore and would rather put an end to it as soon as possible. But in the very next moment, the young man's mind was filled with the faces of people who had become dear and important to him. Family, friends, teachers, and now he no longer wanted to abandon them. The young man said that if people renounce their emotions, they bury all their desires and feelings. Then what is the difference between a human being and an ordinary animal, since even animals have emotions? A voice from above said that the young man would not be able to escape. No one can escape the wheel of fate. One must simply follow the righteous path. But the young man decided that this was utter nonsense. He wasn't going to listen to it anymore. He was making a different choice and refusing to act that way. And now, filled with rage and a desire to fight, the young man stood firmly on his feet once more. He said that he had those he loved, and those who followed him. An unshakable bond existed between them, and their family ties had grown stronger than ever. And now this incomprehensible creature wants the young man to abandon it all, to betray it all, and simply to go on endlessly. But he just wants to enjoy the moment, to live in the here and now. And even if a path to paradise were offered to him now, the young man said he would choose to return to his physical form, to the past, and was ready to destroy those heavenly clouds above him. Wu Shuang began to gather energy. He wasn't going to give in anymore, or listen to some unknown entity. He didn't want to be a pawn in the hands of a player. The earth and the sky knew no boundaries, and all laws converged in one place. And after that, the immense source directed straight at his heart was absorbed by the young man to give him strength. The young man understood that something wanted to take his heart and keep it for itself, but he would not allow that to happen. He would sever this bond that sought to devour his heart and destroy the entire cycle of reincarnation. A huge, powerful sword was aimed at the heavens, which were trying so hard to swallow the young man whole. After that, he managed to return, and now he was back in the arena, surprising his opponent. The monster lunged at the young man, saying that while he was certainly impressed by his strength, he would now tear him to pieces and gouge out his eyes. Something had changed drastically in the last few moments. Some new power now filled Wu Shuang, and he simply held out his hand slightly. That proved enough to stop the attack. Wu Shuang himself was extremely surprised as he watched all the fear drain from his opponent. Perhaps this was his new ability. The young man said that it didn't matter to him how many secrets the monster had, because it would die right now, and die by its own hand. The monster froze in place, overcome by a terrifying fear. After all, this was precisely what it had fed on all these years. Human fear, and now that very weapon was turned against it. Wu Shuang launched a devastating attack, exactly the same one he'd used at the very beginning of their fight. The monster couldn't understand how this was possible. This boy had studied all his movements and tactics in such a short period of time. The monster entered a berserk state. He had to defend himself, and he had no intention of dying here. He launched another attack on the young man, saying he'd be surprised if the boy could figure out all his techniques again. But everything turned out exactly as it shouldn't have. The berserker realized that his opponent had completely read and mastered his techniques and was now using them against him. Bleeding out and falling to the ground, the monster managed to think that this was impossible. But it turned out that this guy's level was higher than his own. Wu Shuang hadn't figured anything out yet either. He hadn't expected the heart source to be able to read techniques so quickly, and this was a massive boost to all his levels and abilities. Wu Shuang told his opponent that he didn't expect him to explain anything, but now he would let the berserker experience his most powerful move. Wu Shuang began repeating the words of the mantra, that heaven and earth have no boundaries. All laws are a sea of knowledge and snow-capped mountains. The sword cuts through everything around it. A multitude of techniques were intertwined in a single moment, and the berserker watched the man with pain in his eyes. The spectators in the palace stands gazed at the sky, not understanding what was happening there. It was very dark and flashing as if a thunderstorm were brewing. Suddenly, a sharp sword appeared from the thick clouds and pierced right through them. The headmaster raised his head and looked at this thing in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. All the students jumped up from their seats. They stared at the sky, not knowing what it was. Tan Zhongqi realized that this spiritual power was emanating from Wu Shuang's tournament zone. No one knew what was happening there, but at that moment, a massive sword pierced the terrifying monster, and nothing could save it now. The students noticed the countless cracks and realized that the barrier was about to collapse. The palace head ordered his masters to urgently protect the students, and the men rushed into the arena to put up at least some kind of defense. The explosion was so powerful that the entire arena shook, and shockwaves spread throughout the city. Even the masters had a hard time withstanding this storm of energy. The third master had a vague idea of what might have caused such an effect. Gradually, all the disciples began to appear in the arena. They had been knocked out of their matches and were now returning to reality. Simen Zin realized that something strange was happening because all the disciples were unconscious, and he wanted to know if everything was all right with Wu Shuang. The masters reported to the palace head that all the disciples were safe. They had simply lost consciousness. The head said nothing, but he himself was in shock. This man had broken through his barrier, knocked out all the disciples, and if the masters hadn't arrived in time, the consequences could have been disastrous. The students gradually began to come to, but they couldn't figure out who they were, where they were, and were completely disoriented. The second master rushed over to the young man and asked how Wu Shuang was feeling and what had actually happened here. The young man told his master that during the decisive battle, he had unexpectedly grasped a new law, and as soon as he was surrounded by spiritual power, an explosion occurred. The master wanted to know exactly what kind of explosion it was. Nothing less than a massive sword capable of destroying the entire world in the heavens. Wu Shuang said he didn't think this was the best time for such reflections. He wanted to know who this guy was that he had been fighting. The palace chief was there as well, and he couldn't understand where the vicious creatures in the palace had come from, but he was determined to find out and punish everyone responsible. For now, everyone needed to be evacuated to prevent panic. The head addressed everyone and said that a minor incident had occurred, one that even he could not have imagined. Qing Wu Shuang had sliced through the barrier he had personally set up with a single stroke. Simen Sin thought he was hearing things. Could that explosion, which sounded like a clap of thunder, really have been caused by Qing Wu Shuang? Tong Yang understood that an ordinary person would be incapable of creating something so powerful. The palace head had said that Wu Shuang was capable of defeating anyone who stood against him, and now they had all seen it for themselves. All the rumors turned out to be true. As a result, the palace head declared Qing Wu Shuang the winner of this tournament. That concluded the competition. Loud cheers and applause echoed throughout the arena. His friends were overjoyed, shouting, "Champion, champion," even though they didn't understand what was going on. But if the palace head said so, then the guy must have earned the title of champion. The head added that the person who caused the explosion and remained standing had been promoted and became the chief disciple. In addition to him, 10 other people who had also performed very well advanced to the finals of this tournament. The students slowly began to come to their senses. They had absolutely no idea what was happening, their heads ached, and they were disoriented. The referee announced that the tournament was over, and everyone must leave the arena in an orderly fashion. A medical team was urgently summoned to assist the injured. The judge also announced that an award ceremony would be held later. Once order had been restored, and the head of the palace asked Qing Wu Shuang to come see him at the palace once he had rested and recovered. The streets were bustling with merriment. Everything was covered in pink petals, and the young ladies were having fun and chasing each other. The fifth master didn't understand what this demoness was up to, just wandering around her palace as if she owned the place. The girl replied that it was a secret, so she wasn't going to talk about it. The master asked if the demoness would appear before her in her true form so they could have an open duel. The demon replied that the master was beginning to figure something out, which meant she needed to be locked up here so she could play with her a little. The demon praised everyone, saying they'd done an excellent job, that she was very pleased, and now that everything had been sorted out, she would reward them all with cultivation. The guys were very pleased and ready to carry out her new orders no matter what. The council was holding a meeting of the masters, but the fourth master was missing. He was nowhere to be seen. The messenger reported that he had already tried everything, but couldn't even find a trace of the fourth master of the palace anywhere. The envoy hoped this wouldn't be a problem. The second master believed this was no coincidence, because it was precisely at that moment that a monster appeared in the Starway Palace. It's also worth noting that the masters still hadn't figured out how many disciples they had already lost. The second master wanted to know if this could be the very same villain who had disappeared thousands of years ago, and had now returned. The head of the palace honestly admitted that he couldn't say for sure, but it seemed these villains had come here for the divine sunstone. Unfortunately, he hadn't fought in that battle and didn't know where to begin. All that is known comes from the records of the Zhanshu pavilion, and the messenger reported that the disciples had arrived. The head warned the masters that they would discuss all this later, but for now they would speak with the senior disciples. The disciples entered the conference hall, and the head of the palace greeted them. The head greeted the disciples and said that the tournament had been rather chaotic, but fortunately everything ended well. They now had a new leader among the younger generation of disciples. Next year, a tournament between the three empires will be held, in which Wu Shuang will compete on behalf of the Star Path Palace. The three empires actually refer to the three great mid-tier empires, the Great Luo, Holy Lake, and the Sun Cinnabar Empire. The Three Empires tournament isn't just any competition among disciples, it's an opportunity to test the strength of the empires, and the tournament's results will reveal their level of power. Therefore, before the tournament begins, the disciples must strive to hone their skills as much as possible in one special place. The second master announced that everyone would be heading to Jade Mountain. Last night, he had received confidential information from the alchemist Li Huo. It turned out that several herbalist disciples had gone missing on that mountain. Wei Yu knew that Jade Mountain was teeming with monsters. Perhaps these herbalist apprentices were simply no match for these beasts. The head believed the matter was not so simple. The fact was that Jade Mountain had always been a disputed territory, located on the border between two empires, and perhaps people from the other empire were involved. The head announced that this time, Qing Wu Shuang would lead all the disciples and would be responsible for each of them, no matter what happened to them. The young man wanted to know what the true hidden purpose of their mission was. The head replied, "If the students find out that people from the Holy Lake Empire are indeed to blame for all this, then they can act as they see fit. There is a law between nations. As you treat me, so I will treat you." After that, the head announced that all exam awards would be presented at the collection in the pavilion, and Wu Shuang must come forward to receive the Special Champions Award for this exam. Everyone watched with great interest as this strange core hovered in the air in front of the disciple. Wu Shuang also stared at the glow, trying to figure out what this thing was. And so the day came when the group of senior disciples set out for Jade Mountain. They were all traveling in carts. Zhou noticed that Wu Shuang had been becoming increasingly distant and pensive lately. At that very moment, Wu Shuang was studying internal consciousness. He was learning tendon severing, a special martial art based on true qi. He also had to learn gutting, which gathered the power of true qi and then channeled it into the opponent's body, causing an internal explosion. There was also tearing. This technique channeled qi into both hands and amplified it to its maximum, after which the opponent would sustain the most severe injuries during battle. The young man realized that the highest level of martial arts was 5. This was comparable to the secret level. And now he wanted to know if he could increase these abilities even further, just as he had with his cultivation. Finally, the young man figured it out. At first, he thought he was simply copying his opponent's abilities, but it turned out that he could continue to grow and grow with this. And if the young man is now just one step away from attaining this lost divine level, then he probably needs a couple more training sessions to master it. Ability levels in this world were divided into 5 tiers: divine, heavenly, earthly, secret, and mundane. In the library of the Great Luo Empire, there are only 2 books of heavenly level techniques, but one of them is already considered obsolete. It is said that the Tai Hao immortal sect in the Great Sacred Land is the pride of the entire world. It relies solely on a forbidden page from a divine level martial arts book. Just the form of this single page alone can make a warrior invincible. Wu Shuang was studying new techniques. The technique of terror, with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, it forces the opponent to cease resistance, and if the opponent has demons, the surge will increase indefinitely. Wu Shuang recalled his last battle when a monster supposedly called out his name from a past life, but the young man was convinced it was just a nightmare. Xin He is the kingdom's best assassin who once single-handedly destroyed an underground mercenary organization. He was wanted by the authorities, and a huge bounty had been placed on his head. In reality, however, he was a complete nobody who amounted to nothing. Wu Xinhe is a loser who couldn't even protect his own sister. After the young man was transported to this world, Family love and friendship became an integral part of his life. But he still dreams only of returning to the day when it all happened, because perhaps then he could have stopped the villains and prevented his sister's death. However, no matter how many ancient books he read, he never found a way to travel back in time. The young man visited various archives but couldn't find anything anywhere. It became an obsession for him. Zhou noticed that something was happening to the young man. She looked at him in alarm and said that his mind had completely drifted off in an unknown direction. The girl sat down next to the young man and gently brought him out of that state. She wanted everything to be all right for Wu Shuang. The young man looked at the girl and asked where they were. To put it mildly, it was a very strange question. Zhou turned to Lu Hua and asked him where they were traveling through at the moment. The young man replied that it was not far from the city of Purple Cloud. Wu Shuang and his companions reported that the view of the Eternal Jade Valley was beautiful, so they could just sit back and enjoy it. Wei Yu was riding in the neighboring wagon. He greeted the young man and said that Purple Cloud City was right on their route, so they would proceed as planned. Wu Shuang would head straight there with his group, while Wei Yu and his companions would set off for the mountains as soon as possible. This would increase the chances that the herbalists might still be alive. Wu Shuang warned that many dangers would await them in the mountains, so he asked them to be extremely cautious, and if they felt they couldn't handle the situation, to retreat immediately, because their lives are far more important than victory. According to the plan, they would spend half a day searching, and after that they would send each other signals to regroup and discuss their findings. Soon Wu Shuang and his companions arrived at Purple Cloud City, left the wagon near the gates, and entered on foot. Purple Cloud City was one of the largest suppliers of medical supplies for the entire Great Luo Empire. It should have been very crowded here, but now it was completely deserted. Perhaps something had happened, and even just looking at the city gates, one could tell that a battle had recently taken place here. Perhaps this was related to the disappearance of the students on the mountain. The group decided to go inside and find out what was going on, but they had to stay on their guard. As soon as they passed through the archway, they were met with a horrific sight. The city's streets were littered with the bodies of the dead. They also saw some warriors standing near the bodies of the slain. They couldn't wrap their heads around why this place was so badly destroyed. Judging by their equipment, these weren't ordinary soldiers, but elite warriors. All of them possessed at least the initial level of true power. Wu Shuang didn't want to waste time on mysteries and decided it would be better for them to ask the soldiers what had happened here. The soldiers noticed the unfamiliar students and shouted that they weren't allowed to be here. The city was cordoned off, and it was strictly forbidden to be in this area. Wu Shuang had no intention of wasting time on small talk and immediately used a new technique called terror, causing the terrified soldiers to freeze in their tracks. After that, they began clutching their heads and sobbing hysterically. The chief didn't understand what was happening to them. Wu Shuang showed the commander a badge that read civil servant and said that he probably knew what it was. The man was frightened and covered in beads of sweat from terror, said that it was a badge for civil servants of Great Luo. The man immediately bowed and said that his subordinate was blind and had failed to recognize his superiors, so there was no need to be angry with him. He was ready to answer any questions and provide any assistance. Wu Shuang said he didn't want to listen to all this nonsense. He was only interested in what had happened here. The soldier explained that he himself didn't know what had happened. They'd received orders to arrive in this city, but they hadn't yet figured out what was going on. They'd only just begun their investigation, but they already suspected that this scene was just the tip of the iceberg. The man has served in the army for a long time and knows that such killings look like the aftermath of serious battles. Wu Shuang climbed onto the roof of a building to look down from above and perhaps spot something unusual. And indeed, it was something unusual. About 30,000 of the city's residents were killed in just one day. The official explained that the great holy warrior Ba Shu had sent 2 esteemed warriors to Jade Mountain to conduct an investigation, and they should return soon to report their findings. The official believed that it was dangerous and impossible to remain in this city and suggested moving to their camp while the investigation was underway. But at that moment, one of the servants let out a loud cry. He shouted that the great holy warrior was dead. The terrified man reported that the great holy warrior was dead, and that this was a ghost and an evil spirit devouring people. The servant recognized this terrified madman as one of Lord Ba's great warriors, who now looked like a frightened lunatic. The man continued to clutch his head and shout loudly that the great holy warrior had been swallowed alive, leaving nothing behind. He repeated this over and over. Everyone was already practically certain that the man had gone mad, but then Lu Wu cast the mantra of the pure heart. He directed it at the warrior to calm him down a bit and help him regain his composure so that he could calmly explain everything. The young man could see that the man was okay but had been severely affected by the stress. He had stabilized his condition, but they needed to wait before asking any questions. Wu Shuang fell deep in thought. Now he had time to reflect on the strange events he had never encountered before. It was decided to move to the Ba Shu military camp that was better than staying in a city full of corpses. Wu Shuang asked the general to tell him everything that had happened over the past few days. The man said that he was merely the commander of a patrol unit and did not dare call himself a general. The day before yesterday, he received an order from the king to lead his unit to the city of Purple Cloud. When the soldiers arrived there, the scene before them was even more dire than today's. Corpses littered the streets, and rivers of blood flowed along the roads. According to military sources, the city had turned into this in just one night, claiming the lives of 30,000 people. It seemed as if God himself had condemned them to death. To prevent the corpses from decomposing and causing a plague, the commander ordered them to be burned. A couple of days earlier, the great holy warrior had sensed strange vibrations in Jade Mountain. So he sent 2 of his warriors to investigate, but, unfortunately, they were killed. Wu Shuang surmised that this could have been done by just a few people, or even a single individual. The military is certain they would have noticed such a person, but not even a trace of the unknown individual's aura remained. They currently have no clues. It seems the only information they can obtain will come to light only when His Holiness awakens. Wu Shuang placed his hand on the sleeping man's body and said that it seemed there was no longer any need for that. Wu Shuang struck the reclining holy warrior with all his might, and it was astonishing. Everyone's mouths fell open in surprise. His comrades also looked at their friend, not understanding what was happening, but they trusted Qing Wu Shuang and had no intention of contradicting him. At first, before the eyes of the stunned onlookers, blood gushed from the warrior's chest, as if he were dying. And then, instead of dying, he sat up, as if life were returning to his body, and suddenly began to laugh. His vile, loud laughter echoed throughout the camp, and soon he was already rising, powerful and strong, ready to destroy everything around him. Wu Shuang warned his comrades that they needed to be very careful. Their opponent was no pushover. His strength was no less than Wu Shuang's, and his skills and abilities were astonishing and strange. Meanwhile, the warrior began to slowly come to his senses and get to his feet. He immediately declared that he was very curious. He thought he had hidden perfectly and that no one would be able to find him, and now he wanted to know how this boy had managed to spot him. Zhou Fu wanted to understand what kind of monster they had just encountered, a killer who had destroyed an entire city. The terrified soldier screamed that it was none other than the devil of cultivation. The man fell to his knees and began screaming hysterically that they had returned, because now everyone knew that standing before him was Di Qing Tong from the demon realm. Wu Shuang had never heard of cultivation, and in fact, if he hadn't touched the sleeping warrior's body, he would never have sensed the villain. Transformation allows one to change a person's appearance and breath, making them very difficult to track. Wu Shuang tried to find out as much information as possible about this creature using every means at his disposal. Stepping out onto the street, the young man turned to the monster and asked what it was and what it had done to the 3 people who had climbed Jade Mountain. The monster said that the young man was very impatient, rather rude, but very strong and most likely very tasty. After that, the dead man shouted that the young man should jump into his stomach right now and prepare to attack. Di Qing Tong used the staff of Zen to pierce his opponent, but immediately received a counterattack. Wu Shuang had already anticipated all the attacks and techniques that would be used against him, and in turn understood his opponent's behavior. The demon unleashed Dragon's Ink, a special technique designed to engulf the young man. A powerful force was rapidly approaching, ready to destroy everything in its path. Wu Shuang praised this technique, saying that it looked very enticing, and that he might just add it to his own arsenal. The young man directed a special mantra at the dragon and was now draining all its power. Zhu Fu noted that Wu Shuang's movements were now different from what she had seen before, but she allowed that it might just be her imagination. At one point, Wu Shuang froze and realized he couldn't fathom his opponent's technique. It turned out there was a limitation to the heart source. The demon said that the boy smelled just like them, but he was definitely not from the demon realm, which meant there was only one possibility left. The boy had already killed one of the demons. And that in turn explained why Di Ching Tong absolutely had to kill the young man. He would have to avenge his comrade, and he thrust his staff into the ground. Now an even greater number of dragons descended on Wu Xuan from all sides, and the young man kept holding them off and subduing them. It was clear that he was struggling, so his companions said they would go to his aid right away. The demon stood near his staff and continued his attack with fervor, while the young men tried to sneak up on him from the side. Di Qingtong simply pointed his finger in their direction, without even turning his head, and some kind of electrical discharge shot across the ground. Both young men were engulfed by a beam of fear, and were now, like puppets, completely under the demon's control. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang used his techniques to fend off the powerful dragons that were attacking him from all sides. Finally, sensing he was ready, the young man cut through them all with a few swift movements, and in the next instant the beam of fear also struck him in the eyes. The demon was very pleased and now hovered high in the sky alongside Wu Xuan. He said that people who fall for this trick begin to fear their deepest fears with frenzied intensity. Wu Xuan faces endless reincarnation and will soon become a living dead man. Of course, it was astonishing how quickly the demon had figured out his fears. This was Wu Xuan's worst nightmare, one capable of tearing his soul to pieces. Di Qingtong was actually impressed by this boy. He approached him and asked if the boy would become his loyal disciple. The next moment, instead of an answer, he received a powerful punch to the jaw. It was very unexpected and painful, even for a demon. Wu Shuang looked very angry and demanded that this dead man take his disgusting hands off him. After that, the villain fell to the ground, and everything around him flew into the air, sending up columns of dust and rocks. Both of Wu Shuang's companions were overcome by their fears, and it was urgent to bring them back to their senses and snap them out of this state. Wu Shuang immediately noticed that they seemed out of it and quickly cast healing mantras, restoring them to normal. It seemed that Zhou Fu had gotten off with just a mild scare and didn't need much help. But Lu Fu, who had turned pale with fear, needed to be roused and brought back to his senses. The girl began to apply the technique, "The strong in spirit will rise, and the weak will fall." The young man, his face contorted with horror, begged her not to leave him, to come back and stay with him forever. Next, a surge of chaos swept through the healing stream, and finally, Zhou Fu was able to break through his consciousness and slowly reach her friend. He gasped and woke up. Finally, the young man was able to answer questions. It was clear that his consciousness had returned, and he thanked his friend for her help. Everyone was very pleased that the girl practiced Earth-level techniques. Thanks to this, she was able to save her friend. Zhou Fu asked if Wu Shuang had fallen for that trick, but the young man replied that he knew a thing or two about such tricks and no longer reacted to them. The girl had previously practiced the sunset decree, which allowed her to create a barrier within her body. As soon as an attack occurs, the damage is immediately blocked. Even if the attack comes from behind, part of the damage is still blocked. Although this is an Earth-level technique, it's still very useful. Wu Shuang praised the girl and said that perhaps in the future she would master this technique completely. He then placed his hand on Zhou Fu's shoulder, establishing a connection with the martial art Star Ring Defense. Star Ring Defense is an internal energy that forms a huge circle around the body. In this state, the defense is filled with true qi and allows one to deflect an opponent's strikes. Even a passive skill is very useful. It's like white blood cells in the human body, a simple but effective technique. But suddenly, the young people's conversation was interrupted by a loud explosion that literally shook the entire area. Energy radiated in all directions from the epicenter of the explosion, knocking even the warriors of the elite squad off their feet. Di Qingtong finally came to his senses and, now lying on the ground, was cursing and swearing like a common cobbler. He immediately declared that no one had ever dared to wound him so severely. For the first time in many millennia, he had experienced something like this. And now these inferior creatures would drown in their own blood and revel in their sins within the righteous fire of his wrath. Wu Shuang realized he was once again dealing with a fanatical psychopath. Anyone spouting such nonsense and possessing such a temperament was clearly a primitive and naive master. Wu Shuang saw that their comrade was still pale and asked Zhou Fu to tend to their friend and restore his health and mental state. As for himself, he was ready to take on this guy, and perhaps he would be able to extract the necessary information from him. Wu Shuang stood up and activated Berserker mode. After all, he hadn't learned to copy and replicate villains' techniques for nothing. Di Tong watched the changes taking place in the boy and sensed the familiar techniques of a certain idiot whom this kid had just recently destroyed. The demon admitted that things were getting more and more interesting. It had been a long time since he'd gotten such a thrill from a battle. Di Tong unleashed the Crimson Frenzy technique, and it seemed as though a massive eye had appeared high in the sky above him. An enormous blast of energy was immediately fired from that eye at the young man. Wu Shuang calmly waited for it to approach. The young man's speed was astonishing, and he skillfully dodged the attacks, which couldn't harm him at all. These flying projectiles exploded as they approached, meaning they could still hit him, so he had to remain alert. At one point, Wu Shuang came face to face with one of these projectiles. There was a powerful explosion that of course would have killed anyone nearby. But before the smoke and dust had even settled, everyone saw Wu Shuang completely unharmed. He continued his rapid advance toward the demon. The young man's fist was poised to strike, and the demon, overcome with horror and surprise, could only manage to open its hideous mouth. Wu Shuang said that his master had sent him on an investigation, and he couldn't care less about all the demonic nonsense, or even the fact that he was a murderer. Wu Shuang will kill his opponent and thwart his plans, whatever they may be, and that will make him very happy. Di Tong had already realized perfectly well that ordinary methods wouldn't work on this opponent, and he would have to use something original against him. The demon turned to the young man and asked how he had learned about this useless little trick. Wu Shuang replied that he had nothing to say to the demon, but while the two were talking, a spear was hurtling toward the young man's head at tremendous speed. However, of course, Wu Shuang saw everything without even turning his head. He held out his arm and blocked the spear's attack. Wu Shuang suddenly realized something. He had been constantly wondering why he couldn't break through this opponent's techniques. But it seemed the whole secret lay in his weapon, a weapon that used its own techniques. This was something new and interesting. Wu Shuang grabbed the spear, and at that moment, the demon looked clearly terrified. He shouted at the young man not to dare touch the weapon. In this way, the young man had found the demon's weak spot. He realized that the powerful magical weapon was probably very valuable to the villain, and that the demon would likely be very upset if it were destroyed. As soon as the young man tried to grab it with his hand, the magical weapon transformed into a dragon. Wu Shuang realized that his current opponent was somehow connected to the guy he'd had to kill during the exam, which meant he too knew about the tendon rupture that could destroy everything. Upon hearing these words, Di Tong began begging for mercy and said he would surrender. If the young man left his magical weapon alone, the demon would tell him everything he wanted to know. Wu Shuang said he never expected someone like this demon to value his possessions so highly, and the young man flung the staff into the villain's hands. Di Tong replied that it wasn't a weapon, but his beloved, and now it truly seemed as if he were holding a beautiful girl in his arms and promising her that no one else would ever touch her again. Oh, of course, the demon immediately declared that this was very naive, and the young man's greatest mistake was that he had returned the magical weapon. Its most powerful technique had once been capable of killing a cultivator of perfect spiritual power. Wu Shuang watched as the demon thrust the weapon into the ground and said that this madman wanted to die himself and take everyone else with him. The demon declared that, of course, only the young man would die here, while he, Di Tong, had his own ways of escaping. That idiot whom the young man had killed during the exam was famous for his brutal fighting skills. As for what signature moves he possessed, Wu Shuang would never find out. After that, the demon began to activate his technique, and from that alone, everyone around him could barely stay on their feet. Wu Shuang understood. As soon as the demon finished activating the technique, everyone within a 10-mile radius would be destroyed. Soon, the demon realized that the young man had no intention of using his last chance to escape, but was staying here to save these insignificant little people. It was the most idiotic thing he could possibly do. The demon declared that everything here would be reduced to ashes, and indeed, everything around them was engulfed in flames. Di Tong said his goodbyes with tears in his eyes, hoping that someday they would meet again. But now he was setting aside his magical weapon to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, on Jade Mountain, Wei Yu and his friends were fighting against the villains. He couldn't figure out what he was fighting against because all he could hear was a noise swirling around him like a cloud. The young man used the Wind of Freedom technique and swung his sword, but the laughter continued to echo. Wei Yu was simply furious and demanded that his opponent come out and show himself. It didn't matter who he turned out to be, a human or a ghost, but he had to come out and fight face to face. Yet in response, the young man heard only laughter. Wei Yu continued to swing his sword around him, but his opponent remained invisible and kept laughing. The laughter echoed from all around, driving him mad. A voice said that the mediocrity of the human race was truly very amusing and that it couldn't help but laugh. Out of nowhere, a huge finger with a long nail appeared, and the voice said that the warrior couldn't even figure out where the attack was coming from, but he was already determined to find out and destroy it. It's fun to imagine what the guy will do when he reaches Jade Mountain, and soon a huge ghost named the Ferryman appeared above the young man. The ghost said that a few days ago he had dinner with a couple of young cultivators. These must be the people they're trying to find here now, and they're currently inside the ferryman's stomach. Wei Yu said, "It doesn't matter whether a person or a ghost is talking to him. One must never let down one's guard." And the young man held his sword in his hand. The next moment, he used the through heaven and earth technique and pierced the ghost right through with it. The ferryman became very angry and said that, by the way, it had hurt him a lot, and he didn't understand why this braggart was acting this way. In fact, it was the first time the ghost had experienced self-destruction at such close range. Di Qingtong was absolutely thrilled because his beloved had died, but this meant they would meet again soon in hell. His joy was interrupted when someone placed a hand on his shoulder and asked him to repeat what he had just been marveling at. Wu Shuang admitted that he had almost been disappointed when he thought the chance was lost. But the demon had still managed to return from the dead, so now he would take his martial arts without permission. Di Qingtong couldn't believe his eyes and didn't understand how the man had managed to survive. Wu Shuang replied that they lived in a world where no one took a single step outside their home without carrying a weapon for self-defense. All this time, Zhou Fu had not only been restoring her unfortunate companion's health, but also building up a powerful defense. Wu Shuang wanted to sincerely thank the demon for putting up such a long fight and for bestowing such wonderful abilities on the young man. The demon couldn't understand how the boy knew his abilities so well. Could he have managed to learn them? Now the demon realized that this man could master any ability of his clan. Could he really be that legendary Holy Sun? Wu Shuang was hearing about the Holy Sun for the first time and didn't understand what this monster was on about. But before the young man could ask another question, someone's sharp spear pierced the demon right through, killing him in a single stroke. Wu Shuang was furious. He spun around, wanting to know who had dared to do such a thing. The commander of the soldiers was very happy. He threw a spear that hit the target dead center. The man admitted that he didn't even know what to do, but the books hadn't let him down. The right side of the chest is a weak spot on the bodies of evil cultivators, and now the man was happy because he had killed an evil cultivator, and this would bring glory to his ancestors. The demon burst into hysterical laughter. He never thought that his incarnation would be killed by such weaklings, and that his journey to the lower realms would end so quickly. Of course, he hadn't had his fill of the fight, but he'd still gained some valuable information, and was certain he'd meet this remarkable opponent again in the sanctuary. Wu Shuang grabbed the cultivator by his clothes and asked why he'd killed the entire town's population and how many more such creatures were currently roaming the earth. Di Qingtong said he advised the young man not to get involved in every fight and to save his own life, because he wouldn't be able to stop them all anyway. Wu Shuang was very angry because the demon didn't say how many monsters were currently on Earth or where else they could be found. At that moment, the commander told the guys that they simply had to tell the whole world about his heroic deed, because he had managed to kill the evil cultivator and a bright future awaited his family. Lu Fu asked if that was really why the commander had hidden behind their backs. The warrior began to make excuses, saying it wasn't his doing, and that if Lord Qing hadn't been able to defeat the evil cultivator, he wouldn't have had a chance to deliver the finishing blow from behind. Wu Shuang was practically furious. He said he had plenty of questions for this man and really hoped he would answer them. The commander replied that this was actually the first time he had ever encountered a cultivator. He had only heard from the elders that, over 1,000 years ago, a vast horde of evil cultivators had invaded human territory. Back then, all the empires had united against them and managed to defeat them, though at a tremendous cost. This military officer's family was among those who had managed to survive that time. However, the records in the archives regarding the evil cultivators are sometimes incomplete or questionable. Wu Shuang listened intently to this story and asked what was meant by incomplete records. For example, the family's technique called sundial, though considered powerful, deals only moderate damage. Yet against the evil cultivators, it inflicts colossal damage. The source of life for evil cultivators is located on the right side of their chest. Only by seriously wounding this spot can they be killed. Otherwise, they simply recover as if nothing had happened. However, the book does not say where they came from or for what purpose they invaded the human realm. 1,000 years have already passed, but it is still impossible to learn anything about them. If they have invaded the human realm again, it must be with the intent of waging a war of annihilation. However, the evil cultivators have not taken any action. Perhaps something is holding them back. Zhou Fu believed that they might be able to find all the answers on Jade Mountain. The evil cultivators' minions had surely settled there, and it was highly likely that the herbalist's disciples had met their deaths. They needed to hurry there to meet with Wei Yue, discuss everything with him and exchange information. But suddenly Wu Shuang said that everything had gone completely differently than they had expected. So Lu Fu and Zhou Fu needed to go to the Star Path Palace and report everything to the leader. The young men asked if Wu Shuang really intended to go up the mountain alone, since it was far too dangerous. But the young man said they shouldn't worry. The head of the palace had given him the earth leap, so even if danger arose, he would instantly teleport 100 miles away and escape. The young people promised that they would report everything to the palace very quickly and return immediately, but he had already vanished without a trace. Wu Shuang was racing toward Jade Mountain at tremendous speed. Zhou Fu told the commander that many serious events had taken place here and that they must report everything to the authorities and rulers. She warned that if any evil cultivators appeared, they should try to avoid them. After that, she told Lu Hua to harness the cart immediately. They had to head to the palace with the news. The sooner they reported everything, the better their friends' chances of survival would be. At that moment, a commander who looked very strange called out to the young people and said he had a question for them. And in the next instant, this commander already looked like an evil cultivator and said that it seemed the young people wouldn't be going anywhere. A rather pretty little bird sat on a tree branch and looked with surprise at the unusual fruits and vegetables hanging from the trees. And hanging from the trees, as if in a spider web, were human bodies, and the ferryman's ghost was absolutely delighted. He hadn't expected the true energy of these people to be so delicious. Now it was no wonder why their king had been so eager to conquer these lands, and now the ferryman even regretted that he had been assigned merely to stand guard. He had to make do with just these little chickens. Unlike Lady Fox, she roams the cities and feasts to her heart's content. The ferryman didn't hesitate to talk about how jealous he was of her and how much he'd love to be in her place. Suddenly, the ferryman looked at Wei Yu and offered to make a deal with him. But the young man replied that he wouldn't make any deals with a ghost. If the ghost wanted to kill him, let him kill him. But the young man himself wouldn't help the ghost or his evil spirits. The ferryman said he didn't like that answer at all and asked him not to rush into a decision. The ghost would spare the young man, but in return, he would have to bring even more delicious young chicks just like himself. Wei Yu didn't say anything in response. All he could think about was where Qing Wu Shuang was, and he hoped the young man wouldn't go ahead and launch the signal flare. And just at that very moment, a signal flare appeared in the sky above Jade Mountain. The ferryman immediately recognized the flare and realized that a new batch of chicks, just as delicious as the ones he'd already had, was on its way, which meant he'd be able to replenish his energy once again. Wei Yu, of course, was upset and disappointed. Seeing the silhouette approaching from afar, he immediately realized it was Wu Shuang. The young man was very upset. He turned to the gods, trying to understand what was going on, because now all the leaders of the younger generation of the Star Path Palace were simply going to die in a single day. Wu Shuang appeared right behind the young man and told Wei Yu not to worry. Everything would be all right. He began freeing the captives who couldn't figure out who had just launched the signal flare. Wu Shuang explained that as soon as he set foot on Jade Mountain, he was bound by a powerful spell, and it remained intact despite his attacks. This spell regenerated after each of the young man's attacks, and nothing happened to him. He then decided to trace the flow of qi energy within the barrier, and it eventually led him here. He immediately began searching for the students, and fortunately, arrived just in time. Wu Shuang moved very quickly through the trees and freed all the students who were hanging from them. The monsters had drained their strength, but the students' lives were not in danger. With proper treatment, they would make a full recovery. Wei Yu believed the situation was critical, and that they needed to go immediately to the Starpath Palace to report everything to the palace head. But suddenly, the ferryman ghost appeared nearby. He said he wouldn't let this delicious human go anywhere, and Wei Yu immediately realized things were looking bad. Wu Shuang instantly engaged the ghost in battle, piercing it with a powerful blow. The ghost laughed loudly. He was glad the young man would feel the difference between them, because the human's spiritual power wouldn't be enough to defeat him. But Wu Shuang disagreed. He kept attacking and said he absolutely didn't see it that way. At one point, the ferryman collapsed to the ground, unable to believe what had happened. How could this pathetic little chick from the underworld have landed a blow on him? The ghost kept saying that such attacks were simply unforgivable and that he wouldn't turn a blind eye to them. But Wu Shuang had no intention of engaging in conversation with the ghost. He was simply going about his business, trying to figure out what was going on here. Wei Yu explained that it seemed this ghost was merely a sort of guard here, and that the entire Jade Mountain was surrounded by his barrier. But one must be very careful, because this ghost's cultivation level is on par with that of the palace head. The ghost began to laugh when he realized that this man wanted to break through his barrier. But that's not even worth dreaming about. His barrier automatically absorbs the energy of Jade Mountain to regenerate itself. It can only be interrupted by beating the ferryman to death. But to do that, one must at least catch up to the ghost. The ferryman explained that thanks to the protective field around him, he can slow down time, causing the man to simply freeze in place. But suddenly it became clear that Wu Shuang had closed in on the ferryman almost to within touching distance. The young man said that the ghost just talks too much, and that doesn't do anyone any good. The next moment, the young man struck the ghost with all his might. The ghost clearly wasn't expecting it. The ferryman was genuinely surprised and tried to figure out what had happened. Why wasn't the time field working on this guy? Wu Shuang continued to push through the protective barrier and attack the ghost, who was now simply trying to escape. The ferryman was genuinely surprised and said that not even Di Qingtong moves as fast as this kid. Wu Shuang decided not to upset the ghost just yet by telling him the sad news that Di Qingtong had already died. With every passing moment, attacking his opponent became easier and easier. The young man pushed through without even feeling the barrier. Soon his attacks were not only reaching his opponent, but also dealing serious damage. Wu Shuang launched a powerful attack at the ferryman and said that the latter could feel the difference between them. He also thanked the ghost for telling him how to break the spell. The ferryman began begging the man to stop. He said he admitted defeat and asked not to be struck, and also promised to remove the barrier. Wu Shuang now understood why this ghost hadn't been taken along on the mission, but had been left behind. But now he had to answer honestly, how many monsters had been sent to the humans, and what was their objective? The ferryman explained that 3 teams of 3 people each had been dispatched. The first went to the kingdom of Bashu to capture people for an experiment. The second took refuge in the palace of the Great Low Empire as undercover agents on a secret mission. And the third set out for the palace of the Starry Path to steal the All-Seeing Eye. The All-Seeing Eye, which is kept in the Starpath Palace, will allow free access to the lower and upper realms. The restrictions that exist there were imposed by a single cultivator, and they prevent warriors from the upper realms from entering. Wei Yu was astonished that this ghost had explained everything in such detail. The ferryman also added, if the incarnation is killed, all the pain from its wounds will return tenfold to the one who created it, and that is extremely painful. He would now remove the barrier, but ask for mercy. Wu Shuang did not allow the barrier to be removed because the other cultivators would become suspicious. He simply asked them to open a passage and let him through. The ferryman and Wei Yu will head to the Starpath Palace and tell them everything they know. And if the ghost causes any trouble along the way, his head will explode immediately. Wei Yu tried to stop the guy and said that it could be very dangerous inside the barrier. But Wu Shuang said there was no need to worry about him. He had a couple of tricks up his sleeve that would help him survive. And a moment later, 2 versions of the ferryman appeared. It turned out that Wu Shuang could completely mimic someone's appearance. The ferryman said he shouldn't be inside. He's forbidden from entering the main area. However, Wu Shuang could take on the appearance of one of the cultivators, and then he would definitely go unnoticed. The ferryman showed him where the barrier was located, through which he could freely walk in and out without removing the spell itself. Wu Shuang noted that it was very pleasant to talk with the ferryman. They had only just met, and he had already told them everything. Wei Yu was supposed to go to the palace with the ferryman, where they would find the monsters in hiding and also tell them about everything that was happening here. Wu Shuang himself walked through the opening in the barrier, confident in his actions and strength. A moment later, he was practically out of sight. And the next moment, he emerged from the other side of the barrier, his mouth agape in surprise, unable to understand what kind of nonsense was going on here.